Behind the door, Feng Jingchen leaned against the wall, smiling. Have you missed me so soon, Huang Huang? For the past 6 months, Yun Qianhuang had been training with Feng Jingchen and had grown accustomed to his occasional silliness. She calmly handed him the healing pills. She also included a Shenzhou fruit. The pills are from Master, she explained, and they both understood the significance of the Shenzhou fruit without further explanation. Thank you this time, Feng Jingchen. Yun Qianhuang clearly saw that the dark cultivators had intended to form a formation, and judging by Mo Lanshuang's reaction, its power would have been considerable. If Feng Jingchen hadn't intervened, even with Fu Bai and Lu Yan's help, the Shuangxue sect would have paid a hefty price to eliminate the dark cultivators. This thank you was not only for herself but also on behalf of the others in the Shuangxue sect. Feng Jingchen did not hesitate and quickly put away the pills and the divine fruit. Huang Huang, I need to leave for a while. Yun Qianhuang was taken aback. Feng Jingchen had come to Frost Snow sect with her, and since then, she had seen him almost every day at the main peak. Although Mo Lanshuang was her master, it was mostly Feng Jingchen who taught her. His help had been significant. For instance, under his guidance, she had avoided many detours in her cultivation of the 5 spiritual roots. Hearing that Feng Jingchen was leaving suddenly made Yun Qianhuang feel a bit uneasy. Then she remembered what he had said 6 months ago. Won't those people from the upper realm find out? Feng Jingchen had mentioned that the protective array of Frost Snow sect could hide them from those people. Therefore, she had focused on improving her strength and had not left the sect at all, even leaving the matter with Sheng Hongchuan to her most trusted Ao Tian. If Feng Jingchen left Frost Snow sect now, wouldn't he be discovered by those people? Are you worried about me, Huang Huang? Feng Jingchen turned his face and smiled lightly. Even if I don't leave Frost Snow sect, they will still come after me since I have already used my spiritual power. They were tracking Feng Jingchen through his spiritual power? No wonder he wanted to leave. If those people from the upper realm caught up to them here, it could be devastating for Frost Snow sect. He probably didn't want to involve the people of the sect. Since that was the case, Yun Qianhuang didn't say much more and simply asked if he needed a few more divine fruits, just to be safe. In her beautiful eyes, there was a hint of concern for him. Feng Jingchen gently shook his head. Not for now, Huang Huang. You keep them. He didn't say anything else, and Yun Qianhuang didn't know what to say either. After a while, she managed to say, be careful. Okay. Feng Jingchen replied with a smile and handed her a small gray stone. If you encounter any trouble you can't solve, just crush it. A teleportation array appeared beneath Feng Jingchen's feet, and Yun Qianhuang looked up to see his figure vanish instantly. She glanced at the unremarkable stone, silently putting it away in her storage ring, and then turned to leave his room. On her way back to her room, Yun Qianhuang ran into Mo Lanshuang returning to the main peak. Mo Lanshuang seemed to sense something and asked, Yun girl, has Feng Gongzi left? Yun Qianhuang nodded and explained Feng Jingchen's sudden departure. He is worried about involving the sect. Although I still don't know the relationship between Feng Jingchen and my master, it is indeed a bit rude for Feng Jingchen to leave without saying goodbye after staying at Frost Snow sect for so long.
Montag Lanswang chuckled softly.
Yun girl, he never cares about others' well-being, so don't be fooled by him. Years ago, when Frost Snow sect faced a great disaster, it was he who saved the entire sect, and he set up the protective formation. Why would he be afraid of dragging down Frost Snow sect? Mo Lanshuang didn't mention the past concerning the sect, but patted Yun Qianhuang's shoulder. Since young Master Feng has left, you will train with me. Come to the main hall tomorrow at noon. Yes. Yun Qianhuang didn't think much of it, as Mo Lanshuang was her master. However, she didn't expect that she wasn't the only one called to the main hall. Yun Qianye and a few other disciples from different peaks were also there. In the hall, it wasn't just Mo Lanshuang. The other peak leaders were present as well, including Gung Lihan, who rarely left the discipline peak. This gathering must be for something important. Yun Qianhuang quietly walked over to Yun Qianye and the others without speaking first. Including her, there were a total of 12 disciples in the hall. The other 7 were Tan Yen from the discipline peak, Zhou Xiaoning from the Spirit Beast Peak, Ling Xiai from the Spirit Gold Peak, Gu Man from the Spirit Wood Peak, Jiang Sisi from the Spirit Water Peak, Kong Yao from the Spirit Fire Peak, and Jiang Bai from the Spirit Earth Peak. All 7 were the top disciples of their peaks, around 20 years old, with the lowest strength being a 9-star Great Spirit Master. Yun Xianhuang couldn't figure out why the sect had gathered them all. Mo Lanshuang finally spoke from the main seat. Elders, I have called you and the best disciples from each peak here today to discuss opening the trial grounds. Shi Qingxiang looked at the disciples with concern. Sect Master, is it too early? Su Jin added. In the past, only spirit kings went to the trial grounds, but this time, half of the 12 disciples had not yet broken through to Spirit King. Mo Lanshuang shook her head. I understand the concerns of Elders Shi and Su, but I believe you all saw what happened yesterday. The evil cultivators are eyeing our sect closely. Their traces are hard to find, yet they struck with 12 powerful beings above Spirit Saint, proving their strength is quite large. These children are the best disciples from each peak. It is time for them to grow. As soon as she said this, the 11 peak leaders exchanged glances. Gung Lihan was the first to speak. What the leader said is true. With these children's talents, they can all break through to Spirit King in less than half a year. It wouldn't hurt to enter the trial area a bit earlier. The other peak masters thought for a moment and agreed. Zhu Hefeng then asked, Leader, should we inform the other sects about the evil cultivators? Mo Lanshuang nodded at him. I already used a communication talisman to inform the leaders of each sect yesterday. Fang Yu stood up. We shouldn't delay. Leader, let's open the trial area now. The trial area has existed since the founding of the Frost Snow sect and requires the 12 of them to work together to open it. That's why Mo Lanshuang called Gung Lihan here. Okay. Mo Lanshuang and the other peak masters stood up one after another, channeling their spiritual power into the center of the main hall, right beneath the feet of the 12 disciples. The disciples were confused. The trial area? Their master hadn't explained what that place was before sending them in? Zhu Xiaoning felt the need to remind his unreliable master, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was enveloped by a feeling of falling. Zhu Xiaoning. So, they really don't need to explain anything to them? The others, like Zhu Xiaoning, felt their bodies being pulled down. Yun Xianhuang instinctively channeled her spiritual power to protect herself and also shielded Yun Xiannite, who was closest to her. Shen Fengyuan and the other 3 were farther away, so she couldn't help them, but fortunately, they quickly reacted and protected themselves with their spiritual power. The 7 disciples, apart from the 5, were the best from their peaks and reacted swiftly. With spiritual protection, none of them lost a single hair during the fall. Once they landed, everyone looked around, and a question mark slowly appeared in Zhu Xiaoning's mind. Isn't this the Spirit Tool Peak? Since Lu Tai and Fang Yu were friends, Zhu Xiaoning often accompanied his master to stroll around Spirit Tool Peak and was very familiar with it. The environment they were in now was similar to Spirit Tool Peak, just without the residences. Did their masters spend all that time just to send them to Spirit Tool Peak? The other disciples also recognized the place, but because of what Mo Lanshuang had said earlier, they all became alert. Gong Jilu was now a high-level formation master, and after studying at Frost Snow sect for half a year, he had learned many ancient formations. He released his spiritual power to sense the area and uncertainly said, This place seems to be an illusion array. An illusion array? Jiang Bai stepped firmly on the ground and released his spiritual power to attack a nearby tree before turning to Gong Jilu. Junior brother Gong, why do I feel like something is off? Gong Jilu, who often practiced at Lingtu Peak while studying formations, was already familiar with Jiang Bai, the top disciple there. In response to Jiang Bai's doubt, he smiled and said, Senior brother Jiang, I've only seen illusion formations in the library, so it might not be that after all. I think junior brother Gong's judgment is correct. Jiang Sisi, the strongest among the 12 disciples and the first to join the Frost Snow sect, commanded respect from everyone present. Everyone turned to her, asking, Did senior sister Jiang discover something? Jiang Sisi replied openly, I just used my spiritual power to sense the area, but I couldn't find its boundaries. As a 2-star water element spirit king, her spiritual power was stronger than most present, as it typically increases with 1 strength. Since she couldn't find the boundaries, there were only 2 possibilities. Either this place was too vast for her to sense, or, as Gong Jilu suggested, it was an illusion. Yun Xianhuang dismissed the first possibility. She also used her spiritual power to sense the area and found no boundaries. Having advanced to Spirit King, her spiritual power was equivalent to that of an 8-star Spirit Emperor. Covering the entire Frost Snow sect was no problem for her. It was impossible for her not to find the boundary of Lingqi Peak. Moreover, she had lost contact with her 3 beasts, likely due to being in the illusion formation. However, Yun Xianhuang kept this to herself and simply said, "I also believe this is an illusion formation." Ling Ci scratched his head. So, does this trial area mean we have to break the illusion? He felt it couldn't be that simple. No one answered Ling Ci, as they had never heard of such a trial area before. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Qin Jinhong, the master of Lingjin Peak, had been working for a long time, his brow furrowed. "Lao Feng, Lao Su, come help me. I can't activate the trial area." Su Jin walked over while complaining, "Old Qin, are you okay? How can you not even activate the trial area now?" Feng Yu pointedly asked, "Did you neglect the maintenance of the trial area again?" A hint of guilt flashed in Qin Jinhong's eyes, but he quickly regained his confidence. "I was busy trying to become a formation master. You all could have helped me out." He hadn't expected the sect leader to open the trial area so early. Su Jin and Feng Yu shook their heads, but still helped him activate the trial ground. At that moment, everyone in the trial ground had studied it for a while but couldn't figure out what to do, so they simply sat down to meditate. Just as they entered a meditative state, the surrounding space began to distort. Yun Xianhuang, always alert with her mental energy, was the first to open her eyes. The others sensed something unusual and gradually opened their eyes as well. Then, a shadow appeared in front of them. Kong Yao recognized the shadow and exclaimed in shock, "Elder Shimu?" The other 6 disciples, reminded by Kong Yao, also recognized the shadow, their eyes wide with surprise. In contrast, Yun Xianhuang and her group didn't know Elder Shimu, so they only felt confused. Gong Jilu nudged Jiang Bai and asked, "Brother Jiang, why haven't I heard of Elder Shimu?" Jiang Bai quietly explained, "Elder Shimu was one of the elders from the founding generation of our sect, the first master of the Spirit Tool Peak." Gong Jilu's eyes widened. The first master of the Spirit Tool Peak? Wasn't he long gone? However, in front of Elder Shimu's shadow, he dared not voice his thoughts and instead showed a shocked expression. Shen Fengyuan shot him a glance, thinking how fake his expression was. But it was indeed shocking for the first master of the Spirit Tool Peak to appear. After the initial shock, Jiang Sisi took it upon herself to speak for everyone. "Elder Shimu, do you have something to tell us?" Elder Shimu's shadow stroked his beard, looking pleased as he gazed at the 12 disciples before him. This time, the trial ground was filled with promising talents. Although their overall strength was not as strong as in the past, their talents were excellent, and their average age was the lowest compared to previous generations. Elder Shimu thought to himself how good they were before answering their questions. "The place you are in is called the 12 Illusion Array, a training ground established on the day of the founding of the Frost Snow sect. The 12 Illusion Array is essentially an ancient artifact involving formations and symbols, obtained by the first-generation master of the Frost Snow sect in a secret realm. The term 12 refers to the 12 different ancient illusion arrays intertwined, so complex that even the most skilled formation masters of the current era cannot it. Of course, the trial ground is not for these disciples to break the array, but to defeat the guardians within it. Each time they defeat a guardian, they can receive generous rewards." Elder Shimu informed the 12 disciples that they could choose any array and pass through the 12 challenges of the selected array to complete the trial. "Now, you can choose freely. Once you have made your choice, let me know," Elder Shimu said. 12 teleportation arrays appeared before everyone. Each array had a name inscribed on it, from left to right. Zi, Cho, In, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shan Yu, Su, and Hai. According to Elder Shimu, there was no distinction in strength among the 12 arrays. The guardian of each level would change based on the strength of the participants. Yun Qianhuang asked the most pressing question, Elder Shimu, is there a time limit for passing the levels? Elder Shimu shook his head, of course not. With no time limit and the trial arranged by the sect, there was nothing to worry about. Jiang Sisi was the first to step forward and chose the Z array, while the other disciples made their choices one by one. Shun Fengyuan chose the C array, while others selected the Hai and Qin arrays. Yun Qianya picked the Wu array, and Yun Qianhuang chose the last remaining Mao array. Seeing that all the disciples had made their choices, Elder Shimu waved his hand, and everyone was uncontrollably drawn to their corresponding teleportation array. After a brief moment of dizziness, Yun Qianhuang found herself at the foot of the main peak. About 10 meters away stood a shadow resembling Elder Shimu, its face unclear, but its calm eyes were fixed on her without any movement. This shadow was likely the guardian mentioned by Elder Shimu, and her task was to defeat it. Uncertain of the shadow's strength, Yun Qianhuang did not act rashly. The shadow remained still, quietly watching her. She raised an eyebrow and cautiously released a bit of spiritual energy. Suddenly, the shadow took a fighting stance, its expression turning serious. Yun Qianhuang withdrew her energy, and the shadow instantly returned to its previous calm state, like a wooden figure. It seemed that the guardian would not attack her but would only respond passively. Since Elder Shimu had mentioned there was no time limit, she decided to solidify her strength first. She had absorbed too much spiritual energy while breaking through to the Spirit King level, and right after her breakthrough, she encountered a dark cultivator. After hearing about the situation in the Spirit Settling Kingdom from Ao Tian last night, she was now sent into the trial ground. This was a perfect opportunity to convert the energy she had absorbed into her own power. With this in mind, Yun Qianhuang immediately sat down cross-legged. In the remaining 11 formations, some disciples, like Yun Qianhuang, planned to cultivate first, while others began to test the strength of the guardians. At the same time, the long-sealed water mirror suddenly stirred, revealing several figures on its smooth surface, clearly the 12 individuals from the illusion formation. Several elders appeared before the water mirror. The leading elder stroked his gray beard, his eyes showing satisfaction. This group of children entering the 12 illusion formations has good talent. Elder Z is absolutely right, especially that girl in the Mao formation. She looks to be only 16 but is already a 1-star Spirit King. That girl in the Z formation is also impressive. Her strength is the highest among this group. The position of the 12 holy sons in the palace has been vacant for a long time. If these children can successfully pass the illusion trial, I will make an exception this time. Elder Z looked at Elder Mao, who had said this, and shook his head. Let's see how these children perform before making any judgments. Elder Z is the head of the 12 elders. Once he spoke, Elder Mao did not say anything further. The 12 elders sat in front of the water mirror, watching the scene inside intently. In the Mao formation, after organizing her inner spiritual power, Yun Qianhuang stood up. She looked again at the phantom of Mao Yi. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Mao Yi slightly turned his head, continuing to watch her calmly. Yun Qianhuang decided to test the strength of the guardian while releasing her water and fire spiritual powers. Dual spiritual roots? Elder Mao remarked, his beard twitching. It's been a while since I've seen a child with dual spiritual roots enter the 12 illusion formations. Aside from this comment, Elder Mao did not say much more. Dual spiritual roots are indeed rare, but they are not enough to earn their special attention. Elder Yu scoffed and shook his head. Elder Mao, when did you become so blind? Didn't you notice something unusual about that girl? Elder Mao was puzzled. What's unusual? Elder C shot him a sharp glance and scolded, fool. Although Elder Mao is known for his gentle nature among the 12 elders, he could not tolerate being insulted like that and immediately became displeased. Old C, who are you calling a fool? Elder Cho quickly stepped in to mediate. You know how old C is. Why bother getting upset with him? Besides, he's not wrong this time. You really missed something. With Elder Cho saying this, Elder Mao couldn't help but feel confused about what he had overlooked. He continued to watch the water mirror, where, due to Yun Qianhuang's attack, the spiritual power of the phantom Mao Yi surged dramatically. The originally unclear face suddenly changed, revealing a familiar visage that caught Yun Qianhuang's attention. Her gaze turned cold. At this moment, the shadow of the guardian had completely transformed into another form, Mo Lanshuang. The guardian in this illusion could actually change its appearance. Seeing the familiar face, Jiang Sisi cursed under her breath, wondering why Elder Shimu hadn't mentioned this. Although she knew it was just a trick to confuse her, facing her master's face made it hard for Jiang Sisi to act. She withdrew her spiritual energy and stepped back to her previous position. The shadow also stopped moving, and the face became unclear again. So, this guardian only takes on their master's appearance during battle? Others in the illusion noticed this too. Some temporarily stopped attacking while others continued, all cursing the illusion in their hearts. On Yun Qianhuang's side, upon seeing the shadow transform into Mo Lanshuang, she did not hesitate and intensified her attacks. Water snakes coiled around a fire dragon, fiercely lunging at the shadow. The shadow nimbly dodged and, with a wave of its hand, froze the ground in sight. Its spiritual energy was just like Mo Lanshuang's. Yun Qianhuang quickly dodged before being frozen and used her fire energy to create a safe spot to land. Elder Mao, watching from the water mirror, suddenly understood why Elder Si and Elder Cho had said what they did. He was so excited that his beard trembled. Wind spiritual energy? This girl has 3 spiritual roots. They had rarely seen a genius with 3 spiritual roots, even among themselves. Elder Yin patted his shoulder. Old Mao calmed down. It was just 3 spiritual roots. Was it necessary to be this excited? Could he learn to be more composed? Elder Mao ignored him, but was at least less agitated. In the formation, after testing the shadow's strength, Yun Qianhuang confirmed that it was a 5-star spiritual king, even though she had just broken through to the spiritual king level. Was this illusion overestimating her? Yun Qianhuang shook her head, not feeling discouraged. She adjusted her state and launched a second round of attacks against the shadow. It still bore Mo Lanshuang's face, but it did not distract Yun Qianhuang. Her attacks grew fiercer with each strike. As a cultivator's level increased, the gap between each star widened. After battling the shadow for a quarter of an hour, Yun Qianhuang began to feel the strain. But until her inner spiritual energy was completely exhausted, Yun Qianhuang decided to end this round of battle on her own. She sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Her depleted spiritual roots and bones were like parched land finally receiving rain, eagerly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, which greatly improved her cultivation efficiency. This was Yun Qianhuang's plan. Since Elder Shimu mentioned there was no time limit for passing the trial, she intended to make the most of this opportunity. Once her spiritual energy was mostly restored, she began a new round of attacks. In the illusion array, she couldn't contact the 3 beasts. Without using any pills, talismans, or formations, Yun Qianhuang could only hold on for 15 minutes under the shadow of the first guardian. Even in the illusion array, she only used water and fire spiritual energy to attack, occasionally using wind spiritual energy converted from wood spiritual energy to boost her speed. Each time her energy was exhausted, she actively ended the battle and immediately sat down to cultivate. The results were remarkable. She went from holding on for 15 minutes at the start to gradually reaching 30 minutes, then an hour. After more than half a month, Yun Qianhuang successfully defeated the first guardian and entered the second stage of the array. Her strength also reached the peak of a 1-star spirit king. Among the 12 participants, Yun Qianhuang was the first to enter the second stage, and with her displayed 3 spiritual roots, the 12 elders in front of the water mirror naturally focused most of their attention on her. The other top students from various peaks were not far behind. Jiang Sisi entered the second stage just a day later, and the other one-star Spirit King disciples only took 3 or 4 more days to pass the first stage. While this speed was not as fast as Yun Qianhuang's, it was still impressive compared to the previous disciples who entered the 12 illusion array. What surprised the 12 elders were the 4 from Yun Qianhuang's group. The highest ranked among them was Lu Xianqing from the Qin array, but before entering the 12 illusion array, he was only a 7-star Great Spirit Master, while the other 3 were peak 6-star Great Spirit Masters. All 4 faced guardians who were 1-star Spirit Kings. Yet, the time they took to pass was similar to that of other 1-star Spirit King disciples. Moreover, after passing, 3 of them advanced to 7-star Great Spirit Masters, and Lu Xianqing even broke through to become an 8-star Great Spirit Master. This was something the 12 elders never expected. These kids must have exceptional spiritual bones. There are actually 5 of them with outstanding talent this time, Elder Hai remarked, recognizing their gifts at a glance. Elder Z said, that kid from the afternoon formation has a high-quality spirit bone, but he must have used a refining method. Although it isn't top tier, his training speed is just as good as that of a top-quality spirit bone. Refining spirit bones. Is there someone over there who knows this method? Elder Z nodded, and the other 11 elders had no doubts about his judgment. One of them sighed. It seems we have been hidden away for too long. In the illusion formation, Yun Qianhuang tested her skills as usual. The strength of the second shadow was at the peak of a 6-star Spirit King, which was 5 stars stronger than her. During the battle, the second shadow no longer transformed into Mo Lanshuang's form but instead took on Lu Xuanqing's appearance, with a gold attribute. Lu Xianqing, looking at the Gong Jiulu in front of him, paused for a moment. So, this guardian chooses to transform into the faces of those we care about? Master, close friends. Is the next step to change into their family members? Lu Xianqing couldn't help but feel the truth of the situation. The others were also facing the faces of their close friends and started cursing the illusion formation. They had just managed to confront their master, and now it had changed to the face of a close friend. Yun Qianhuang, on the other hand, was eager to try. She had sparred with Xiaoye and competed with Feng Yuan and Jiulu, but she had never faced Lu Xianqing, nor had she ever fought against a gold spirit root practitioner. This was a great opportunity to familiarize herself with the combat style of gold spirit root practitioners. So, Yun Qianhuang began to repeat the strategy she used in the first round. After a month and a half, she broke through to a 2-star Spirit King, defeated the Guardian of the second round, and entered the third round. The strength of the third shadow was at a 7-star Spirit King, and during the battle, it transformed into Gong Jiulu's appearance. Compared to the first 2 rounds, the Guardian of the third round was merciless, almost hitting Yun Qianhuang in a fatal spot several times. The 12 elders in front of the water mirror were sweating for her. They all thought that Yun Qianhuang would end the battle early. But she did not do that. She relied on her strength to dodge the fatal blows and endured the attacks until her internal spirit power was exhausted, and she had to end the fight. It took her a full 2 months to clear the third round. Although she was still at the 2-star Spirit King level, her other abilities had greatly improved. After the third round was the fourth, and then the fifth. The 12 elders remained seated in front of the water mirror. Having cultivated to their level, they no longer needed to eat much. If they were truly hungry, they would have someone bring them food. Yun Qianhuang passed the first 6 levels of the rabbit array in 1 year, and the other disciples have also cleared the first 5 levels. Life in the illusion array is quite dull. Apart from battling the guardians, they are focused on training, which can lead to some negative feelings. However, these negative emotions do not last long. These young talents, known as the best in the entire South Lu continent, can endure much more than ordinary people. Elder Z, how long do you think it will take these children to clear the illusion array?
Elder Z squinted.
Since the establishment of the 12 illusion arrays, the fastest person to clear all levels took just 3 years and 2 months. He replied, that girl in the rabbit array should take only 3 years, while the other 11 children will likely take about 6 more months.
Huh?
Elder Rabbit suddenly expressed confusion. Why hasn't the Rabbit 7 illusion changed its appearance? As soon as he said this, All 12 elders turned their attention to Yun Qianhuang in the water mirror. In front of her was the Rabbit 7 illusion. They were currently engaged in battle, but the face of the Rabbit 7 illusion was blurred, with only its eyes remaining clear. Elder Z quickly stood up from his chair. This situation had never occurred since the establishment of the 12 illusion arrays. Could it be that the array had fallen into disrepair? The other arrays had not yet entered the 7th level, so Elder Z couldn't determine what was happening and sat back down, frowning as he continued to observe. After the first encounter with the Rabbit 7 illusion, Yun Qianhuang sat on the ground but did not immediately begin training as she usually did. Just a moment ago, when she fought the Rabbit 7 illusion, she clearly saw its appearance change. Although it was only for an instant, the illusion's face became unclear again, yet she recognized that face. It was fair-skinned, with a high nose and thin, well-defined lips. Those familiar dark eyes were as deep as an endless spring. Yun Qianhuang never expected the Rabbit 7 illusion to take on the appearance of Feng Jingchen. However, due to some kind of power suppression, the illusion's face became blurred again the moment it transformed into Feng Jingchen. She did not understand what this meant and had no time to investigate. The Rabbit 7 illusion had the strength of a 1-star spirit sect, making it quite challenging to pass this 7th level. After a brief rest to replenish her spiritual energy, she continued to battle the Rabbit 7 illusion. Over the past year, she had become very familiar with the Guardian's fighting style. The power used by the Guardians is the same as that of the person they are imitating, but since they are illusions, they lack spiritual roots and bones. Their power comes entirely from the illusionary array. Yun Qianhuang studied the first 6 levels and found that by disrupting the operation of the illusionary array, she could cut off the power supply to the illusions. The method to disrupt the array is through mental strength. Over the past year, her mental strength has improved significantly, and after advancing to a 5-star spiritual king in the 6th level, she only took 3 months to pass the 7th level. During these 3 months, others also gradually entered the 7th level. Unlike Yun Qianhuang, the guardians they encountered still transformed into the appearances of people around them. This puzzled the 12 elders in front of the water mirror. Elder Yu questioned, could it be that only the Mao array has a problem? Elder Wei dismissed his guess, saying, that's impossible. The 12 illusionary arrays are closely connected. If one has a problem, the others will surely be affected. Once this was said, the hall fell silent. If the 12 illusionary arrays were functioning properly, then the anomaly of the Mao 7 illusion could only mean one thing. The person it was supposed to imitate had strength far beyond what the 12 illusionary arrays could handle, which is why the Mao 7 illusion could not materialize. But how could someone with such strength know that little girl from the Mao array? The 12 elders exchanged glances, unable to come up with an explanation. Meanwhile, the others in the illusion were diligently attempting to pass the levels. Yun Qianya encountered an illusion in the 7th level that transformed into Yun Qianhuang's appearance during battle. Is this kid going to get stuck at the 7th level? Elder Wu had already noticed that he and Yun Qianhuang were twin siblings, and the bond between twins is often deeper than that of other relatives. He was worried that Yun Qianya would struggle to fight against the illusion that looked like his sister. It's hard to say, Elder Yu shook his head. However, reaching the 7th level shows that this kid's talent is already far beyond the average person. Elder Mao smiled and said, as the levels progress in the 12 illusionary arrays, fewer people pass. Stopping at the 7th level isn't something to be ashamed of. This was true. Not every disciple entering the 12 illusionary arrays could clear all levels. But Elder Wu still felt it was a pity. What a promising talent. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yun Qianya pause in the illusion, and he sighed. However, in the next moment, Yun Qianya suddenly summoned his fiery spear, and his power surged. Trying to impersonate his sister to confuse him? This illusion should know it doesn't stand a chance. Yun Qianya, feeling frustrated, transformed his anger into a fierce attack directed at the Mao 7 illusion. Elder Mu never expected that Yun Qianya would be completely unaffected by his older sister's illusion. After a moment of surprise, he slapped his thigh and laughed. Good kid. Elder Ing glanced at him, thinking that this old man was not serious at all. Couldn't he learn a bit of restraint? Yun Xianhuang couldn't remember how long she had been in the illusion array. She only knew that after passing the 11th level, she had finally advanced to a 1-star spirit sect, reaching the peak of 1 star. Now, she was facing the final level of the illusion array. Yun Xianhuang adjusted her state and stepped into the teleportation array for the 12th level. The scene in front of her quickly changed, and soon, the phantom of Mao 12 appeared before her. Yun Xianhuang paused for a moment. Unlike the phantoms from the previous 11 levels, this one was not blurry at all. It looked exactly like her. It seemed that this 12th level was going to make her challenge herself. However, she was curious about what type of spirit power she could use against the phantom that resembled her. As she gathered her spirit power, the Mao 12 phantom raised its hand in response, and their spirit power fluctuations matched perfectly. Even the attacks they launched were identical, as if a mirror stood between Yun Qianhuang and the Mao 12 phantom. But she knew it wasn't just a reflection. The attacks from the Mao 12 phantom were incredibly real. If she reacted even a moment too late, she would be hit. Having just used fire spirit power, Yun Qianhuang dodged the phantom's attack and then used water spirit power to counterattack. The Mao 12 phantom was also able to use water spirit power for its attack. Yun Qianhuang tried several times, and each time, the Mao 12 phantom perfectly replicated her attack and struck at the same moment. The phantom was like another her, clearly anticipating her next move and where it would land. Even though the Mao 12 phantom was not as strong as the Mao 11 phantom, it was still far more difficult to deal with. After exhausting her spirit power, Yun Qianhuang sat down to absorb energy while watching the Mao 12 phantom nearby. Could the phantom replicate her attacks because the illusion array had seen into her thoughts, or was it simply simulating her? The two possibilities seemed similar, but if it was the latter, then dealing with the Mao 12 phantom would be much simpler for her. Yun Qianhuang decided to rest before trying again. Thanks to her innate divine bone, her spirit power quickly recovered. She then stood up to engage the Mao 12 phantom in a second battle. A wave of water surged toward the Mao 12 phantom, and a similar wave came rushing back. Yun Qianhuang used her spirit power to dodge, and the Mao 12 phantom mirrored her movements perfectly. However, after the water waves in front of the shadow of Mao 12 fell empty, a strong wind blew them up, scattering droplets everywhere. The fine water droplets in the air instantly turned into tiny ice spikes, shooting towards the shadow of Mao 12. Yun Qianhuang faced the same attack, but the shadow of Mao 12 had a brief pause between its attacks, unlike her continuous flow. It seemed that this illusion could not read her thoughts. The shadow was merely imitating her. That made things easier. A blazing fire blocked the dense ice spikes, instantly melting the spikes that fell to the ground, which quickly evaporated. The shadow of Mao 12 used the same method to dissolve Yun Qianhuang's attack. Yun Qianhuang did not give it a moment to breathe. Flames swept from different directions, forming a tall fire tornado with the help of wind energy. With the wind's support, the flames moved quickly, reaching the shadow of Mao 12 in the blink of an eye. Yun Qianhuang also faced the threat of the fire tornado. The dense flames blocked her view, making it hard to distinguish the position of the shadow of Mao 12. A subtle smile appeared on Yun Qianhuang's lips as she summoned her bone sword, using her energy to protect her body and swiftly dodging the fire tornado to move forward. The sound of something breaking through the air came from directly ahead. After avoiding another fire tornado, Yun Qianhuang saw the shadow of Mao 12, also holding a bone sword. The two looked like they were carved from the same mold. Yun Qianhuang tightened her grip on the bone sword and it towards the shadow of Mao 12. She's risking her life. Elder Miao suddenly stood up, knocking over his chair. He clearly saw that Yun Qianhuang's strike was aimed at the heart of the shadow. The shadow, transformed into a human form, had its weakness in the same place. Elder Miao knew that Yun Qianhuang wanted to pass the test, but the shadow of Mao 12 completely imitated her, aiming its bone sword at her heart. Even if this could defeat the shadow, she would be severely injured, possibly risking her life. Elder Miao panicked. Elder Z, quickly, get this girl out of the illusion. It's too late. In the water mirror, the bone sword in the shadow of Miao 12 was already pressed against Yun Qianhuang's clothing. Yun Qianhuang showed no signs of panic. She pushed the bone sword forward with all her strength until it pierced the heart of the shadow. In that brief moment, she used her energy to metallize a small area of her clothing around her heart, along with the bone sword. The sword broke through her skin but could not advance any further. The shadow of the 12th hour mimicked Yun Qianhuang by turning her clothes metallic, but just a moment's difference determined the outcome of the battle. The shadow of the 12th hour vanished in an instant. A teleportation array quietly appeared a few steps away. Yun Qianhuang put away her bone sword, swallowed a healing pill, and stepped into the teleportation array. In front of the water mirror, the 12 elders did not expect her to pass the final test so easily. Elder Mouse stammered, "Did you see that?" Elder Een rushed to the water mirror, losing all his usual composure. "That girl has a golden spiritual root. She is a 4 spiritual root." Elder Shin eagerly stood up to go outside. "I will go bring that girl here." "Stop." A force blocked Elder Shin's movement. Confused, he turned to Elder Z. "Elder Z, why can't I go?" Elder Z glanced at him. "Old Shin, why are you in such a hurry? The other 11 are still in the illusion array."
Exactly.
After the shock, Elder Een returned to his previous demeanor. "Do you only want that girl and not the other children? Old Shin, can't you learn to be a bit steadier like me?" Elder Shin. He didn't know who had just gotten, so excited their voice changed. At this moment, Yun Qianhuang was unaware of the 12 elders' presence. After entering the teleportation array, she soon returned to the Frost Snow sect. More than 2 years had passed, and there were no significant changes on the main peak. The servant disciples in the Spirit Beast Garden were still the same few. Yun Qianhuang did not intentionally hide her aura, so it wasn't long after she returned to the main peak that Mo Lanshuang appeared before her. After coming out of the illusion array, Yun Qianhuang had contacted her 3 beast companions, and Ao Tian had helped her conceal her strength again. Mo Lanshuang stood in front of her, but could not see through her disciple's strength. She could only vaguely sense that her disciple was much stronger than 2 years ago. But how could her disciple have come out of the trial ground in just 2.5 years? Historically, the fastest genius to exit the trial ground took 3 years and 2 months. Mo Lanshuang was somewhat incredulous. "Yun girl, you?" Yun Qianhuang smiled. "Disciple has lived up to master's expectations and passed the trial ground." Hearing her say it, Mo Lanshuang could hardly doubt it. She repeatedly exclaimed "good," then smiled and asked, "Yun girl, what level are you at now?" After 2.5 years, given her disciple's talent, she should at least be a 7-star or 8-star spirit king, right? Yun Qianhuang paused for a moment. Disciple is now a 2-star spirit sect. She was not entirely satisfied with her advancement speed. It's not that she is ungrateful, it's just that the enemy is too strong. Although she is now at the spirit sect, without the help of Ao Tian and the others, she wouldn't be able to resist even the evil cultivators from 2 years ago. Not to mention those from the higher realm. Thinking of the higher realm, Yun Qianhuang slightly pursed her lips, and a face suddenly appeared in her mind. 2-star spirit sect? The smile on Mo Lanshuang's face froze. In just 2.5 years, her disciple had advanced from 1-star spirit king to 2-star spirit sect? She knew her disciple was talented, but she never expected her to level up so quickly. Mo Lanshuang was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, she patted Yun Qianhuang's shoulder, saying, "If your father and grandfather knew this news, they would be very proud of you. By the way, your father has sent several letters over the past 2 years. The latest one arrived yesterday."
Come with me.
Okay. When it came to her family, Yun Qianhuang's gaze softened. It had been 3 years since she joined the Frost Snow sect, and she hadn't returned home. She wondered how her father and grandfather were doing now. Thinking this, Yun Qianhuang followed Mo Lanshuang into the room. Once Mo Lanshuang took out the letters from her storage ring, Yun Qianhuang eagerly took them. Mo Lanshuang didn't intend to peek at the contents of the letters. After confirming that all the letters were handed to Yun Qianhuang, she said, "You can read here. I have some matters to attend to." With that, she turned and left the room, kindly closing the door behind Yun Qianhuang. The letters were well preserved, with the order neatly marked in the bottom right corner. Yun Qianhuang took out the earliest one and opened it. The first letter discussed court matters. After Shang Hongchuan ascended the throne, he wanted to reappoint the general's residence, but Yun Shuli refused. The old general had fought for many years and no longer wished to be involved in court affairs. Shang Hongchuan didn't insist and kept his title instead. The second letter mentioned that the Fire Qilin and Yun Shuli had formed a contract, and after the contract was established, Yun Shuli advanced to 2-star Spirit Saint. The following letters were mostly about family matters, mainly showing concern from Yun Changyu and Yun Shuli for the siblings. Though there wasn't much useful information, Yun Qianhuang still felt warm inside. The latest letter was the one Mo Lanshuang mentioned, received yesterday. Yun Qianhuang opened the letter and unfolded the paper, only to find it contained just one sentence. "Everything at home is well. Do not worry." Compared to the previous letters, this last one had very little content and didn't seem like Yun Changyu's style at all. However, judging by the handwriting and the lingering aura, it was indeed written by Yun Changyu himself. Yun Qianhuang looked at the words and felt a sudden unease. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Mo Lanshuang's voice came from outside. "Yun girl, Elder Pei heard you came back from the trial grounds and wants to see you." Elder Pei? Yun Qianhuang tried to remember and recalled that he was one of the elders of Linghua Peak, Pei Xingwu. She didn't think she had much to do with him. She put away the letters and, feeling puzzled, walked out of the room. Mo Lanshuang was waiting outside. When she saw Yun Qianhuang come out, she led her to the main hall. Inside, Pei Xingwu was pacing anxiously. Upon seeing the two of them, he quickly approached and said urgently, "Yun girl, something has happened at the general's residence." Pei Xingwu, like Healing, the city lord of Tianling City, was an elder of the Frost Snow sect but often wasn't at the sect. Before entering the trial grounds, Yun Qianhuang had spent over half a year at the sect and had never seen Elder Pei. However, looking at Pei Xingwu's somewhat familiar face, she suddenly thought of someone. Pei Zhen, the mentor of the fire division at Wuling Academy, was Yun Qianye's direct mentor. Whenever she visited Yun Qianye at Wuling Academy, she would run into Pei Zhen. During the selection competition 3 years ago, Pei Zhen was one of the leading mentors of the fire division, so Yun Qianhuang had a deeper impression of him. He had also mentioned knowing Yun Shuli during the competition. Elder Pei and mentor Pei Zhen looked somewhat alike, and Yun Qianhuang instinctively connected the two. A trace of worry appeared in her eyes as she asked, "Elder Pei, can you tell me what happened at the general's residence?" Pei Xingwu quickly replied, "A few days ago, I was in Helen City on business and heard from some patrons at a tea house that the old general's spirit beast was stolen. Those people even forcibly severed the contract between the old general and the spirit beast, causing the old general to suffer mental damage. After hearing the news, I went to the general's residence and learned that your father was seriously injured while trying to stop them. Thankfully, he had a high-grade recovery pill to save his life. But the old general's mental damage hasn't improved despite taking many healing pills. I asked Master Liu, and he didn't know how to handle this situation either. Yun girl, you should hurry back to the general's residence." He didn't tell Yun Qianhuang that the old general's condition was critical, and if she didn't return soon, she might not even get to see him one last time. After hearing Pei Xingwu's words, Yun Qianhuang's expression turned cold, and a glint of determination appeared in her eyes. Once the contract between a cultivator and a spirit beast is forcibly severed, the cultivator will suffer backlash, and the higher the spirit beast's level, the more severe the backlash will be. The Fire Qilin is a 12th tier spirit beast, and now that its contract with Yun Shuli has been forcibly cut, Yun Qianhuang can hardly imagine her grandfather's condition. She struggled to suppress her anger and managed to stay calm. Yun Qianhuang said coldly, "Elder Pei, can you tell me who harmed my father and grandfather?" I don't know. By the time I arrived, those people had already left. Pei Xingwu sighed, taking out a transmission array plate from a storage ring and handing it to Yun Qianhuang. Yun girl, this array can be used for one more transmission. Hurry back to the general's mansion and check on things. Elder Pei, if you ever need my help in the future, please let me know. Yun Qianhuang replied without hesitation, as she really needed the transmission array plate. After thanking Pei Xingwu, she didn't bother to say goodbye to Mo Lanchuang and activated the transmission array to leave the sect. Mo Lanchuang, standing nearby, didn't mind the small matter. However, recalling Pei Xingwu's words, she looked serious. Elder Pei, do you know anything about the characteristics of those people? Only members of that family could forcibly sever the contract between a cultivator and a spirit beast, as far as she knew. Pei Xingwu thought hard and finally said uncertainly, I seem to have heard that those people brought many spirit beasts when they went to the general's mansion. Mo Lanchuang's eyes widened. It really was that family's people. She quickly took out 2 sound transmission talismans, one to relay Pei Xingwu's words to Yun Qianhuang and the other to send a message to someone else. After both talismans burned out, she looked outside the hall with a complicated expression. How could that family be in the South Lu continent? Meanwhile, Yun Qianhuang, having received the message, had already teleported back to the general's mansion. She arrived in her room and quickly headed to Yun Shuli's courtyard. Miss? The household servants were shocked to see her come out of her room. Wasn't the young lady at the Frost Snow sect? Yun Qianhuang, worried about Yun Shuli's injury, ignored the servants and hurried on her way. Upon reaching Yun Shuli's courtyard, Yun Changyu learned from the servants that his daughter had returned and rushed over. Just then, Yun Qianhuang was about to push open Yun Shuli's door. Qianhuang! Yun Changyu's anxious voice called out from behind her. Yun Qianhuang turned her head and saw Yun Changyu walking quickly towards her, looking a bit uneasy. Thanks to the medicine Yun Qianhuang had previously left, Yun Changyu showed no visible injuries, but he looked unwell, with faint dark circles under his eyes. He tried to stop Yun Qianhuang, saying, Your grandfather is resting right now. Please don't disturb him. Dad, I already know, she replied. Without waiting for Yun Changyu to respond, Yun Qianhuang quickly pushed open the door and entered the inner room. Inside, Zheng Bo was standing by Yun Shuli's bed, looking exhausted. When he saw Yun Qianhuang approaching, he was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly stood up, trying to block her view of Yun Shuli. Miss, you're back from Frost Snow sect? Zheng Bo forced a smile. Yun Qianhuang didn't speak. She rushed over to check on Yun Shuli's condition. Zheng Bo tried to stop her, saying, Miss, the old general is resting. Before he could finish, Yun Changyu, who had followed closely behind, interrupted, Zheng Bo, Huang already knows. Zheng Bo looked at him and then at Yun Qianhuang, sighed, and stepped aside. Only then did Yun Qianhuang see Yun Shuli's current state. The old general had lost a lot of weight. Although he had no obvious wounds, his face was pale, and his breathing was very weak. Yun Qianhuang's fingers trembled. She cautiously released her spiritual energy to check the damage to Yun Shuli's spirit. After receiving feedback from her spiritual energy, her face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth, filled with a sense of vengeance. The Mo Lu Yun family. She would definitely make them pay for this. Noticing Yun Qianhuang's change in emotion, Yun Changyu reached out to gently rub her head, but couldn't find the right words to comfort her. He knew his father's condition was serious, but despite trying everything, he couldn't heal his father's spirit. Yun Changyu felt just as pained. The warmth from above helped calm Yun Qianhuang's emotions. She opened her space and directly pulled out a seedling from her medicinal field, also picking a divine sky fruit from an ancient tree. The seedling was the dragon soul grass. 2 years ago, after Yun Qianhuang advanced to Spirit King, this dragon soul grass had appeared in her medicinal field. Master, this dragon soul grass is not fully mature yet. It may not completely heal him. Outyan knew what Yun Qianhuang intended to do. The dragon soul grass could indeed enhance spiritual energy and help with healing. However, This dragon soul grass had a growth cycle that was too short to fully cure Yun Shuli. Yun Qianhuang knew that the growth cycle of the dragon soul grass was very long, taking at least several decades to fully mature, but she couldn't wait that long. With her grandfather's strength, as long as the dragon soul grass could heal a large part of him, the rest could be restored by himself. That's enough. Seeing this, Ao Tian stopped persuading her. The seedlings of the dragon soul grass and the divine sky fruit appeared in Yun Qianhuang's hands. Seeing these two items, Yun Changyu looked confused. Huang Huang, what are these? They are the dragon soul grass and the divine sky fruit, which can help heal Grandpa's mental strength. Yun Qianhuang briefly explained, and then found a container. Using her spiritual power, she crushed the dragon soul grass and the divine sky fruit into juice and fed it to Yun Shuli. Since it was still a seedling, the medicinal effect of the dragon soul grass was slow, but Yun Qianhuang could clearly feel that Yun Shuli's breathing was gradually stabilizing. Yun Changyu noticed this too, and joy appeared in his eyes. In the past 2 days, his father's breathing had become weaker, and he had been anxious, fearing that his father might never wake up again. Thankfully, there was Huang Huang. Yun Changyu finally felt a bit of relief and took the time to carefully observe his daughter, whom he hadn't seen for 3 years. 3 years had passed, and Yun Qianhuang had grown, looking more and more like her mother, Wenli, which made Yun Changyu feel a bit dazed. He remembered the news Huang Huang sent back 3 years ago, which motivated him to work hard to break through to the Spirit Emperor level and go to the Malyo continent. There was no use in rushing the training, so Yun Changyu temporarily set this matter aside and asked, Huang Huang, did Xiaoya not come back with you? Once he confirmed that Yun Shuli was recovering, Yun Qianhuang answered Yun Changyu's question. Xiaoya is still in the trial area of the sect. She briefly described the situation in the trial area and shared her current strength with Yun Changyu. Yun Changyu was taken aback. He remembered that 3 years ago, when his daughter returned home after winning the selection competition, she was only a 2-star Great Spirit Master. In just 3 years, Huang Huang had advanced from a 2-star Great Spirit Master to a 2-star Spirit Sect member? What an incredible talent! And this talented person was his daughter. Yun Changyu felt proud, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Huang Huang, I am proud of you. Yun Qianhuang also smiled slightly before asking what had happened that day. When talking about that day, Yun Changyu sighed deeply, and a look of self-blame appeared in his eyes. 2 years ago, the Fire Qilin made a pact with your grandfather, but it doesn't like staying in the contract space. Your grandfather also let it stay in the yard as usual. The servants in the house are tight-lipped, and nothing has happened in the past 2 years. But just half a month ago, some uninvited guests broke into the estate. That day, Yun Changyu was helping the Fire Qilin with its claws when he saw a young man in splendid clothes burst into the estate, accompanied by several middle-aged guards and about 10 high-level spirit beasts. Yun Changyu sensed that the visitor meant trouble and wanted to drive him away. The Fire Qilin also sensed danger and stood up, roaring fiercely. However, the young man in fine clothes became excited upon seeing the Fire Qilin and told his guards that he wanted the Fire Qilin to be his contracted beast. Yun Changyu refused, but when the guards attacked, he realized they were all-powerful spirit masters. Hearing the news, Yun Shuli rushed over. The father and son teamed up, along with the Fire Qilin, and managed to hold their own against the guards. Just then, the young man took out a seemingly useless spirit tool and infused it with spiritual energy. Yun Changyu quickly stepped in front of Yun Shuli to protect him, but unexpectedly, the spirit tool transformed into a huge cage, trapping the Fire Qilin inside. Yun Shuli suddenly spat out blood and fainted. Yun Changyu, in a panic, lost his focus in the fight and was severely injured by the guards. They didn't take his life. They only took the Fire Qilin from the general's estate. Yun Changyu forced himself to take a healing pill and checked Yun Shuli's injuries, only to find that his mental energy was severely damaged and no healing pills worked. For the past half-month, he tried countless methods but couldn't heal Yun Shuli's mental energy. Yun Changyu felt immense guilt. If he had been more vigilant or ordered the Fire Qilin to stay in the contract space, would this have happened? Or, if he were stronger, could he have protected his father better? Yun Changyu looked dejected, while Yun Qianhuang grew angrier as she listened. The general's estate didn't get involved in court matters and rarely interacted with outsiders. Plus, with the defensive formations she had set up, even if the fire Qilin liked staying in the yard, it wouldn't have been a problem. She comforted Yun Changyu, saying, "Father, it's not your fault. It's those people." But Yun Qianhuang didn't understand. Although the fire Qilin is a 12th level spirit beast, there are even more powerful sacred beasts in the spirit rotation forest, and there might even be divine beasts. Why doesn't the young man from the Mo Lu Yin family go to the Ling Xian forest to look for spirit beasts, but instead chooses the fire Qilin? Yun Qianhuang couldn't understand, so she decided not to think about it anymore. In any case, she had a grudge against the Mo Lu Yin family. Outyen, can you sense the presence of the fire Qilin? While asking Outyen in her mind, Yun Qianhuang also asked Yun Changyu, "Father, what is that young man's strength?" He looks about 16 or 17 years old, with strength around the Spirit King level, Yun Changyu replied, looking at Yun Qianhuang. "Why do you ask this, Huang Huang?" Before Yun Qianhuang could answer, he advised, "Huang Huang, I know you want to avenge your grandfather, but with our current strength in the general's mansion, we cannot compete with those people." Even though he knew his daughter had 3 contracted beasts, Yun Changyu was still reluctant to let Yun Qianhuang take risks after the example of Yun Shuli. "What you need to do now is to train hard. Wait until your strength is sufficient to avenge your grandfather." After saying this, Outyen also responded, "Master, I can no longer sense the fire Qilin. It may not be in the South Lu continent anymore. There is a special connection among spirit beasts. As long as the fire Qilin is still in the South Lu continent, Outyen can sense it no matter the distance. But now that it cannot be sensed, it is highly likely that the fire Qilin has been taken back to the Mo Lu continent by those people." Yun Qianhuang's expression darkened slightly. They were indeed quick. She didn't know how to get to the Mo Lu continent, but that didn't mean no one else did. Seeing that Yun Changyu was worried she might be blinded by hatred, Yun Qianhuang said, "Father, don't worry. I am not reckless." At the very least, she wanted to understand the overall strength of the Mo Lu Yin family before making any plans. This matter could only be inquired about with Mo Lanchuang. Yun Qianhuang decided to wait until Yun Shuli recovered a bit before returning to the Frost Snow sect. This wait lasted for half a month. Half a month later, Yun Shuli finally woke up. Yun Qianhuang immediately checked his mental strength. The immature dragon soul grass had greatly reduced effectiveness, and even with the addition of the divine sky fruit, Yun Shuli's mental strength had still not fully healed. Fortunately, the remaining damage no longer threatened his life. Yun Qianhuang breathed a sigh of relief, and then shared the good news with Yun Changyu. Yun Changyu was overjoyed, quickly helping Yun Shuli sit up and placing several pillows behind him to make him comfortable. He then looked at Zhengbo, who had been waiting nearby. "Zhengbo, please ask the kitchen to prepare some light liquid food to send over." "Understood."
Zhang Bohepili replied.
He served the old general his whole life, and to him, the general was like family. Now that he saw the general out of danger, he felt genuinely happy. After Zhengbo left, Yun Changyu took the water from Yun Qianhuang and fed it little by little to Yun Shuli. Once Yun Shuli had enough to drink and wasn't so thirsty, he looked at Yun Qianhuang and reached out his hand, saying, "Huang Huang, come here, let Grandpa take a good look at you." Yun Qianhuang replaced Yun Changyu at the bedside and carefully held Yun Shuli's hand. "Grandpa, how are you feeling?" Even though she had already checked on him, Yun Qianhuang wanted to make sure. "Much better," Yun Shuli said gently, patting her hand with love in his eyes. "Why did you come back, Huang Huang? Did your father say something?" At this, Yun Shuli shot a glare at Yun Changyu. Although he was weak and it lacked power, Yun Changyu still felt a shiver. Yun Changyu replied sadly, "It's unfair, father. I didn't tell Huang Huang anything." Worried that Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya would be concerned, he had mentioned the family situation in the letters he sent. Even now, he didn't know how Yun Qianhuang had learned about it. "Grandpa, it was Elder Pei from the sect who told me." He came to Helen City a few days ago for business and heard about our family. Yun Qianhuang clarified for Yun Changyu, but after speaking, she pulled her hand away from Yun Shuli's and pretended to be angry. Grandpa, Father, Xiaoya and I have grown up. With such a big event at home, you should have told us. Even though she understood that Yun Shuli and Yun Changyu were trying to protect them from worry, Yun Qianhuang was still a bit upset. She couldn't bear to think about what would have happened if Elder Pei hadn't told her and she hadn't returned in time. In her past life, she had family but never experienced true familial love. In this life, both Yun Shuli and Yun Changyu treated her well, and she didn't want to lose either of them. Yun Qianhuang rarely showed this kind of emotion in front of them. Yun Shuli and Yun Changyu exchanged glances, both realizing she was genuinely upset this time. Yun Changyu quickly promised, "It's my fault. Next time I won't hide anything from Huang Huang." Yun Shuli wanted to say something too, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt a slight pain in his head and frowned. "Grandpa, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Although Yun Qianhuang was angry, she was always attentive to Yun Shuli's reactions. Seeing this, she quickly grabbed his hand and quietly used her mental energy to check on his condition.
No.
Yun Shuli was about to deny it, but then he remembered what his granddaughter had just said and changed his words. "I just have a slight headache. It's not serious." Yun Qianhuang withdrew her spiritual energy. "Grandpa, your spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered yet, so you might have some headaches occasionally. I'll make you some pain relief pills later." She had seen a recipe for such pills that required simple ingredients, but they weren't very effective for severe pain. Yun Qianhuang thought it was a bit useless and hadn't made them before, but now it was coming in handy. "Okay." Yun Shuli nodded with a smile. Yun Changyu suddenly reacted, looking at his daughter in surprise. "You can make pills? Huang Huang, are you an alchemist? I learned a little from the mentors at the academy and the elders in the sect." When it came to alchemy, Yun Qianhuang felt a bit embarrassed, "But I haven't studied for long. I'm just an intermediate alchemist now." She already had quite a few pills in her storage ring, and Feng Yuan occasionally gave them practice pills. She didn't lack pills, so she hadn't put much effort into alchemy. The last time she went to the Spirit Medicine Peak, the pills she made were too low in quality to be useful. Fortunately, Yun Shuli's pain didn't require high-quality pain relief pills. Otherwise, she would have had to find someone else to help her make them. Yun Qianhuang felt her alchemy skills were too low and was too shy to look at Yun Shuli and Yun Changyu. Yun Changyu didn't know what to say. His daughter had exceptional talent in cultivation and had learned beast taming skills due to opportunities. Now, she had even learned to make pills. She had only regained her senses a few years after her coming-of-age ceremony, and now, in just a short time, she had become an intermediate alchemist. Such talent was truly remarkable. Yun Changjue felt a bit dazed, wondering how much good fortune he had accumulated in his past life to have such an outstanding daughter in this life. And Yun Shuli was so excited that his head started to hurt again. Hearing his gasp, Yun Qianhuang immediately looked up. "Grandpa, I'll go make you some pain relief pills right now." Yun Changyu wanted to tell her to rest first, but before he could say anything, Yun Qianhuang turned and left Yun Shuli's room. "This girl is so impulsive." Yun Changyu chuckled helplessly but didn't chase after her to stop her. Yun Shuli had just woken up and shouldn't be overworked. So, Yun Changyu stayed with him for a while, fed him the liquid food sent from the kitchen, and then let Yun Shuli lie down to rest again. Yun Qianhuang spent 2 hours making over a dozen batches of pain relief pills, storing them in special porcelain bottles, and handed them all to Yun Changyu. "Father, I only took a half-month leave from my master to return home. I plan to go back to the sect now." Yun Qianhuang was eager to understand the power of the Mo Luyan family. Although Yun Shuli didn't say it, she could tell he was worried about the fire Qilin. Moreover, only by re-establishing the contract between Yun Shuli and the fire Qilin could their mental strength fully recover. Yun Changyu had no doubts and immediately said, "It has already been half a month. You should hurry back to the sect. I'm here at home." Yun Qianhuang shook her head. "There's no rush. Father, I want to visit the Spirit Rotation Forest first." Since the fire Qilin was taken away, Yun Xianhuang was naturally uneasy about leaving. She needed to find a spirit beast to guard the home, preferably a high-level spirit beast with stealth abilities. Yun Xianhuang already had a choice in mind. She just didn't know if she could find it in the Spirit Rotation Forest. Going to the Spirit Rotation Forest? Yun Changyu was taken aback. Do we need to bring anything? No, I have everything I need. Yun Xianhuang left Ao Yan and Fubai at home to protect Yun Shuli and only took Feng Feng with her and Yun Changyu to the Spirit Rotation Forest. With Feng Feng flying at full speed, the father and daughter reached the Spirit Rotation Forest in just 3 days. The Spirit Rotation Forest is the largest habitat for spirit beasts on the South Liuzhou continent. After landing in the inner area, Yun Xianhuang recalled Feng Feng into her space. She released her mental energy, guiding Yun Shuli deeper into the forest while exploring the surroundings. The deeper they went into the Spirit Rotation Forest, the higher the level of the spirit beasts. She was looking for a divine beast, which would likely be found in the deepest part of the forest. After walking for half an hour, Yun Xianhuang and Yun Changyu finally reached the innermost part of the Spirit Rotation Forest. Along the way, they did not encounter a single spirit beast, which Yun Xianhuang attributed to the aura of Feng Feng surrounding her. As the ancestor of the Phoenix clan, even in the inner area filled with high-level spirit beasts, they were definitely top-tier beings, so it was normal for those spirit beasts to avoid them. This saved Yun Xianhuang a lot of effort. At the deepest part of the Spirit Rotation Forest stood a mountain as tall as the trees. Yun Xianhuang spread her mental energy over the entire mountain and successfully sensed the presence of the spirit beast she was looking for. She summoned Feng Feng again. Feng Feng, please take us to the mountain top. Feng Feng obediently nodded and landed, gradually increasing in size. In less than a quarter of an hour, the three of them reached the mountaintop. As soon as they landed, a wave of heat hit them, revealing a vast expanse of fiery red stones. Looking at the large amount of fire essence stones, the bird-shaped Feng Feng pouted. This one-legged bird really knows how to enjoy itself. Fire essence stones are formed from the unique fire of the world, taking 1,000 years to create just one, making them extremely precious. This one-legged bird actually gathered so many and placed them in its territory. What a waste.
Feng Feng found it hard to understand.
Yun Xianhuang just smiled and released her aura. Bai Feng, a strange bird call came from afar. Yun Xianhuang looked up and saw a one-legged crane with blue feathers and red patterns coming with a large flame. The moment it landed, it transformed into a man in blue clothing. Bai Feng's fiery eyes lingered on Feng Feng for a moment before looking at Yun Xianhuang. Human, you have entered my territory. What do you want? Yun Xianhuang stepped forward. I want to ask you to protect my family. Bai Feng, a fire-type divine beast, is skilled in battle and also good at hiding, making him her target for this journey. However, divine beasts are usually proud and rarely agree to form contracts with humans. If it weren't for special circumstances, Yun Xianhuang wouldn't want to disturb Bai Feng. Bai Feng looked at her in disbelief. Are you joking? He admitted that he liked the aura of this human, which is why he didn't force them to leave. But for a proud divine beast like Bai Feng to protect her family? Was this human out of her mind? Yun Xianhuang replied seriously, I am not joking. You can state any conditions, and I will do my best to meet them. Feng Feng stood in front of Yun Changyu and glared at Bai Feng. Master, there's no need for conditions. I can just give this one-legged bird a good beating. Yun Xianhuang rejected Feng Feng's suggestion. Spiritual beasts think differently from humans and tend to be more straightforward. But using force is not a long-term solution. If Bai Feng, as a divine beast, were to be forced into servitude, he would surely harbor resentment. If she were not home, and Bai Feng secretly did something, she would be helpless. Bai Feng understood Feng Feng's warning, but was not afraid at all. With so many fire essence stones here, if a fight broke out, he might not lose to a Feng ancestor who had not yet matured. So he ignored Feng Feng's warning and looked Yun Xianhuang up and down. If you want my help, it's not impossible, but my conditions are high. Go ahead and say them. Yun Xianhuang was prepared to pay a high price. Bai Fong straightened his expression. First, I want a 12th level spiritual beast core. It doesn't have to be fire type. Second, I want 3. No, 5 holy grade earth flame pills. Third, I want a neck feather from the Fong ancestor. One-legged bird. What did you just say? As soon as the third condition was mentioned, Fong got upset. Master, I told you not to be polite with that one-legged bird. If I give him a beating, he will behave. Yun Qianhuang quickly stopped Fong and stroked her feathers. Then she said to Bai Fong, I can agree to the first 2 conditions but not the third. She had a 12th level spirit core, which she obtained 3 years ago from Qi Wu. She hadn't had the chance to embed it into her bone sword yet. Although she couldn't refine the top-grade earth flame pill herself, she knew the recipe and had the necessary herbs in her space. She could ask Master Lu Qing for help in refining it. An elder from the Spirit Her Peak told her that Master Lu Qing had become a master alchemist 3 years ago, so refining the top-grade earth flame pill should be easy for him. However, she couldn't agree to the last condition. Fong cherished her neck feathers the most. How could she let her pull one out for Bai Fong? What if I insist? Bai Fong's eyes flashed with something. The first 2 conditions can be lowered, as long as you meet the third. Yun Qianhuang shook her head firmly. No way. Don't you want me to protect your family? It's just a feather from Feng Zhu, not her life. You wouldn't agree to that? Yun Qianhuang ignored Bai Fong, took Fong, and turned to Yun Changyu. Father, let's go back. There was no point in arguing further. There were others in the world with concealment abilities besides Bai Fong. Yun Changyu nodded. He would support whatever his daughter decided. Seeing the father and daughter really about to leave, Bai Fong hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing Yun Qianhuang's sleeve, confusion filling his fiery red eyes. Is Feng Zhu more important than your family? Fong is also my family. Bai Fong stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Yun Qianhuang pulled her sleeve away. Whether it was Fong Ao Tian or Fu Bai, they were all her family. Fong transformed back into her beast form and flew onto Yun Qianhuang's shoulder, happily nuzzling her face. She knew she had chosen the best master. Neither of them looked back, but Bai Fong's voice came from behind. Fine, I can do without Feng Zhu's feather, but you need to give me double the earth flame pills. Before Bai Fong reached maturity, he had also formed a contract with a human. However, his clan needed to absorb a large amount of unique fire from the world to mature. When forming the contract, his previous master had promised to help him find this unique fire, making Bai Fong willingly agree to the contract. After forming the contract, that person didn't help him find even a single rare fire and, upon learning that his blood could enhance strength, harmed him without hesitation to take it. Later, Bai Fong risked being backlashed by the contract and ended it, personally killing that person. Since then, he developed a bias against humans, believing they only saw their contracted beasts as tools. He never expected that some humans would treat their contracted beasts as family. Although unsure of the truth, he reluctantly agreed, considering that he would still gain a 12th level spirit core and earth flame pill. Yun Qianhuang stopped and turned to Bai Fong to negotiate. Okay, but I can only give you 2 earth flame pills every 6 months. She wouldn't be foolish enough to give all the rewards at once. All right, Bai Fong agreed readily. The Lingxian forest was close to Tianling City, and Yun Qianhuang gave Bai Fong the 12th level gold spirit core to take Yun Changyu back to the general's mansion. She then headed to Wuling Academy with Fong. Fong was fast, and in less than half an hour, they flew out of the Lingxian forest. However, at that moment, Yun Qianhuang suddenly felt a heat on her forehead. After not feeling this way for a long time, she was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. It was someone from the upper realm. Yun Qianhuang quickly applied a speed-enhancing talisman to Fong and set up a boosting array to cover them both. Then, she used her mental strength to say, Fong, turn around and head back to the inner area of the Lingxian forest. Those from the upper realm were powerful, and without Yin and Fubai left at home, she and Fong alone might not be able to compete. Fortunately, they had just left the Lingxian forest, so returning to the inner area wouldn't take long. Fong sensed the danger and immediately turned back. However, Just as they were about to land in the inner area, an invisible barrier blocked their way. Feeling the strong spiritual energy from the barrier, Yun Qianhuang gritted her teeth. This barrier prevented them from entering the Lingxian forest, and the spirit beasts inside couldn't come out either. Feng, we need to go home. She didn't have time to try breaking the barrier or finding another way into the Lingxian forest. For now, she could only hope that those pursuing them couldn't catch up to Feng, or that there weren't many of them. Yun Qianhuang dared not gamble on the latter possibility and used every method to help Feng increase her speed. The speed symbols were used one after another, and the enhancement array was stacked countless times. Yun Qianhuang even used wind spiritual power to help Feng, yet she could still feel the mental energy drawing closer. She tried to use her own mental power to attack those people, but the strength of the newcomers was clearly greater than that of the black-clad individuals from 3 years ago. Her attacks did not slow them down at all. Although she still couldn't see them, Yun Qianhuang took out various hidden treasures. Feng flew with all her might. It took her 3 days to arrive, but now, in just 1 day, she had already brought Yun Qianhuang across the border of the Illusion Spirit Kingdom. The Illusion Spirit Kingdom borders the Resting Spirit Kingdom, and crossing the border would lead them there. Feng was already flying fast, but along the way, Yun Qianhuang still did not see Bai Feng and Yun Changyu. She had no time to ponder the reason, and opened a bottle of spirit-replenishing pills to swallow. Her nearly exhausted spiritual power quickly recovered. Yun Qianhuang continued to convert wood's spiritual power into wind spiritual power to assist Feng when she suddenly caught sight of several dark figures. They were catching up. A barrier appeared in front of her and Feng. Feng tried to avoid it, but found barriers blocking her path except for the rear. Feng, land now. With their path blocked, they had no choice but to face the enemy. Feng nodded and quickly landed, but she did not shrink in size. Instead, she hovered above Yun Qianhuang. The black-clad individuals soon caught up, and Yun Qianhuang glanced at them with a cold smile. They actually sent 8 powerful spirit emperors to deal with her. The people from the upper realm really thought highly of her. Why aren't you running? After chasing for a whole day and night, the black-clad individuals were filled with frustration. Yun Qianhuang said nothing. Facing so many spirit emperors, any words or schemes would be pointless. She swallowed a high-grade explosive spirit pill and launched an attack on the black-clad individuals first. The explosive spirit pill could greatly enhance the user's strength for a limited time, but after the effect wore off, the user would become weak. The duration of the high-grade explosive spirit pill was half an hour, during which Yun Qianhuang's strength could reach the peak of Spirit Venerable, but the side effects after the effect ended would be stronger. Yun Qianhuang had never used explosive pills before because, once she fell into a weak state, she would be very passive. But now, with no way forward, she didn't want to wait for death, so she chose to take the risk and use the explosive spirit pill. Fire, ice, spines, earth spikes, and golden arrows. The 5 types of spiritual power surged forward. In this situation, hiding her strength was no longer meaningful. Intense attacks combined with Feng's spiritual power struck down, causing the black-clad figures to pause for a moment. 5 elemental roots? That's quite a rare talent, but unfortunately, born in such a barren continent. The leader of the black-clad figures shook his head. With such talent, even in the central realm, one could grow incredibly fast. Yet, she was born in the spiritually thin southern Lu continent. The black-clad man felt regret for Yun Qianhuang, but that wouldn't make him hold back. An ice wall appeared, blocking all of Yun Qianhuang's attacks. Feng's attacks could also be defended against by 2 or 3 of the black-clad figures working together. Yun Qianhuang's attacks, however, did not pause for a moment. She couldn't afford to stop, as her spiritual power was depleting quickly. At this moment, she was extremely grateful for having enough pills to support her energy consumption. Even though she could draw on 5 types of spiritual power and had pills to replenish her energy, she was facing not just spiritual lords or saints, but a solid 8 spiritual emperors. The gap in levels was evident at this moment. Although under the concentrated attacks from her and Feng Feng, the black-clad figures couldn't approach for a time, cultivators didn't rely solely on close combat. Stronger attacks came at her, and Feng Feng quickly grabbed her to evade in the air, but the speed of the spiritual emperor's attacks was too fast. Yun Qianhuang only managed to withstand one hit, and the 11th grade defensive spirit tool she obtained during the selection tournament in Tianling City shattered completely. The defensive spirit tool absorbed most of the spiritual power, but some still hit Yun Qianhuang, causing a metallic taste to surge in her throat. "Master, I'm fine," Yun Qianhuang said, swallowing a high-grade recovery pill and a spirit-replenishing pill to suppress the taste of blood in her mouth. Even in this situation, her attacks did not pause for a moment. As soon as the high-grade recovery pill entered her stomach, her injuries began to heal at an incredible speed. She looked down at the black-clad figures, keenly noticing that only half of the 8 had made a move. The remaining 4, although not attacking, had taken up battle stances, seemingly waiting for something. Yun Qianhuang narrowed her eyes. If these 8 worked together to attack, she and Feng Feng combined wouldn't have the strength to resist, but they hadn't done so.
Why?
While pondering, Yun Qianhuang tried to add her mental power to her spiritual energy, and indeed, she hit a few of them. However, with only the strength of a spiritual lord, her attacks, even if they landed on the black-clad figures, wouldn't cause serious damage. Instead, she received more injuries. Unlike the black-clad figures from 3 years ago, this group clearly had no intention of capturing her alive, and their attacks were increasingly ruthless. With each attack she endured, a piece of her defensive spirit equipment shattered. Despite this, her clothes quickly became soaked with blood. If it weren't for the high-grade recovery pills, she might have lost her life after the second hit. Feng Feng, having enlarged her form, was also injured and had lost several feathers. Yet, after 15 minutes, both the person and the beast continued to fight. Among the 4 who had not yet attacked, one grew impatient and tried to move forward, but was stopped by the leader in black. They exchanged glances, and the reluctant one returned to the group, keeping a wary eye on Yun Qianhuang. What were those 4 on guard against? Yun Qianhuang pressed her lips together. The last time the black-clad attackers came, Feng Feng and the Fire Qilin had driven them out of the estate. In the end, Feng Feng and Fu Bai had taken down 3 of them.
So,
were these black-clad figures on guard against Fu Bai and the Fire Qilin? Yun Qianhuang focused on the 4 black-clad individuals who had not yet acted. If that were the case, she might still have a chance. Feng Feng, she communicated mentally, "Lend me your strength in a moment." Feng Feng didn't understand her plan, but nodded quickly. Yun Qianhuang took a deep breath. While attacking, she pulled out all the defensive spirit equipment from her storage ring and swallowed several recovery pills. Restoring her spiritual energy to its peak, she secretly took out several talismans and stuck them on her back, activating the defensive array hidden in her sleeve. Even so, she wasn't completely confident. She had to take a risk.
Suddenly, Yun Qianhuang shouted, "Fu Bai."
At the same time, Feng Feng received a mental message. "Feng Feng, now." As she expected, the 4 black-clad figures, who had been inactive, were startled and rushed forward to join the fight. Yun Qianhuang seized the opportunity to throw out several control and confusion spirit tools. The combined effects of these tools caused even a spirit emperor-level opponent to momentarily falter. Taking advantage of their brief distraction, she jumped to the ground and summoned Feng Feng back into her space, channeling all her spiritual energy toward them. During this, she swallowed several high-grade recovery pills. The black-clad individuals, realizing what was happening, became furious and unleashed a flurry of attacks on her. Yun Qianhuang bit her lip, and when she could no longer hold on, she crushed a recovery pill and swallowed it. With the support of Feng Feng's strength and the talismans, she repeated this process 3 times and successfully broke through to the back of the black-clad attackers. The man in black boasted about his strength and did not set up any barriers behind him, giving Yun Qianhuang a chance to escape. In the next moment after breaking through, Yun Qianhuang crushed and swallowed all her remaining recovery pills, then took a holy-grade explosive spirit pill. After taking both, she felt her power surge within her, almost overwhelming her spirit roots and bones. Blood trickled from her 7 orifices, but at the same time, her speed increased once more. In the space around her, Feng Feng was anxiously spinning. "Master, let me out quickly. I will take you away." Yun Qianhuang ignored her. For Feng Feng to carry her, it would have to grow larger, making it an easy target for the men in black. Feng Feng was also injured, and she couldn't let Feng Feng take that risk again. Behind her, the men in black relentlessly pursued her, their spiritual power striking her like it was free. Her defensive spirit tools shattered one after another. Yun Qianhuang remained silent, focusing on moving forward. There was no rescue in sight, but she knew very well that if she stopped or turned back, death awaited her. At the border between the Spirit Nest Kingdom and the Illusion Spirit Kingdom, there was a huge, bottomless. The place where Yun Qianhuang fought the men in black was not far from there, and soon, she reached its edge. The distance from this side of the to the other was at least several hundred meters, impossible for a person to cross. Yun Qianhuang was forced to stop. She turned around and saw the men in black just a few steps away from her. The angry man in black shouted, "You little brat, dare to play tricks on us? I will make sure you die here today." The leader of the men in black added, "Attack together, so this girl can't play any more tricks." 8 powerful spirit emperors attacked from different directions. Yun Qianhuang gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Was there really no other way? If that was the case, then even if she died, she would take a few down with her. A bone sword appeared in her hand, and without hesitation, Yun Qianhuang cut her wrist, causing her spiritual power to surge instantly. Far away at the general's mansion, Ao Tian and Fu Bai suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. The 2 beasts exchanged glances, both seeing panic in each other's eyes. Something happened to their master. At the edge of the men in black looked at Yun Qianhuang in shock. "Stop her. We can't let this girl self-destruct." At the same time, the attacks reached Yun Qianhuang. In a critical moment, a blood-colored figure suddenly appeared before her, forcefully pushing the 8 men in black aside, but the attacks were already unavoidable. A familiar force suppressed the surging spiritual energy within Yun Qianhuang. The newcomer wrapped one arm around her waist and forcefully placed a blood-stained pill into her mouth. Yun Qianhuang's phoenix eyes widened in shock. Even through several layers of fabric, she could feel the person's lower-than-average body temperature and the warmth of fresh blood. Suddenly, the arm around her waist exerted strength, switching their positions. They both fell into a. The black-clothed man who was thrown back landed on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The leader of the black-clothed group spat out a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth, saying, "Feng Jingchen, even heavily injured, he can still deal such a to us." The 8 men staggered to their feet, looking at the large not far away. "Should we go down and chase them?" "No need. Once we enter the Tsang Luyuan, even our powers will be suppressed. It's easy to get in, but hard to get out. What about Feng Jingchen and that girl? If they survive and come out, we can plan then. Let's go back first." "Understood." The depth of at the border of the Qiling Kingdom and the Huanling Kingdom was unknown to anyone. As the effect of the violent spirit pill wore off, Yun Qianhuang's vision began to darken, and she struggled to keep her eyes open. The hand around her waist held her tightly, a sticky palm protecting her head. Yun Qianhuang softly called out, "Feng Jingchen." As her voice faded, she could no longer hold on and slowly closed her eyes. Before she completely fell into darkness, she seemed to touch a thick, almost tangible white mist. Her body hit the ground with a dull thud, sending dust flying everywhere. Blood slowly spread from beneath Feng Jingchen. In the dense white mist, a slightly hunched figure could be seen. He staggered forward, reeking of alcohol, but didn't notice the 2 people on the ground due to the mist. It wasn't until he stepped in the blood that he looked down in confusion, his gaze landing on Yun Qianhuang's face. "Burp. So it's you, girl." The old man raised his wine pouch and shook it. After confirming he couldn't hear any liquid, he casually tossed it aside. In the space, Feng was on high alert. Once her master fell unconscious, she could leave the space freely. If this old man dared to harm her master while she was unconscious, she would go out and kill him. As Feng was thinking this, she suddenly saw a battered alchemy furnace appear on the ground. If Yun Qianhuang were still conscious, she would realize that the furnace was made from the worst materials. Even the alchemy furnaces used by the Five Spirit Academy for students were of much better quality than this one. The old man seemed completely unconcerned. He took out a fire starter and placed it under the alchemy furnace, then began tossing in herbs. The old man appeared to have no idea how to refine elixirs. He threw in the herbs without any preparation, all at once. Yet, after half an hour, a rich herbal fragrance still wafted from the furnace. As the scent spread, a pair of small eyes suddenly lit up deep within the mist. When the time seemed right, the old man opened the furnace and retrieved the finished elixirs. 2 round, golden pills were perfectly formed. With a wave of his hand, he stored the shabby furnace away. He held the 2 pills and said, "Meeting me is your good fortune." Saying this, the old man placed one of the pills into Feng Jingchen's mouth, then turned to Yun Qianhuang. "Oh," he exclaimed. "It seems someone fed you a pill before me." These pills were rare treasures. Noticing that Yun Qianhuang didn't seem to need it, the old man found a porcelain bottle, placed the pill inside, and handed it to her. Although Yun Qianhuang was unconscious, she instinctively tightened her grip on the bottle. The old man nodded in satisfaction, found a dry spot on the ground to sit, and took out a wine pouch to drink from. He sipped while burping, his aged face reddening from the alcohol. "This is good wine, but unfortunately, there isn't much left. If only someone would buy me more." The old man sighed, but in the thick mist, the other 2 were unconscious, and his voice faded away. Deep in the mist, a small figure crawled out from the ground, with a pair of purple wings flapping as she moved. The tiny creature, no bigger than a thumb, twitched her nose and then let out an excited squeak. Squeak! Her wings stirred the air, propelling her forward. When Yun Qianhuang regained consciousness, she smelled a strong scent of alcohol. A hint of confusion crossed her eyes as she tried to get up, only to feel some weight on her waist. Right, Feng Jingchen had saved her. Looking down, she saw Feng Jingchen's pale face and a large patch of dried blood on the ground. "Little girl, don't worry, he won't die," a hoarse voice said. Yun Qianhuang turned her head sharply, realizing she hadn't noticed anyone else was there. The old man was sitting nearby, so even in the mist, she could see his face clearly. He looked somewhat familiar. Thinking of her alchemy furnace, made of top-grade gold, Yun Qianhuang's eyes widened slightly. "Is it you?" She remembered that when she bought the furnace, the vendor next to her seemed to be called Old Xian. "It is I," Old Xian said, taking a big gulp of wine. He reeked of alcohol but spoke clearly. "Girl, I saved you and your little boyfriend. How do you plan to thank me?" "Little boyfriend?" This title caught Yun Qianhuang off guard. She tried to move Feng Jingchen's hand away and then noticed the porcelain bottle in her hand. "Is this a pill?" Yun Qianhuang wondered. "Senior, this pill." Old Xian nodded. "It's for you. I used this pill to bring your little boyfriend back from the brink of death. I'll give you the remaining one as a gift."
Keep it.
"Thank you for saving my life, but I can't accept this pill," Yun Qianhuang said as she stood up and handed the pill back to Old Xian. "Please tell me what reward you want, and I will do my best." Yun Qianhuang hoped Old Xian would ask for a reward. It was better to repay with items than to owe a favor. Old Xian squinted his eyes and smiled like a fox. "My wine pouch is empty. I see you have money, so give me 10 million gold coins for wine. As for this pill, I'll sell it to you for 5 million gold coins." Yun Qianhuang was a bit confused. Feng Jingchen had a special constitution, and even the best recovery pills didn't work for him. Only the divine fruit could heal his injuries. Since this pill could bring Feng Jingchen back, it must be a rare treasure, and 5 million seemed like a bargain for her. Was Old Xian not worried about losing out? It seemed he could read her thoughts. As he chuckled, I casually made this pill. If you don't want it, just return it to me. Hearing that old Xian made the pill himself shocked Yun Qianhuang. But she quickly took out her spirit gold card. I don't mind. Senior, this card has 5 million gold coins for the pill. As for the 10 million reward, can I give it to you after I leave this place? She hadn't left Frost Snow Sect in 3 years, and there were few places to spend gold there, so although she had a storage ring, she didn't have much gold on her.
All right.
Old Xian was easy to talk to, accepting the spirit gold card without counting the coins. After you go out, just find me where you bought the alchemy furnace. Yun Qianhuang nodded and noted that she had bought the alchemy furnace at the underground night market in Tianling City. Once she left this place, she would go to gather gold coins for old Xiantu. However, she had changed her appearance at the underground market back then, so how did old Xiantu recognize her so easily? Yun Qianhuang felt doubtful. Suddenly, old Xiantu asked, Girl, what level of alchemist are you now? I am not very talented, and am currently only a mid-level alchemist. Although she didn't understand why old Xiantu asked this, Yun Qianhuang answered honestly, as it was nothing to be ashamed of. Unexpectedly, old Xiantu stood up abruptly. What did you say? After all these years, you haven't advanced a high level yet? Yun Qianhuang paused for a moment. Is it easy to break through to high-level alchemist? Advancing as an alchemist requires a lot of practice. Feng Yuan had studied alchemy since childhood and was only a high-level alchemist now. How could she, who practiced inconsistently, catch up in just 3 years? But since old Xiantu had saved her and Feng Jingchen, Yun Qianhuang wouldn't use that reasoning against him. She showed an embarrassed expression. I am not very talented. You're not talented at all. Old Xiantu was upset and stepped forward to hit her on the head with his wine pouch. If you were truly not talented, how could I have chosen you for my Xianjin furnace? Is Xianjin furnace the name of her alchemy furnace? Yun Qianhuang didn't mind the place he hit. Although his strength was strong, he didn't mean to hurt her. She looked at old Xiantu, slightly confused. Senior, why do you say that? Is there something special about the Xianjin furnace? Old Xiantu snorted, seeming reluctant to answer her. But after a while, he spoke. Of course there is. Yun Qianhuang quickly said, Please guide me, senior. Old Xuanto's demeanor suddenly changed, and he looked a bit proud. That Xianjin furnace was my personal alchemy furnace back in the day. It is the only divine-level alchemy furnace in the entire Naliu continent. Yun Qianhuang felt a strange familiarity with old Xiantu at that moment. After thinking carefully, Yun Qianhuang realized where the sense of familiarity came from. The aura of old Xiantu reminded her a lot of Master Lu Qing when he was serious. Reflecting on what old Xiantu had just said and the pill he mentioned, Yun Qianhuang had begun to guess old Xuanto's identity. Before Master Lu Qing broke through, there was only one alchemy master on the entire continent. Yun Qianhuang was unsure of the master's name, only knowing that he was a wandering figure and no one could find his exact whereabouts. Old Xiantu was likely that master alchemist. But since the Xianjin furnace was his special alchemy furnace, why would he sell it to her? Just as Yun Qianhuang was about to ask, old Xiantu said, My Xianjin furnace has developed intelligence. You are the first alchemist, besides me, to earn its recognition. You say you are not talented. Could it be that my Xianjin furnace made a mistake? Yun Qianhuang was surprised to learn that the furnace had intelligence. She had thought that the quality of the pills made with a Xianjin furnace would be higher, but she had never heard of a furnace developing intelligence. She assumed it was due to the top-grade gold melting stone. If that was the case, it seemed the Xianjin furnace was somewhat overqualified to be with her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yun Qianhuang lowered her head and didn't dare to look at old Xiantu. Old Xiantu snorted again and asked her, Why haven't you advanced to a higher level yet? If you are facing a bottleneck, I can guide you. Yun Qianhuang's gaze wandered. I haven't practiced alchemy much since leaving the Wuling Academy 3 years ago. Old Xiantu was puzzled. Then how did you advance to the intermediate level? I am a disciple of the Shuangxue sect. I studied with Master Shi from the spiritual herb peak for half a month, but after that, I didn't continue learning. Yun Qianhuang felt shy to admit that she only spent 1 hour a day on alchemy during that half-month. Old Xian too. He swallowed hard. You mean you advanced from a beginner to an intermediate level in just half a month? Yun Qianhuang shook her head. Before studying with Master Shi, I was already at the peak of the beginner level. Old Xian too fell silent. Advancing as an alchemist requires a lot of practice, and this girl managed to go from the peak of beginner to intermediate in just half a month? No wonder the Xianjin furnace left him, its old master. Old Xian too felt a pang of jealousy. He had gone through a lot to obtain this Xianjin furnace, even finding that top-grade gold melting stone with great difficulty. When he learned that the Xianjin furnace had developed intelligence, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep for 3 days. Who would have thought that the intelligent Xianjin furnace would choose this girl and leave him? If it weren't for the contract, the furnace would have jumped into her arms. Old Xian too sighed deeply. Well, he was getting old. The Xianjin furnace would be able to serve its best purpose with this girl. Old Xian comforted himself this way, but when he thought about how Yun Qianhuang wasn't studying alchemy properly, he felt so angry that he wanted to hit her again. He was a master and needed to be composed. After repeating this thought to himself several times, Old Xian managed to control his emotions. Yun Qianhuang was unaware of Old Xian's inner thoughts. Seeing that he had stopped speaking, she wisely kept quiet. After a while, Old Xian had calmed down and looked at Yun Qianhuang with a much calmer gaze. At least it seemed that way. Girl, what is your name? I am Yun Qianhuang, your junior. Good. Old Xian nodded, his expression becoming serious. Girl, do you want to be my disciple? Don't think you would be at a loss. I, Tai Shu Xian, am the only alchemist on this continent close to the divine level. Close to the divine level. Alchemists in the South Lu continent believed that reaching the rank of master was the peak of their profession. However, Yun Qianhuang, who possessed the proud Tian inheritance, knew very well that in the middle and upper realms, there were divine alchemists who surpassed even the masters. Divine alchemists are the only ones capable of refining divine-grade pills. Tai Shu Xian was already close to the divine level. Yun Qianhuang was shocked and very tempted by the olive branch offered by Tai Shu Xian. Unfortunately, she already had a master. With regret, Yun Qianhuang said, Senior, I appreciate your kind offer, but I already have a master who is the leader of the Frost Snow sect. People like Tai Shu Xian usually preferred their disciples not to have other masters. Mo girl? Tai Shu Xian instinctively protected his beard, but after a moment, he casually lowered his hand. It's fine. I'll send a message to Mo girl later. You just need to say whether you are willing to be my disciple. With things said this way, only a fool would refuse. Yun Qianhuang immediately performed a bow of respect, saying, Disciple Yun Qianhuang pays respects to the master. Get up. Tai Shu Xian smiled with satisfaction, his wrinkles gathering together, and his eyes almost closing into slits. He cheerfully took out a yellowed leather book and handed it to Yun Qianhuang. This contains my lifelong insights and serves as a gift for our first meeting. Thank you, master. Yun Qianhuang accepted it solemnly. In a place she couldn't see, Tai Shu Xian let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had given it away. Fearing that Yun Qianhuang might notice something unusual, Tai Shu Xian quickly returned to his previous expression, nodding mysteriously. My disciple, take these pills. I have important matters to attend to, so I must leave now. He waved his hand, and suddenly there were more than 10 bottles of potions on the ground. By the way, don't forget to deliver that 1 million gold coins to the place I mentioned. Yun Qianhuang was still holding the potion and the parchment book from earlier. She wanted to thank Tai Shu Xian, but before she could say anything, he had already vanished. Yun Qianhuang blinked, not curious about how he disappeared, and put the potions into her storage ring. She also stored the parchment book, but the potion that cost her 5 million gold coins remained tightly in her hand. Yun Qianhuang turned to look at Feng Jingchen, who was still unconscious on the ground. His injuries were serious. If she guessed correctly, he was already badly hurt and had blocked the attacks from the black-clad figures for her, even acting as a cushion when they fell. Even with Taishu Xian's potion, he still looked pale, his breathing weak and irregular. Yun Xianhuang sat beside Feng Jingchen and took out 2 divine sky fruits from her space, giving one to Feng Feng in her storage. Feng Feng looked at the dwindling divine sky fruits on the tree and shook her head understandingly. Master, I only need 3 drops of juice to heal. However, Yun Qianhuang did not follow her suggestion and insisted on giving her the whole fruit. Feng Feng was deeply touched. Her master was so kind to her. She promised to train harder and make sure to defeat anyone who harmed her master next time. After eating the divine sky fruit, Feng Feng dove into one of the 5 stone pillars by the waterfall to cultivate. Seeing Feng Feng eat the fruit, Yun Xianhuang exited the space, and the remaining divine sky fruit appeared in her other hand. Yun Xianhuang looked at Feng Jingchen and brought the divine sky fruit closer to his pale lips. In this situation, she couldn't expect him to eat the fruit by himself. She wrapped the fruit in her spiritual energy and refined it into golden juice, then used her mental energy to guide the juice to Feng Jingchen's lips. Feng Jingchen's lips were tightly closed. Yun Xianhuang silently apologized to him, then gently pried his lips apart just a little. Since it was liquid, a small gap was enough. She maintained this position and fed him several drops of juice before pulling her hand back, unconsciously rubbing her fingertips. With her other hand still holding the potion, she planned to check Feng Jingchen's condition later to decide whether to give it to him. Surrounded by thick fog and worried about potential dangers, Yun Qianhuang chose to stay by Feng Jingchen's side and took out the parchment book given by Taishu Xian to read. The sheepskin book was only half as thick as her special book. When Yun Qianhuang opened the first page, she found it completely blank. She paused for a moment and flipped through a few more pages, all of which were also blank. Not willing to give up, Yun Qianhuang finished flipping through the entire sheepskin book and came to a conclusion she didn't want to believe. The sheepskin book was just an empty book. What happened to the lifelong insights? What happened to the welcome gift? Yun Xianhuang looked up at the sky, wondering if she had been tricked by this new master. Feng Feng suggested, Master, why don't you try using your spiritual power to see if the words can appear? Yun Qianhuang thought that Taishu Xian shouldn't be so unreliable, so she began to try as Feng Feng suggested. The result was that after using all 5 types of spiritual power, not a single word appeared on the sheepskin book. Feeling discouraged, Yun Qianhuang tossed the sheepskin book into her storage space and ignored it. Feng Jingchen was still unconscious, but his injuries had started to heal slowly thanks to the effect of the divine fruit. It seemed he no longer needed to take the cheap pills given by his master. Yun Qianhuang picked up the pills she had just placed on the ground and was about to put them into her storage ring when a shadow suddenly flashed before her eyes. She looked down in surprise and saw that the pills were gone. In the thick fog, she couldn't find the shadow, so she extended her spiritual power to search. Her expanded spiritual power caught a trace of a strange aura, and just as Yun Qianhuang was about to investigate further, Feng Feng suddenly flew out from the storage space and rushed in a certain direction. That direction was exactly where she sensed the strange aura. Since Feng Feng's injuries had mostly healed and the aura was not far away, Yun Qianhuang decided not to chase after her. Before long, Feng Feng flew back to her side, bringing with her a creature that was about the same size as her. A mouse? Yun Qianhuang looked at the creature that resembled a mouse but had sharp claws, pointed ears, and light purple wings, unable to identify what kind of spirit beast it was.
Feng Feng, what is this?
Feng Feng flew in front of Yun Qianhuang and placed the porcelain bottle she was holding into her hand, saying, It's a stinky mouse. You're the stinky one. Bao Bao was unhappy. She was fragrant all over. How could she be stinky? Hearing the purple mouse speak, Yun Qianhuang was surprised. This mouse, which was about the same size as Feng Feng, was actually a sacred beast? Feng Feng, not wanting to explain that her comment about being stinky didn't refer to smell, perched on Yun Qianhuang's shoulder and clarified, Master, her name is Bao Bao. She's a rat beast, and she just stole your pills. After saying this, she looked at Bao Bao with a face full of disdain. You're supposed to be a powerful creature, yet you're doing something so sneaky. It's embarrassing for us. Bao Bao had no way to argue. She had indeed taken that human's pill. It smelled so good, I couldn't resist. Her voice trailed off, clearly realizing she was making excuses. She flew in front of Yun Qianhuang, her ears drooping. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken your pill. What good is saying sorry? Before Yun Qianhuang could respond, Feng Feng huffed, You've already harmed my master. You need to make it right. Yun Qianhuang, who was supposedly harmed, stayed silent and didn't expose her little phoenix. Feng Feng seemed to know Bao Bao well, so she would handle this situation. Bao Bao didn't really believe Feng Feng's words. She just took a pill. How could that harm the human? But when she saw the blood on Yun Qianhuang, her eyes widened in shock. Is this human really that fragile? Feeling more downcast, Bao Bao quietly said, I'm sorry. I will make it up to you. Feng Feng used her mental power to tell Yun Qianhuang, Master, Bao Bao has many treasures. I'll have her take you to her nest, so you can choose something. After speaking to Yun Qianhuang, Feng Feng turned to Bao Bao. You can't just talk. Your nest is nearby, right? Take us there. Okay. Bao Bao glanced at Feng Jingchen on the ground. Do we need to bring that person too? That human had more blood than her master, and was lying still. Was he dead? She didn't want to take a corpse to her nest. Feng Feng blinked, realizing she had forgotten about Feng Jingchen. Then wait until he wakes up before you take us to your nest. Feng Feng was grateful to Feng Jingchen. If he hadn't shown up to block those attackers, her master might not have survived. But she remembered her master was about to self-destruct. How did Feng Jingchen stop her? Feng Feng couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it. In any case, since Feng Jingchen saved her master, she wouldn't leave him behind. Bao Bao nodded, found a clean spot to land, and stared intently at Feng Jingchen. She had to wait for this human to wake up. Seeing Bao Bao's serious expression, Feng Feng felt a bit guilty about pressuring her. Why is Bao Bao still so naive? To avoid feeling soft-hearted, Feng Feng looked away, but secretly asked Yun Qianhuang, Master, do you have any food in your storage ring? Yun Qianhuang replied, There are some dry rations. Do you want to give them to Bao Bao? Feng Feng didn't speak, but her eyes instinctively glanced at Bao Bao. Yun Qianhuang understood and took out some dry rations from her storage ring. After thinking for a moment, she also took out some harmless pills for spirit beasts and handed them to Bao Bao. Here, eat this. Seeing the dry rations and pills, Bao Bao's eyes lit up. Are they all for me? Yun Qianhuang nodded. Feng Feng mentioned that Bao Bao was a divine beast, and any treasure from a divine beast was incredibly valuable. If she didn't give something in return, she would feel embarrassed to take Bao Bao's treasures. Bao Bao happily wagged her tail and dug out a bottle of pills. Just as Yun Qianhuang thought she would pour out the pills, Bao Bao opened her mouth and bit down, shattering the ceramic bottle, then picked out the pills from the broken pieces. Yun Qianhuang. Divine beasts really have strong teeth. Bao Bao held the pills in her paws and chewed them a couple of times, her eyes shining even brighter. She dug out another bottle of pills and was about to use the same method to break it when Yun Qianhuang, unable to watch, took the bottle back, removed the cork, and poured the pills out in front of Bao Bao. Thank you. You are such a good person. Bao Bao felt even more guilty. This human was so kind, and she had actually hurt her. She felt like a bad creature. Yun Qianhuang couldn't help but smile. Was this really considered being a good person? This creature was quite innocent. She shook her head and opened another ceramic bottle, pouring the pills out in front of Bao Bao. Bao Bao, feeling guilty, continued to eat the pills, her eyes seemingly glistening with tears. Feng Feng stole a glance at her, looking a bit disdainful. With Yun Qianhuang's feeding, Bao Bao quickly finished the pills and turned her gaze to the wrapped dry rations. She knew this was human food. Although she was tempted, she wasn't very interested in it. Bao Bao looked up at Yun Qianhuang. This human was so good to her, she couldn't let her kindness go to waste. Bao Bao grabbed a piece of dry ration and started nibbling on it. The dry ration was just a flatbread with a hint of salt, something Yun Qianhuang had bought for emergencies. As expected, It didn't taste very good. Bao Bao was usually quite picky, but she still managed to finish all the dry rations that Yun Qianhuang had taken out. Yun Qianhuang didn't know what the bag was thinking. Seeing that Feng Feng was unwilling to return to the space, she asked Feng Feng to keep an eye on Feng Jingchen while she took this time to start her training. She felt too weak. If it weren't for Feng Jingchen's timely arrival, she might have perished with those men in black. Yun Qianhuang turned her frustration into motivation, channeling her spiritual roots and bones to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Feng Feng stood on her shoulder, vigilantly watching everything around them. The well-fed bag lay down on the ground and closed its eyes to sleep. At this time, outside the Tsong Luyuan, after Yun Changyu and Bibong returned to the general's mansion, Outyen and Fubai made an excuse to look for Yun Qianhuang. Not wanting Yun Changyu to worry, the two beasts didn't mention that Yun Qianhuang might be in trouble, but their concern was hard to hide. Yun Changyu sensed something and felt a bit anxious. Was something wrong with Huang Huang? Noticing his worry, Bibong, recovering from his shock, reassured him, "Don't worry, that divine beast is even stronger than I am. With him around, that girl will be fine." The divine beast he referred to was, of course, Outyen. Yun Changyu still felt uneasy, but considering Yun Shuli's health, he didn't chase after them. Because they were too far away, Outyen and Fubai couldn't find Yun Qianhuang through their bond and could only head to the Lingxian forest to search. On the way, the two beasts passed a huge at the border of the Spirit Ling Kingdom and the Illusion Ling Kingdom and stopped at the same time. Fubai twitched his nose and said, "Outyen, do I feel the master's presence?" Although it was faint, he was sure it was his master's aura. Outyen felt it too and began to search with his spiritual power. Before falling into the Feng Jingchen had wiped away the bloodstains on the ground, so Outyen found nothing. Fubai didn't find anything either and uncertainly said, "This is a necessary path to the Lingxian forest. Maybe the master passed by here and left a trace? Let's go to the Lingxian forest first," Outyen decided, unable to think of any other possibilities. Fubai nodded, and the two beasts continued forward. Unbeknownst to them, below the Yun Qianhuang opened her eyes, sensing something. Feng Feng tilted its head and asked, "Did the master sense it too?" Since all three beasts had a bond with Yun Qianhuang, they had a faint connection. Just now, she felt Outyen and Fubai's presence. They must be looking for the master and her. Yun Qianhuang slightly nodded, feeling that Outyen and Fubai had just been very close to her. The two beasts must have passed by this. "Feng Feng, can you fly up?" "I'll give it a try." Feng Feng shook her feathers and was about to spread her wings to fly up when she heard Bao Bao's voice. "You can't fly up. There's a barrier here." Bao Bao wouldn't say anything without reason, so Feng Feng looked up at the thick fog and gave up trying. Yun Qianhuang looked at Bao Bao, who clearly had just woken up. "Bao Bao, do you know where we are?" "Don't you know?" "This is Tsong Luyuan," Bao Bao said, stretching her wings. Tsong Luyuan? Yun Qianhuang immediately thought of the treasure map Feng Jingchen had given her 3 years ago. According to Feng Jingchen, the location on the treasure map was Tsong Luyuan, situated at the border between the Qiling Kingdom and the Huanling Kingdom. She had previously thought Tsong Luyuan was a secret realm, not realizing it was right beneath at the border of the two countries. The treasure map was in Yun Qianhuang's mind, and she could view it at will, but now was not the time for treasure hunting. She remembered that Qi Wu's Xianing crane had been seriously injured in Tsong Luyuan. Yun Qianhuang became more alert, keeping her mental focus on her surroundings. She took out some pills and handed them to Bao Bao. "Bao Bao, can you tell us about the situation in Tsong Luyuan?"
"Sure."
Seeing the pills, Bao Bao immediately perked up. She tucked the pills under her wings, cleared her throat, and began to introduce Tsong Luyuan. Bao Bao said that Tsong Luyuan had existed for a long time, though she didn't know exactly how long. She had stumbled into Tsong Luyuan and, after entering, couldn't find a way out, being forced to stay in this strange place for over 1,000 years. Tsong Luyuan was vast, and the area where Yun Qianhuang was located was just a part of it. However, aside from this foggy area, Other regions were filled with various dangers that even Bao Bao wouldn't dare to enter easily. It was said that there used to be a secret realm in Songluyuan. But after staying there for over 1,000 years, Bao Bao had never seen the so-called secret realm open. She believed it didn't exist at all. Bao Bao rambled on for a while, and although she was a bit long-winded, Yun Qianhuang still gathered a lot of useful information. She checked the treasure map, which marked the location of the treasure and outlined the general area of Songluyuan. According to Bao Bao, she was currently in the eastern area, which was the smallest part of Songluyuan. Bao Bao, is your cave far from here? Bao Bao shook her head. Not far, just fly out of this fog, and you'll reach it. So Bao Bao's cave should also be within the eastern area. Since Bao Bao had been in Songluyuan for over 1,000 years without finding a way out, it seemed likely that the exit was in one of the other 3 regions. Of course, this is just Yun Qianhuang's guess, and the specifics still need to be investigated. Yun Qianhuang looked at Feng Jingchen on the ground. Since he has the treasure map of Songluyan, he should be very familiar with this place. She just doesn't know when he will wake up. It seemed that he heard her thoughts, as Feng Jingchen's eyelashes trembled slightly. In the thick fog, Yun Qianhuang couldn't see the details clearly and quickly shifted her gaze away from Feng Jingchen. The bag had told her all the information it knew, and since there was no way to leave for now, Yun Qianhuang continued her training. When she opened her eyes again, the surroundings were dim, and the temperature seemed to have dropped significantly. Feng and the bag were divine beasts, so they weren't as sensitive to the temperature. Only Yun Qianhuang shivered. She quickly wrapped herself in fire energy to warm up. Once her body temperature returned, Yun Qianhuang remembered there was another person here and hurriedly looked over. In the darkness, the fog severely obstructed her vision. Yun Qianhuang had to move closer and took out a luminous stone to light up the area, allowing her to see Feng Jingchen's condition. In his unconscious state, the man frowned deeply, and his lips were pale. The large pool of blood beneath him had already congealed, and Yun Qianhuang realized she had forgotten something. She quickly crouched down to turn Feng Jingchen over. However, as soon as she touched his arm, she pulled her hand back as if shocked. He was ice cold. Yun Qianhuang had killed before and was very familiar with the state of the deceased. Feng Jingchen's body temperature was almost like that of a corpse. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she tentatively pressed her hand against his chest. Fortunately, although weak, there was still a heartbeat. Yun Qianhuang let out a heavy sigh of relief. No matter what, she had to thank Feng Jingchen for helping her survive this time, and she didn't want to see him die like this. Confirming that Feng Jingchen was still alive, Yun Qianhuang withdrew her hand and continued her previous actions. She carefully turned Feng Jingchen over, and with the light from the luminous stone, she saw a gruesome sight. The blood, torn flesh, and dirt were all shocking to behold. Despite having taken Taishuxuan's elixir and the divine fruit, Feng Jingchen's back injuries had not healed much. Yun Qianhuang recalled that when she was about to self-destruct, Feng Jingchen had appeared before her covered in blood. He was already seriously injured, and the elixir must have been prepared for himself, but ended up being given to her. Yun Qianhuang's expression was complicated. Her injuries had mostly healed, showing just how effective that elixir was. Why would Feng Jingchen give her something he wouldn't keep for himself? Yun Qianhuang couldn't understand this. She pushed these doubts out of her mind and used her fire energy to help Feng Jingchen warm up. Then, she looked at his injured back, took out a piece of clothing from her storage ring, spread it on the ground, and helped him lie down on it. She took out a bone sword, used fire to sterilize it, and began to carefully remove the clothes stuck to his wounds. Worried about making his injuries worse, Yun Qianhuang was very gentle, but she still accidentally pulled the wounds open a bit. She felt a bit guilty. If she had thought of this sooner, it would have been easier to handle, and Feng Jingchen would have suffered less. The only relief was that he was unconscious and couldn't feel the pain. Yun Qianhuang became even more cautious with her movements. After a long time, she finally removed all the clothing, gathered her water energy, and slowly washed the wounds on his back. This process took even longer. By the time she finished treating his wounds, Nearly 45 minutes had passed. Yun Xianhuang sighed in relief, not daring to withdraw her energy that kept him warm. Even so, his body temperature was still frighteningly low. She took out the pill left by Tai Shu Xian, preparing to give it to Feng Jingchen. Even through the porcelain bottle, she could smell the strong herbal fragrance, and the little creature on the ground perked up immediately. Its small eyes sparkled with desire as it looked at the pill. Noticing the creature's reaction, Feng immediately landed in front of her, blocking its view. That's a life-saving pill. You can't eat it. The little creature was tempted. It was drawn in by the pill's smell. But looking at Feng Jingchen on the ground, it swallowed hard and covered its nose with its tiny paw. It was for saving lives. It couldn't eat it. But it still smelled so good. Yun Xianhuang noticed the creature's eager eyes. Although Feng was there to prevent the pill from being taken, she quickly opened Feng Jingchen's mouth and placed the pill inside to keep the creature from thinking about it. Seeing the pill being eaten by Feng Jingchen, the little creature dropped its paw, feeling a bit down. The fragrant pill was gone. However, remembering the pill Yun Xianhuang had given her earlier to gather information, the little creature quickly cheered up and pulled out a bottle from under its wing. It bit open the cap and took a deep sniff, looking a bit enchanted, but didn't eat the pills inside. This human might leave soon, so it needed to save these pills. Look at you, acting like it's not worth much. Feng looked at her with disdain, saying, "How can a divine beast like you be so tempted by pills?" Most pills made by humans have little effect on spirit beasts, so Feng knew that Bao Bao was just being greedy. How can a divine beast be so gluttonous? Bao Bao glanced at her, turned around, and faced her backside, not forgetting to tuck the pills back under her wings. She didn't want to argue with Feng. Watching Bao Bao's back, Feng snorted softly and flew back to land on Yun Xianhuang's shoulder, deliberately saying, "Master, can you give me 2 spirit return pills?" Without hesitation, Yun Xianhuang took out a bottle of spirit return pills, which contained 5. Feng had mentioned before that the effect of the spirit return pills on her was the same as for humans, so Yun Xianhuang had no doubts. Besides, Feng was her contracted beast, so why wouldn't she fulfill her request for a few pills? Yun Xianhuang didn't mind, but Bao Bao was very concerned about what Feng said. She turned back to sneak a glance at Feng. Noticing her gaze, Feng flew to a rock, transformed into her human form, opened the porcelain bottle, and started tossing the spirit return pills into her mouth one by one. She even made a loud crunching sound, as if she were eating candy. "You little mouse, how envious you must be." Feng didn't forget to watch Bao Bao's reaction and soon noticed that, under the glow of the luminous stone, there seemed to be a shiny liquid at the corner of Bao Bao's mouth. Feng. Let her be greedy. It's simply embarrassing for a divine beast. Feng glanced at Bao Bao again and, thinking about the compensation Bao Bao promised, she tossed 1 spirit return pill to her. Bao Bao immediately flew up and caught it steadily. "Thank you, Feng," she said happily, then began to savor the spirit return pill she had never tasted before. Feng turned her head away, unwilling to watch her. Out of the corner of her eye, Yun Xianhuang caught sight of the 2 beasts' actions and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Feng and Bao Bao had a good relationship. As for the spirit return pills, since she had given them to Feng, Yun Xianhuang certainly wouldn't mind how Feng used them. After advancing to an intermediate alchemist, she could produce dozens of spirit return pills in one batch, and with the herbs in her space growing, she wouldn't feel bad even if Feng played with them. Yun Xianhuang shifted her gaze back to Feng Jingchen. As she stared, she met a pair of familiar eyes. "Qianhuang." Feng Jingchen struggled to sit up, his face still pale. He reached out, his fingertips still cool under the warmth of spiritual energy, and rested them on Yun Xianhuang's wrist. Yun Xianhuang was momentarily stunned, and instinctively wanted to pull her hand back. However, remembering that Feng Jingchen had saved her, she hesitated for a moment and allowed him to hold her wrist. The golden thread entered her body, and after a moment, Feng Jingchen withdrew his hand. Your spiritual root is slightly damaged, but it's not too serious. He showed little emotion, making it hard to tell if he was happy or angry, but a golden fruit appeared in his palm. Feng Jingchen handed the fruit to Yun Qianhuang and then sat down cross-legged to meditate. Looking at the familiar fruit in her hand, Yun Qianhuang felt confused. If she remembered correctly, this divine fruit was one she had picked from an ancient tree for him before he left the Frost Snow sect. 3 years had passed, and he still hadn't eaten it? Wait, if he had the divine fruit, why was he injured when he appeared earlier? Yun Qianhuang voiced her confusion. Feng Jingchen, don't you need it anymore? Feng Jingchen had already closed his eyes, and the only response she got was the sound of the wind. It seemed he didn't want to tell her. Yun Qianhuang decided not to ask further. After all, there were still divine fruits in her space, and she could give him one any time he needed it. As for this fruit, since Feng Jingchen had just mentioned her spiritual root was slightly damaged and then gave her the divine fruit, he must have meant for it to help heal her. The divine fruit was indeed used for healing, and Yun Qianhuang had eaten it before, so she didn't doubt it too much. She casually cleaned the divine fruit in her hand and then ate it. Feng stood guard seriously, so Yun Qianhuang didn't need to worry about any danger and closed her eyes to adjust her inner energy. As the divine fruit entered her stomach, it instantly transformed into a powerful force. Yun Qianhuang guided that force toward her spiritual root. At first, it went smoothly, and the tiny cracks in her spiritual root began to heal. However, not long after, that force suddenly went out of control, rampaging within her body. Yun Qianhuang frowned deeply, trying to use her mental energy to regain control of the force, but it was futile. Pain spread throughout her body, and she gritted her teeth, cold sweat forming on her forehead. Feng noticed something was wrong and asked worriedly, "Master, what's wrong?" Hearing Feng's words, Feng Jingchen suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, he appeared beside Yun Qianhuang and placed his fingertips back on her wrist. As Feng Jingchen's power entered Yun Qianhuang's body and sensed the out-of-control force, his expression turned serious. He turned to Feng on Yun Qianhuang's shoulder and asked, "Has she eaten the divine fruit before?" Although Feng didn't understand why Feng Jingchen asked this, she quickly nodded. A few years ago, the master ate it while taking the Holy Spirit refining pill. No wonder those people from the upper realm could find Huang. The divine sky fruit is from the upper realm, and once a human consumes it, they will inevitably carry its aura, which is why he has been unable to completely shake off those people. But now is not the time to dwell on that. Feng Jingchen pressed his lips together, and the little bit of spiritual power he had managed to recover flowed continuously into Yun Qianhuang to suppress the chaotic force within her. Yun Qianhuang curled up in pain, struggling to stay upright. Feng Jingchen supported her shoulder, preventing her from falling. At this moment, 3 forces intertwined within Yun Qianhuang. One from herself, one from the divine sky fruit, and the last from Feng Jingchen. The 3 forces battled inside her, and Yun Qianhuang endured to the limit, biting her lip to keep from crying out in pain. Her face visibly turned pale. Feng Jingchen was not in a much better state. His power had not fully returned, and he had to suppress the force of the divine sky fruit while also protecting Yun Qianhuang from harm, causing the color to drain from his face again. Feng watched the two anxiously. She wanted to help but didn't understand what was happening with her master, so she flapped her wings in distress. "Don't worry, Feng ancestor," Bao Bao sniffed. "Your master will be fine. It's just that the power of that fruit went out of control, and that human is helping your master suppress it." In this regard, Bao Bao understood much more than Feng. As the last remaining ostrich rat in the world, she could easily sense any fluctuations in power and determine their source. In Bao Bao's eyes, although Yun Qianhuang appeared to be in poor condition, her life was not in danger. Feng knew of Bao Bao's abilities and felt less anxious upon hearing this. However, seeing the beads of cold sweat on Yun Qianhuang's forehead still made her worry. Fortunately, with Feng Jingchen's help, the power of the divine sky fruit was gradually being controlled, no longer rampaging, and it immediately healed Yun Qianhuang's slightly damaged spiritual roots before merging with her power. Feng Jingchun withdrew his hand, and at the same moment, Yun Qianhuang opened her eyes. The physiological tears caused by pain faded, leaving only confusion. Feng Jingchun, why did the power of the divine sky fruit go out of control? She hadn't experienced this the last time she consumed it. Feng Jingchun did not answer but instead asked, Huang, do you know why the divine sky fruit grows in the upper realm? Yun Qianhuang shook her head. The divine sky tree is nourished by the blood of the first deity in the world, and the power of those people in the upper realm is granted by him, allowing them to withstand the power of the divine sky fruit. You don't have the power of that deity, and since you've taken the divine fruit before, if it weren't for that, you would have exploded from the power of the divine fruit. If it weren't for the last part, Feng Jingchun didn't say much. Yun Qianhuang didn't ask further, just looked at him in confusion. Deity? She knew the upper realm was called the Divine Demon Continent, but she never thought there were actually deities in the upper realm. But since it was the first deity in the world, it should be an incredibly powerful being. Why would his blood become nourishment for the divine tree? The word nourishment isn't a good symbol. Yun Qianhuang felt she was vaguely touching on a huge secret. She didn't want to think about it anymore and changed the subject. How did those people in the upper realm track me down? Yun Qianhuang had been puzzled since she encountered those people in black. This time leaving the sect, aside from being at home, she had always been careful to hide her presence. How could they find her so accurately? Because of the divine fruit. You previously consumed the divine fruit, and the residual power in your body cannot be eliminated. It's not something a concealment array can hide. Yun Qianhuang. Hadn't she just given herself a tracker? If she had known it would be like this, she would have waited to take the spirit-enhancing pill until she advanced to a high-level spirit master. It's too late to regret now. Yun Qianhuang sighed softly. After leaving Song Luyuan this time, I will stay in the sect and not go out. At least in the sect, she could avoid being tracked by those people. No need.
Huh?
Yun Qianhuang looked at Feng Jingchun, confused. They won't come again. Feng Jingchun lowered his gaze, his eyes holding emotions that Yun Qianhuang couldn't understand. He wouldn't give them another chance. Yun Qianhuang didn't believe Feng Jingchun's words. If he could really restrain those people in the upper realm, why was he always injured by them? He couldn't possibly be seeking punishment, right? Not believing was one thing, but Yun Qianhuang didn't confront Feng Jingchun about it. She changed the topic. Feng Jingchun, do you know how to leave Song Luyuan? Feng Jingchun looked at her and slowly shook his head. I don't know. Guessing why Yun Qianhuang thought he knew, he added, that treasure map was something I stumbled upon. I have never been to Song Luyuan. Then it seems we can only look for an exit in other areas. Yun Qianhuang shrugged, not too disappointed. Feng used his mental power to remind her. Master, don't forget to ask the bag for compensation. After reminding Yun Qianhuang, she went to remind Bao Bao. Do you remember you promised to compensate my master? Of course I remember. I'm not a beast that goes back on my word. Bao Bao grunted a couple of times, stretched out her paw, and cut a large piece of fabric from the clothes Yun Qianhuang had taken out earlier. She placed all the pills on the ground into the fabric and wrapped them up. Once she was sure nothing would fall out, she flew in front of Yun Qianhuang and said, Follow me. I'll take you to my cave. Feng Jingchun glanced at Bao Bao, who was about the same size as Feng, and said, Huang, you are lucky. The last remaining ostrich mouse in the 3 realms was found by her, and she was going to get compensation. Yun Qianhuang felt embarrassed to say that the compensation was something Feng had extorted from Bao Bao. She stood up, swallowed a spirit-replenishing pill, and shared one with Feng Jingchun before taking Feng and following Bao Bao to her cave. Feng Jingchun looked at the spirit-replenishing pill in his hand, a smile appearing in his eyes. He stepped forward to catch up with Yun Qianhuang. Bao Bao had said her cave was not far. They just needed to fly out of the mist. Yun Qianhuang believed her. An hour later, looking at the thick fog in front of her, she finally realized that the not far mentioned by the divine beast was very different from what she had imagined. After walking for another 2 hours, the mist gradually began to clear. Bao Bao, flying ahead, cheerfully said, "We're almost there." Once she got back, she would hide these pills. No one would steal her treats. Yun Qianhuang remained silent, thinking that Bao Bao's almost might not be so quick. Her suspicion turned out to be correct. After another half-hour, the sky had brightened and they finally reached Bao Bao's cave. Bao Bao's cave was underground, with a narrow entrance that could only fit one person at a time. Of course, for Bao Bao, this entrance was quite spacious. Carrying the bundle of pills, she invited Yun Qianhuang and Feng Jingchen, "Come in with me." With that, Bao Bao flew into her cave first. Yun Qianhuang followed her in. The entrance was narrow, but inside the cave was very spacious, comparable in size to the entire general's residence. Inside the cave, everywhere she looked was filled with various rare treasures, rare ores, high-quality herbs, and many scales and horns shed by other spirit beasts. The whole cave was like a giant treasure trove. No wonder Feng Feng said Bao Bao's cave was full of treasures. Yun Qianhuang felt a strong desire. But despite her excitement, these were Bao Bao's belongings, and she wasn't desperate enough to steal everything from another spirit beast. The little creature secretly hid its small package and said to Yun Qianhuang, "Choose something from here as my apology gift to you." It was a good creature that knew how to admit its mistakes. Moreover, since this human had given her so many pills, she was willing to give her a treasure. Yun Qianhuang hesitated. "Can I choose anything?" The creature nodded. Yun Qianhuang looked around. There were so many treasures that she didn't know which one to pick. "Qianhuang, look over there." Feng Jingchen stepped forward, grabbing her arm and pointing to the far corner of the cave. Yun Qianhuang turned to look, and when her gaze landed on the medicinal herb in the corner, her eyes lit up. 8-petal immortal orchid. The 8-petal immortal orchid was a herb that only existed in ancient texts. It was said that wherever the 8-petal immortal orchid grew, spiritual energy gathered, and both humans and spirit beasts could benefit greatly from training within its range. The spiritual energy in this space was already denser than outside, so if the 8-petal immortal orchid were transplanted here, it could help Outyan recover his strength quickly. Fu Bai had mentioned that if Outyan's strength reached a certain level, he could restore his own soul. Yun Qianhuang immediately asked the creature, "Can I have that 8-petal immortal orchid?" The creature glanced at the orchid and casually replied, "Sure." Their kind didn't need to cultivate, so the 8-petal immortal orchid wasn't very useful to her. But when did this orchid appear? The creature tried to remember, but with so many treasures, it couldn't recall. Oh well, it wasn't a big deal. The creature stopped thinking about it. After getting permission, Yun Qianhuang took out her bone sword and carefully began to dig up the 8-petal immortal orchid. Worried about damaging the roots, she made sure to check several times before each dig. This slow progress was undeniable. The creature didn't rush her and rummaged through the pile of treasures, nibbling on a herb while watching Yun Qianhuang dig. Foam couldn't do such delicate work, so she stayed beside the creature, cheering for her master with her eyes. After half an hour, Yun Qianhuang finally saw the complete roots of the 8-petal immortal orchid. Transplanting the orchid was very difficult, and to save time, Yun Qianhuang prepared a spot in the space's herb field and continued digging deeper. Another 15 minutes passed, and she put away the bone sword, using her spiritual energy to wrap around her hand, slowly pulling the 8-petal immortal orchid from the soil. The leaves of the orchid trembled, and the roots brought up a clump of dirt. Yun Qianhuang opened the space to store the 8-petal immortal orchid, but noticed the ground starting to shake violently. Bagua, caught off guard, fell over. Feng, who flew up first, glanced at her with disdain before quickly flying to Yun Qianhuang's side, gripping her clothes tightly with its claws. Feng Jingchen also approached. Yun Qianhuang steadied herself, planted the 8-petal immortal orchid into the space, and then asked, "What's happening?" Feng Jingchen stared at the hole she had just dug. "It seems there's something under this 8-petal immortal orchid." "What is it?" Bagua, finally getting up, flew over, looking confused at the remaining hole. "Is there something under her cave? How come she didn't know? Yun Qianhuang released her spiritual energy to investigate, but found nothing. Not wanting to take any chances, she protected herself and Feng with her spiritual power and also shielded Bagua before continuing to observe the hole. The shaking grew more intense. Suddenly, the hole cracked open, and a powerful suction pulled the two people and two beasts into the gap. As the feeling of falling hit her, Yun Qianhuang quickly stored Feng back in the space and thickened her spiritual shield. Bagua flapped around, grabbing onto her clothes. A chill brushed against her wrist, and in the chaos, Yun Qianhuang was enveloped by a familiar aura. The feeling of falling lasted for a while before green appeared before them. Feng Jingchen moved his fingers slightly, and the wind spiritual energy supported him and Yun Qianhuang, allowing them to land gently.
Thank you.
Once on the ground, Yun Qianhuang immediately distanced herself from Feng Jingchen. She placed the dizzy Bagua on the ground and began to observe her surroundings. This seemed to be an island. In front of her was a lush green area, while behind her was an endless expanse of sea, with the air filled with rich water and with spiritual energy. Yun Qianhuang looked at Bagua, who was finally regaining her composure. Bagua, do you know where this is? This place was beneath Bagua's cave, so she should know something. Bagua shook her head, flew up to look around, then scratched her head, her big eyes full of confusion. It seems like this is the Tsonglu's secret realm, Bagua said in shock. She had been in Tsonglu Abyss for over 1,000 years and had never seen the Tsonglu's secret realm open. Yet, the master of Feng Zhu had just dug up an 8-petal immortal orchid and entered the secret realm? Bagua didn't know what to say for a moment. The Tsonglu's secret realm? Yun Qianhuang recalled what Bagua had said earlier. Is it the secret realm you mentioned before? Bagua nodded. Yun Qianhuang immediately summoned Feng. Since this was a secret realm, there must be many treasures. Because of the pursuit by the black-clothed people, she had used up most of the items in her storage ring, so it was a good time to replenish her supplies. Yun Qianhuang expanded her spiritual sense to explore the area, and Feng helped her look for treasures. As they moved further away, Feng Jingchen pursed his lips slightly, showing a hint of helplessness. Why not ask him for help? He sighed softly and followed after them. After a long time, Yun Qianhuang and Feng realized that their companion, Bao Bao, had not kept up. Bao Bao must have found something tasty again, Feng said casually. Master, Bao Bao is a divine beast and can handle any danger, so let's keep going. Yun Qianhuang nodded. Since Bao Bao chose to explore alone, she wouldn't insist on following. After walking a bit further, Feng suddenly became excited. Master, I sense a very strong wave of spiritual energy coming from the east. Yun Qianhuang believed her and immediately changed direction. Feng Jingchen followed closely behind her. After about half an hour of walking toward the direction Feng indicated, the landscape changed from dense jungle to rolling mountains. Between the two highest peaks, there was a canyon, and the spiritual energy Feng sensed was coming from there. To be safe, Yun Qianhuang took out her bone sword and led Feng into the canyon. It felt like she passed through a soft, transparent barrier. Feng, who was perched on her shoulder, was suddenly bounced off when Yun Qianhuang crossed the barrier. Caught off guard, she flew out completely, but thanks to Feng Jingchen's quick action, she didn't fall to the ground. Feng thanked Feng Jingchen and flew back to Yun Qianhuang. After the recent experience, she didn't get too close but hovered a step away. Master, can you come out? Feng felt something was off about this place. When Feng was bounced away, Yun Qianhuang had already stopped and turned to look at her. Hearing the question, she cautiously moved forward but bumped into an invisible wall. She shook her head at Feng, indicating she couldn't pass through. Feng flapped her wings, trying to use their bond to reach Yun Qianhuang, but that didn't work either. Yun Qianhuang tried to summon Feng back, but she couldn't. Feng Jingchen stepped forward and touched the invisible wall. After a moment, he lowered his hand, frowning slightly. Feng, only you can pass through this place, and this barrier only allows entry, not exit. However, there is a cave about 500 meters ahead that you can check out. Yun Xianhuang nodded. Even if it wasn't for treasure hunting, she needed to find an exit. She couldn't be trapped in this valley forever, could she? She told Feng Feng to wait here and cautiously moved forward through the barrier. Feng Feng, unable to follow, landed on the ground, found a large rock to sit on, and patted the space beside her with her wings, inviting Feng Jingchen. Hey, Feng Jingchen, come sit with me. Feng Jingchen glanced at her, but did not refuse. The two sat side by side on the rock, both watching Yun Qianhuang in the valley. That figure gradually shrank until it completely disappeared from their sight. Just as Feng Jingchen said, Yun Qianhuang quickly discovered the cave. The cave was on the left side of the cliff, about 10 meters off the ground. Yun Qianhuang used her spiritual energy to climb up the protruding rocks and reach the cave entrance after a few jumps. Inside the cave was pitch black. She took out a luminous stone to light the way and noticed some markings on the walls, as if they were carved by someone. The bag mentioned that the Tsang Lu's secret realm hadn't been opened in 1,000 years, so where did these markings come from? A hint of caution appeared in Yun Qianhuang's eyes as she tightened her grip on her bone sword and moved forward. The deeper she went into the cave, the more markings she saw. They were chaotic and disorganized, making it hard to determine how they were made. However, the markings deeper inside still held a faint trace of spiritual energy, indicating they weren't very old. Yun Qianhuang activated a defensive array disc and kept it in her sleeve, just in case something unexpected happened. The path in the cave twisted and turned. After navigating several bends, she finally saw a light ahead. Along with the light came the faint sound of crackling flames. Yun Qianhuang immediately put away the luminous stone and activated her concealment array disc. After passing the last turn, she found herself in a spacious cave, but stopped in her tracks, not moving forward. In the wide cave, a fire source continuously released intense heat. Above the fire source was an unfinished spiritual tool. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the cave, and no signs of any living beings. A fire source and a half-finished spiritual tool. This looked like something left behind by someone else. Without understanding the situation, Yun Qianhuang didn't dare to approach easily. But just as she decided not to get closer, an unknown force pushed her toward the fire source. Her body lost control, and Yun Qianhuang's gaze turned cold as her spiritual energy carefully scanned the entire cave. She searched every corner, but the result was the same as before. There was no one alive in the entire cave except for her. Yet, she felt an unknown force controlling her body, making her reach out toward the unfinished magical artifact. She could still use her spiritual power to block the heat from the flame, but she couldn't stop herself. The unfinished artifact fell into her hands. A strong wave of spiritual energy rushed at her, and images suddenly appeared before Yun Qianhuang. There was an older man. He gathered the finest materials for crafting and used the flame to refine them, trying to create a unique and extraordinary artifact. He worked tirelessly for months, visibly losing weight, yet he did not stop. But he was unsuccessful. Crafting an artifact was not easy. He was always missing one crucial material, but no one knew what it was. The man fell into endless confusion. He wanted to stop, but found he couldn't. His spiritual energy was absorbed by the unfinished artifact, and even the strongest cultivator has limited energy. When his energy was nearly gone, he was horrified to realize that his life force was starting to fade. The half-finished item he had crafted began to drain his life force. However, as his life force dwindled, the artifact gradually took shape. The man was overjoyed. He didn't care if he would be drained of life, cutting his wrist to feed the artifact with his blood. Yet, even after he had given every last drop of blood, the artifact was still not completed. The image abruptly stopped. Yun Qianhuang stared blankly at the half-finished product in her hand. If she guessed correctly, this was the artifact the man had tried to create, and the flame was what he had used in life. This half-finished item had absorbed the man's life force, and now it was in her hands. Yun Qianhuang's heart raced. She sensed this was not a good sign. Sure enough, shortly after she held the half-finished product, she felt her spiritual energy being drawn into it. Yet, she couldn't control her body and couldn't throw it away. This was no treasure. This was clearly a death token. Yun Qianhuang cursed silently and desperately activated her spiritual roots to absorb the surrounding energy. She had seen clearly that once her energy was depleted, this cursed thing would start to drain her life force. There were still some recovery pills left in her storage ring, but she couldn't control her body or open the storage ring. Yun Qianhuang had to weave her mental energy into a large net, trying to pull the unfinished product away from her. After exhausting most of her mental energy, she finally succeeded, but her spiritual energy was still being absorbed. Fortunately, she regained control over her body. Looking at the unfinished product that had returned to the fire seed, Yun Qianhuang gritted her teeth. You want spiritual energy, do you? Let's see if you can handle it. Yun Qianhuang sat down, opened her storage ring, and took out all the replenishing pills, returning pills, and gathering pills. She took 3 types of pills at once, allowing the unfinished product to absorb her spiritual energy. Whenever her energy was about to run out, she would take another replenishing pill, and when the effects of the returning and gathering pills ended, she would replenish again, repeating this countless times. During her battle with the man in black, she had used up half of her replenishing pills, but she still had a significant amount left. Outside the cave, the sky darkened and then brightened again. Inside the cave, seeing that the pills were about to run out, Yun Qianhuang took out the Xianjin furnace to begin refining. The spiritual tool on the fire seed was gradually improving. The materials for refining the 3 types of pills were almost used up, yet the spiritual tool was still incomplete. Even with her innate divine bones, Yun Qianhuang's absorption of spiritual energy could not keep up with the consumption. How much spiritual energy did this broken spiritual tool need? Yun Qianhuang was starting to feel frustrated. She rummaged through her storage ring, pulling out everything that could increase her absorption speed. Among them were several spirit array discs that Gong Jilu had given her before. Yun Qianhuang tossed them aside, as the spirit array discs were ineffective for her. However, the thrown discs floated in a strange path toward the unfinished spiritual tool, and when Yun Qianhuang looked up, she saw the discs being absorbed by the unfinished product. This broken spiritual tool can absorb array discs. Confused, Yun Qianhuang noticed that the speed at which the unfinished product absorbed her spiritual energy had slowed down significantly. Suddenly, she realized something. The unfinished product needed spiritual energy, but it didn't have to come from a human body. Talismans, array discs, and spiritual tools all contained spiritual energy. Yun Qianhuang immediately poured out a stack of talismans. After joining the spirit symbol peak, most of the talismans drawn by Yun Qianya had been given to her, so she had even more talismans in her storage ring than pills. She tentatively tossed 1 talisman to the unfinished product. Initially, Yun Qianhuang worried that the talisman would be burned or destroyed by the fire seed, but to her surprise, the talisman floated above the unfinished product, perfectly intact, and was absorbed. The speed at which the unfinished product absorbed her spiritual energy slowed down again. Indeed, as long as it had spiritual energy, anything could be absorbed by the unfinished product. Yun Qianhuang let out a sigh of relief. This was much simpler. She began to throw talismans at the unfinished product. With the talismans, the unfinished product no longer absorbed her spiritual energy. However, once it absorbed all the energy from the talismans, it would come after her again. The higher the level of the talismans, the more energy they provided, and the longer the unfinished product would wait before absorbing her energy again. Yun Qianhuang didn't dare stop throwing the talismans. At first, she tossed them one by one, but soon she was throwing them in handfuls. When the talismans ran out, she switched to array plates, and when those were gone, she used spiritual tools. Of course, she didn't touch the extremely rare talismans, array plates, or spiritual tools. She only used the lower-level ones. Her storage ring quickly emptied. Yun Qianhuang felt a pang in her heart. But for the sake of her life, no treasure was worth it. With countless treasures feeding it, the unfinished product visibly took shape, and then It focused on the bone sword that Yun Qianhuang had set aside. A force wrapped around the bone sword, pulling it toward the unfinished product. Yun Qianhuang's brow twitched, and she quickly retrieved the bone sword into her storage ring. Then she realized that even if she threw more spiritual tools at the unfinished product, it wouldn't accept them and just absorb her energy instead. Her energy had almost recovered, but now it was quickly depleted again. Although the bone sword wasn't a high-level spiritual tool, it had 2 spiritual cores embedded in it, both above the 10th level, and Yun Qianhuang was reluctant to part with it since she was used to it. High-level spiritual cores were not easy to obtain. Seeing that Yun Qianhuang was unwilling, the unfinished product stirred, threateningly absorbing a bit of her life force. Outside the valley, Foam Jingchen's expression turned cold. The unfinished product was enveloped by a terrifying aura. It trembled and immediately returned the life force it had just absorbed to Yun Qianhuang. Since it was only a little, Yun Qianhuang didn't feel much. Her internal energy was completely exhausted. After much hesitation, she decided to take out the bone sword. The unfinished product became excited. Yun Qianhuang sighed deeply and tossed the bone sword to the unfinished product. In the flames, the 2 spiritual cores fell from the bone sword and landed on the ground, while the sword itself turned into a wisp of smoke and slowly merged into the unfinished product. The fire flared up even more, and in a mysterious way, Yun Qianhuang felt a connection with the unfinished product. No, to be precise, it was no longer an unfinished product. Above the fire, the unfinished product, having absorbed countless spiritual energies, gradually took shape, finally transforming into the form of the bone sword. It's done, it's done. I have finally forged an extraordinary artifact. An old voice suddenly echoed, and mist gathered from all directions, forming a shadow in front of Yun Qianhuang. She recognized the figure as the man she had seen earlier. The man laughed heartily at the divine artifact in the fire, but his expression soon turned to one of sorrow. Schwanger, I finally succeeded. Unfortunately, I can never go back to see you again. The man expressed his emotions freely, laughing and crying, but as a fading soul, he had no tears left. After a while, he seemed to remember Yun Qianhuang and focused his gaze on her. Girl, thank you for helping me create this extraordinary artifact. Yun Qianhuang didn't know what to say. She had emptied her storage ring for this broken artifact, but the man before her was clearly in a worse situation, having lost his life. The man didn't mind her silence and handed her the artifact from the fire. Girl, I am no longer in this world. This artifact is for you. I only hope you can help me fulfill a wish. Yun Qianhuang did not take it. What wish does senior have? The man's gaze fell on the Xianjin furnace on the ground. This furnace was one of my proudest creations, given to the continent's only alchemy master, Tai Shu Xian. Although I don't know how you obtained the Xianjin furnace, I hope you can find Master Tai Shu and ask him to convey a message for me. Yun Qianhuang tilted her head. A message for whom? The leader of the continent's top sect, Mo Lanchuang. Yun Qianhuang. Seeing her silent, the man thought she was unwilling and quickly added, Don't worry, girl.
You don't need to go to the Shuangxue sect.
Just deliver the message to Master Tai Shu, and he will pass it on for me. The Shuangxue sect is indeed not a place everyone can enter, and the man understood Yun Qianhuang's hesitation. Unexpectedly, Yun Qianhuang said, The person you mentioned is actually my master. What message do you want to convey to my master?
Huh.
The man widened his eyes in surprise. You are Schwanger's disciple? He circled around Yun Qianhuang several times, and after sensing her strength, he nodded in satisfaction. Good, very good. She is indeed a talented girl. No wonder Schwanger took her as a disciple. The man showed a pleased expression. Girl, my name is Gong Qingyuan, one of the 2 artifact masters on the Nanlu continent. On the Nanlu continent, there are 2 artifact masters. One is Fang Yu, the leader of the Spirit Tool Peak of the Shuangxue sect, and the other travels the world, leaving no trace. It turns out that it wasn't anyone else who couldn't find him. It was Gong Qingyuan who had already given his life to forge an extraordinary artifact. Yun Qianhuang sighed a little. If you have any message, senior, I will surely deliver it to my master. There's no rush, Gong Chengyuan said with a smile as he handed the artifact to Yun Qianhuang. I have never had a disciple in my life, and my teachings have no one to inherit them. Since you are Shuang'er's disciple, you can be considered half my disciple. You have the chance to enter this Zhong Lu secret realm, which seems to be heaven giving me an opportunity. I have decided to pass on all my knowledge to you. After saying this, Gong Chengyuan smiled at Yun Qianhuang, waiting for her reaction. The inheritance of a master craftsman is far more valuable than any rare materials. Yun Qianhuang felt a stir of excitement, but she truly did not have the energy to pursue becoming a craftsman as well. She understood the principle of not biting off more than she could chew. So she slowly shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I am already an alchemist and truly do not have the capacity to become a craftsman. That's fine. Gong Chengyuan waved his hand. I will teach you everything I know. Whether you want to become a craftsman is up to you. If you meet a talented and trustworthy craftsman, you can give them this jade slip. It contains all my lifelong knowledge. He casually grabbed, and a palm-sized jade slip appeared in his hand. The slip fell into Yun Qianhuang's hands. Thinking of the others still in the trial area, Yun Qianhuang accepted the slip. Then I will thank you on behalf of that person. Gong Chengyuan nodded, and his figure seemed to fade a bit. The smile on his face faded. Child, I don't have much time left. Please sit down. Yun Qianhuang noticed the change in Gong Chengyuan and immediately sat cross-legged. Gong Chengyuan floated behind her, placing his palms on her back, and a chill enveloped her. Then, a flood of information surged into her mind, bringing her, a novice, into the realm of craftsmen. It was a very strange feeling. Yun Qianhuang looked down at the artifact in her hand. She initially thought it was too grand, but now it seemed increasingly unsatisfactory, stirring an impulse to reshape it. Sensing the new owner's thoughts, the artifact's blade shrank slightly. Fortunately, Yun Qianhuang was too busy to pay attention to it, as Gong Chengyuan's figure faded even more, almost disappearing. Though he was just a remnant of a soul, one could feel his exhaustion. Yun Qianhuang quickly reminded him, Senior, you haven't told me what message you want me to deliver. A weak voice entered her mind. As the last word fell, Gong Chengyuan's figure completely vanished, leaving only a sigh. That spark was used by me in my lifetime. If you need it, take it, girl. The cave returned to silence. The sound of the spark burning was clearly audible. Yun Qianhuang stood up and looked around the cave, discovering the skeleton in a shadowy corner, Gong Chengyuan's skeleton. She picked up 2 spirit cores that had fallen on the ground and stored them along with the artifact in her storage ring. Then, she took the skeleton out of the cave, found a spot rich in spiritual energy to bury it, and built a simple, unmarked grave with earth energy. She respectfully bowed 3 times before the unmarked grave, then returned to the cave and looked at the still-burning spark. This spark was indeed the one Gong Chengyuan used in his lifetime, already a rare flame. After Gong Chengyuan's passing, the spark remained, absorbing countless natural energies, and by chance, it formed this unique flame. Whether for forging or alchemy, having this unique flame would greatly enhance the quality of the products made. Yun Qianhuang wrapped her spiritual energy around her palm and approached the unique flame. Before her fingertips could touch the flame, the intense heat made her fingertips turn red and painful, and even with the energy barrier, it was of no help. Yun Qianhuang had to summon water energy, covering her palm with a thin layer of ice. Just as she was about to grasp the unique flame, it suddenly retreated, flaring up. Then it transformed into a beam of light and shot into her forehead. The heat spread throughout her body in an instant. Flames surrounded Yun Qianhuang, and her expensive protective outfit turned to ashes, yet her long hair remained unaffected. Yun Qianhuang was already a 2-star spirit master, with attributes much higher than when she first began her training. Although the heat was uncomfortable, it was not unbearable. She looked up amidst the flames, her phoenix eyes reflecting the dancing firelight, her skin appearing even whiter against the flames. In the fire, her appearance seemed to change slightly. Yun Xianhuang couldn't see the change in her appearance, but she felt her body becoming lighter. The flames around her burned for a long time before gradually extinguishing. After changing back into her clothes, she checked her body. Her strength had not increased, and her roots and bones remained unchanged. Yun Xianhuang tentatively extended her right hand, and with a slight thought, a flame ignited in her palm. The flame was very hot, but did not require energy to sustain it. With another thought, the flame in her palm vanished.
So,
Has she merged with the strange fire of heaven and earth? Yun Xianhuang wasn't sure what was happening and planned to ask Feng Feng after leaving the valley. Putting the matter of the strange fire aside for now, she took out the artifact from her storage ring to examine it. Perhaps because it consumed the bone sword, the artifact looked similar to the bone sword, but it wasn't the same milky white color. The blade of the artifact was silver, while the hilt was a shade of green. Yun Xianhuang looked closely, but didn't find anything special about the artifact. Generally, weapons can be embedded with spirit cores, so they usually have slots for them. However, this artifact had no grooves at all, indicating it couldn't hold a spirit core. Without a spirit core, it lacked support. Is this really an artifact? Yun Xianhuang's doubtful gaze made the artifact feel underestimated. Suddenly, it flew out of her hand and performed several beautiful sword moves in the air. A burst of sword energy shot out, striking the nearby mountainside. After a loud crash, the entire mountain began to shake. Yun Xianhuang. She glared at the artifact and quickly used her spiritual power to rush out of the cave. Just as she left the cave, the mountain behind her collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust everywhere. The ground trembled, and outside the valley, little Feng Feng fell off a rock. She quickly flew up, shocked at the suddenly collapsing mountain. What happened? Is the master in danger? Feng Jingchen remained calm, not even glancing at the collapsing mountain. In the valley, Yun Xianhuang used a barrier to block the dust, watching the artifact emerge from the pile of rubble in disbelief. Fortunately, she had taken Senior Gongcheng's remains out of the cave earlier, otherwise, it would have been tragic for him to be buried after death. And if she hadn't run fast, she might have been buried alive too. Does this artifact really want her dead? Amid the swirling dust, the artifact looked around in confusion. It just wanted to show its power, so why did the mountain collapse? What about that human? Did they get crushed? The artifact searched around and finally spotted Yun Xianhuang in the barrier. It quickly floated over, but stopped abruptly upon seeing her expression, the blade twisting slightly. It seemed like it accidentally caused trouble. Yun Xianhuang fell silent again. She could almost sense a pleading emotion from the artifact. Well, her bone sword was consumed, and at least this was an artifact that resembled it, so it would have to do. Thinking about the series of user-friendly actions of the artifact, Yun Xianhuang tentatively asked, "Do you have a name?" The artifact nodded at the sword hilt, and with a few swipes on the ground, two elegant characters appeared, Bai Yuan. It seemed that Senior Gongcheng had named it before successfully forging it. Yun Xianhuang nodded and picked up Bai Yuan from the ground, holding it in her hand and examining it. Whether it was because she was used to the feel of the bone sword or due to receiving Gongcheng's legacy, Yun Xianhuang felt that Bai Yuan was not as comfortable to handle. Should she reshape it? With one hand holding Bai Yuan and the other open, flames ignited in her palm. Information about forging flashed in her mind, telling her that changing its appearance wouldn't be too hard. Yun Xianhuang was eager to try. Bai Yuan's sword body suddenly shook. It struggled to escape from Yun Xianhuang's hand, floating in front of her and changing into several forms. Sometimes a short sword, sometimes a long sword, sometimes a whip. The flames in Yun Xianhuang's palm disappeared as she looked at Bai Yuan in surprise. "You can change your appearance?" Bai Yuan nodded vigorously at the hilt. It was the perfect artifact and didn't need to be reshaped. Yun Xianhuang smiled. This was really great. Just imagine, when she encounters an enemy in the future, she could pull out a short sword, and during the battle, it could turn into a long spear. Who would expect that? But could Bai Yuan change according to her wishes? Yun Xianhuang remembered that at the moment Bai Yuan was forged, she felt a vague connection between them. She grasped the proud Bai Yuan and used her mind to control it to change shape. After a few attempts, she succeeded and immediately adjusted Bai Yuan's short sword form to fit her habits. Great, now it felt much better. Yun Qianhuang put away Bai Yuan. At this moment, the dust in the sky had settled, and her view was no longer obstructed. She searched the valley again, confirming that there was no way to leave before returning the way she came. Seeing Yun Qianhuang return from a distance, Feng Feng flapped her wings and flew over, only to be bounced back again. When she saw Feng Feng being bounced back, Yun Qianhuang stopped and looked at Feng Jingchen. As if guessing what she was about to say, Feng Jingchen pointedly glanced at the storage ring on her hand. That artifact should be able to break this barrier. Yun Qianhuang didn't want to dwell on why Feng Jingchen knew about Bai Yuan's existence. He was fully aware of all her trump cards. As long as he wasn't against her, it didn't matter. She took out Bai Yuan, infused it with spiritual energy, and it toward the invisible barrier in front of her. The sound of shattering echoed continuously. Not long after, countless light spots seemed to appear before her eyes, but they vanished quickly, too fast for Yun Qianhuang to catch. Feng Feng, who had crawled over from the ground, hopped over and tentatively stretched out a foot. There was no obstruction. Feng Feng immediately flew to Yun Qianhuang's shoulder, curiously looking at Bai Yuan. Master, is this the divine weapon? It looks no different from the bone sword you had before. Bai Yuan raised the sword handle, and Yun Qianhuang quickly pulled it back, fearing Bai Yuan would show off again. She explained to Feng Feng it was left by a senior and took a lot of my treasures to refine. It changed its appearance based on my habits, just like the bone sword. Feng Feng nodded, losing interest in Bai Yuan. She rubbed her face against Yun Qianhuang's, saying, Master, your fire spirit energy is much stronger than before. Speaking of this, Yun Qianhuang raised her hand, and a flame suddenly ignited in her palm. Feng Feng, that senior left behind a rare fire, and when I tried to subdue it, it entered my body on its own. Do you know why? Feng Feng stared at the flame in her palm, filled with confusion. The rare fire entered its master's body on its own? Is that even possible? The conditions to form a rare fire are extremely strict, and its status among fire seeds is like that of a divine beast among spirit beasts. Feng Feng had lived for so long and had rarely seen such fires. She truly couldn't provide an explanation. Just as she was about to suggest that Yun Qianhuang ask out Yin, Feng Jingchen spoke up. It willingly recognized Huang Huang as its master. There's no harm in that. It will actually make Huang Huang's fire spirit energy pure. In the future, if Huang Huang wants to refine pills, she can use her own spirit energy without needing to rely on fire seeds. With her confusion answered, Yun Qianhuang immediately extinguished the flame and thanked Feng Jingchen. Feng Jingchen seemed a bit helpless, saying, Huang Huang has saved me so many times. There's no need to be so polite. Yun Qianhuang let his words go in one ear and out the other. This wasn't about politeness but basic courtesy. There was nothing else left in the valley, so Yun Qianhuang planned to explore other areas of the secret realm. Thanks to Bai Yuan, her storage ring was truly running low on items this time. Feng Feng continued to help her search. Not long after the two of them and the beast left the valley, a familiar figure flew towards them. It was Bao Bao. Bao Bao was fast. As soon as Yun Qianhuang spotted her, Bao Bao had already flown right in front of her. Then the whole beast suddenly fell to the ground, covered in dust. Baba looked up in confusion. Why did this human seem different from before? Her appearance hadn't changed much, but for some reason, Baba felt an urge to submit to her. Baba's little head was full of questions. She was a divine beast. How could she want to submit to a human? Besides, she had met this human before, so why didn't she feel this way then? At that moment, Yun Qianhuang and the others finally saw Baba's current state. Feng Feng couldn't help but laugh. Baba, did you fall into the sea? Baba was soaked, her wings dripping with water, and she had a clam stuck in her mouth, which explained why she couldn't speak. After being teased by Feng Feng, Baba shook off her earlier confusion and flew up again, her big eyes showing a hint of guilt. She just wanted to see if there was anything tasty at the bottom of the sea, but she didn't expect the clam to bite her mouth. As a spirit beast, Baba didn't want to harm the clam, which hadn't yet gained intelligence. However, the clam was biting too tightly and she couldn't get it off, so she had to return for help from Yun Qianhuang and the others. A smile flickered in Yun Qianhuang's eyes. It wasn't that she was enjoying Baba's misfortune, it was just that Baba looked too funny at that moment. Seeing Baba's pitiful expression, she cleared her throat and stepped forward to help remove the clam. The clam was only a first-level spirit beast, but its bite was quite strong. Yun Qianhuang tried several times to separate it from Baba without hurting it. After thinking for a moment, she cautiously wrapped the clam in water spirit energy. Feeling the water spirit energy, the clam happily opened its mouth and then fell to the ground with a thud. Baba quickly retreated 10 meters away, wrapping herself in spirit energy to prevent the clam from jumping up and biting her again. Seeing her swollen mouth and frightened expression, Foam laughed for a while before landing and transforming into human form to pick up the clam. "Master, I'll throw the clam back into the sea." Yun Qianhuang nodded, "Go ahead." Foam quickly disappeared. Even in human form, she was very fast, and it wouldn't take her even a quarter of an hour to go to the seaside and back. However, it took a full half an hour for her to return, looking somewhat serious. Yun Qianhuang waited for her and, noticing her expression, asked, Foam, did something happen?" Foam landed on her shoulder. "Master, I saw some very annoying black mist over there, just like the evil cultivators who attacked the sect back then." Hearing the words evil cultivators, Yun Qianhuang's expression also became serious. The bag's mouth was no longer so swollen, and it curiously asked, "What is an evil cultivator?" Foam glanced at her and thought about how the bag was also a divine beast, so she explained, "Evil cultivators are humans who practice forbidden techniques." Upon hearing that evil cultivators would dig out the spirit cores of spirit beasts to increase their power, the bag's eyes widened, and it showed its sharp teeth. "I want to get rid of all those evil cultivators. How terrible! How could such wicked techniques exist in the world?" Foam understood the bag's anger very well. She gently patted the bag's head with her wing and continued, "I checked, and there are no living beings there. But those dark mists can't be dispelled with spirit power." Foam didn't know what those dark mists were, but she instinctively felt disgusted. The time wasted was spent trying to disperse the dark mists. However, she had tried every method and still couldn't get rid of those annoying dark mists. Yun Qianhuang immediately said, Foam, lead the way. Let's take a look." Like the dark mists surrounding the evil cultivators, they surely weren't anything good, and they couldn't let the dark mists continue to exist. Moreover, the presence of dark mists indicated that there had been evil cultivators there before, and she wanted to see if she could find any clues about them. She still hadn't settled the score from that time. The bag clenched its little paws. "I want to go too." Yun Qianhuang didn't refuse. With Ao Tian and Fu Bai absent, having the bag along would provide extra safety in case of danger. As for Feng Jingchen, Yun Qianhuang glanced at the man and tentatively asked, "Feng Jingchen, do you want to come with us?" She thought he might know how to disperse the dark mists. Seemingly surprised that Yun Qianhuang would invite him, Feng Jingchen paused for a moment, then his eyes brightened, and he replied with a hint of a smile, "I would be delighted." The three of them and the bag followed Feng to the seaside. After about an hour of walking, they finally saw the dark mists that Feng had mentioned. Before getting close, the bag showed a look of disgust. "Those dark mists look really uncomfortable." Feng agreed, and Yun Qianhuang frowned as well. The area covered by the dark mists was vast, making it difficult to see what was inside. Her body sensed danger, warning her that it was best not to investigate before dispersing the dark mists. "Master, that dark mist is very dangerous. You shouldn't get close." Feng clearly felt the same way. The two people and two beasts stopped several dozen meters away from the dark mists. Yun Qianhuang looked at Feng Jingchen. "Feng Jingchen, do you know how to disperse those dark mists?" Feng had already tried using spirit power, so there was no need for her to repeat the effort. It was more convenient to ask someone who might know. Feng Jingchen looked at the black mist, which was thick and almost solid, similar to the white mist of Tsang Luyuan. He suddenly said, Huang Huang, do you have any talismans? I have a few left, Yun Qianhuang replied, taking out the remaining talismans from her storage ring. Which one do you need? Feng Jingchen did not examine the talismans, but randomly picked one. Holding the talisman in one hand, he extended his index finger, which was wrapped in a faint golden light, and drew a few strokes on the talisman paper. Yun Qianhuang watched him in surprise. When she was at the sect, she had seen Xiao Yi draw talismans. To succeed, one must use a special brush to gather spiritual energy at the tip. Even the sect leader, Su Feng, needed a brush. She had never seen a talisman master draw by hand. Moreover, he was drawing on a completed talisman. Yet, the talisman in Feng Jingchen's hand emitted a soft golden light, indicating he had succeeded. As he released the completed talisman, a surge of spiritual energy carried it toward the vast black mist. The yellow talisman stood out against the dark mist. Yun Qianhuang could clearly see the talisman ignite with golden flames, quickly burning away and transforming into countless light points that merged into the black mist. Then, the black mist, which even Feng Feng could not handle, vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The scene before them suddenly opened up. Feng Feng and Bao Bao widened their eyes, especially Bao Bao, whose teeth were grinding loudly. The two beasts reacted similarly, and when Yun Qianhuang saw what had been covered by the black mist, her expression turned cold. Beneath the black mist lay a desolate land. On that vast wasteland, there were remains scattered everywhere, filled with the bones and fur of various spirit beasts, enough to make anyone gasp in horror. Bao Bao rushed forward, searching for clues among the debris. She was determined to find out who was responsible and make them pay. Feng Feng followed closely behind. As a divine beast, she and Bao Bao felt a strong sense of responsibility toward the spirit beast clan and could not stand by idly. Looking at the shocking scene before her, Yun Qianhuang was filled with rage. She recalled the bones she had seen when she entered the spirit realm's master hall, which were also scattered everywhere, but the number of bones here was far greater. So many that, even as a human, she wished she could turn those who used forbidden techniques to ashes. Yun Qianhuang took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and began to search alongside the two beasts. At this moment, Feng Jingchen said nothing and quietly followed behind her, searching. This place used to be a stronghold for evil cultivators, but for some unknown reason, it has been abandoned. Judging by the weathering of the bones, it has clearly been a long time. Bao Bao also mentioned that in her thousands of years in Tsang Luyuan, the Tsang Lu's secret realm has never opened even once. After such a long time, even if the evil cultivators left some clues, they have likely been erased. But neither of them, nor the two beasts, mentioned this, as they focused intently on searching. On the beach, a clam beast came ashore. Behind it was another clam beast, several times larger, and both moved toward the barren land. Once out of the water, the two clam beasts moved very slowly. Yun Qianhuang and the others were so focused on finding clues about the evil cultivators that they didn't notice the two clam beasts by the shore. After struggling for about half an hour, the two clam beasts finally entered the barren area. The larger clam beast looked around and moved toward the direction where Yun Qianhuang was. It was drawn to the human's aura and sensed a bond between her and the phoenix, indicating she was an important figure here. After about 15 minutes, the two clam beasts reached Yun Qianhuang's side. The small clam beast opened its mouth and tugged at Yun Qianhuang's clothing. Yun Qianhuang was observing a skeleton in front of her, feeling a strange familiarity with it. Before she could figure out why it seemed familiar, she felt someone tugging at her clothes. Looking down, she saw the familiar clam beast. Seeing it had successfully caught Yun Qianhuang's attention, the small clam beast quickly moved back to the larger clam beast, its shell opening and closing. The larger clam beast moved forward, opened its shell, and spat out a blurry jade pendant. Yun Qianhuang was taken aback at the sight of the jade pendant and noticed the larger clam beast seemed to want to say something, so she quickly called for Feng Feng. Hearing the commotion, Bao Bao also came over and saw the small clam beast that had bitten her earlier. She immediately stopped and watched from a distance. Feng Feng communicated with the larger clam beast, and after a while, she landed beside the jade pendant and conveyed the larger clam beast's message to Yun Qianhuang. Master, the clam beast says this jade pendant was washed ashore earlier. The larger clam beast had lived for a long time, having been in this sea since the Tsong Lu's secret realm existed. When the evil cultivators entered the Tsong Lu's secret realm, the larger clam beast hid in the sea and clearly saw how they cruelly extracted the spirit cores from those spirit beasts. At first, the evil practitioners often failed, and many spirit beasts tragically died at their hands. The old clam beast wanted to save those spirit beasts, but it had no attack power and could do nothing. The evil practitioners stayed in the Tsong Lu's secret realm for a long time, and the number of harmed spirit beasts increased. They fully mastered forbidden techniques and began to use spirit cores to enhance their strength. 20 years ago, a man entered the Tsong Lu's secret realm. The man was very powerful. Even the old clam beast, hiding in the sea, could feel the energy radiating from him. The evil practitioners also noticed the man, but at that time, their strength had not improved much, and the man had a strong spirit weapon by his side. So, the evil practitioners abandoned their base and retreated from the Tsong Lu's secret realm. To escape from the man, the evil practitioners fled from the seaside and accidentally dropped a jade pendant. During high tide, the pendant was swept into the sea. After discovering the pendant in the water, the old clam beast quickly swam over and hid it in its shell. For all these years, it kept the pendant hidden, but because the pendant was too hard, it had to secrete some mucus to feel more comfortable, which caused the pendant to become unclear. The old clam beast felt a bit guilty, and Feng Feng extended one wing to pat its shell. Yun Qianhuang picked up the pendant, rinsed it with water energy, and then asked the old clam beast, "Can I take this pendant with me?" Although the pendant was already unclear, someone would still be able to recognize it. She had a feeling that if she found the pendant's owner, she could locate the evil practitioner's current base on the continent. The old clam beast opened and closed its shell. Feng Feng said, "Master, the clam beast says yes. It hopes you can help avenge those spirit beasts." "I will," Yun Qianhuang promised, as she already had a score to settle with those evil practitioners. She stored the pendant in her storage ring and then took out a small porcelain bottle the size of her thumb, removed the cork, and crouched down to offer it to the old clam beast. Inside the porcelain bottle was a drop of juice from the divine sky fruit. The old clam beast had hidden the pendant in its shell for over 20 years, and when it opened its shell just now, Yun Qianhuang noticed many scars on its body. It was clear that the pendant had caused these injuries, and the juice from the divine sky fruit could help heal them. The old clam beast sensed the strong and gentle power in the juice and instinctively opened its shell. Unable to tell where the old clam beast's mouth was, Yun Qianhuang simply poured the drop of juice onto its body. The old clam beast happily flapped its shell, realizing that the golden juice could relieve its pain. It moved back to the little clam beast and nudged it. The little clam beast silently opened its shell and spat out a blue pearl that was half its size. The old clam beast pushed the pearl in front of Yun Qianhuang. Feng Feng explained, "Master, the clam beast says this is the sea spirit pearl. The water spirit inside can nourish the water spirit root, and it wants to give it to you." The sea spirit pearl was the old clam beast's treasure. It had felt it was close to death and gave the pearl to the little clam beast. However, because of a drop of golden liquid, the old clam beast felt it could live for another 100 or 80 years, so it had the little clam beast spit out the sea spirit pearl as a gift. Yun Qianhuang accepted the sea spirit pearl. The old clam beast had nothing more to say and prepared to leave with the little clam beast. Seeing them struggle to move, Yun Qianhuang looked at Feng Feng and asked, "Can you help them back to the sea?" "Of course." Feng Feng transformed into human form, picked up the two clam beasts, and ran toward the sea. Yun Xianhuang turned her attention back to the skeleton that looked somewhat familiar to her. Once the two clam beasts were taken away by Feng Feng, Bao Bao dared to approach. She curiously looked at the skeleton in front of Yun Xianhuang. What was special about this skeleton? Why was this person staring at it? While Bao Bao was puzzled, she heard Yun Xianhuang ask, Bao Bao, can you tell what kind of spirit beast this skeleton belongs to? Bao Bao examined it closely and confidently said, it's the skeleton of a Li Tianyo. Li Tianyo. Yun Xianhuang finally remembered where the familiarity came from. Years ago, when she was pulled into the Qianshan Dragon Tomb by Ao Tian, the entrance to the tomb had closed again. Various forces attacked the entrance in turns, trying to break it open to obtain the legendary dragon's treasure. At that time, several major sects sent representatives, and the representative from the Spirit Calling sect was led by the sect leader Chu Wantao, along with two others. It seemed that a Li Tianyo followed Chu Wantao at that time. Li Tianyo was quite a rare spirit beast, so Yun Xianhuang still remembered it. No wonder she found this skeleton familiar. Understanding the reason, Yun Xianhuang decided not to waste any more time and changed locations to continue searching. Foam quickly returned, and the two of them, along with the beasts, searched for several more hours, turning the desolate land upside down but finding no other clues related to the evil cultivators. Those evil cultivators were too cautious. If it weren't for the man mentioned by the old clam beast who entered the Zhonglu's secret realm, they probably wouldn't have left behind that jade pendant. Yun Xianhuang stopped searching. The jade pendant was already an important clue. Feng and Bao Bao also gave up the search, and the four of them quickly exited the desolate land. After the dark mist cleared, the skeletons were fully exposed. Yun Xianhuang thought for a moment and used her earth spirit power to cover the barren land with a thick layer of soil. This would allow the spirit beasts to rest in peace. Yun Xianhuang then used her with spirit power to grow many vines and trees, making the land no longer desolate. The area was vast, and even though Yun Xianhuang was now a spirit master, she felt a bit exhausted after completing these two tasks. She instinctively opened her storage ring to take out a spirit replenishing pill, only to remember that she had given all of them to Bai Yuan. Just then, a hand rested on her shoulder. A familiar energy flowed through that hand, quickly replenishing her depleted spirit power. Yun Xianhuang turned to look at Feng Jingchen, who had a calm expression.
Thank you, she said.
Feng Jingchen had already given up on asking her to be less polite and said nothing in response. Yun Xianhuang then turned to Feng Feng, let's go explore other places. Right now, she didn't even know how to leave the Zhonglu's secret realm, and she had to set aside the matter of the evil cultivators for now. Okay, Feng replied, gathering her emotions and landing on Yun Xianhuang's shoulder. The girl and the beast turned to leave, and Feng Jingchen immediately followed. The bag stayed behind, watching the now flourishing land with a flicker of light in its eyes. It stared at the vines and trees born from spirit power for a long time before turning to chase after Yun Xianhuang and the others. The Zhonglu's secret realm was even larger than Yun Xianhuang had imagined. After searching for a while, she and Feng discovered two places rich in spirit power. One was a naturally formed medicinal field, filled with countless precious herbs. The other was an underground mine with various types of ores. Yun Xianhuang took some herbs and ores, putting the rest into her storage ring. After that, she didn't find any more treasures in the secret realm. This wasn't surprising, since the evil cultivators used the Zhonglu's secret realm as a base. They wouldn't overlook the treasures within it. The gains from this trip had already exceeded her expectations. Now, there was only one problem. She didn't know where the exit of the Zhonglu's secret realm was. Feng and the bag didn't know either, so Yun Xianhuang hopelessly asked Feng Jingchen, only to receive a negative answer as expected. She sighed, wishing she had asked Elder Gongqing back then. It was too late to say anything now. After all this running around, Yun Xianhuang was indeed feeling a bit tired. She planned to find a place to rest before continuing her search for the exit. However, Feng Jingchen, who had just given a negative answer, then said, I don't know where the exit is, but I can take you out, Huang. Yun Qianhuang was surprised to see a teleportation array appear under Feng Jingchen's feet. It made sense. This person could freely enter and exit Feng Feng's palace, so leaving the Zhonglu's secret realm was surely not a problem for him. Without waiting for an invitation, she stepped into the teleportation array, making sure to bring Feng Feng and the little bag along. After a moment of dizziness, they returned to the little bag's cave. Yun Qianhuang looked at the pit she had dug. The previous cracks had closed up as if they had never existed. The little bag didn't pay attention to it. Instead, it flew to where it kept its elixirs and pulled out a small bundle. Yun Qianhuang was not focused on the little bag's actions. Since the teleportation array could take them away from the Zhonglu's secret realm, could it also take them away from the Zhonglu abyss? She looked at Feng Jingchen and voiced her thoughts. Feng Jingchen shook his head. In the Zhonglu abyss, my strength is suppressed, so I can't use the teleportation array. Strength being suppressed? Yun Qianhuang was confused. Why don't I feel anything? Feng Jingchen looked at her and remained silent. Yun Qianhuang suddenly realized. Could it be that her strength was too weak compared to Feng Jingchen, so the suppression in the Zhonglu abyss didn't affect her? Seeing Feng Jingchen's silence, she understood the truth and decided to stop discussing it. For now, whether for the treasure map or to leave the Zhonglu abyss, she needed to go to other areas. Little bag, how much do you know about the other areas? I don't know much, the little bag replied, carrying its small bundle. But my instincts tell me not to easily step into other areas. The instincts of divine beasts are usually very accurate, and the little bag never goes against its instincts. Right now, its instincts told it to follow Yun Qianhuang. Seeing the little bag with its bundle, Feng Feng asked curiously, Little bag, where are you going? I'm going to follow you, the little bag said firmly. I want to leave the Zhonglu abyss with you and defeat those evil cultivators. It was a pity that its treasures had to stay behind, but it had brought the most delicious elixirs, which was enough. Feng Feng blinked. What about your treasures? The little bag tightened its small paws. I'll leave them here and come back after I defeat the evil cultivators. Feng Feng nodded, respecting the little bag's decision. Yun Qianhuang had no objections either. She was still unsure of the evil cultivator's power, so it was great that the little bag was willing to help. She opened the treasure map in her mind and followed the route on it, leaving the little bag's cave and heading toward the western area. The West District is the largest area in Zhongluyuan and is marked on the treasure map as the location of the treasure. Since they are already here, Yun Qianhuang is determined to find the treasure before leaving Zhongluyuan. Due to the dangers mentioned by Bao Bao, Yun Qianhuang decided not to let Feng Feng fly her over and chose to walk instead. 2 days later, the two of them and their beasts finally entered the West District. As soon as they entered, Yun Qianhuang felt something special about the place. Bao Bao's ears perked up and her eyes sparkled. The spiritual energy here is so strong. She had never been to the West District before, so she was unaware of how rich the spiritual energy was. Yun Qianhuang's mind stirred. If she could cultivate here, it would be much more effective. However, recalling the presence of Ao Tian and Fu Bai, she restrained herself. With their bond, Ao Tian and Fu Bai would surely sense if she was in trouble and might worry excessively. The West District wouldn't disappear, so she could return to cultivate after dealing with her current matters. Yun Qianhuang opened the treasure map. According to the markings, the treasure was located at the very edge of the West District, which is also the border of Zhongluyuan. To find the treasure, they had to cross the entire West District. Yun Qianhuang focused intently and created a mental barrier to follow the route on the treasure map. It took 2 days to travel from the East District to the West District, but after reaching the edge of the West District, they had already spent 5 days, showing just how vast it was. Strangely, they hadn't encountered any dangers along the way. There were many spirit beasts in the West District, but they were all low-level. Upon seeing Feng Feng and Bao Bao, they quickly fled and didn't attack. As they were about to reach their destination, Feng Feng finally couldn't hold back and asked, Bao Bao, are you afraid of those low-level spirit beasts? Of course not. Bao Bao crossed her little paws and raised her ears in annoyance. feeling insulted. After all, she was a divine beast. Even if her strength wasn't as great as Feng Feng's, she wouldn't be afraid of those low-level spirit beasts. Feng Feng continued, "Then why were you afraid to come to the West District?" Bao Bao. She slowly lowered her paws. Why was that? The West District only had slightly stronger spiritual energy than the East District, and there weren't any high-level spirit beasts. Why had she always been afraid to come here? Bao Bao couldn't explain it. Even just a few days ago, when they first arrived in the West District, she had felt a voice inside her urging her to go back, but she had resisted it. Bao Bao shared this with Feng Feng and then asked, "Didn't you feel that way?" Logically, as fellow divine beasts, if she could sense a threat, Feng Feng should be able to as well.
No.
Feng Feng shook her head, feeling puzzled. Listening to the conversation between the two beasts, Yun Qianhuang narrowed her phoenix eyes. Bao Bao had no reason to lie about this, but Feng Feng, being a divine beast, felt nothing. If one of the beasts was mistaken, could it be that someone had secretly influenced Bao Bao? If it weren't for her experience in the Tsang-Lu's secret realm, Yun Qianhuang might not have had such a suspicion. But the evil cultivators had once used the Tsang-Lu's secret realm as a base, and its entrance was in the Tsang-Lu abyss. Perhaps the West District had also been a stronghold for the evil cultivators. Those cultivators might have used some method to make Bao Bao subconsciously feel that the West District was very dangerous, preventing her from discovering their actions. This was the most reasonable explanation Yun Qianhuang could come up with, but until she found evidence left by the evil cultivators, she didn't want to jump to conclusions. In any case, it was wise to be cautious. With this thought in mind, Yun Qianhuang carefully made her way to the location marked on the treasure map. The Tsang-Lu abyss was located at the bottom of a crevice, surrounded by towering cliffs that seemed to reach the sky. The marked location on the treasure map was in a cave. The cave was in a shadowy corner, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. Yun Qianhuang took out a luminous stone, lit it with her spiritual power, and held the Bai Yuan in her hand before leading Feng Feng into the cave. Bao Bao followed closely beside her, with Feng Jingchen bringing up the rear. The cave had only one path, and within a quarter of an hour, they reached the deepest part. Feng Feng looked around and said, "Master, it seems like there's nothing here." Didn't the master say this was the location on the treasure map? Where was the treasure? Yun Qianhuang released her spiritual energy to sense the surroundings, then turned to look at Feng Jingchen behind her. The treasure map was given to her by him, and only he could explain the current situation. Feng Jingchen understood what Yun Qianhuang wanted to ask. He scanned the area and suddenly walked to the right. After examining it closely, he said, "Huang Huang, there's a hidden door here. Do you want me to help you open it?" Yun Qianhuang walked over to take a closer look. With the light from the luminous stone, she could clearly see the entire stone wall but found nothing. She didn't think Feng Jingchen was lying to her, so she asked, "Do you know how to open it?" Feng Jingchen raised his hand, and a golden thread appeared at the tip of his finger. "Just blast it open." Yun Qianhuang. Well, that was straightforward. It was a good method, but if the treasure was right behind that stone wall, it might get damaged. "I'll look for any mechanisms first. If I can't find anything, then you can break it open?" "Okay." Feng Jingchen retracted his energy, letting his hands drop. Yun Qianhuang immediately began searching the stone wall for mechanisms, with Feng Feng and Bao Bao helping her. The stone wall was not very smooth and had some bumps, which was normal. After searching for a long time, Yun Qianhuang still couldn't find any mechanisms. Not wanting to waste too much time, she was about to ask Feng Jingchen to help break the wall when her hand suddenly touched something on the stone surface. Using her spiritual energy, she brought a glowing stone closer to examine the groove beneath her hand. The rough stone wall had a groove that seemed ordinary, likely caused by normal wear and tear. Yun Qianhuang traced the shape of the groove with her fingertip, and something flashed in her mind. This shape? She quickly opened her storage ring to search, and since Bai Yuan had taken most of her items, the ring felt quite spacious, making it easier to find things. Before long, Yun Qianhuang found a strangely shaped stone. Her mind stirred, and the stone appeared in her hand. This stone was given to her by Ji En when she left the Wuling Academy. It was obtained by Qi Wu in the Tsang Luyuan, and Ji En said it seemed like a key. Yun Qianhuang held the stone close to the groove and compared it, realizing it fit perfectly. Without hesitation, she pressed the stone into the groove. The stone and groove matched perfectly, and where they connected, a faint glow flickered. Then, the stone wall emitted a deep sound. At the indicated spot, a heavy stone door slowly opened to the sides. Yun Qianhuang tightened her grip on Bai Yuan and called Feng Feng back, just in case of danger. The door moved very slowly, taking a while to fully open. A shadow darted out from the open door, and just as Yun Qianhuang was about to set up a barrier, she was suddenly tackled by a large, furry creature, causing her to stumble backward. Feng Feng, who had been perched on her shoulder, instinctively flew up, only realizing something was wrong when it transformed into human form to catch its master. Someone was faster than Feng Feng. Feng Jingchen caught Yun Qianhuang, and a powerful force erupted from him, pushing the large furry creature away. The creature tumbled to the ground but quickly got back up. It charged at Yun Qianhuang again. A wall of fire suddenly appeared, blocking its path. Seeing the creature trying to get close to her master, Feng Feng's expression turned dangerous. "Little monkey, stay away from my master." The presence of the divine beast made Qingmu feel danger. It looked longingly at Yun Qianhuang through the fire wall and then turned to run back into the stone chamber. With the help of Feng Jingchen, Yun Qianhuang steadied herself and thanked him before looking towards the spot where Qingmu had disappeared. It seemed that this divine beast was the guardian of the treasure. She took a couple of steps forward, intending to enter the stone chamber to take a look, when she saw Qingmu returning with a large pile of treasures radiating strong spiritual energy. It placed the treasures in front of Yun Qianhuang and said in a soft voice, "These are for you." Yun Qianhuang glanced at the treasures. They were just as valuable as those she had found in the Tsanglio secret realm. Each one was worth a fortune. She was a bit surprised and asked, "Why are you giving these to me?" Qingmu didn't answer and turned to run back into the stone chamber. When it came out again, it was still carrying a full load of treasures. After running back and forth 3 or 4 times, the treasures piled up in front of Yun Qianhuang formed a small mountain. Bao Bao was astonished. Even as a divine beast, she liked these treasures. How could Qingmu be willing to give them all to a human? Feng Feng was only interested in treasures that could enhance her strength and didn't pay much attention to the pile on the ground. However, when Qingmu first placed the treasures in front of Yun Qianhuang, she had quietly removed the fire wall. Seeing Qingmu about to go back for more treasures, Yun Qianhuang quickly stopped it. Qingmu looked at her eagerly and asked, "Don't you like them?" Yun Qianhuang felt that if she said she didn't like them, Qingmu might cry right there. She quickly replied, "I really like them, but this is enough. You can keep the rest for yourself." Qingmu blinked its big eyes twice and said, "But I have so many more. Really, it's enough." Yun Qianhuang suppressed Qingmu's urge to give her more treasures and raised her hand with a storage ring, saying, "My storage ring can't hold any more." Feng Jingchen tilted his head to look at her, but didn't expose her lie. "Okay then." Qingmu nodded obediently and leaned closer to Yun Qianhuang, secretly tugging at her sleeve while glancing at Feng Feng's reaction. Feng Feng silently turned away, pretending not to see. Only then did Qingmu boldly ask, "Can you take me outside to see?" It had been here for a long time and had never left. It liked this human and wanted to explore the outside world with her. Looking at the mountain of treasures, Yun Qianhuang found it hard to refuse. However, she had many enemies, and having Qingmu involved with her might not be beneficial. As for forming a contract with Qingmu, Yun Qianhuang hadn't even considered it. Aokiyu is a wood-type spirit beast, and she has 5 spiritual roots, so her connection with Aokiyu isn't very strong. Both Feng Feng and Ao Tian, as well as Fu Bai, have developed all attributes, so forming a contract with her would benefit both sides. Yun Qianhuang almost refused but saw tears in Aokiyu's eyes. "I have been here since I became aware, and have never seen what the outside world is like." Yun Qianhuang sighed. "I can take you to my sect, but you must not harm others, understood?" The sect has a spirit beast garden and a spirit beast peak, so Aoki, you won't feel bored and will be safe. Aoki nodded repeatedly. I won't hurt anyone. Aoki is a gentle spirit beast, and Yun Xianhuang believes what it says, but she still tells Aoki that staying in the sect depends on her master's decision. Aoki nodded again, deciding to bring its treasures when it leaves. Humans seem to love treasures, so if it gives its treasures to this human's master, it will surely be able to stay in the sect. Yun Xianhuang is unaware of Aoki's little thoughts as she puts the treasures into her storage ring, achieving her goal in a roundabout way. Next, they just need to find the exit of Song Luyuan to leave this place. She looked at Aoki, who is also a resident of Song Luyuan, and asked, "Do you know how to leave Song Luyuan?" Aoki looked up at her, its big eyes filled with confusion. What is Song Luyuan? Yun Xianhuang. After a moment of silence, she explained to Aoki, Song Luyuan is the place we are in. Aoki understood and scratched its head. I saw an old man walk into a place and then disappear. An old man? Yun Xianhuang thought of her master, Tai Shu Xian. Her master definitely did not accidentally enter Song Luyuan, so the old man Aoki mentioned is likely Tai Shu Xian, and that place might be the exit of Song Luyuan. Of course, they need to investigate further. Yun Xianhuang immediately asked, Can you take us to that place? Aoki nodded vigorously, asking Yun Xianhuang to wait a moment before running back into the stone chamber. When Aoki came out, Yun Xianhuang noticed it was wearing a green collar around its neck. Although she was curious, she did not ask too much. However, Bao Bao was very interested, sensing a wave of spiritual energy from the collar. As they walked towards the cave's exit with Aoki leading the way, she flew beside it and asked curiously, What is this collar? It's my treasure. Aoki smiled shyly. Bao Bao didn't ask more questions and just patted her little bag, as she had her own treasures. Under Aoki's guidance, Yun Xianhuang and the others quickly arrived at a place hidden by vines. Aoki pulled aside the vines, revealing a teleportation array inside. Yun Xianhuang was surprised. She didn't expect to find a teleportation array here. Then she relaxed, realizing that the old man Aoki you mentioned must have used the teleportation array to leave Song Luyuan. She wondered where this teleportation array would lead. After hesitating for a moment, she noticed Feng Jingchen, who had been quietly following her, step forward. His fingertips touched the teleportation array, seemingly doing something to it. Qianhuang, I've briefly changed the destination. You can use this to go back to Shuangxiu's sect directly. Yun Qianhuang caught the key word. Feng Jingchen said you, not we. She looked up. Aren't you coming with me? Feng Jingchen smiled slightly. I need to take care of a small issue. Though he called it a small issue, Yun Qianhuang knew that with Feng Jingchen's strength his small issue was likely a big deal. Do you need the Shunxiao fruit? Not for now. Feng Jingchen's eyes sparkled with more amusement as he gently pushed Yun Qianhuang into the teleportation array. My power is suppressed, and I can't stay in the teleportation array for long. You should leave here first. The teleportation array activated on its own, wrapping Yun Qianhuang in a soft white light. The three beasts quickly followed her. Through the light of the array, Yun Qianhuang saw Feng Jingchen's lips move, but before she could understand what he said, she was teleported back to Shuangxiu sect. Shuangxiu sect, main peak. Seeing her little disciple and two spirit beasts suddenly appear, Mo Lanshuang, who had just returned from another peak, looked puzzled. Yin girl? Once she adjusted to the sudden change in environment, Yun Qianhuang looked at Mo Lanshuang and respectfully said, Master. Hearing the familiar voice, Mo Lanshuang turned to Bao Bao and Aoki, uncertain. Are they also your spirit beasts? Yun Qianhuang had already put Feng away, so Mo Lanshuang could only see Bao Bao and Aoki. In response to Mo Lanshuang's question, Yun Qianhuang shook her head. They are not my spirit beasts. My disciple accidentally entered Song Luyuan earlier, and I encountered these two spirit beasts there. They came out with me due to certain reasons. Upon hearing the named Song Luyan, Mo Lanshuang's expression changed slightly. Yun Qianhuang noticed the change and paused before saying, Master, let's talk inside the hall. With those words, Mo Lanshuang understood that her little apprentice had something important to share. She nodded gently and walked towards the hall. Yun Xianhuang quickly followed with her bag and Qing Muyu. Once they entered the hall, Mo Lanshuang set up a barrier. Yun girl, what do you want to tell me? Yun Xianhuang took out a dark waist ribbon left from when they buried Gong Chengyuan and handed it to Mo Lanshuang. Feeling the lingering energy on the ribbon, the usually composed Mo Lanshuang lost her calm. Yun girl, have you seen him? Where is he? She grabbed Yun Xianhuang's shoulders, shaking her gently. Yun Xianhuang had never seen Mo Lanshuang like this. After a brief moment of surprise, Mo Lanshuang quickly regained her composure, though her eyes still showed uncontainable excitement. Yun Xianhuang said, I saw a trace of Senior Gong Cheng's soul in the Tsang Luyen's secret realm. A trace of soul? Mo Lanshuang stared at Yun Xianhuang in disbelief. Is he dead? Yun Xianhuang nodded, not intending to hide the truth, as Senior Gong Cheng did not wish for her to do so. Senior Gong Cheng sacrificed his life to create a legendary artifact. Mo Lanshuang stepped back in shock. For 20 years, she had never given up searching for him, yet she had found no trace. It turned out he wasn't avoiding her, he had already passed away. How foolish she had been to resent those who used disguise pills because of his past secrecy. Mo Lanshuang's emotions swirled, her gaze complex. Master, before Senior Gong Cheng's soul faded, he asked me to relay some words to you. Mo Lanshuang looked up, listening to Yun Xianhuang's next words, as the image of that familiar figure appeared in her mind. The man was strikingly handsome, gazing at her with the same gentle eyes. He said, Shuanger, I am no longer in this world. I wish for your future to be smooth and peaceful, and not to dwell on the past. Unfortunately, I exhausted everything and couldn't help you create the legendary artifact. Fortunately, your apprentice found what I left behind and helped complete the artifact. You have a good apprentice. If we had a daughter, she would surely be just as outstanding. The figure before her suddenly vanished. Mo Lanfrost remained silent for a long time. After a while, she slightly moved her lips, but her eyes were filled with sadness. What does she need a legendary artifact for? Gong Chengyuan, you always act on your own. Mo Lanfrost said nothing, and Yun Xianhuang also fell silent, standing quietly beside her. After a long time, seeing that Mo Lanfrost had calmed down, she took out the artifact. Master, this is the artifact made by Senior Gong Cheng called Bai Yuan. Mo Lanfrost glanced at it and replied, It's a good weapon. You can put it away. She didn't need any artifact, especially since that person mentioned that Bai Yuan was successfully created with the help of this girl. Hearing Mo Lanfrost's words, Yun Xianhuang put Bai Yuan away and turned to look at the curious Qing Muyu. Master, Qing Muyu wants to stay in the sect. What do you think? Mo Lanfrost followed her gaze. With her keen eyes, it was clear that Qing Muyu was a sacred beast, so she understood why Yun Xianhuang asked this. Even the gentlest sacred beast is still a sacred beast. If it were to go wild one day and harm the disciples, it would be hard to defend against. She hesitated a bit. Tomorrow, I will gather the peak masters to decide. Frost Snow sect has never been just her own. Qing Muyu understood Mo Lanfrost's words and suddenly stepped forward, taking out a pile of treasures from its beautiful collar. It placed the treasures in front of Mo Lanfrost, looking at her with eager eyes. Sacred beasts can speak, but Qing Muyu said nothing, which spoke louder than words. Mo Lanfrost paused for a moment. Although Frost Snow sect was rich in resources, no one would refuse more treasures. Just from this pile of treasures, she could already guess the reactions of the peak masters tomorrow. Mo Lanfrost certainly wouldn't accept those treasures. She told Qing Muyu to put them away. Then she watched as Qing Muyu drooped its head, putting each treasure back into its collar. The sight and expression made one want to hug it and comfort it. However, Mo Lanfrost had passed the age of being unable to control her emotions, so she forced herself to look away. Yun girl, you must have more to say, right? Master, do you remember the evil cultivator? Yun Xianhuang took out a blurry jade pendant and shared her experiences from the Tsang Lu's secret realm with Mo Lanfrost. Just listening to Yun Qianhuang's description, Mo Lanfrost could imagine the cruel past of that desolate land. Her expression grew serious. Evil cultivators were always despised by everyone. They were ruthless and lacked any conscience. Moreover, evil cultivators not only targeted unowned spirit beasts, but many summoners from various forces had also gone missing over the years, all due to evil cultivators. The existence of dark practitioners has always been a thorn in the side of those in power. If they can find the stronghold of the dark practitioners and eliminate them completely, it would certainly ease their worries. Mo Lanchuang took the jade pendant that Yun Qianhuang received from the old clam beast and examined it carefully. It had been too long, and the pendant no longer held any energy, making it impossible to identify its owner. Holding the pendant, Mo Lanchuang said to Yun Qianhuang, "Yun girl, let's go to Spirit Tool Peak. Elder Fong might be able to restore this pendant."
Okay.
As the master and disciple prepared to leave, Mo Lanchuang hesitated, glancing at Bao Bao and Qingmuyu. What should they do with these two spirit beasts? Bao Bao, who had not interrupted their conversation, quickly flapped her wings when she noticed Mo Lanchuang looking at her. "We will wait for you here," Bao Bao said. Mo Lanchuang did not hesitate, but set up a barrier on the main peak before leaving, to prevent any shock to the elder's disciple if they came looking for her. Not long after the master and disciple left on a flying spirit beast, a figure suddenly appeared on the main peak. Inside the hall, Qingmuyu's ears perked up. Bao Bao also sensed the new presence on the main peak and turned to look in that direction. What pure wood spirit energy, Qingmuyu thought, but remained silent, touching the collar around its neck. The person with the water spirit root seemed unwilling for it to stay here, but it didn't want to return to its previous place. If it formed a contract with the people here, could it stay? With this thought, Qingmuyu suddenly dashed out. Worried that Qingmuyu might cause trouble, Bao Bao hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, at Spirit Tool Peak, Mo Lanchuang and Yun Qianhuang found Elder Fong. Mo Lanchuang got straight to the point, saying, "Elder Fong, can you restore this jade pendant?" Elder Fong was the only master craftsman on the continent and the most likely person to restore the pendant. Seeing Mo Lanchuang's serious expression, he understood that this pendant was linked to something significant. He took the pendant and examined it carefully, then shook his head after a moment. "Sect Master, this pendant is not a spirit tool, so it's difficult to restore. However, the design of this pendant. It resembles the personal pendant of Sect Master Chu from the Spirit Calling sect. As a master craftsman, Elder Fong had an exceptional eye. Even having met Chu Wantao only once or twice, he could remember the style of his personal pendant."
Chu Wanta?
Mo Lanchuang's expression changed. "Elder Fong, are you serious?" "Master, I can't be sure, but didn't Master Chu say a while ago that he would hold a welcoming banquet for his new disciple and invited us to attend?" When Fong Yu mentioned this, Mo Lanchuang also remembered. According to news from the Spirit Calling sect, Chu Wantao had taken on a highly talented disciple and was eager to show off, which is why he was preparing the banquet with great fanfare. Although this kind of event is not common among the sects, since it was a personal invitation from Chu Wantao, Mo Lanchuang agreed to go. Counting the days, it would be in just a few days. Mo Lanchuang understood Fong Yu's intention. Since it was a personal jade pendant, Chu Wantao must carry it with him, and they would have the chance to investigate at the banquet. She put the jade pendant that Fong Yu returned back into her storage ring and said to Yun Qianhuang, "Yun girl, you should come with me to the Spirit Calling sect in a few days." Yun Qianhuang recalled the skeleton of the fierce beast. Her expression grew serious, but she didn't mention it and simply agreed to Mo Lanchuang. The matter of the evil cultivator could wait for now. Yun Qianhuang followed Mo Lanchuang back to the main peak, planning to summon Feng Feng later to find out Yen and Fubai so that the two beasts wouldn't worry. The master and disciple entered the hall together. As soon as they walked in, Yun Qianhuang saw a familiar person standing next to Qingmuyu. Hearing their footsteps, the person turned around and their eyes lit up. "Qianhuang." Shun Fengyuan quickly walked over and linked her arm with Yun Qianhuang's, curious. "When did you come out of the trial area?" About a month ago, Yun Qianhuang replied, her eyes brightening at the sight of Shen Fengyuan. Due to the trial area, it had been over 2 years since they last met. You came out so much earlier than me. You're amazing, Qianhuang. Shen Fengyuan had personally experienced how challenging the 12 illusion array was, so her praise was heartfelt. She was eager to share her experiences in the trial area with Yun Qianhuang but held back, remembering Mo Lanshuang was nearby. Master, I have fulfilled my promise and successfully passed the trial area. Shen Fengyuan was one of the fastest disciples to clear the trial area after Yun Qianhuang, so Mo Lanshuang was naturally pleased and praised her several times. She could tell the two girls had much to discuss, so she quietly returned to her room in the hall. After taking a few steps, Mo Lanshuang paused, noticing Qing Muyu had somehow moved closer to Shen Fengyuan. When did this sacred beast come out of the previous room? Shen Fengyuan quickly explained, Master, I came out of the trial area and went straight to the main peak. I don't know where this Qing Muyu came from. The sect did not explicitly forbid bringing unclaimed spirit beasts back, but Shen Fengyuan felt it was better to clarify. Although the Qing Muyu was indeed very cute, Mo Lanshuang knew that the Qing Muyu had nothing to do with Shen Fengyuan. She just asked out of concern, did it hurt you? Shen Fengyuan shook her head repeatedly. Mo Lanshuang felt relieved. Yun girl, please inform the peak masters to come to the main peak tomorrow to decide the fate of the Qing Muyu. The peak master of Lingfu Peak, Su Jin, was a master-level talisman maker, so Mo Lanshuang had no shortage of communication talismans. In the past, she had always notified the peak masters herself without needing help. Yun Qianhuang sensed that her master probably had the same thought as her. She quickly agreed, and then saw the Qing Muyu anxiously tugging at Shen Fengyuan's clothes. Shen Fengyuan looked down in confusion. Little monkey, what's wrong? The Qing Muyu took out the treasures it had intended to give to Mo Lanshuang and placed them in front of Shen Fengyuan, looking at her eagerly. Can you form a contract with me? I'll give you all these treasures. If it formed a contract with this human, it wouldn't have to return to its previous place. This human had a wood spirit root, and it liked her aura very much. It was eager to be contracted by her. Mo Lanshuang stopped in her tracks. Shen Fengyuan was taken aback and instinctively replied, I'm not a summoner. I can't form a contract with spirit beasts. She knew that the Qing Muyu was a wood-type sacred beast, and forming a contract with a sacred beast would be beneficial for her. But the key was that she wasn't a summoner. Yun Qianhuang smiled and said, Fengyuan, if the spirit beast takes the initiative, there are no restrictions. Before Shen Fengyuan could react, the Qing Muyu suddenly extended a finger and gently pricked her fingertip. A drop of blood oozed from Shen Fengyuan's fingertip and entered the Qing Muyu's forehead. The contract was formed, and an upgrading formation appeared beneath Shen Fengyuan's feet. Shen Fengyuan was stunned. What just happened? The Qing Muyu gently rubbed her pricked fingertip and sweetly called out, Master. Shen Fengyuan. Mo Lanshuang's voice floated in. Yun girl, since the Qing Muyu has formed a contract with Shen girl, there's no need to notify the other peak masters. With a contracted spirit beast, it would naturally be bound by the contract, eliminating the possibility of it going wild and causing harm. After saying this, she left the main hall. Shen Fengyuan accidentally got a contract beast. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Qing Muyu's big, watery eyes, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Well, she did benefit from it, right? Shen Fengyuan pulled back her hand and looked at the pile of treasures on the ground. Moo, please put these away. Qing Muyu happily accepted his new name. Thinking of Yun Qianhuang's example, he assumed Shen Fengyuan had no place to store these treasures, so he obediently returned them to his caller. He would take them out when his master needed them. Shen Fengyuan didn't know Mu's thoughts. She pulled Yun Qianhuang to sit down in the hall. Huang, tell me if anything important happened in the past 2 years. Huang had cleared the trials first, so she must know. Wait a moment. Yun Qianhuang set up a barrier and took out a hidden array disc to summon Feng. Feng, please go home and bring Ao Tian and Fu Bai here. Feng nodded, concealed her presence, and quietly left the Frost Snow sect with the hidden array disc. This was Shen Fingyuan's first time seeing Feng, but she remembered Yun Qianhuang mentioning she had more than one contract beast, so she wasn't too shocked. She watched Feng leave and asked Huang, what kind of spirit beast is Feng? She is the phoenix ancestor. I contracted her on Yanfeng Mountain. Shen Fengyuan. The phoenix ancestor means she is the ancestor of the phoenix clan? Shen Fengyuan truly didn't know what to say. Fu Bai was a mythical beast, Feng was the phoenix ancestor, and then there was Ao Tian, that Huang just mentioned. Those so-called genius summoners on the continent could only have one contract beast in their lifetime, yet Huang had 3. No wonder she was so impressive. Shen Fengyuan felt proud, but didn't dwell on the topic for too long. She smiled and said to Yun Qianhuang, Huang, quickly tell me if anything major happened in the past 2 years. Yun Qianhuang gently shook her head. Fengyuan, you might not believe it, but I don't really know what happened in the past 2 years. Shen Fengyuan was taken aback. Yun Qianhuang didn't hide it from her. I just came out of the trial area and heard Elder Pei say there was a problem at home, so I hurried back. Then I accidentally entered Song Lu Yuan and only returned to the sect today. As for why she entered Song Lu Yuan, she didn't elaborate, fearing it would worry Shen Fengyuan. When she heard something had happened at the general's mansion, Shen Fengyuan's expression tightened and she quickly asked, Huang, what happened at your home? Do you need my help? As for the incident in Song Lu Yuan, everyone has their own opportunities, and Shen Fengyuan wasn't too concerned. Seeing the worry in Shen Fengyuan's eyes warmed Yun Qianhuang's heart slightly. But thinking about her family's situation, her expression quickly turned cold. My grandfather made a contract with a fire qilin, but recently it was stolen. As a result, my grandfather suffered a backlash and his mental strength was severely damaged almost. Yun Qianhuang didn't need to finish her sentence. Shen Fengyuan could guess the rest. Angry, she stood up and pulled Yun Qianhuang towards the door, saying, Huang, let's go help the old general get the fire qilin back right now. Although she was only a first-star spirit practitioner, her granduncle was a peak alchemist who was once famous alongside Master Lu Qing, so it would be easy to ask some strong people for help. Fengyuan, Yun Qianhuang pulled her back. We can't get it back right now. Why not? Shen Fengyuan asked, confused. Yun Qianhuang replied, the ones who took the fire qilin are from the Malio continent. Shen Fengyuan blinked. She seemed to remember her granduncle mentioning that beyond the Naliu continent, there was another continent called Malio. It was said that the cultivation resources on Malio were much richer than those on Naliu, and the spiritual energy was denser, making the practitioners there generally stronger. However, her granduncle had also said that the 2 continents did not interfere with each other and had no communication. How could people from Malio come to their Naliu and steal the old general's spirit beast? Shen Fengyuan couldn't understand, but she didn't back down just because they were from Malio. So, what are you planning to do, Huang? Since Huang had helped her so much and even gave her granduncle precious alchemy recipes, she naturally wanted to help now that Huang was in trouble. Yun Qianhuang said, the dean should know how to get to Malio. Once we resolve things here, I plan to visit Malio. The people from the Yun family in Malio might not treat the fire qilin well. For her grandfather and the fire qilin, she had to make this trip. Make sure to take me with you. I've never been to Malio, Shen Fengyuan said, holding her hand. By then, Jilu and the others will have passed the 12 illusion array too, and the 5 of us can explore Malio together. Okay. Yun Qianhuang nodded with a smile. She was used to being alone, but having companions felt really nice. After deciding to go to Malio together, Shen Fengyuan asked what Yun Qianhuang needed to resolve. Having already encountered the evil cultivator, Shen Fengyuan was curious, so Yun Qianhuang shared the details with her. The palace had a barrier set by Emo Lanshuang, along with her own, so Yun Qianhuang spoke without any hesitation. After listening to her, Shen Fengyuan frowned and said, Huang, do you mean that Chu Wantao might be colluding with evil cultivators? The disciples of the Spirit Calling sect are the fewest among the major sects, but everyone in the sect is a summoner. Evil cultivators rely on forbidden techniques to enhance their strength using spirit cores. If Chu Wantao, the sect leader, really is in league with them, what difference would that make from letting a wolf into a flock of sheep? Shen Fengyuan couldn't imagine how many disciples of the spirit-calling sect might have suffered, if this were true, since its establishment. Yun Qianhuang nodded. I saw a skeleton of a fierce, celestial bull in the Tsang Lu secret realm. The fierce, celestial bull. Isn't Chu Wantao's summoned beast a 10th-tier fierce, celestial bull? Other spirit beasts could be considered coincidences, but the fierce celestial bull is quite rare, and the jade pendant left by the evil cultivators likely belongs to Chu Wantao. Shen Fengyuan couldn't help but think more about it. After learning that the jade pendant might belong to Chu Wantao, Yun Qianhuang had the same thought as Shen Fengyuan. However, without evidence that the jade pendant's owner was indeed Chu Wantao, she hadn't told Feng Yu and Mo Lanshuang. The major sects have always maintained good relations, and with Mo Lanshuang and Feng Yu being a sect leader and a peak master respectively, if Yun Qianhuang talked too much, she might be suspected of stirring trouble. But sharing it with Shen Fengyuan posed no such risk. Shen Fengyuan truly hadn't thought in that direction. She understood Yun Qianhuang well and knew she would never joke about such matters. She pressed her lips together and said, Huang, I'll mention this to my master later. In a few days, I'll go with you to the spirit-calling sect. The peak master of the spiritual herb peak, Shi Qingxiang, was also invited by Chu Wantao. As her direct disciple, it wouldn't be difficult for Shen Fengyuan to attend the apprenticeship banquet. Yun Qianhuang happily agreed. After discussing a few other things, Shen Fengyuan left the main peak. She still needed to inform her master about the passage and check if her family had sent her any letters. After Shen Fengyuan left with Qing Muyu, Bao Bao flew out from the shadows. Earlier, seeing that Qing Muyu meant no harm, she had hidden away. Now, she stopped in front of Yun Qianhuang, blinking her small eyes and asked, Can I go with you to the spirit-calling sect? She had left Song Lu Yuan to eliminate evil cultivators, so she was naturally very interested in matters related to them. Yun Qianhuang did not refuse outright but asked in return, Bao Bao, there will be many powerful humans this time. It could be dangerous if they discover you. Can you hide like Foam? Although she had a concealment array, it wouldn't be very effective in front of powerful spirit saints and spirit emperors. The bag is a magical creature, and many powerful individuals will attend the apprenticeship banquet, making it likely that they might covet the bag, especially the leader of the spirit-calling sect, who may be in league with dark forces. As for why Yun Qianhuang dared to bring the bag back, first, there was no time to hide it. Second, the Frost Snow sect has a grudge against the dark forces. And third, at that time, with Feng and Qing Muyu present, plus the bag, even the leaders of the Frost Snow sect might not be able to match the three beasts. However, at the apprenticeship banquet hosted by Chu Wantao for his new disciple, powerful figures from various sects will attend, and there may be dark forces hiding in the shadows. The former national master of the Qi-Ling kingdom may not be very strong, but he was able to capture a 12th-level fire unicorn, proving that the dark forces have methods to deal with spirit beasts. Yun Qianhuang cannot fully guarantee the bag's safety. The bag nibbled on its little paw, saying, I'm not like Feng. I'm not good at hiding. Feng, like Ao Tian, is an all-around spirit beast. But the bag is different. It cannot hide completely like Feng, even from spirit emperor-level experts. However, it can still avoid detection from those below the spirit emperor level. The bag honestly told Yun Qianhuang and then pouted, suddenly feeling like a useless creature. It seems that only Gung Lihan among the major sects is a spirit emperor, but the dark forces are unknown, and Yun Qianhuang does not plan to let the bag take risks. Bag, you should stay in the sect. The bag drooped its ears, knowing that Yun Qianhuang meant well, so it did not insist. Yun Qianhuang patted its little head, got up, and returned to his previous room, planning to improve his strength in the next few days. The bag flapped its purple wings and followed him. Seeing Yun Qianhuang sit cross-legged on the bed, the bag obediently settled on a chair in the room, not disturbing Yun Qianhuang's training. Yun Qianhuang practiced all day, while the bag sat on the chair the entire time. It took off the small bundle it carried on its back, took out a pill, licked it, and suddenly thought of something. Qing Muyu had made a pact with that human with a wood spirit root to stay here. If it also made a pact with this human, could it join in investigating the dark forces at the Spirit Calling sect? Previously, in the Tsang Lu secret realm, this human buried the spirit beasts harmed by the dark forces. She is a really good person. This human is also a rare 5-element root, and her aura is very appealing. Moreover, this human is an alchemist, so if it makes a pact with her, it would have endless pills to eat. The bag perked up its ears, thinking this plan could work. However, thinking about Fingfing's personality, she didn't dare to act on her own like Qing Muyu. Instead, she flew in front of Yun Qianhuang after she finished her training. Master Fengfeng, can I form a contract with you? Hearing this, Yun Qianhuang, who had just stopped her training, was momentarily stunned. But soon, she understood why Bao Bao asked this and couldn't help but smile. Unlike Fengfeng, who had not yet accepted her inheritance when they formed a contract, Bao Bao was a fully grown divine beast and understood what it meant to be contracted by a human. To eliminate the evil cultivators, Bao Bao was actually willing to form a contract with her. However, Yun Qianhuang did not agree right away. I have 3 spirit beasts. I need to ask for their opinions. If she contracted Bao Bao without saying anything, Fengfeng and Fubai would definitely be upset. Bao Bao blinked in disbelief. You have 3 spirit beasts? Fengfeng was actually willing to let her contractor form contracts with other spirit beasts. Wait, Fengfeng was the Phoenix ancestor, one of the most powerful divine beasts. How strong must this human's spiritual power be to contract Fengfeng and still be able to contract other spirit beasts? Bao Bao fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Yun Qianhuang ignored Bao Bao and went to Lingshan Peak for a meal before continuing her training. On the 3rd day after Fengfeng left, she returned to Shuangshua's sect with Outyen and Fubai. At that time, Yun Qianhuang had just finished her training. As soon as she saw her, Fubai jumped into her arms and asked with concern, Master, are you okay? Outyen also approached Yun Qianhuang and carefully checked her body, letting out a heavy sigh of relief when he confirmed she had no injuries. On the way back, they heard from Fengfeng about their master's recent experiences, which were quite distressing. If it weren't for Feng Jingchen's timely appearance, would their master really have self-destructed? Because of this, the 2 beasts immediately labeled Feng Jingchen as one of their own, just like Yun Qianya and the others. Yun Qianhuang gently stroked Fubai's head, smiling, I'm fine now. Sorry to worry you. Outyen, I found an 8-petal immortal orchid in Kangliyuan, and I've already transplanted it into the space. You should try it and see if it can speed up your recovery. Fubai, you should try it too. Outyen knew well what the 8-petal immortal orchid could do. His eyes brightened, and he nodded, okay. Fubai also nodded. The 2 beasts returned to the space for a while before coming back out. Fubai spoke excitedly, Master, with the 8-petal immortal orchid, my training speed is much faster than before. I will definitely soon become the first illusion demon divine beast. Fubai's words are completely true. During the 2 years in the trial land, the 3 beasts have been training without rest. Ao Tian and Fengfeng are already very strong, so their improvement isn't as noticeable. But Fubai, being a sacred beast, has made much greater progress. Now, with the 8-petal fairy orchid, it feels that advancing to a divine beast is just around the corner. Yun Qianhuang looked at Ao Tian beside her, and before she could ask, Ao Tian said, with the 8-petal fairy orchid, I can quickly restore my strength to 50%. Yun Qianhuang felt satisfied. Even at 30%, Ao Tian was already very powerful. Once Ao Tian reaches 50%, she believes that even in the Mo Lu continent, they could be unstoppable. However, there was still one thing to address. Yun Qianhuang looked at the quiet bag sitting in the chair and asked the opinions of the 3 beasts. Ao Tian and Fu Bai had noticed the bag, but were too busy to pay attention to it. Now, hearing Yun Qianhuang say that the bag wanted to form a contract with her, Fu Bai's ears perked up, and it was about to say no. However, it opened its mouth, but found it couldn't make a sound. The culprit, Ao said to Yun Qianhuang, "Master, I have no objections." Fu Bai didn't speak because Ao had silenced it, but surprisingly, Feng Feng also stayed quiet. Yun Qianhuang found it strange. Feng Feng. Feng Feng glanced at the bag. Although she disliked the ostrich rat, she couldn't deny that, as a divine beast, the bag was quite powerful. Yun Qianhuang's past experiences of being hunted had left her with some psychological scars. If her master had more powerful spirit beasts, even if Ao and Fu Bai stayed at home, she wouldn't be forced to self-destruct by those people. Thus, the usually possessive Feng Feng nodded. "Master, you should form a contract with the bag." Fu Bai was stunned. But it quickly understood why Ao and Feng Feng were willing to let Yun Qianhuang form a contract with the bag. Its ears drooped, and when Yun Qianhuang asked it, it nodded. The three beasts agreed, and the bag immediately flew over, nervously looking at Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianhuang willingly placed a drop of blood on its forehead. The contract was formed, and a promotion array suddenly appeared beneath Yun Qianhuang's feet. This unexpected gain made her eyes shine. After consuming the divine sky fruit in the Tsanglu abyss, her strength had already reached the peak of 2 stars, and now she had unexpectedly broken through to 3-star spirit master. She quickly recalled the bag and the 3 beasts into her space to consolidate her strength. Meanwhile, on another continent, a terrifyingly powerful force trapped a group of people. The most powerful elder looked at the man surrounded by swirling energy and fear and shouted, "Feng Jingchen, you can't kill us. If you kill us, you will." Before the elder could finish his sentence, a force gripped his neck. Feng Jingchen looked at him with a cold killing intent that only Yun Qianhuang had seen when they first met. Enough noise. For the past few days, Yun Qianhuang had been preparing to go to the spirit calling sect. Although she now had 4 beasts and didn't need to worry too much about encountering those men in black again, she still prepared many defensive treasures just in case. As for stealth items, without Yun's strength restored, any stealth spirit tools would be useless with him around. However, after thinking it over, Yun Qianhuang still decided to obtain a stealth sacred artifact. Only a master craftsman could forge a sacred artifact, and currently, there was only one master craftsman on the continent, Feng Yu. Yun Qianhuang inquired about Feng Yu's preferences from Lu Tai and brought gifts to the spirit tool peak. Feng Yu didn't have many hobbies. He just liked collecting rare ores. Fortunately, Yun Qianhuang had obtained several rare ores in the Tsang Lu secret realm, so she selected 2 as a reward for Feng Yu's help. When Feng Yu saw the 2 ores, his eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, "Girl Yun, don't worry. Within 2 months, I guarantee I will craft the best stealth sacred artifact for you." Only Feng Yu would dare to make such a promise about creating a sacred artifact in 2 months. Yun Qianhuang smiled and agreed, not specifying any requirements for the artifact, just letting Feng Yu decide. Naturally, Feng Yu was pleased, and as soon as she left, he began preparing with the materials. Not long after returning from the Spirit Tool Peak, Shen Fengyuan came to find her. She had 2 pieces of news to share with Yun Qianhuang. First, Shi Qingxiang was willing to take her to the Spirit Calling Sect's apprenticeship banquet, and as for the second piece, Shen Fengyuan teased, smiling, Huang, guess what the second thing is? Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and Yun Qianhuang boldly guessed, "You broke through to become a master-level alchemist?" Huang, you think too highly of me." Shen Fengyuan sighed. Even with her talent, she was still not yet 20. It's worth noting that the first person on the continent to break through to a high-level alchemist at 16 only became a master-level alchemist at 30. Alchemists need long-term practice to advance, especially from high-level to master-level, which is a significant hurdle. Where is she even at? After guessing wrong, Yun Qianhuang suddenly remembered the pill formula she had given to Master Shen Fengyuan. Just as she was about to say something, Shen Fengyuan couldn't hold back and told her, Huang, my granduncle has broken through to become a master alchemist." She hugged Yun Qianhuang's arm, feeling both joy and gratitude. "We owe it all to the pill formula you gave, which helped my granduncle break through his bottleneck." Although Shun Fengyuan hadn't gone home to see it herself, she could imagine how happy her family must be from her father Shen Songbai's description in the letter. The third master alchemist on the continent came from their Shin family. The entire Shin family had been immersed in joy these days, and the letter even mentioned that her granduncle fainted from excitement on the day he emerged from his seclusion. Shen Fengyuan found it both funny and a bit bittersweet. Her granduncle had spent his whole life refining medicine but was stuck for over 20 years, and now he finally broke through. The entire Shin family was very grateful to Huang Huang, and her father even mentioned in the letter that they must invite Huang Huang to their home when they have the chance. Actually, even without her father saying it, Shin Fengyuan had planned the same thing. Now that her granduncle could refine top-tier pills, she definitely wanted to bring Huang Huang home to take advantage of the situation. Hehe. Yun Xianhuang was unaware of Shin Fengyuan's little thoughts. In response to her companion's gratitude, she smiled and said, "If it weren't for your granduncle's talent, no amount of pill formulas from me would be useful." Whether it was Master Lu Qing or Fengyuan's granduncle, both had been peak-level alchemists, just needing to overcome that hurdle to advance. The formula she provided only gave them a little push. The main reason for their advancement was their own excellence. Shin Fengyuan didn't want to argue about it. Anyway, the gratitude was remembered by the entire Shin family, and if Huang Huang ever needed help in the future, she would never refuse. After discussing the good news, the two began talking about their upcoming visit to the Spirit Calling sect. The Spirit Calling sect was located near Tianling City, and since they were going, Yun Xianhuang planned to take the opportunity to deliver the 1 million she owed her cheap master. She also needed to ask Master Lu Qing to help refine the 10 earth flame pills she promised to Bai Fong. She shared her plans with Shin Fengyuan, who had no objections and was gradually being influenced by Yun Xianya. On the morning of their visit, the 4 peak masters of the sect and several disciples set off for the Spirit Calling sect under the lead of Mo Lanchuang. At the same time, in the 12th illusion array, Yun Xianya took a moment to rest before entering the 12th challenge. As soon as he stepped into the 12th challenge, he saw a shadow that looked exactly like him, the Noon 12. Yun Xianya was momentarily stunned, but then realized that the 12th challenge was meant to test their own limits. He cautiously took out his flame spear and discovered that the shadow of Wu 12 also held an identical spear. In front of the water mirror, the 12 elders watched as Yun Xianya became the 4th disciple to reach the final challenge. Elder Wu stroked his graying beard and said, "What do you think? Who will clear the challenge first, this kid or that girl from the Z formation?" Elder Mao leaned back in his chair, his old eyes slightly squinted. This 12th challenge tests more than just strength, it's hard to say. Elder Z remarked, "This kid is a twin of that girl from the previous Mao formation. Although his talent isn't as strong as his sister's, he's still impressive." Elder Yin added, "That girl from the Z formation is no slouch either." Elder Z nodded, not denying Elder Yin's words, and said, "Let's just watch." The other elders nodded in agreement. Regardless, reaching this final challenge was already a testament to the excellence of these 2 children. If they could clear it like the girls from the previous Mao and C formations, they would surely have a place among the 12 holy sons. The elders continued to observe the scene in the water mirror. At this moment, Yun Xianya had figured out that the shadow of Wu 12 was a perfect replica of himself. The shadow was well aware of where his attacks would land, perfectly mirroring and countering each time, as if it completely understood his thoughts. But is there really a formation in this world that can read minds? Yun Xianya didn't believe it. He stood firm with his spear and, after numerous attempts, finally discovered the shadow's fatal weakness. Outside the trial area, after several days of travel, the members of the Frost Snow sect arrived at the Spirit Calling sect on the day of the apprenticeship banquet. With few elders and disciples, the Spirit Calling sect rarely had such lively gatherings. Thus, on this day, all the disciples of the Spirit Calling sect were very active. At noon, representatives from various sects arrived one after another. Yun Xianhuang saw many familiar faces, the sect leaders and elders who had watched during the selection competition. Those individuals also noticed Yun Qianhuang and Shen Fengyuan, who were following their respective masters. During the selection competition years ago, more than one sect had invited Yun Qianhuang and Shen Fengyuan. Both chose the Frost Snow sect, and the sect leaders who were unable to recruit them were quite resentful, even looking unfavorably at Mo Lanshuang and Shi Qingxiang. In recent years, they had not been without new disciples. But how many true talents could there be in the world? The total number of new disciples across the various sects has reached several thousand, yet none possess the talent of these two girls. How could the sect leaders not feel a sense of regret? However, the advantage of being in high positions for a long time is that even if they feel uncomfortable inside, the sect leaders still greeted Mo Lanshuang politely. They couldn't help but admire themselves in their hearts. Speaking of which, that old man Chu from the Spirit Calling sect once promised the position of elder just to recruit that Yun girl. Now, they were curious about what kind of genius had been recruited this time, especially since a grand apprenticeship ceremony had been organized. With this curiosity, the representatives of each sect gradually entered the venue prepared by the Spirit Calling sect. Chu Wantao had kept everyone in suspense and had revealed nothing about his new disciple. It was only when all the sect representatives had arrived that he slowly brought out his new disciple. The boy was somewhat thin, looking around 16 or 17 years old. Unlike his peers, he had a sickly pale complexion and an aura of gloom surrounding him. Beside him was a summoning beast, a 12-tier golden crown bird. The golden crown bird is a metal-type spirit beast said to originate from the golden phoenix lineage, known for its strong attack power. Seeing the golden crown bird, the representatives of the sects became agitated. It's actually a 12-tier golden crown bird. No wonder Chu Wantao is so proud. To summon a 12-tier spirit beast, this boy's future is limitless. But why does he look so sickly? Chu Wantao should at least give his precious disciple some medicine. Yun Qianhuang sat beside Mo Lanshuang, ignoring the discussions around her, and focused her gaze on Chu Wantao. Feng Yu had also come along. After briefly admiring the boy's talent, he began searching for Chu Wantao's jade pendant. Mo Lanshuang quietly observed Chu Wantao as well. Since the Frost Snow sect was seated in the front, they could easily see the style of the jade pendant at Chu Wantao's waist, which bore no resemblance to the unclear pendant they had seen before. Both Mo Lanshuang and Feng Yu let out a sigh of relief. If Chu Wantao had truly colluded with evil cultivators, many elders and disciples of the Spirit Calling sect would suffer, which was not something they wanted to see. Thankfully, that was not the case. However, Yun Qianhuang did not dismiss her suspicions about Chu Wantao. She turned her attention to the boy beside him. At this moment, under the witness of the sect representatives, the apprenticeship ceremony began. To show off his prized apprentice, Chu Wantao did not let the young man put the golden crown bird back into the contract space. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yun Qianhuang's mind. "Master, there is something wrong with that golden-crowned bird." The golden-crowned bird has some connection to the golden phoenix lineage, and as the phoenix ancestor, Feng Feng knows a lot about it. After the voice spoke, it continued, "Master, the power of that golden-crowned bird is different from what I've seen before. Although it is a 12th level spirit beast, its spiritual energy is much weaker than that of the fire qilin. The golden-crowned bird has some golden phoenix blood, so it shouldn't be that weak compared to the fire qilin. This feeling is strange." Feng Feng and the voice couldn't pinpoint what was odd. Suddenly, Out Yin said, "It has the aura of other spirit beasts." Upon hearing this, Feng Feng and the voice instantly understood where the strangeness came from. The golden-crowned bird seems to have mixed powers from other spirit beasts, making it appear to be a 12th level spirit beast, but its actual strength is far below that level. Yun Qianhuang's eyes flickered. Could it be possible that evil cultivators can forcibly enhance their strength using spirit cores? Could they also use this method to boost the strength of spirit beasts? She shared her thoughts with the 4 spirit beasts. In the space, Out Yin's expression turned cold. Evil cultivators have existed for a long time. We cannot rule out this possibility. Feng Feng snorted. That golden-crowned bird better pray that its power didn't come from such a method. Otherwise, I will personally take it down. Their Phoenix clan must not have such disgraceful members. Fubai and the voice said nothing, but their attitude matched Fengfeng's. The 4 spirit beasts knew their limits. Although they were angry, they would not act rashly, without sufficient evidence. Meanwhile, the apprenticeship ceremony had reached its final stage. This stage involved the master giving the apprentice a token, signifying to others that this was his personal disciple. All the representatives were watching the master and apprentice. Chu Wantao was quite pleased as he took out a jade pendant from his storage ring and handed it to the young man. Disciple, this jade pendant is my favorite. I now give it to you, hoping you will practice diligently and not disappoint my expectations. As soon as the pendant was revealed, Mo Lanshuang and Fong Yu's expressions changed slightly. That pendant matched the one Yun Qianhuang had given them earlier. Chu Wantao said it was his favorite pendant. Mo Lanshuang's face returned to normal in an instant, but her hand at her side tightened. Fong Yu controlled his expression, but anger rose within him. Good job, Chu Wantao, you actually colluded with the dark practitioners. Yun Qianhuang pressed her lips together. The old clam beast said that the jade pendant fell from a dark practitioner. Even if the dark practitioner wasn't Chu Wantao, he must have some connection to him. The leader of the spirit-calling sect, second only to Qi Wu in summoners on the continent, is actually involved with dark practitioners who use forbidden techniques to extract spirit beast cores. It's truly ridiculous. The 3 of them hid their emotions well, and since many people attended the apprenticeship banquet, Chu Wantao did not notice them. Mo Lanshuang and Fong Yu communicated with their spiritual energy. Fong Yu, leader, what should we do? Although they confirmed Chu Wantao's connection to the dark practitioners, they had no other evidence besides the unclear jade pendant. Even if they presented the pendant, if Chu Wantao insisted it was a coincidence, no one would believe them. After all, besides Yun Qianhuang, no one had seen the bones of those spirit beasts in the Tsang Lu's secret realm. Mo Lanshuang, we need to think this through and not act rashly. It was minor that they couldn't pin down Chu Wantao's guilt, but if they alarmed the dark practitioners and made them cautious, it would be a loss. Fong Yu is not an impulsive person, and he didn't say anything more until the banquet ended. By the time they left the spirit-calling sect, it was already dark, making it unsafe to travel, so the people from Frost Snow sect found an inn to stay. Outside, Fong Yu and Mo Lanshuang couldn't discuss Chu Wantao's matter, so they returned to their rooms with complicated feelings to rest. But Yun Qianhuang had no such concerns. She set up layers of barriers with Ao Tian, ensuring that even a powerful spirit emperor couldn't overhear her conversation with Shen Fengyuan. Shen Fengyuan hadn't seen the unclear jade pendant, but seeing Yun Qianhuang's serious expression, she guessed. Qianhuang, have you confirmed Chu Wantao's identity? Yun Qianhuang lowered her brows. I can confirm he is a connection to the dark practitioners, but I still lack crucial evidence. Shen Fengyuan immediately spat. He's the leader of the spirit-calling sect. How could he be so heartless? After scolding Chu Wantao several times, Shen Fengyuan stopped and asked, Qianhuang, what should we do? I plan to infiltrate the spirit-calling sect. That's too dangerous. Shen Fengyuan disagreed. Doesn't the leader know too? You don't need to take that risk. Yun Qianhuang's expression was serious. Fengyuan, my master's identity is well known. They cannot act recklessly without solid evidence. But I'm different. I can disguise myself and enter the spirit-calling sect under another identity. Chu Wantao only knows that my contracted beast is Fubai, but he doesn't know I have other spirit beasts, so he won't suspect me. But Huang, what if the evil cultivator's base is in the spirit-calling sect? Your spirit beasts could easily be targeted. Shen Fengyuan understood that besides Fubai, Yun Qianhuang's other spirit beasts were all divine level. Those evil cultivators would definitely aim for Yun Qianhuang to enhance their power. Yun Qianhuang smiled. That's exactly what I want them to focus on me. From the attacks on the sect in the past, it was clear that there were hierarchies among the evil cultivators. A divine beast would surely attract the attention of the most influential ones among them. Finding the evil cultivator's base would not be difficult then. What she wanted was not just to teach Chu Wantao a lesson. She aimed to uproot the entire evil cultivator faction and completely eliminate them. Shin Fengyuan stared at Yun Qianhuang, understanding her intention. She supported Yun Qianhuang, but this plan was too risky, and she couldn't help but worry. After thinking for a moment, she looked up and said, "Huang Huang, I support you, but before you go to the spirit calling sect, you need to come home with me." When they returned, she would ask her great-uncle to make some life-saving elixirs for Huang Huang, so she could feel a bit more at ease. Yun Qianhuang understood Shin Fengyuan's plan and nodded with a smile. Once this was settled, Shin Fengyuan asked for more details. "Huang Huang, what identity do you plan to use to enter the spirit calling sect?" Her previous identity at the Five Spirit Academy could not be used, but it also couldn't be too low-key, or else, once the divine beast appeared, various forces might target her. Yun Qianhuang was also considering this. "Since we are in Tianling City, I plan to return to the academy tomorrow and ask Master Lu Qing for help." "I'll go with you." "Okay." The next morning, the members of the Frost Snow sect set off to return to their sect. Yun Qianhuang and Mo Lanchuang consulted briefly and then left the sect's group with Shin Fengyuan. With the help of the other three beasts, her bag could temporarily seal the residual power in her body from consuming the divine sky fruit, so she didn't need to worry about being discovered by people from the upper realm during this time. The two hired a carriage and set off from the inn. When passing by the Xuanji auction house, Yun Qianhuang went in to exchange some elixirs for gold coins. These coins were for her great-uncle Xian, as she would not forget her promise. It takes 2 days to travel from the inn to the Spirit Calling Academy, and the coachman also needs to rest. Therefore, before dark, the two found an inn to stay in. At this time, there were many diners in the inn's lobby enjoying their meals. Shin Fengyuan placed a spirit gold card on the counter and said, "Innkeeper, 2 rooms, please." The innkeeper smiled as he took the spirit gold card, deducted the cost for 2 rooms, and called a waiter to take them upstairs. The waiter responded and bowed with a smile. "Ladies, please follow me." Shin Fengyuan put away the spirit gold card returned by the innkeeper and turned to call Yun Qianhuang, only to see her staring in a certain direction. "Qianhuang, what are you looking at?" As she spoke, she followed Yun Qianhuang's gaze. There were 2 young people sitting together eating. One of them was wearing the disciple robe of the Spirit Calling sect and was holding the hand of the girl next to him. "Swear, I told my master that it doesn't matter if you're not a summoner. He has a way to let you join the Spirit Calling sect as an outer disciple." The girl, called Shuer, remained silent, her eyes unfocused. With Fu Bai's confirmation, Yun Qianhuang recognized the girl as the young lady from the Lin family she had met a few years ago in the Spirit Rotation Forest. Her name seemed to be Lin Shuangxue. It had been a long time, so Yun Qianhuang wasn't entirely sure, but it didn't matter. She was drawn to the scene because of the Spirit Calling sect disciple's words. It seemed that the disciple was an admirer of Lin Shuangxue, going to great lengths to help her join the sect. However, Lin Shuangxue was still trapped in Fu Bai's illusion and couldn't respond to him at all. Suddenly, Yun Qianhuang had a better idea. She gave Fu Bai a quick reminder and then turned to Shin Fengyuan with a smile. "Fengyuan, let's go to our room." Shin Fengyuan also noticed what the Spirit Calling sect disciple said and guessed that Yun Qianhuang must have a plan, so she quickly agreed. The two followed the waiter upstairs, while on Lin Shuangxue's side, Zhong Hao had no expectation of receiving a response. He had known Lin Shuangxue since childhood, and both the Zhong and Lin families were prominent families in Tianling City. They were well acquainted, and their elders had arranged a marriage contract for them years ago. However, Zhong Hao had not been satisfied with the engagement. Lin Shuangxue was proud, and he had only seen her as a neighborly sister, without any romantic feelings. But a few years ago, Lin Shuangxue had gone to the Spirit Rotation Forest to find a medicinal herb, and when she returned, her personality had changed dramatically. She no longer clung to him as before and had become quiet, appearing cold to everyone. Her cold demeanor caught Zhong Hao's attention, and he quickly became infatuated. Zhong Hao began to do everything he could to please Lin Shuangxue. He was quite talented himself, with a 7th-tier summoning beast, a golden hook leopard, and had joined the Gene Pavilion under an elder of the spirit summoning sect last year. Once he entered the sect, he couldn't go home as freely as before. Unable to bear being away from Lin Shuangxue, he pleaded with his master for a long time until his master finally agreed to let Lin Shuangxue join the spirit summoning sect as an outer disciple. As soon as the master-disciple ceremony ended, he eagerly invited Lin Shuangxue out to share the good news. Zhong Hao thought Lin Shuangxue would treat him like heir, as usual. To his surprise, the girl suddenly looked at him and gently nodded, okay. Zhong Hao's eyes widened in joy. Shuer, you really agreed? But Lin Shuangxue did not respond further. He didn't mind. He liked her indifferent attitude towards everyone. Since Shuer had already agreed, he would tell his master about it when he got back. Oh, and he needed to inform Uncle Lin too. Zhong Hao happily ate his meal. Meanwhile, upstairs, after Fu Bai finished speaking, Yun Qianhuang smiled and shared her plan with Shen Fengyuan. Shen Fengyuan was somewhat familiar with the forces in Tianling City. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened slightly. You want to disguise yourself as Lin Shuangxue and replace her in the spirit summoning sect? Qianhuang, won't the Lin family find out? Lin Shuangxue was the only daughter of the Lin family head, cherished at home. The Lin family should know her personality well. Any unusual behavior might be noticed. Yun Qianhuang quietly said, years ago, Lin Shuangxue had a conflict with me, so Fu Bai used an illusion technique on her, and she is still trapped in that illusion. Shen Fengyuan opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. She recalled hearing Xianqing and Jilu mention a young lady who tried to use her family's power to forcefully buy Qianhuang's spirit beast and ended up being controlled by an illusion. So, that young lady was Lin Shuangxue? Shen Fengyuan gazed into the distance. It had been over 3 years since she first heard this, and Lin Shuangxue was still under control, apparently without the Lin family knowing. Fu Bai's illusion technique was truly terrifying. Shen Fengyuan rubbed her arms, relieved she wasn't Qianhuang's enemy. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how she would have met her end. After a moment of reflection, she continued, but Qianhuang, if you enter the spirit summoning sect as Lin Shuangxue, won't you only be an outer disciple? The outer disciples cannot reach the core of the spirit summoning sect, so it is hard for them to attract the attention of those evil cultivators. Yun Qianhuang smiled and said, Lin Shuangxue has been trapped in an illusion for years. The Lin family must have noticed something unusual, but they can't figure out why. Shen Fengyuan's eyes lit up. Summoners awaken their spirit roots and bones when they first summon their own spirit beasts. There has never been a case in the continent where someone became a summoner years after awakening their spirit roots and bones. If that's the case, could Lin Shuangxue's strange behavior over the years be because she has become a summoner? Yun Qianhuang knew Shen Fengyuan would guess her plan. With the identity issue resolved, there was no need to ask Master Lu Qing for help anymore. Fengyuan, let's set off to your home tomorrow. I also want to ask your great-uncle to help me refine a type of pill. Don't just say one, even if it's 10 or 8 types, as long as you ask, my great-uncle will definitely agree. With a change in plans, some things had to be done tonight. Tianling City at night is not as lively as during the day, but the underground night market is brightly lit. After changing her appearance, Yun Qianhuang went to a familiar fabric shop, paid with a gold coin, and entered the underground night market. Using her not-so-clear memory, she found Tai Shu Xian's stall. Tai Shu Xian was still selling alchemy furnaces. He was dressed simply, reeking of alcohol, and sat on a chair with his eyes closed, resting. Who would imagine that such an ordinary-looking old man is a nearly god-level alchemist? Yun Qianhuang approached the stall, and a nearby vendor immediately called out, Old Xian, you have customers, wake up. Tai Shu Xian opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing Yun Qianhuang, he reached out, disciple. Did you bring what you owe me? Yun Qianhuang obediently took out a spirit gold card worth 10 million gold coins and handed it to Tai Shu Xian, not surprised that he recognized her right away. Tai Shu Xian accepted the card, his cloudy old eyes fixed on Yun Qianhuang, suddenly frowning. You. Yun Qianhuang looked at him in confusion. Tai Shu Xian slowly stood up, waved his hand, and put away the alchemy furnaces from the stall into his storage ring.
Come with me.
Yun Qianhuang followed him obediently. After the old man and the young girl left, the nearby vendor shook his head helplessly and helped to pack up the stall cloth left behind by Tai Shu Xian. Yun Qianhuang was taken to a courtyard, and as she entered, she noticed that the two guards at the gate were wearing silver masks. Members of the underground night market's protection team. Why would the protection team help her inexpensive master guard the gate? Looking at the slightly hunched figure in front of her, Yun Qianhuang guessed something. Only the builders of the underground night market could make the night market guardians watch the gate. While thinking, Yun Qianhuang followed Taishu Xian into the courtyard. The gate was closed by two guardians, and Taishu Xian used his spiritual power to bring over two chairs. He sat in one and gestured for Yun Qianhuang to sit down. Once she was seated, he completed the sentence he had started earlier. Disciple, have you met that kid, Gong Chengyuan? He sensed the presence of that kid in her. Though it was faint, it was still detectable. Disciple accidentally entered the Tsang Lu's secret realm and met Senior Gong Cheng in there. Knowing that Gong Chengyuan and Taishu Xian were acquainted, Yun Qianhuang didn't hide anything. Taishu Xian snorted lightly. He has been hiding peacefully, making it hard for a Mo girl to find him all these years. Master, you misunderstood. Yun Qianhuang quickly said, Senior Gong didn't hide on purpose. He has already passed away. What I saw was just his lingering soul. He's dead? Taishu Xian's eyes widened, and the wine jug in his hand fell to the ground. How did he die? Yun Qianhuang briefly explained, but she didn't mention the existence of Bai Yuan. Taishu Xian could tell she was hiding something, but he didn't mind. He silently picked up the wine jug and took a big gulp. After a moment, he said, with a hint of alcohol on his breath, Disciple, Mo girl must already know about this, right? Yun Qianhuang nodded. Taishu Xian looked up at the dark sky and sighed deeply. It's also my fault. That kid said he wanted to forge a legendary artifact, and I couldn't stop him. Yun Qianhuang didn't know the details and wasn't sure how to comfort Taishu Xian. Fortunately, Taishu Xian didn't stay down for long. He burped and waved his hand at Yun Qianhuang. All right, I know about this now. You can go. He had finished asking what he wanted, but Yun Qianhuang's confusion remained unanswered. The yellowed parchment book was handed to Taishu Xian. Master, you said this book contains your lifelong insights, but I can't read a single word. Taishu Xian's expression stiffened. But soon, he returned to normal, looking mysterious as he said, The timing isn't right. It's normal that you can't see it. When you reach the master-level alchemist, you'll be able to read the words inside. Yun Qianhuang. She felt that her master was trying to trick her. Because when he said this, he didn't even dare to look at her. Yun Qianhuang didn't bother to confront Taishu Xian and put away the sheepskin book, saying, Since that's the case, I'll go practice now. Go on, Taishu Xian waved his hand quickly. After Yun Qianhuang left, he sighed in relief. He had no idea why there were no words on the sheepskin book. But as long as he didn't admit it, that girl couldn't say anything. After all, she was just a mid-level alchemist now. By the time she advanced to master level, it would be uncertain whether he would still be around. Taishu Xian showed a sly smile and took another big gulp from his wine jug. The next morning, Yun Qianhuang and Shen Fengyuan changed their destination to the capital of Fengling Kingdom, Qingchuan City. Qingchuan City is located in the northern part of Fengling Kingdom, quite far from Tianling City, taking at least 10 days to half a month by carriage. The bag could only temporarily seal the remaining power of the divine sky fruit, and worried that the aura might be exposed over time, Yun Qianhuang pulled Shen Fengyuan to ride on Fengfeng's back. It was Shen Fengyuan's first time riding a divine beast, and she gently touched Fengfeng's golden feathers, feeling a bit excited inside. With Fengfeng's speed, they could reach Qingchuan City in less than 2 days, traveling day and night. Feeling bored on the way, Shen Fengyuan started talking about her family. The Shen family was a large clan, but only her father, Shen Songbai, was from the main branch, The others had split off. Overall, the family relationships were quite simple. They chatted all the way until they finally arrived at Qingchuan City. Foam landed a bit away from the city, and after confirming that there were no outsiders around, Yun Qianhuang put her away in her space, then removed the concealment array and walked with Shen Fengyuan towards Qingchuan City. On the way, Shen Fengyuan used a communication talisman to inform her family, so Shen Songbai specifically brought people to wait at the city gate early in the morning. Normally, as a family friend, it wasn't necessary for the head of the family to personally greet her daughter's friend. However, thanks to that girl, their elder was able to break through to become a master alchemist. For this favor, not only did he personally greet her, but he would even treat her like a daughter. The rest of the Shen family shared the same sentiment as Shen Songbai. Yun Qianhuang, who was being welcomed, felt a bit confused and looked at Shen Fengyuan with surprise. Shen Fengyuan held her arm and introduced, Huang, this is my dad, that's my uncle, next to him is my second uncle, and over there are my fourth and fifth uncles. As they were all elders, Yun Qianhuang naturally didn't forget her manners. However, she thought it was unnecessary for so many elders to come out just to welcome her for a visit. Yun Qianhuang felt a bit dazed. After introducing her family one by one, Shen Fengyuan looked at Shen Songbai and the others and said, Dad, uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, fifth uncle, this is the friend I often mention, Huang. She's a lovely girl. Shen Songbai smiled at Yun Qianhuang. Yuan, hurry and take your friend. Let's go home. Uncle Shen repeatedly agreed. Yes, it's windy at the city gate. Let's head home. This is not a place for talking. Shen Fengyuan responded and pulled Yun Qianhuang into the crowd. On the way to the Shen family home, Yun Qianhuang felt almost overwhelmed by the warmth of the Shen family. Shen Fengyuan's uncles and aunts greeted her and Shen Fengyuan with kindness, treating her not as a guest but as one of their own. Yun Qianhuang didn't want to refuse the elders' goodwill, so she replied while quietly thinking that no wonder Fengyuan is so friendly. She must have inherited the Shen family's wonderful tradition. Everyone chatted and laughed, quickly arriving at the Shen home. The Shen family is located on the busiest street in Qingchuan City, and it was rare for the family to be so lively, causing many people on the street to stretch their necks to see what was happening. Some familiar faces directly asked, Master Shen, is there a celebration at your home? Shen Songbai replied with a smile, It's not a celebration. It's just Yuan's good friend visiting. The acquaintances were puzzled. Did a friend visiting really need such a grand welcome? All the key figures of the Shen family were present. What outsiders thought didn't affect the Shen family. Once they entered the house and closed the door, the curious gazes were blocked out. Only then did Yun Qianhuang take out the gift she had prepared and handed it to Shen Songbai. Master Shen, I came in a hurry this time and didn't have a chance to ask about your preferences, so I took the liberty of preparing these. I hope you won't mind. The gift consisted of herbs she had dug up from her garden. Everyone in the Shen family were alchemists, so while giving herbs might not be the best choice, it certainly wouldn't go wrong.
Ah, Shen Combe disagreed.
Yun girl, since you are Yuan's friend, just call me Uncle Shen. There's no need to be so formal. While he was concerned about the way she addressed him, he didn't refuse Yun Qianhuang's gift. Shen Songbai was very observant and could tell that Yun Qianhuang had chosen herbs that were not too precious to make it easier for him to accept. It was the first time for this young one to visit, and if he didn't accept it, she might feel uncomfortable. Shen Fengyuan also said, Huang, you don't need to be so reserved. Just treat my home as yours. Her uncles and aunts nodded in agreement. Yun Qianhuang readily changed how she addressed him. Uncle Shen. Shen Songbai finally smiled and invited her to join him for lunch in the front hall. After lunch, Shen Fengyuan suggested taking Yun Qianhuang to meet her great-grandfather. Shen Songbai had no objections. Shen Fengyuan's great-grandfather, Shen Yuanyi, was a kind old man. He usually focused on alchemy and rarely paid attention to the outside world. However, when he heard that Shen Fengyuan was bringing Yun Qianhuang home, he surprisingly did not lock himself in his alchemy room but waited in the courtyard instead. When he finally saw his granddaughter with her friend, Shen Yuanyi rushed over and took Yun Qianhuang's hand. So this is Yun girl. She's really beautiful, the old man said with a cheerful smile. Come on, Grandpa Shin just made a batch of special pills a few days ago, and you and Feng Yuan are lucky to be here. Saying this, he pulled Shin Feng Yuan along and led the two girls into his room. Shin Feng Yuan smiled and said, Great-grandfather, I brought Huang Huang back this time to ask for your help in making some life-saving pills for her. Of course, of course. After breaking through to become a master alchemist, Shin Yuani was very pleased with himself. I can't say much, but when it comes to alchemy, the only one who can compare to your great-grandfather on this continent is that senior Taishu. As for that old fellow, Lu Qing, he only broke through 2 years earlier. He wouldn't leave him behind. That's right, great-grandfather is the best. Shin Feng Yuan knew exactly how to flatter her great-grandfather. Yun Qianhuang smiled and added, Senior Shin is indeed impressive. As they spoke, they entered the room. Shin Yuani took out the newly made pills and said to Yun Qianhuang, You don't need to call me senior. Just call me Grandpa Shen like Feng Yuan does. Yun Qianhuang immediately replied obediently, Grandpa Shen. Shen Yuani's eyes crinkled with joy as he opened a porcelain bottle and poured the pills out in front of the two girls. Feng Yuan, Yun girl, these are the pills I made a few days ago called the channeling pills. Yun Qianhuang had never heard of this name in Master Lu Qing's writings or in alchemy books. However, there was a similar pill called the foundation pill, which could stabilize the foundation of those who had just awakened their spiritual roots for better future cultivation. The foundation pill was the formula she had previously given to Shen Yuani. The two pills had names that were only one word apart. Could it be? Shen Yuani smiled as he handed a pill to Shin Feng Yuan and took out a new bottle for Yun Qianhuang. Yun girl, I improved the formula you gave me last time, and it became this pulse-strengthening pill. It can enhance spiritual roots and even repair them if they are damaged but not severely. Yun Qianhuang and Shin Feng Yuan both widened their eyes. Enhancing spiritual roots is not surprising, but a pill that can repair them has never been recorded on the continent. To say that these two pulse-strengthening pills would cause a stir across the entire continent is no exaggeration. Shen Yuani added, It's a pity that my grandfather's talent is lacking. He wasted countless herbs to make 3 pills, and now these last 2 are for you 2 girls. Shin Feng Yuan held the pill, feeling a bit speechless. Lacking talent? Her great-grandfather really hasn't changed at all. But she was happy to flatter him. Great-grandfather, you've created a pill that has never existed before, much better than Master Lu Qing. Shin Yuani's smile stretched from ear to ear. He loved hearing that. He enjoyed being better than that old fellow Lu Qing. Seeing her great-grandfather so happy, Shin Feng Yuan put the pills back into a special porcelain bottle and stored it in her storage ring. She also reminded Yun Qianhuang, Huang Huang, you don't need to be polite with great-grandfather. The success of this pulse-strengthening pill is thanks to the formula you provided. Shin Feng Yuan knew very well Yun Qianhuang's personality. The precious pulse-strengthening pill was too valuable, and she knew Yun Qianhuang wouldn't accept it easily, so she said this on purpose. Hearing this, Shen Yuani added, Yun girl, I was able to break through as a master alchemist thanks to your formula. From now on, you will be my granddaughter, and this pulse-strengthening pill will be a gift for you. Suddenly having a grandfather, Yun Qianhuang paused but ultimately accepted the pulse-strengthening pill. Shen Yuani grinned with satisfaction. Yun girl, Feng Yuan just said you need a life-saving pill. Have you encountered any difficulties? No. Shin Feng Yuan explained, Huang Huang is preparing to leave the sect for training, and I'm worried she might run into trouble, so I brought her to find you. That's called being prepared. Yun Qianhuang nodded Grandfather Shin as Feng Yuan said, I also want to ask for your help in making another pill. Saying this, she took out the prepared herbs and piled them on the table in front of them. Seeing the heap of rare herbs, Shen Yuani was momentarily stunned. He carefully examined them and asked uncertainly, Yun girl, do you want me to help you make the saint-level earth flame pill? Yes, these should be all the herbs needed. Grandfather Shen, let me know if anything is missing, and I will help prepare it. Thinking about what Shin Feng Yuan just said, Yun Qianhuang paused and then said, I originally wanted to ask Master Lu Qing for help with the alchemy, but when I heard Feng Yuan say you have become a master alchemist, I immediately brought the materials to find you. This didn't sound like a put-down, but Shen Yuani felt pleased. He patted his chest and said, "No problem, leave it to me. These materials are enough to make over a dozen high-quality earth flame pills." Shen Fengyuan gave Yun Qianhuang a thumbs up. She had learned how to impress her great-uncle. After Shen Yuani agreed, Yun Qianhuang smiled and took out a herb. "Grandpa Shen, I also prepared a gift for you. This is a moonlight spirit tree. If you carry it with you, it will reduce the mental energy needed when making pills." She deliberately didn't mention it was a payment, just a gift for Shen Yuani. As an alchemist, Shen Yuani knew the benefits of the moonlight spirit tree and happily accepted it. "Thank you, Yun girl, for the gift." He cherished the moonlight spirit tree.
Feng Yuan, take Yun girl to rest.
Grandpa will start making pills now. "Okay, great uncle. Take care of yourself and don't overwork." After giving her usual advice, Shen Fengyuan took Yun Qianhuang to the place prepared by Shen Songbai, which was right next door. The courtyard was small but very delicate, clearly made with care. "Qianhuang, I'm right next door. If you need anything, just call me." Shen Fengyuan waved her hand. After traveling for 2 days, she wanted to take a good bath.
Feng Yuan.
Yun Qianhuang suddenly called her back and handed her another moonlight spirit tree. "This one is for you." Yun Qianhuang had found the moonlight spirit trees in the Tsonglu secret realm, where there were about 15 or 16 of them. She had transplanted 10 into her space garden and had already prepared one for Shen Fengyuan. "I have one too?" Shen Fengyuan looked at the moonlight spirit tree in her hand in surprise. After receiving Yun Qianhuang's confirmation, she carefully put away the moonlight spirit tree, her smile growing wider. Becoming friends with Qianhuang was truly the best decision of her life. Shen Fengyuan hugged the moonlight spirit tree and returned to her courtyard. Yun Qianhuang took a bath in her room and then sat on the bed to look at the alchemy formulas she had copied earlier. She planned to choose a few more to give to Shen Yuani before she left. Not to mention anything else, just that high-quality channeling pill was a treasure that money couldn't buy. Meanwhile, the 4 little beasts in her space were working very hard. Fu Bai lay on the medicinal field, Feng Feng was hiding in the stone pillar by the waterfall, and Bao Bao dug a hole in the ground to make her home, while Ao Tian remained under the ancient tree. The space was rich in spiritual energy, and with the support of the 8-petal immortal orchid, Bao Bao was very pleased with her new home. Her hole was not far from the ancient tree, and she could see Ao Tian under it with just a peek. Since his strength had recovered to 30%, Ao Tian rarely appeared in his beast form, but today he surprisingly transformed back. It was Bao Bao's first time seeing Ao Tian in his beast form. She blinked and flew over to cling to the branches of the ancient tree, curiously observing him. Even without relying on the talents of their ostrich mouse clan, she could tell that Ao Tian's soul was incomplete. Yet, even as a fragment, it was powerful enough that even Feng Feng could only look up to him. Bao Bao asked Ao Tian, "How did you end up like this?" Hearing this, Fu Bai and Feng Feng turned to look, equally curious about why Ao Tian was left with only a fragment of his soul. Fu Bai moved his ears. He hadn't seen Ao Tian's beast form in a long time, and upon seeing it now, he was surprised and stood up. "Ao Tian, your soul is much more complete." Ao Tian remained silent, and a faint golden glow surrounded him. In a moment, his soul became a bit more solid. Ao Tian quickly used his mental power to communicate with Yun Qianhuang, saying, "Master, my strength has recovered to 50%. Yun Qianhuang, who was still selecting pill formulas, paused her actions. When her consciousness entered the space, she saw that Ao Tian's dragon soul was much more solid than before. The more solid the soul, the more complete Ao Tian's spirit was. The 8-petal immortal orchid was truly a wonderful thing. Since she had formed a contract with Ao Tian, his recovery only brought her benefits. To celebrate, Yun Qianhuang gave each of the 4 beasts a bottle of pills and then exited the space to continue selecting formulas. In the space, Aotion looked at Bao Bao and answered her earlier question. I was injured by the demon ancestor. The demon clan? Which demon clan has such power? Foam knew a bit about the demon clan, and in her view, ordinary demons didn't have the strength to harm Aotion. Aotion shook his head. Not the demon clan, but the demon ancestor, the progenitor of the demon clan. The other three beasts were stunned. The demon ancestor was the first demon born in the world. Aotion was actually injured by the demon ancestor? The four beasts conversation in the space was unknown to Yun Qianhuang. After selecting the pill formula to give to Xin Yuani, she set it aside and began her training. Thanks to the recovery of her strength, although she had just recently advanced to the 3-star spirit realm, her abilities had improved significantly since then. It wouldn't be long before she could reach the 4-star spirit realm. Yun Qianhuang practiced all night, and the next morning, she stretched her body after waking up. After freshening up, she sensed Shen Fingyuan's presence approaching the courtyard. She went out to greet her and was met with Shen Fingyuan's smiling face. Huang, today I will take you to the herb field. The Shen family is a clan of alchemists, so they naturally have a dedicated herb field where various medicinal materials for making common pills are grown. Shen Fengyuan thought about how Yun Qianhuang was also an alchemist and planned to prepare more materials for her, just in case she ran out of pills. Although Lingyao Peak also has herb fields, the number of disciples is large, and even inner disciples have limited access to the materials they can use each day. This is something that cannot compare to the Shen family. Yun Qianhuang felt a bit helpless. She was only going to the spirit realm to gather information and would return in less than a month, but Shen Fengyuan seemed to think she would be gone for a year and a half. After all, Shen Fengyuan was worried about her safety, so despite her reluctance, Yun Qianhuang still went with her to the Shen family's herb field. The herb field was located on the mountain behind their residence, and early in the morning, servants were already tending to it. Miss, the servants greeted Shen Fengyuan with smiles upon seeing her. Shen Fengyuan smiled back and then asked Yun Qianhuang, Huang, what materials do you need? I can have someone prepare them for you. The entire mountain had been cultivated by the Shen family into herb fields, with various medicinal plants categorized and grown there, creating a surprisingly pleasant blend of scents. Inhaling the aroma made Yun Qianhuang feel much more relaxed. She furrowed her brows and replied, just prepare some materials for making recovery pills and spirit-boosting pills. The materials needed for these pills were quite common. Since the space for planting was limited, Yun Qianhuang hadn't grown these common herbs herself. All the ones she had previously bought were used in the Songlio secret realm to make pills for Bai Yuan, leaving her with none. These two types of pills were the most essential, so Shen Fengyuan called over a few servants and instructed them to gather the herbs according to Yun Qianhuang's request. As servants of the Shen family, they were expected to recognize medicinal materials, and without needing further explanation from Shen Fengyuan, they already knew what to pick. The servants took specialized tools and carefully entered the herb field to begin harvesting. Shen Fengyuan pulled Yun Qianhuang to a shaded spot to sit down. The servants quickly brought over the harvested herbs and placed them in front of the two. There were more than 10 types of herbs in different baskets, each one piled high. After the last basket was delivered, Shen Fengyuan turned to Yun Qianhuang and asked, is this enough? Yun Qianhuang nodded immediately, it's enough. She was worried that Shen Fengyuan might think it wasn't sufficient and would send the servants to gather more. Then let's keep these for now. If it's not enough, remember to tell me. You can also come to our house if you need any more herbs in the future, Shen Fengyuan said, looking a bit regretful. These herbs were quite common and inexpensive, and even together, they didn't compare to the moonlight spirit tree that Qianhuang had given her. Yun Qianhuang responded helplessly and, under Shen Fengyuan's urging, opened her storage ring to put the herbs inside. Just as she was about to act, she heard Bagua's voice, Master, that basket of dragon horn wood seems to have mutated. The Tuo mouse was very sensitive to power, and since it said so, Yun Qianhuang immediately focused on the basket of dragon hornwood. Dragon hornwood is one of the materials used to make spirit recovery pills, named for its shape resembling a dragon's horn, with a light brown color and leaves at the tip. However, this basket of dragon hornwood was darker than what Yun Qianhuang had seen before, and its shape was not standard. The leaves also differed from her memory of dragon hornwood. Feng Yuan, come take a look, Yun Qianhuang said as she approached, and took a piece of dragon hornwood from the basket, inviting Shin Feng Yuan to see. What's wrong? Shin Feng Yuan leaned in beside her, staring at the dragon hornwood in her hand, and quickly noticed something was off. Why does this dragon hornwood look a bit strange? As she looked at the other pieces in the basket, she realized that all the dragon hornwood in this basket had unusual shapes. Bagua's voice echoed in Shin Feng Yuan's mind. Master, it seems these dragon hornwoods have mutated. As a wood-type sacred beast, the Qingmui was not as sensitive as Bagua, but it could still recognize the abnormalities after a closer look. Hearing this, Shin Feng Yuan immediately called over the servant who had just brought the herbs and asked where he had harvested the dragon hornwood. Seeing the serious expression on the young lady's face, the servant nervously pointed to the area where the dragon hornwood was grown. Miss, it's over there. Shin Feng Yuan quickly led Yun Qianhuang over. Mutations in herbs were not particularly rare, especially since the Shin family's herb fields covered an entire mountain and contained no less than 100 types of herbs. Under normal circumstances, there are 2 types of mutations in medicinal herbs. One type is beneficial, where the effects of the mutated herb are greatly improved. The other type is harmful, caused by external influences during the cultivation process, resulting in herbs that not only lose their medicinal properties, but may also become toxic. The Shin family has been cultivating dragon hornwood for many years without any mutations occurring. Therefore, Shin Feng Yuan is unsure whether this mutation is good or bad and plans to observe closely. The two quickly arrived at the area where the dragon hornwood was planted. At this point, all the dragon hornwood had matured. Yun Qianhuang had Bao Bao take a look and discovered that all the dragon hornwood had actually mutated. Mumu also shared this news with Shin Feng Yuan. Both of them became serious. While mutations in medicinal herbs are not uncommon, it is unheard of for all mature herbs to mutate. If the mutation is beneficial, that would be fine, but if it is harmful... Shin Feng Yuan gasped in shock and immediately set aside her observations to notify her father using a communication talisman. Upon hearing that this batch of dragon hornwood had all mutated, the Shin family was astonished. Shin Songbai, along with several of Shin Feng Yuan's uncles, rushed to the herb field as quickly as possible. At that time, Yun Qianhuang and Shin Feng Yuan were still in the herb field, trying to find any surviving dragon hornwood, but to no avail. As soon as Shin Songbai and the others arrived, they noticed something was off with the dragon hornwood. He turned to ask Shin Erbwa, who was in charge of the herb field. Second brother, has our dragon hornwood ever mutated before? Shin Erbwa shook his head. In all these years, the dragon hornwood has never mutated, and there has never been a case of all herbs mutating like this. Shin Dabo said, Songbai, let's set this aside for now. The priority is to determine if this batch of dragon hornwood can still be used. Shin Si Shu immediately spoke up, I'll go back and get some fire seeds. The best way to determine if the dragon hornwood is usable is to refine a batch of elixirs from it and assess the elixir's effects. Uncle Si, wait, Yun Qianhuang called out, raising her hand to conjure a flame in her palm. She looked at Shin Feng Yuan and said, Feng Yuan, use this to refine the elixir. Shin Feng Yuan had no doubts and quickly took out her alchemy furnace, plucked a piece of dragon horn wood, and retrieved other herbs from her space. Then she found a clear spot and began to refine a spirit-replenishing elixir using Yun Qianhuang's flame. Shin Songbai and the others hesitated to speak. Alchemists typically do not use fire spiritual power to refine elixirs because the flame must remain lit throughout the entire process, and maintaining the fire requires a continuous supply of spiritual power. The consumption of spiritual energy is undoubtedly huge, so to prevent failure due to lack of energy, alchemists use special flames. These flames can burn without needing spiritual energy, are highly active, but must be stored in a special way. However, given their current level of alchemy, it won't take long to create a spirit-replenishing pill, and it won't use too much energy. Yun Girl was just being considerate, worried about wasting time. It's normal for her not to know these things since she isn't an alchemist, so they decided not to discourage her. With this in mind, Shen Songbai and the others didn't say anything. They thought Yun Qianhuang was unaware of this, but only Shin Fengyuan knew that the flame she was using was not ordinary spiritual energy. It was even more suitable for pill making than the flame she usually used. Ordinary spiritual flames could never reach this level. Shin Fengyuan was surprised but continued her work without hesitation. After a quarter of an hour, the pill was ready. Yun Qianhuang withdrew the flame, and Shen Songbai and the others quickly gathered around. Yuan, how did it go? Shen Fengyuan handed the successfully made pill to them, but her brow remained furrowed. Dad, I'm not sure if this is really a spirit-replenishing pill. Shen Songbai and the others were taken aback. The best way to confirm if the pill was effective was to have someone try it. The effects of the mutated dragon hornwood were unknown, and if it was toxic, it could harm the test subject. Shen Songbai gritted his teeth and reached for the pill. I'll give it a try. Songbai, let me do it. Shen Erbwa snatched the pill, but before he could take it, Shen Dabo grabbed it. As the eldest brother, I should be the one to do this. Uncle Shin Si and Uncle Shen Wu were unwilling to back down, arguing over who would be the test subject. The scene made it seem like they were fighting over a rare pill. Shin Fengyuan took the pill back from her elders. Dad, Uncle Dabo, Uncle Erbwa, Uncle Si, and Uncle Wu, you don't need to try this. Shen Songbai was surprised, thinking his precious daughter wanted to be the test subject for the family. Just as he was about to stop her, Shin Fengyuan continued. After forming a contract with Mu Mu, I'm immune to toxic herbs. With that, she quickly popped the pill into her mouth. Shin Songbai and the others were too late to stop her and hurriedly searched for antidote pills. Only Yun Qianhuang stood calmly by, while Ao Tian mentioned that Qing Muyu was a wood-type sacred beast. After Fengyuan formed a contract with it, ordinary poisonous herbs could not harm her. However, Shen Songbai and the others were unaware of this, and Shin Fengyuan hadn't had the chance to inform them about Mu Mu's existence. They had all prepared a detoxifying pill and were nervously watching Shin Fengyuan. If she showed even the slightest discomfort, they would immediately feed her the pills. Fortunately, Shin Fengyuan did not show any signs of discomfort and merely sighed. Father, these dragon hornwoods can no longer be used. The spirit-replenishing pill made from the mutated dragon hornwood had no effect. Shin Songbai and the others put away the detoxifying pills, their expressions filled with confusion. How could this happen? Uncle Shen called the servant responsible for managing the dragon hornwood and asked carefully, did anything unusual happen during the planting of this batch of dragon hornwood? The mutation could only mean that this batch had been affected by something external. This batch of dragon hornwood could no longer be used, but fortunately, there was still enough stock at home to last until the next batch matured. However, the cause needed to be found. Old Dai, who managed the dragon hornwood, frowned and thought carefully. He initially wanted to say nothing had happened, but suddenly recalled something. He looked at Shin Songbai and pointed to a corner where the dragon hornwood was located. Master, when this batch of dragon hornwood was first planted, I came early one day before dawn and vaguely saw that the dragon hornwood seemed to be glowing. At that time, I thought I was imagining things, so I rubbed my eyes, and when I looked again, the dragon hornwood had returned to normal. Old I had checked thoroughly that day and found no changes, thinking he was just sleepy and didn't report it. It was only when Uncle Shen asked that he remembered. How could the dragon hornwood glow? Uncle Shen thought it was impossible, but looking at the completely mutated dragon hornwood, he walked over to the spot old Dai pointed out to examine it closely. Yun Qianhuang also used her spiritual sense to check, but found nothing. She had to look at Shen Songbai and suggested, Uncle Shen, why not check if other herbs have mutated? Yun girl thinks ahead. Shen Songbai nodded with a smile. Elder brother, please take people to check all the herbs. If any other herbs have mutated, make sure to inform me. Fourth brother, fifth brother, a batch of dragon hornwood was harvested from the storeroom a few days ago. Please find that batch to prevent any of the younger family members from mistakenly using it. He arranged everything, and then looked at Yun Qianhuang and Shin Fengyuan. Yuan, take Yun girl to explore other parts of the house. I'll handle things here. He wasn't trying to keep Yun Qianhuang away. It was just that this was a family matter for the Shin family, and there was no reason to let a guest help with the work. Yun Qianhuang understood and quickly followed Shin Fengyuan away from the herb field. To avoid disrupting Uncle Shun's investigation, she intentionally left the previous 10 baskets of herbs in the field. Because of the herb field, the entire Shin family became busy. Shin Fengyuan showed Yun Qianhuang around the house, but seemed a bit distracted. She thought that old Dai must have seen correctly, but how could the dragon hornwood glow? Noticing Shin Fengyuan's concern about the herb field, Yun Qianhuang suggested, Fengyuan, let's go check the herb field tonight. If the dragon hornwood really glows like old Dai said, it should be more obvious at night. Shin Fengyuan's eyes brightened. Then I'll need you to come with me. Uncle Shun and his team investigated all day. Besides the dragon hornwood, some other herbs had also mutated to some extent. The only comforting news was that there was no other type that had completely mutated like the dragon hornwood. He had his team collect all the mutated herbs, while Shin Fourth Uncle and Shin Fifth Uncle worked hard to find the batch of dragon hornwood they had picked earlier. After confirming the quantity and ensuring no disciples had misused them, the two went to help Shin's second uncle with the investigation. At night, everyone in the Shin family returned to their own courtyards to rest, and the servants taking care of the herb field also went to rest. Taking advantage of the quiet, Yun Qianhuang and Shin Fengyuan quietly slipped into the herb field. The herb field was quiet at night, and even the slightest sound was very noticeable. Yun Qianhuang and Shin Fengyuan both headed toward the area where the dragon hornwood was planted. Before they got close, the wooden figure suddenly stretched out its arm. Master, over there. Following the direction pointed by the wooden figure, they indeed found a small area among the dragon hornwood that was emitting a faint glow. Shin Fengyuan instinctively lowered her voice. Huang Huang, let's go take a look. Yun Qianhuang nodded, and the three of them quickly approached the glowing dragon hornwood. To their surprise, they counted over a dozen dragon hornwood plants that were glowing. Yun Qianhuang wrapped her palm with spiritual energy and cautiously touched the glowing dragon hornwood. The plant shook slightly, and the light it emitted actually dimmed a bit. Shin Fengyuan noticed this too, frowning as she tentatively used wind spiritual energy to stir the area of dragon hornwood. The dragon horn tree swayed in the wind, and the surrounding light gradually dimmed, with a few scattered light points falling and disappearing into the ground. Shin Fengyuan began to understand why only old Dai had seen the dragon horn tree glow. The tree's light was faint and could only be seen at night. It would dim at the slightest movement, so it was no wonder the other servants tending to the medicinal fields couldn't notice it. But how could the dragon horn tree emit light? Shin Fengyuan was puzzled when she noticed Yun Qianhuang suddenly crouching down beside her. She pulled out a silver short-handled shovel and gestured towards the roots of the dragon horn tree. Fengyuan, can I dig this up? Go ahead. Shin Fengyuan replied casually. This batch of dragon horn trees was already useless, so damaging the roots didn't matter. Yun Qianhuang immediately began to dig around the roots of the dragon horn tree with a short-handled shovel. The transformed shovel, by Yuan, was upset. It's a divine tool. Who uses a divine tool to dig? Bai Yuan was frustrated, but then saw Shin Fengyuan crouch down as well. After carefully observing Yun Qianhuang's actions, she took out the Songyu dart to help dig. Seeing the sacred Songyu dart being used as a digging tool too, Bai Yuan felt strangely balanced. While helping, Shin Fengyuan asked, Qianhuang, did you discover something? Yun Qianhuang pointed to the area they had started to dig. After those light points fell and disappeared, I felt a very weak wave of spiritual energy coming from underground. As she spoke, she dug another scoop. So, the thing affecting the dragon horn tree might be hidden underground? This was a possibility the Shin family had not considered, as the entire area would be turned over before planting to help the dragon horn trees take root better. But Shin Fengyuan never doubted Yun Qianhuang's words. She gripped the Songyu dart and dug vigorously, while Mumu helped with its paws. However, after half an hour of continuous digging, they had completely unearthed the dragon horn tree's roots, but found nothing. Yun Qianhuang stopped and narrowed her phoenix eyes. She was sure she had felt a very weak wave of spiritual energy, but after digging for so long without results, she no longer sensed it. She didn't doubt her perception. She just felt they might be using the wrong method. After thinking for a while, Yun Qianhuang asked Feng Yuan, "Is this entire mountain the medicinal field?" "No, only this side is a medicinal field," Shen Fengyuan replied while continuing to dig. "The shady side isn't suitable for growing medicinal herbs. It's just a patch of wild grass." Yun Qianhuang had an idea. "Fengyuan, let's check the shady side." "Okay." Shen Fengyuan immediately stood up, brushed off the dirt from her weapon, and put it away. Seeing that she wasn't digging anymore, Mumu looked at the hole it had made, patted its paws, and also stopped. Without asking why, Shen Fengyuan led Mumu and Yun Qianhuang to the shady side of the mountain. The shady area was overgrown with weeds, and there weren't many trees. As they walked, Yun Qianhuang released her mental energy to sense her surroundings. Finally, when they reached the hillside, she felt the mental energy fluctuation again. It was still weak, just a little stronger than what she sensed on the sunny side, making it hard to pinpoint the exact location. Outyen, do you feel that mental energy?
No.
In terms of perception, Outyen was stronger than Yun Qianhuang, but he didn't sense the mental energy she mentioned. This was a bit strange. Yun Qianhuang had to expand her range of mental perception. Noticing her serious expression, Shen Fengyuan wisely stayed quiet and accompanied her in silence. The surroundings were silent, with barely a whisper of wind. Suddenly, Mumu became anxious, reaching out its paw to grab Shen Fengyuan's clothes, looking around cautiously. "Master, it seems like something is there." At the same time Mumu spoke, Yun Qianhuang also looked up sharply. "Found it. Fengyuan, go over there." Yun Qianhuang said seriously, as it seemed the entity had noticed her mental energy and was trying to escape. She gathered her spiritual energy and dashed to the right, with Shen Fengyuan quickly following. About 15 minutes later, seeing the shadow trying to flee, Yun Qianhuang focused her mind, and countless vines shot up from the ground, blocking the shadow's path and binding its hands and feet. Startled by the sudden appearance of the vines, Shen Fengyuan stumbled and nearly fell. Wood energy? She hadn't used any, so where did the wood energy come from? Shen Fengyuan's gaze fell on Yun Qianhuang ahead, lost in thought for a moment. After trapping the shadow, Yun Qianhuang protected herself and Shen Fengyuan with her energy before approaching the shadow. The shadow was struggling wildly. Unfortunately, to ensure it stayed trapped, Yun Qianhuang had also borrowed Outyen's strength. After a fruitless struggle, the shadow shouted angrily, "You little brat, let me go, or you'll regret it." As the shadow spoke, Yun Qianhuang and Shen Fengyuan had already reached in front of it. Shen Fengyuan quickly took out a luminous stone and infused it with energy to see the shadow's appearance clearly. An old man wrapped in a black robe stood before them. His body was thin, and his eyes were set deep in their sockets, making him look quite strange. Shen Fengyuan glanced at Yun Qianhuang, feeling uneasy about the old man. Mumu tightened her grip on Shen Fengyuan's clothes. Yun Qianhuang frowned as she carefully observed the old man, sensing he resembled an evil practitioner, but also not quite. She silently asked, "Outyen, does he have the aura of a spirit beast?" "I can't sense anything," Outyen replied, shaking his head. Yet, the old man clearly exuded a sinister energy similar to that of an evil practitioner. Yun Qianhuang felt uncertain. Noticing her hesitation, Shen Fengyuan directly questioned the old man, "Who are you, and why are you in my family's backyard?" The old man refused to answer, insisting that Yun Qianhuang let him go. Shen Fengyuan scoffed, and the Tsangyu dart appeared in her hand, swirling menacingly around the old man. "Not going to speak?" Feeling the powerful energy from the Tsangyu dart, the old man's expression changed. It was a sacred artifact. "How unlucky I am," he cursed under his breath. "I'm just an old man without any background. I was seriously injured and hid here to recover because your backyard has plenty of medicinal herbs. Do you think I'm a fool?" Shen Fengyuan shot him a glare, bringing the Tsangyu dart closer to his neck. The mutated herbs in their yard must be connected to this old man. Despite the dart being pressed against his neck, the old man remained silent, staring at Shin Fengyuan with his strange eyes. Anyone else might feel intimidated under such a gaze, but neither Yun Qianhuang nor Shin Fengyuan were easily frightened. Yun Qianhuang's gaze lingered on the old man's face, her expression calm. "Let me guess, you must be an evil practitioner?" The old man, who had been resolute in his silence, suddenly became agitated at her words. "You're talking nonsense. You're the evil practitioner. If you're not an evil practitioner, then why do you have the same aura as one?" The old man fell silent again. Yun Qianhuang didn't press him further. She turned to Shen Fengyuan. "Fengyuan, he is definitely behind the trouble with the herbs. Since he won't talk, let's just get rid of him. Even if he's not an evil practitioner, he is closely related to them, so he's not worth sparing." Shen Fengyuan knew she was just trying to scare the old man Yan, so she nodded in agreement. "Huang is right. He destroyed so many of my family's herbs. He deserves no pity." Shen Fengyuan raised her hand, and the Tsangyu dart flew back to her. Holding the dart, she stepped forward with a cold gaze, as if she really intended to harm the old man Yan. The old man Yan initially thought these two girls wouldn't dare to harm him, since if he died, they would never learn how those herbs mutated. But as he saw Shin Fengyuan approach steadily, her hand steady with the dart, he began to doubt. He opened his mouth, but quickly closed it again. Shin Fengyuan didn't hesitate. She aimed the dart directly at his heart. "Wait. I'll talk. The old man Yan was truly panicking now. If he were fearless, he wouldn't have been hiding on this mountain for so long. The dart stopped just half an inch from his heart and suddenly vanished. Yun Qianhuang smirked. "Go ahead." The coldness in Shen Fengyuan's eyes faded as she stepped back to stand beside Yun Qianhuang, both watching the old man Yan. Seeing their expressions, the old man Yan realized he had been tricked. But what could he do? That sacred weapon could indeed kill him. With a long sigh, he said, "If you put it that way, I guess I am a dark practitioner too, but I became one out of necessity." Out of necessity? Shin Fengyuan didn't understand. Could one be forced into dark practices? The old man Yan replied softly, "Actually, I used to be a summoner. My summoned beast was a 10th tier Lixianyu, just like the leader of the spirit calling sect." Yun Qianhuang noticed that when he mentioned Chu Wantao, a hint of hatred appeared in his eyes. She recalled the Lixiania bones she had seen in the Tsanglio's secret realm. Could it be that your summoned beast was killed by Chu Wantao? Not at all. Someone like Chu Wantao wouldn't have the ability to kill my summoned beast, the old man Yan said dismissively, but his expression turned fierce as he thought about his beast. That old man Chu Wantao offered his summoned beast to dark practitioners and, fearing exposure, teamed up with them to steal my summoned beast. After that, he was afraid I would reveal his actions, so those dark practitioners used forbidden techniques to turn me into a dark practitioner as well. I lost all my spiritual power and nearly died at the hands of those dark practitioners. If I hadn't coincidentally hidden in the back mountains of the Shin family, I would have likely met a terrible fate long ago. Yen, the old man, was filled with anger. If it weren't for his injuries preventing him from recovering his strength through training, he would have wanted to storm the spirit-calling sect and take revenge on that old man, Chu Wantao. Shen Fengyuan asked, "What about the mutated herbs from my family?" Yan's eyes flickered. He felt guilty about this matter, which is why he tried to escape when he saw the two girls. He awkwardly said, "I was forced to become a dark cultivator and could no longer train normally. By chance, I discovered that I could absorb the spiritual energy from those herbs to regain my strength, and I lost control. The herbs mutated simply because he absorbed their spiritual energy, rendering the mature herbs useless. Girl, I had no choice in this. It's all the fault of dark cultivation. Please let me go, and I promise not to absorb the energy from these herbs again." Yen tried to shift the blame to make Yun Qianhuang and Shin Fengyuan release him. Yun Qianhuang was not convinced. Most of the herbs from the Shin family are now unusable, causing a huge loss of resources. How will you compensate for that? Yen was stunned. Is it really that much? He thought he only absorbed a little. How could it have such serious consequences? Of course it is, Shen Fengyuan said sadly. My father and uncle have been investigating this for days, unable to eat or sleep, and their health is suffering. The little creature beside her blinked. Why is the master deceiving this old man? Never mind, the master must have her reasons, so I won't interrupt. Yan's face showed embarrassment. Well, girl, I'm truly sorry. How about this? I'll tell you a secret, he suggested. Yun Qianhuang shot him a glance. What secret is worth more than the resources the Shun family has lost? This one is definitely worth it. Yan chuckled, his laughter sounding a bit strange. You girls probably don't know, but there is a hidden mine beneath this mountain, and I know its exact location. If you let me go, I'll tell you where the mine is, and we can consider this matter settled. What do you say?
Amin?
Yun Qianhuang and Shen Fengyuan exchanged glances, unsure if they could trust Yan's words. The Shun family had never moved their residence. If there were truly a mine, how could they not have discovered it? Master, there might really be a mine, the little creature said, its ears twitching. I can sense the power of top-quality ore, but it's very faint, which is why I didn't mention it before. The creature's confirmation was enough to prove that Yan wasn't lying about this matter. But you let the old man Yan go? Yun Qianhuang couldn't be sure if the old man Yan would escape, so she said to Shen Fengyuan, let's leave this decision to Uncle Shun and the others. Shen Fengyuan understood. Huang, could you please keep an eye on her while I go get my dad and the others? She summoned Mumu back to her space and immediately turned to leave. Only Yun Qianhuang and the old man Yan were left. The old man Yan's eyes darted around as he tempted. Girl, there are many top-quality ores beneath that mine. If you let me go, I will tell you the location of the mine. What do you say? When that girl from the Shin family brings people here, the mine will belong to them, and you might not get a share. But if you let me go, the mine will be all yours. The old man Yan thought Yun Qianhuang had no reason to refuse his proposal. Yun Qianhuang indeed smiled as he expected. All right, you tell me the location of the mine, and once I find it, I will let you go. That won't work. The old man Yan grunted. What if you don't keep your word, and don't let me go after I tell you where the mine is? Yun Qianhuang looked at him with a half-smile. The old man Yan realized too late that this girl had probably figured out his intentions and knew that once he regained his freedom, he would surely escape. What a clever girl. The old man Yan abruptly turned his head away, unwilling to pay attention to Yun Qianhuang, and secretly struggled. How strange. This girl looks young, but her strength must not be that high. How could the vines she created be as tough as stone? The old man, Yan, was very confused. Noticing his attempts to break free, Yun Qianhuang didn't mind. After all, he wouldn't succeed. Her voice carried a hint of laughter. Do you want to take revenge, senior? Of course. The old man Yan turned back with annoyance. He had been tormented by Chu Wantao to this date, losing all his years of cultivation, and even his contracted beast was taken away. He dreamed of storming into the spirit-calling sect to take revenge on Chu Wantao. Coincidentally, I also have a debt with the evil cultivators. Seeing the old man Yan's puzzled expression, Yun Qianhuang continued, How about this? You help me find the stronghold of the evil cultivators, and I will capture Chu Wantao for you to deal with. What do you think? The old man Yan frowned deeply. You want to find the stronghold of the evil cultivators? Girl, I'm not trying to discourage you, but with your strength, even if you find the stronghold, it would just be a death wish. This girl can only reach the level of a spirit king, while the evil cultivators are powerful. They don't need to work hard to improve their strength. It's as easy as eating and drinking. Among the evil cultivators, there are countless spirit lords and spirit saints, and many spirit emperors. She is not someone who can shake their power. Old Yan shared his knowledge about the evil cultivators with Yun Qianhuang, trying to scare her away. But Yun Qianhuang showed no fear in her eyes. You don't need to worry, senior. Just tell me if you want to make this deal with me. Fine, I agree, Old Yan replied. He secretly scoffed at the girl's overconfidence. Once she finds the evil cultivator's hideout, she will have nowhere to cry. He had plenty of ways to protect himself. She only asked him to help find the hideout, not to deal with the evil cultivators, so he wouldn't care about her fate. Yun Qianhuang didn't mind Old Yan's thoughts. She didn't place all her hopes on him. Although the major sects often competed with each other, if one sect faced trouble, the others wouldn't just stand by. If she wanted to kill Chu Wantao, she needed evidence of his collusion with the evil cultivators and a witness. Old Yen was her chosen witness. As for whether Old Yen would help her testify, based on his reaction when mentioning Chu Wantao, he definitely wouldn't miss the chance to see him brought down. Before even finding the evil cultivator's hideout, Yun Qianhuang had already thought through all the possible issues she might encounter later. She stopped talking to Old Yen and quietly waited nearby. Shin Fengyuan left for a quarter of an hour and returned with a group of people behind her. There were her father, uncles, several cousins, and even Shin Yuani, who rarely went out, along with many servants. Seeing the Shun family arrive, Old Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Shin Fengyuan looked at him and said to Shin Songbai, "Dad, this old man harmed our family's herbs and claimed he would compensate us with news about a mine." On the way, Shin Fengyuan had already informed her family about this matter, and repeating it now was just to remind Old Yen. The Shin family members immediately surrounded Old Yen, asking if he really knew about the mine. Old Yen's expression changed repeatedly. With so many people from the Shin family present and his strength not fully restored, even if that clever girl let him go, it would be hard for him to escape. In the end, Old Yen sighed in resignation and stopped trying to play tricks. From this spot, if you go down the mountain and walk 500 meters east, there is a large rock. Move that rock and dig down, and you will find the vein of ore I mentioned, said Old Man Yen. Uncle Shin and second Uncle Shin immediately took half of their servants to search for the ore vein as Old Man Yen instructed. Shun Songbai smiled at Shin Fengyuan and said, Yuan, please let this elder go." He thought Old Man Yen was being held by Shin Fengyuan, which is why he said that. Shin Fengyuan didn't explain and exchanged a glance with Yun Qianhuang. The vines that bound Old Man Yan's hands and feet were quickly removed, but the remaining members of the Shin family still surrounded him, making it impossible for him to escape. Uncle Shun was very polite, saying, "Elder, it's quite damp on the mountain. Please come to our home for a while." Old Man Yen snorted. He knew what the Shin family was up to. They invited him to sit, fearing he would claim the location was false. Did they think he was that kind of person? While grumbling internally, Old Man Yen agreed verbally. The remaining members of the Shin family, along with Yun Qianhuang, escorted Old Man Yen down the mountain toward the front hall of the Shin family. Yun Qianhuang did not want to get involved in what happened next. She said goodbye to the Shin family and returned to the courtyard where she stayed yesterday to practice. Not long after she left, one of the servants who had gone with Uncle Shen hurried into the front hall, his face full of joy. "Master, we found it." Shun Songbai was overjoyed. A vein of ore would more than make up for the Shin family's losses this time. He looked at Old Man Yen, who snorted again. Shun Songbai quickly smiled and said, "In that case, let's consider this matter settled. Elder, shall I take you to rest?" With the ore vein found, Shun Songbai wouldn't mind if Old Man Yen stayed at the Shin family or even absorbed the spiritual energy from the remaining herbs in the medicinal field. "No need," Old Man Yen replied, not wanting to look at Shin Songbai. "Since this matter is resolved, I will leave the Shin family.
Let me see you off."
Shun Songbai personally escorted Old Man Yen to the entrance of the Shin family. In the night, Old Man Yan's figure quickly disappeared. With matters settled on the Shin family side, Shin Yuani finished refining the pills, and Yun Qianhuang left the Shin family with the prepared pill recipe. Shun Fengyuan left with her, and they parted outside the city, one heading back to Frost Snow Sect and the other to the Lin family in Tianling City. After parting with Shin Fengyuan, Yun Qianhuang unexpectedly encountered Old Man Yen again. Old Man Yen looked her up and down and frowned. "Is this how you plan to go to the Spirit Calling Sect?" With her like this, she might not even get through the gate of the Spirit Calling Sect. Yun Qianhuang didn't explain much to the Old Man Yen, only saying, "I have some matters to attend to. You can wait for me outside the Spirit Calling Sect." After saying this, she left the old man and continued on her way. That girl really has no intention of cooperating at all. The old man Yen snorted lightly and turned back to Qingchuan City, hiring a carriage. In Tianling City, at the Lin family. Upon hearing that Lin Shuangxue agreed to return to the spirit calling sect with Zhong Hao, the entire Lin family became busy. The Lin and Zhong families have always had a good relationship, and the two young ones even have a marriage agreement. Since they're going to such a well-known sect, the elders of the Lin family are not worried about Lin Shuangxue's safety. However, Lin Yongtao still personally prepared many things for his only daughter, fearing she might suffer at the sect. The food and clothing nearly filled Lin Shuangxue's courtyard, and Lin Yongtao still felt it wasn't enough. Lu Shi, her mother, pulled Lin Shuangxue aside to give her various instructions, feeling a bit sighing inside. With her daughter's current personality, it's a wonder that Zhong Hao doesn't mind her. Lu Shi still couldn't understand how her once lively daughter had turned into someone so cold. Not wanting to dwell on it, she simply said, "Swear, the sect is different from our home. You must follow the rules there and not act recklessly. However, if anyone makes you unhappy, don't hold back. Just tell your mother, and I'll have your father help you." Lin Yongtao, while sorting through the items, nodded repeatedly. "Your mother is right. You are our only precious child, and everything should come first for you." After the couple finished their advice, other elders of the Lin family arrived. Strangely enough, Lin Yongtao had 3 brothers and 3 sisters, but Lin Shuangxue was the only girl among the children. Because of this, she had always been spoiled by her uncles and aunts. As she prepared to leave for the spirit calling sect, all her uncles and aunts came to give her advice. "Swear, make sure you don't suffer at the sect. If anything happens, just tell us. Your uncle is right. These are protective spirit tools prepared by your aunts. Make sure to take them." "Third brother, why didn't you prepare new clothes for Shuer? We don't know how long she'll be gone." As Yun Qianhuang quietly slipped into the Lin family, she witnessed this scene. Listening to the elder's words, she raised an eyebrow. With such pampering at home, it's no wonder Lin Shuangxue developed that kind of personality. But this works out just fine. The Lin family is quite a large family, backed by Tianling City. With Lin Shuangxue's identity, even if she summons a divine beast, other forces would think twice before trying to challenge her. Yun Qianhuang was pleased and said, "Fubai, Bao Bao, just do as I mentioned before." The 2 beasts obediently responded and began to follow Yun Qianhuang's plan. Not far away, the elders of the Lin family, who had not received a response from Lin Shuangxue, were already used to it. Their snow is now rather cold and distant, not keen on interacting with others. To put it bluntly, she seems almost unresponsive. However, no matter what, Snow is the only girl in their generation, and they would never reduce their affection for her because of this. After giving a few more reminders, they prepared to leave. At that moment, Lin Shuangxue, who had rarely spoken in recent years, suddenly said, "Father." Lin Yongtao was taken aback, and the other elders of the Lin family also stopped in their tracks. Lu Shi called out in surprise, "Snow? Mother." Lin Shuangxue called her as well, and suddenly, a formation appeared beneath her feet, one that no one in the Lin family had seen before. The formation lasted for a while before disappearing, leaving the elders looking at each other in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. Once the formation vanished, Lin Yongtao quickly asked Lin Shuangxue what had occurred. With a calm expression, Lin Shuangxue revealed a shocking piece of news. "Father, Mother, I summoned a spirit beast." As soon as she finished speaking, a small figure appeared beside her. It was Bao Bao. The members of the Lin family were left speechless at the sight of Bao Bao. Their Snow had summoned a spirit beast? Uncle Lin, who had seen much in his life, stared at Bao Bao in shock. This is the divine beast, the ostrich mouse. A divine beast? Lin Yongtao grabbed Lin Shuangxue's shoulders. "Snow, did you really summon this divine beast?" The other elders looked at Lin Shuangxue with eager expressions. Summoners are extremely rare, and their family hadn't had one in hundreds of years. They never expected Snow to become a summoner, and to summon a divine beast at that. Uncle Lin asked in confusion, "But usually, don't summoners summon their beasts when awakening their spiritual roots?" Their snow was almost 20 this year. Uncle Lin waved his hand. Maybe it's because our snow-summoned beast is a divine beast that it took so long. Everyone felt this made sense. In the records, only a few summoners have managed to summon divine beasts on the southern Lu continent, and those events happened hundreds of years ago, with very few detailed accounts. Given the power of divine beasts, it is understandable if someone summoned one at 50, not just at 20. The Lin family accepted this explanation. Lu's heart stirred as she looked at Lin Yongtao. Could Xuer's unusual behavior in recent years be caused by a divine beast? Lin Yongtao pondered for a moment. Perhaps that is the case. Currently, there are no summoners capable of summoning divine beasts on the continent, so no one can provide clarity on these matters. This is why Yun Xianhuang wanted to replace Lin Shuangxue. People often believe strongly in what they imagine. With the appearance of the bag, even if the Lin family encounters a second mythical beast in the future, they will not doubt Lin Shuangxue's oddities over the past few years. After the initial shock, the Lin family members were all smiles. The appearance of a divine beast would allow the Lin family to far surpass other families in Tianling City. Uncle Lin immediately said to Lin Yongtao, "Third brother, since Xuer has become a summoner and is so outstanding, her identity as an outer disciple of the spirit summoning sect is not worthy of her." Brother is absolutely right. Uncle Lin too nodded in agreement. If the spirit summoning sect wants Xuer to join, it must be with Master Chu personally inviting her to the Lin family. Lin Yongtao strongly agreed with his two brothers. He nodded. "I will spread the news shortly." A summoner with a divine beast could not only join the spirit summoning sect but could even become an inner disciple of the top sect on the continent. Lin Shuangxue's aunt said, "Xuer just summoned a divine beast, which must have taken a toll on her.
Come, let me help you rest."
With that, she stepped forward and guided Lin Shuangxue toward her room. The other Lin family members had no objections, and Uncle Lin suggested leaving to avoid disturbing Lin Shuangxue's rest. Everyone agreed and left Lin Shuangxue's courtyard, heading to the front hall. In Lin Shuangxue's room, her aunt helped her lie down on the bed and then exited the room. Before leaving, she instructed the maids to take good care of Lin Shuangxue. The maids nodded in response, and once Lin Shuangxue's aunt left, they entered the room, closed the doors and windows, and stood guard outside. As the door was shut by the maids, a shadow appeared by Lin Shuangxue's bedside. Lin Shuangxue sat up in bed. The excitement from the appearance of the divine beast had engulfed the entire Lin family, so no one noticed that Lin Shuangxue's gaze remained vacant. She looked in the direction of Yun Qianhuang, her expression blank. The little bag flew to Yun Qianhuang's side and communicated with her using mental energy. "Master, should we send her away?" Yun Qianhuang shook her head. "Not yet. Once the Lin family spreads the news, many people will surely come to visit, and Lin Shuangxue will have to deal with a lot of them. It's better for Lin Shuangxue to handle this herself." Yun Qianhuang planned to take her place on Lin Shuangxue's way to the spirit calling sect. "Bag, I'm sorry to trouble you for a few days." "I'm not troubled," the bag said sweetly, shaking its head. "I'm just happy to help my master." Yun Qianhuang gently patted the little bag's head and took out a bottle of pills, pouring some out and handing them to her. The bag's big eyes lit up, and it tightly hugged the pills with its little paws. "Thank you, master." Yun Qianhuang gave the same pills to the other three beasts, with the only difference being that the pills for Outyen and the others were in a ceramic bottle. After all, Outyen and the others wouldn't just bite open the ceramic bottle like the bag did. Thinking about the bag's earlier achievement, Yun Qianhuang couldn't help but smile. Noticing her change in mood, the bag looked up in confusion at Yun Qianhuang's smiling face. Why did the master suddenly seem happier? Never mind, as long as the master is happy. The bag stopped worrying about it and put the pills into its little backpack. Meanwhile, Lin Yongtao made a few arrangements and casually spread the news about Lin Shuangxue summoning the divine beast. Word spread quickly, and within half a day, the news reached all of Tianling City. Once the name of the divine beast was mentioned, even the city lord, He Ling, couldn't sit still and immediately sent a visit request to the Lin family, eager to see the divine beast. He also wanted to recruit a disciple for his sect. After all, he was a nominal elder. Many others shared Healing's thoughts. In the Zhong family, Zhong Hao was shocked by the news brought back by the maid. You mean, Shuer summoned a divine beast? Absolutely, I heard it from someone who went shopping for the Lin family.
Shuer is truly exceptional.
Zhong Hao felt incredibly grateful that he hadn't insisted on breaking off his engagement with Lin Shuangxue. Cultivators admire strength, and his fiancée summoned a divine beast. Zhong Hao's joy was something others couldn't understand. He immediately ordered, "Quick, prepare a gift. I want to personally deliver it to Shuer." Just as the maid was about to leave, Zhong Hao added, No, you might mess it up. I'll go myself." Zhong Hao stood up and took a few steps before remembering something else. A few days ago, he sent a message to his master, saying that Shuer was willing to join the Spirit Calling sect as an outer disciple. But now that Shuer has summoned a divine beast, how can being an outer disciple be enough for her? He needs to write another letter to inform his master of this news. Zhong Hao pulled back his outstretched foot and turned towards the study. When Elder Jin received the letter from his disciple, Chu Wantao also got the news. The Spirit Calling sect, located near Tianling City, was among the first to hear the rumors. Chu Wantao specifically sent someone to investigate in Tianling City to confirm the news, and once he verified it, he took immediate action. He entered a hidden base and informed the person in the black robe inside.
Divine beast?
The dark-eyed figure immediately looked at Chu Wantao. Have you confirmed the truth of the news? Chu Wantao replied firmly, I have confirmed it. It's absolutely true. The black-robed person suddenly laughed loudly and, after a moment, insisted, at all costs, bring that girl to the Spirit Calling sect. Yes, respected one. The Lin family has been quite lively these past few days. Since the news of the divine beast spread, the invitations sent to the Lin family have piled up like mountains. Lin Yongtao filtered out many irrelevant ones, but there were still too many to handle. Most of those people came to catch a glimpse of the divine beast, and others wanted to win over the Lin family. With the Lin family backing Tianling City, Lin Yongtao naturally first received Healing. However, when Healing suggested taking Lin Shuangxue as an inner disciple, he did not give a clear answer, only saying he would think about it. With Shuer's talent, she could become a core member in any faction. The Frost Snow sect is the top sect on the continent, which is indeed a good place, but they only sent a nominal elder, which the Lin family found unsatisfactory. Healing was brushed off, let alone other factions. Since they had not seen Lin Shuangxue's divine beast before, the representatives sent by those factions were not decision-makers, which the Lin family naturally found unsatisfactory. On the third day, a servant came to report that someone from the Spirit Calling sect had arrived. At the same time, the news also reached Lin Shuangxue's courtyard. After practicing for 2 days, Yun Qianhuang moved her body and, while the concealment array was still active, set up a new one and had Ao Tian check it. Once she confirmed she wouldn't be discovered, she took Lin Shuangxue to the main hall. In the main hall, Lin Yongtao and Chu Wantao were sitting face to face, chatting happily. When Lin Shuangxue entered, Lin Yongtao quickly waved her over. Shuer, come here. Lin Shuangxue walked over shyly and sat down beside him. Lin Yongtao smiled and introduced to Chu Wantao. Master Chu, this is my daughter. Shuer, this is Master Chu from the Spirit Calling sect. Lin Shuangxue glanced at Chu Wantao and said flatly, Master Chu. Please don't mind her, Master. Shuer is just like this. She means no disrespect, Lin Yongtao quickly explained. Just a few days ago, she said that she admires Master Chu the most. Chu Wantao wasn't sure if that was true, but everyone enjoys hearing good things, right? It's all right, Chu Wantao said with a smile, generously praising Lin Shuangxue. His compliments made Lin Yongtao very happy, and then he mentioned his purpose for visiting. Head of the Lin family, to be honest, I came here to take this girl as my disciple. In the past, Lin Yongtao would have been thrilled that his daughter could become a disciple of Chu Wantao and would have agreed immediately. However, now that his daughter had summoned a divine beast, many forces were offering their support. So Lin Yongtao said, Master Chu. This matter depends on Schwenner's own wishes. Schwer, do you want to become Master Chu's disciple? Lin Yongtao was very satisfied with the spirit calling sect's attitude, so if his daughter was willing, he wouldn't say much more. Lin Shuangxue was more than willing. She stood up, walked to Chu Wantao, and respectfully performed a bow of apprenticeship. Disciple greets master. Chu Wantao smiled so widely that his eyes nearly closed, feeling that it was perfectly fine to accept a disciple so smoothly. Across the continent, only their spirit-calling sect was the most suitable for summoners. Although the spirit beast peak of the Frost Snow sect was strong, it was just one peak and had to share cultivation resources with others. Their spirit-calling sect was different. Moreover, Lin Yongtao had just said that this girl admired him the most. He calmly accepted Lin Shuangshue's gesture, gave her a token, and eagerly asked if she wanted to return to the sect with him today. Before Lin Shuangxue could say anything, Lin Yongtao shook his head. He looked at Chu Wantao with some regret. Master Chu, there are still some matters at home that need my attention. I will send Schwer to the spirit calling sect in a few days. Since Lin Yongtao said that, Chu Wantao could not insist, so he nodded. After chatting with Lin Yongtao for a while longer, he prepared to leave. He needed to hurry and inform the elder. Lin Yongtao pretended to keep him longer, but after being politely declined, he personally escorted Chu Wantao to the door with Lin Shuangxue. Once Chu Wantao left, Lin Shuangxue's uncles and aunts emerged from the shadows. Uncle Lin nodded in satisfaction. The spirit calling sect is quite sincere to have the sect master personally come to invite us. If other forces had the same attitude as the spirit calling sect, they wouldn't have hesitated until now. Uncle Lin added, the most important thing is that Schwerer is willing to go to the spirit calling sect. Third brother, we didn't prepare enough for her earlier. Let's get her some more things in the next couple of days. Everyone agreed. Thus, Lin Shuangshue's courtyard received another batch of items. Lin Shuangxue stored the items in her storage ring and set off for the spirit calling sect. To ensure his daughter had a smooth journey, Lin Yongtao spent a lot of money on the best carriage and chose the finest mercenary team to her. However, since the sect did not allow servants, Lin Yongtao had to give up the idea of having someone accompany Lin Shuangxue. Thanks to this decision, Yun Qianhuang was able to avoid being detected. She sat in the carriage with Lin Shuangxue, and with a swift motion, she knocked Lin Shuangxue unconscious. Then, Yun Qianhuang took a top-quality disguise pill to transform herself into Lin Shuangxue's appearance and took the token that Chu Wantao had given her. The bag was already stored away in her space, and she casually asked, Master, what should we do with her? Yun Qianhuang also gave Lin Shuangxue a disguise pill and summoned Feng Feng. Feng Feng, can you help send her back to the Frost Snow sect? She planned to send Lin Shuangxue to Mo Lanchuang, who would surely take good care of her since it involved dark forces. Feng Feng tilted her head. Master, why not just kill her? When Yun Qianhuang first met Lin Shuangxue, Feng Feng hadn't yet formed a contract with her, so her comment wasn't meant to punish Lin Shuangxue. Feng Feng simply thought that killing Lin Shuangxue would be safer. We can't kill her, Yun Qianhuang said, stroking Feng Feng's head. If we kill her, it will complicate things later. She was only borrowing Lin Shuangxue's identity temporarily and wouldn't be disguised as her forever. If Lin Shuangxue were killed, they would have to find a way to deal with the aftermath. Besides, keeping Lin Shuangxue alive would be very useful. All right, Feng Feng replied, accepting her master's decision. She took the concealment array plate given by Yun Qianhuang, dragged the unconscious Lin Shuangxue out of the carriage, and flew towards the Frost Snow sect. The luxurious carriage moved slowly under the of the mercenary team, and no one knew that the person inside had already been switched. Tianling City was not far from the spirit calling sect, and within a day, the carriage arrived at the sect's entrance. Like the Frost Snow sect, the spirit calling sect was also built on a mountain. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, the carriage could no longer be used, and outsiders were not allowed to step foot inside. The mercenaries only took Yun Qianhuang to the most convenient spot to climb the mountain before returning to Tianling City to collect their payment. They were not worried that Yun Xianhuang would encounter any danger on her way up, as the employer had informed them that someone would be waiting to greet this Miss Lin at the foot of the mountain. Although they hadn't seen the person yet, the mercenaries felt quite at ease. After all, Miss Lin was a beast owner. Who would be foolish enough to cause her trouble? The mercenaries left without concern. Once they were out of sight, Yun Xianhuang released her spiritual energy to search for old Yan's presence. She had previously told him to wait for her outside the spirit-calling sect. Considering the time, he should have arrived by now. Sure enough, she quickly detected a familiar wave of spiritual energy. Yun Xianhuang concealed her presence and moved in that direction, staying alert in case someone came down from the mountain unexpectedly. Old Yan was hiding in a cave, and next to him lay a disciple from the spirit-calling sect. Yun Xianhuang glanced at the disciple and then looked away, assuming this was the one responsible for welcoming Lin Shuangxiwa. For now, she had no business with him. Yun Xianhuang walked past the disciple and approached Old Yan, putting away her concealment device. Old Senior. Seeing her sudden appearance, Old Yan was momentarily stunned before responding. Girl, how did you find me? He believed his hiding skills were quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to appear at the foot of the spirit-calling sect. You don't need to know that, Senior. Yun Xianhuang didn't want to explain further. After all, she and Old Yan were merely temporary allies, and it wasn't worth her time to elaborate. Old Yan snorted. Can you really blend into the spirit-calling sect looking like that? He had been traveling for days and had just arrived at the foot of the spirit-calling sect the night before, so he was unaware of the rumors circulating in Tianling City. The person I resemble is a prospective disciple of the spirit-calling sect, and the one you knocked out is here to greet her, Yun Xianhuang said, glancing at the still unconscious disciple. Old Yan stroked his chin. Well, you are lucky. Girl, I can't go to the spirit-calling sect, but I'm right here in this cave. If you need anything while investigating the evil cultivator's hideout, feel free to come to me. He was curious to see if this girl could really find the evil cultivator's base. Then I thank you in advance, Senior. Yun Xianhuang smiled gratefully. Rest assured, if things go smoothly, I will fulfill my promise to you. You better be. The old man Yan scoffed, honestly not believing that this girl could capture Chu Wantao. He just didn't want to discourage her. All right, don't stay here too long. Hurry up and take that kid away. Yun Xianhuang didn't say much more. She picked up the disciple of the spirit-calling sect and left the old man's hiding place. Once she was sure she was far away, the old man showed a hint of panic and took out a concealment array plate to examine it closely. How did that girl find him? Was there something wrong with this array plate? Yun Xianhuang was unaware of the old man's thoughts. She placed the spirit-calling sect disciple at the foot of the mountain, smeared some dirt and grass on him, and then woke him up. Lu Dalai opened his eyes in confusion, wondering what had happened. Before he could figure it out, a strange face entered his view. The girl smiled slightly, her eyes showing concern. Brother, why are you fainted here? Still a bit sluggish after waking up, Lu Dalai took a moment before slowly asking, Who are you? Yun Xianhuang took out Chu Wantao's token and held it up for Lu Dalai to see. My name is Lin Shuangxiwa. A few days ago, I became a disciple of Master Chu, but I had some family matters to attend to, which is why I arrived 2 days late. When I got here, I found you unconscious. You must be the brother my master mentioned who was supposed to welcome me. Did you run into some trouble? Lu Dalai finally realized what was happening and quickly got up from the ground. It's my fault. I probably practiced too late last night and got tired. This explanation was not very convincing. Practitioners generally have strong bodies. Even if they practiced all night or for several days in a row, they shouldn't end up like this. However, Lu Dalai was quite carefree. Although he had fainted, he felt no discomfort, clearly indicating that no one had knocked him out. So, he believed he had simply overdone it with his training. He examined the token in Yun Xianhuang's hand and confirmed it was real. He grinned and said, Just call me Brother Lu, Lin Jr.'s sister. Come on, I'll take you to the sect. Yun Xianhuang smiled slightly. Thank you, brother. Not a problem at all. It's my duty. Lu Dalai casually brushed off the dirt and grass on himself and led Yun Qianhuang up the mountain. The mountain where the spirit-calling sect was located wasn't very tall, and in about half an hour, they arrived at a grand white stone gate. The spirit-calling sect has been established for hundreds of years. The entrance is adorned with carvings of various spirit beasts, giving it a solemn appearance. On either side of the stone door stand 2 statues of spirit beasts that resemble Qilins. Since Qilins are considered auspicious creatures, it makes sense for the spirit-calling sect to display these statues. However, Yun Qianhuang feels an inexplicable discomfort from the 2 statues, as if something inside them is watching her. Lin, junior sister? Lu Dezai takes a few steps forward and notices that Yun Qianhuang has not followed. He stops and sees her staring intently at the Qilin statues, thinking she is interested. He quickly adds, "These are Qilin statues, said to be carved by the founding ancestor himself." Carved by the ancestor himself? Yun Qianhuang is somewhat surprised. Yes, Lu Dezai replies, patting one of the statues. Aren't they lifelike? Yun Qianhuang narrows her eyes, slightly. When Lu Dezai's hand touches the Qilin statue, she vaguely senses a hint of anger from it. Is it just her imagination? Yun Qianhuang keeps this to herself and agrees. They are indeed very lifelike. Junior sister Lin, the sect leader, is waiting for us. If you're interested in the Qilin statues, you can come back another day to look at them, Lu Dezai says with a smile, his urging not feeling bothersome. Yun Qianhuang averts her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed. The ancestors' craftsmanship is truly remarkable. I got a bit lost in admiration. Lu Dezai waves his hand. It's no problem. The 2 enter the stone door and continue forward. Suddenly, Yun Qianhuang pauses. She thinks she hears a sound. The sound is fleeting and too faint for her to determine its source, so she casually follows Lu Dezai. The number of disciples in the spirit-calling sect is only 1/10 that of the Frostno sect, yet the sect is quite large. After walking for a while, they finally reach the main hall. Before they enter, they encounter a young man. Yun Qianhuang recognizes him as Chu Wantao's previous disciple, the one who has a bond with the golden-crowned bird. Chi Su also sees Yun Qianhuang and Lu Dezai, but has no intention of greeting them. He quickly walks past them. Once he is gone, Lu Dezai seems to relax and leans closer to Yun Qianhuang, speaking very softly, "Junior sister Lin, that's Chi Shidi, the sect leader's disciple. But he has a bit of a temper, so you should." Lu Dezai initially wants to suggest that Yun Qianhuang avoid Chi Su, but realizing they are both disciples of Chu Wantao, he thinks it might not be possible. So he changes his approach, try to avoid getting involved with him in the future. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Lu. Yun Qianhuang replied, but her true thoughts remained unknown to others. Lu Dalai smiled and led her into the main hall. Chu Wantao was waiting inside. As they approached, he sensed something and felt quite excited. If he could present the Lin family's spirit beast to the elder would surely regard him more favorably and teach him more powerful techniques. However, he knew he had to be patient. After all, the Lin girl had just entered the sect and then went missing. Outsiders would definitely be suspicious, and the Lin family's elders were not easy to fool. Chu Wantao had to suppress his excitement. When Yun Qianhuang and Lu Dalai entered the main hall, he managed to hide any signs of his feelings. Lu Dalai bowed. "Master, I have brought junior sister Lin." "Well done, you may leave now." Lu Dalai acknowledged and exited the main hall. Chu Wantao then stood up and approached Yun Qianhuang, asking with concern, "Disciple, did you feel unwell on the way?"
No, Yun Qianhuang replied calmly.
When Chu Wantao first met Lin Shuangxue, she had a cold demeanor, so he did not suspect anything from Yun Qianhuang's expression. Instead, he felt pleased, and his smile became more genuine. Being cold-natured was good. It meant she wouldn't easily get close to others. If she were to disappear, the sect's disciples wouldn't notice right away. "Disciple, I have arranged a place for you to stay. You've traveled a long way, so rest well. Tomorrow, I will have someone show you around the sect." Chu Wantao did not give Yun Qianhuang a chance to argue. Yun Qianhuang could see through Chu Wantao's intentions. While he claimed she should rest, the real reason was to avoid drawing too much attention. However, she was here to investigate the evil cultivator's stronghold, so the less attention she attracted, the better. In a way, their plans aligned. Yun Qianhuang nodded and feigned a look of fatigue. Chu Wantao immediately took her to the prepared accommodation, which he had not altered. Her place was next to other disciples. Yun Qianhuang felt slightly dissatisfied, but said nothing. Disciple, this courtyard will be your home from now on. Are you satisfied? Yun Qianhuang showed little emotion, yes. That's good. Chu Wantao stroked his beard. If you find anything missing, just let me know. I won't disturb your rest. Yun Qianhuang nodded and walked straight into the courtyard prepared for her by Chu Wantao. On the other side, at the Frost Snow Sect's peak, Mo Lanshuang fell into deep thought as she looked at Lin Shuangxue, who had been sent over by Feng Feng. Leaving aside who was sent over, where did this little girl with black hair and golden eyes come from? Mo Lanshuang hesitated for a moment and asked Feng Feng, "Who are you, little girl?" Feng Feng replied, "I am the master's spirit beast." Since Yun Qianhuang had instructed Feng Feng to bring Lin Shuangxue to Mo Lanshuang, she naturally wasn't worried about Mo Lanshuang discovering Feng Feng's existence. Mo Lanshuang thought, what difference does that make? However, as far as she knew, only divine-level spirit beasts could take on human form. Mo Lanshuang's heart trembled as she suddenly had a bold guess. Is your master Yun Qianhuang? After Yun Qianhuang left Tianling City, she hadn't seen that divine beast, the emu, since. Mo Lanshuang understood the Mo Luyun family and knew that if a beast master had strong enough spiritual power, they could contract countless spirit beasts, which led her to this guess. After all, if the emu hadn't been recalled to the contract space, how could it have disappeared without a trace? It seemed that this little girl in front of her was indeed that emu. Mo Lanshuang's guess was confirmed when Feng Feng nodded. That's right. Then, who is this person? Feng Feng conveyed Yun Qianhuang's instructions to Mo Lanshuang. This is Lin Shuangxue from the Lin family in Tianling City. The master replaced her in entering the spirit calling sect, so I brought her here. Mo Lanshuang was taken aback. She had heard of Lin Shuangxue in the past few days. She was a summoner who could call forth divine beasts. Yun Qianhuang replaced her in entering the spirit calling sect. Thinking of their previous discoveries at the spirit calling sect, Mo Lanshuang's expression became serious. Is Yun Qianhuang investigating the evil cultivators? Feng Feng nodded. That's reckless. Anger flashed across Mo Lanshuang's face. The power of the evil cultivators is still unclear. For her to investigate so rashly is like playing with her life. After all, she was her only direct disciple, and Mo Lanshuang was naturally worried about Yun Qianhuang's safety. The master will be fine, Feng Feng said confidently. This time, she wasn't the only one by the master's side. Out Yen and Bai were also there, along with that emu, so even if they encountered those people again, they would protect the master well. But she wouldn't say this out loud, not even to the master's teacher. Mo Lanshuang looked at the little girl in front of her. It was clear that the divine beast emu spoke with confidence. But she still sighed, her eyes filled with worry. I'm concerned that those evil cultivators have ways to target spirit beasts. If those evil cultivators can limit the strength of spirit beasts, even with this divine beast and the previous holy beast, my disciple might not be able to escape. Although the last group of evil cultivators didn't show such power, Mo Lanshuang was still worried. After all, they still knew too little about the evil cultivators. The master knows this, which is why he disguised himself as Lin Shuangxue. If it weren't for that, the master would have directly used force to make that old man reveal the evil cultivator's hideout. When Feng Feng said this, Mo Lanshuang relaxed a bit. Thankfully, Yun girl is not reckless. She knows how to disguise herself, and even if she is discovered by Chu Wantao, she can still remove her disguise and escape. After comforting herself, Mo Lanshuang urged, now that it has come to this, I won't say much more. You should return to that girl's side quickly. Remember, when facing trouble, she must not act impulsively. If the evil cultivators discover her, she must return to the sect immediately. I will inform the master. Feng Feng nodded vigorously, leaving Lin Shuangxue at the Frost Snow sect, and then used a concealment array to call for Yun Qianhuang. After she left, Mo Lanshuang looked at Lin Shuangxue on the ground, a hint of contemplation flashing in her eyes. It seemed that the letter from He Ling mentioned that the spirit beast summoned by the Lin family girl was a giant rat. Was this a coincidence, or did the girl not summon a spirit beast at all, and it was Yun girl who fabricated it to create an impression? Feng Feng returned to Yun Qianhuang's side late at night. Afraid of being discovered by the evil cultivators, she entered the space and then used her mental power to convey Mo Lanshuang's words to Yun Qianhuang. Hearing those caring words warmed Yun Qianhuang's heart. Although her master rarely taught her, the concern was genuine, which is why she felt at ease leaving Lin Shuangxue with her master. She decided to help her master find something that could help her break through to the Spirit Emperor level. Yun Qianhuang noted this and prepared to continue her training. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Lost in thought, her body stiffened for a moment before she sensed a familiar presence. Thankfully, she had set up a barrier around her room in advance. Yun Qianhuang turned her head to see someone collapsed on her shoulder, her brows furrowing. Her body reacted before her mind did, and by the time she realized, a divine sky fruit had already appeared in her hand. This time, Feng Jingchen had no visible injuries, but his aura was very chaotic, indicating he must have suffered serious internal injuries. Yun Qianhuang handed the divine sky fruit to Feng Jingchen. Did you run into those people again? Besides that, she couldn't think of anyone who could hurt Feng Jingchen. Feng Jingchen took the divine fruit and slowly shook his head. He didn't explain why he looked this way, only softly said, Huang Huang, they won't come looking for you again. They naturally referred to those from the upper realm. This was the second time Feng Jingchen had said this. Yun Qianhuang understood his character. Although Feng Jingchen was a bit unpredictable, he wouldn't joke about something like this repeatedly. He must have a way to deal with those from the upper realm. But why didn't he act when he was hurt by them before? Yun Qianhuang couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it anymore and urged Feng Jingchen to eat the divine fruit. Feng Jingchen smiled faintly, okay. He replied softly, took the divine fruit, and then stared intently at Yun Qianhuang's altered appearance. Why are you here, Huang Huang? Yun Qianhuang didn't mind explaining, but for some reason, she changed her words. Feng Jingchen helped me with something. No one could be sure if the evil cultivators had a way to restrict spirit beasts. Her original plan was to find the evil cultivator's base and then inform her master to make further plans. This was also why she needed to find evidence of Chu Wantao colluding with the evil cultivators. But now she felt there might be a better way. Feng Jingchen was a bit surprised. This seemed to be the first time Huang Huang had actively asked him for help. His eyes sparkled with more warmth. Okay. He just agreed? Yun Qianhuang was puzzled. Aren't you going to ask what I need your help with? Huang Huang has saved my life several times. If you ask, no matter what it is, I will help you. Feng Jingchen looked at Yun Qianhuang, his deep eyes reflecting the light from the room, shining brightly. Yun Qianhuang's breath caught for a moment. She hurriedly looked away. You should know that this is the spirit calling sect. Chu Wantao is colluding with the evil cultivators, and I came here to find their base. The evil cultivators might have a way to limit spirit beasts' powers, so if I successfully find their base, I need you to help me deal with those evil cultivators. She finished speaking in one breath, successfully shifting her focus. Just dealing with the evil cultivators? Feng Jingchen seemed a bit dissatisfied. Yun Qianhuang pretended not to hear the implication in Feng Jingchen's words. Her expression was calm, showing none of the earlier confusion. I have a grudge against the evil cultivators, and I promised the old clam beast in the Tsonglu secret realm that I would help those spirit beasts harmed by the evil cultivators seek revenge. Feng Jingchen was aware of everything, but he felt that the request was too simple. However, he didn't say much and just nodded in agreement. He promised to help Huang Huang, no matter what. By the way, Yun Qianhuang remembered the two Qilin statues. Feng Jingchen, come with me. She stood up and activated a hidden array. After taking the divine fruit, Feng Jingchen felt much better and followed her, his long hand resting on Yun Qianhuang's shoulder. Where does Huang want to go? Yun Qianhuang knew his abilities and immediately replied, to the entrance of the spirit-calling sect. A teleportation array appeared beneath their feet, instantly transporting them to the stone door that Yun Qianhuang had seen during the day. In the night, the two Qilin statues stood on either side of the stone door, their eyes seemingly inlaid with luminous stones, emitting a faint glow. The feeling of being watched returned. Yun Qianhuang looked at Feng Jingchen and asked in a voice only they could hear, Feng Jingchen, do you feel something strange about these two Qilin statues? She had asked Ao Yan and the others, but none of the four beasts felt anything unusual. They thought the statues were ordinary. However, Yun Qianhuang trusted her instincts, which was why she brought Feng Jingchen here. Feng Jingchen's gaze fell on one of the Qilin statues, a hint of confusion crossing his face, as fine golden threads wrapped around the statue. After a moment, the golden threads vanished, and he frowned slightly. Seeing Feng Jingchen's reaction, Yun Qianhuang became more certain of her suspicion. So, did you find anything? Feng Jingchen's expression was serious. He hadn't seen something like this in a long time. Huang, these are not just two statues. They are two living Qilin. Yun Qianhuang almost thought she misheard. These two statues were alive? The four beasts in the space were also stunned. They had not sensed any spiritual energy from the statues. Ao Yan looked puzzled. If these two Qilin were alive, why did they look like this? Even in the upper realm, he had never heard of such a situation. Yun Qianhuang glanced at Feng Jingchen, trying to confirm if he was joking. But he wasn't. After hesitating for a moment, she tentatively reached out and gently touched one of the statue's heads. A faint, nearly fading sound reached her ears, the same one she had heard when entering the spirit-calling sect during the day. At that time, Yun Qianhuang couldn't determine the source of the sound, but now she was certain it came from the Qilin statue in front of her. The sound. Yun Qianhuang tried to think, her pupils suddenly shrinking. It was the sound of a heartbeat. The Qilin statue was truly alive. Yun Qianhuang quickly pulled her hand back as if burned and turned to Feng Jingchen. Feng Jingchen, why have they become like this? Just as Feng Jingchen was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Yun Qianhuang, and in an instant, they both vanished from the spot. The moment they disappeared, a dark figure appeared in front of the stone door. A thin hand pressed against the Qilin statue's head, and thick, almost tangible black mist spilled from his palm, enveloping the entire statue. The eyes, embedded with glowing stones, flickered intensely. Yun Qianhuang, brought back to the room by Feng Jingchen, felt her eyelashes tremble. It seemed she heard cries of pain. Yun Qianhuang turned her head toward the stone door. Feng Jingchen, do you hear any sounds? Someone is absorbing the Qilin's power, Feng Jingchen replied, sounding surprised. Huang, can you hear it? Yun Qianhuang nodded. Feng Jingchen suddenly fell silent, staring at Yun Qianhuang as if he realized something important. So that's it. Huang. Yun Qianhuang didn't notice Feng Jingchen's unusual behavior. After learning the reason, she felt immense anger. Feng Jingchen, can you stop that person? She knew she wasn't a match for that person. Otherwise, Feng Jingchen wouldn't have taken her away. I've already stopped him, but I can't kill him just yet. That person was also an evil cultivator. If he died, the hidden evil cultivators would surely be on guard. Even without Yun Qianhuang saying it, Feng Jingchen knew she intended to uproot the evil cultivators. Yun Qianhuang quickly reacted, an evil cultivator? Feng Jingchen nodded. Yun Qianhuang's gaze turned cold. Good. This gave the evil cultivators another reason to face their end. She suppressed her anger. Feng Jingchen, what exactly is going on with those two Qilins? Feng Jingchen spoke slowly. There was a secret technique in the upper realm that could turn spirit beasts into statues without harming their lives. A spirit beast turned into a statue cannot speak, and other spirit beasts cannot sense its presence, just like a real statue. But the technique does more. It can absorb the power of the spirit beast that has been turned into a statue. Since the spirit beast is still alive, even if its power is drained, it will slowly recover, but its lifespan will gradually diminish. That technique has been banned for a long time. Even in the upper realm, I haven't seen anyone use it for ages. Listening to Feng Jingchen, Yun Qianhuang unconsciously clenched her fists. Outside the stone gate, the figure in the black robe withdrew his hand, looking at the Qilin in front of him with confusion. Hasn't this creature's spiritual power recovered after all this time? Is its lifespan nearly over? The black-robed figure glanced at another Qilin, which looked back with a mix of anger and fear. He snorted and vanished from the spot. In a hidden base, as soon as the black-robed figure appeared, he was overwhelmed by a powerful force that made it hard for him to breathe. He lowered his head and spoke respectfully. "Respected one, the spiritual power of those two creatures has not yet recovered. I suspect their lifespans are almost over. Do you think we need to find new hosts?" "Not for now," a hoarse voice replied. "Qilins are hard to find. Let's stimulate those two creatures a bit more. If that doesn't work, we can extract their spiritual cores and eliminate them." The one referred to as respected one spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing an ordinary matter. The black-robed figure asked again, "The girl who summoned the divine beast is at the spirit calling sect. Should I bring her here? Is the divine beast cage ready?" "It has been prepared." "Then let's take action in 10 days. Leave the cleanup to that useless Chu Wantao." "Yes, respected one." The black-robed figure accepted the order and withdrew, but a harsh laugh echoed behind him. The figure in the upper position had a fervent gaze, and his bony hand grasped at the air. With the spiritual core of that divine beast, he could regain all his power and no longer hide in this wretched place. The demon and god continent, the true self, is about to return. Yun Qianhuang considered herself a rational person. But when Feng Jingchen told her about the plight of the two Qilins, all she could think about was rooting out the evil cultivators and eliminating them completely. Her chest heaved with emotion, and she felt the intense tremor in her heart. Feng Jingchen gently held Yun Qianhuang's wrist, saying, "Huang, I will help you." That cool touch brought her some clarity, and she struggled to suppress her impulsive feelings.
"Thank you."
Yun Qianhuang withdrew her hand, turned, and sat cross-legged by the bed to begin her cultivation. Looking at his empty hand, Feng Jingchen pursed his lips. But seeing Yun Qianhuang willing to cultivate in front of him brought a smile to his eyes. He quietly found a chair in the room and sat down to protect her while she practiced. Chu Wantao had said he would wait for Yun Qianhuang to rest for a day before showing her around the sect. However, by noon, she had not seen him and instead was visited by someone else. Zhong Hao walked into her yard and raised his hand, causing a pile of items to appear. "Shuer, congratulations on becoming the disciple of the sect leader. These are gifts I prepared for you." He had prepared these items days ago, intending to visit the Lin family. However, there were too many people delivering greetings, and he could only wait his turn. Before it was his turn, he heard that Lin Shuangxue had become a disciple of Chu Wantao and went to the Huanling sect. Zhong Hao couldn't sit still and immediately packed his things to return to the sect, not even taking a moment to rest before rushing to see Lin Shuangxue. Yun Qianhuang didn't even glance at the gifts, her expression cold, showing no reaction to Zhong Hao's words. Lin Shuangxue had a similar demeanor when she was under Bai's control, and Zhong Hao didn't think much of it, even feeling a joy that was almost tangible. "Shuer, you just arrived yesterday and probably haven't explored the sect yet. Would you like me to show you around?" Yun Qianhuang found this suggestion appealing. The evil cultivator's hideout might be in the Huanling sect, and exploring could lead to some clues. However, she didn't want to go with Zhong Hao. It was clear he had feelings for Lin Shuangxue, and his invitation had other intentions. Naturally, she wouldn't agree. So, Yun Qianhuang said nothing, merely glanced at Zhong Hao before turning to walk back to her room. "Shuer?" Zhong Hao instinctively followed, but the door closed in front of him. Just before the gap disappeared, he thought he saw a corner of a man's robe. "Is there a man in Shuer's room?" Zhong Hao wanted to take a closer look, but the door was already shut. He must have been mistaken. Shuer was cold to everyone, so there couldn't possibly be a man in her room. He dismissed that ridiculous thought and left with a pile of gifts in disappointment. Inside the room, upon meeting Feng Jingchen's gaze, Yun Qianhuang paused. Did the concealment array fail? When Zhong Hao knocked, she had casually given the activated concealment array to Feng Jingchen, so she should not have been able to see him. Maybe. Feng Jingchen replied calmly, showing no signs of concern.
Who was that just now?
I'm currently posing as Lin Shuangxue from the Lin family in Tianling City. That person is Zhong Hao, who seems to have a betrothal with Lin Shuangxue. Yun Qianhuang wasn't very concerned. As long as she acted like Lin Shuangxue and ignored Zhong Hao, it was fine. Feng Jingchen relaxed slightly. Huang, we might be able to find traces of the evil cultivators in the Huanling sect. Should we investigate? Let's do it tonight. Even with the concealment array, Yun Qianhuang felt it was inconvenient to investigate during the day. Feng Jingchen had no objections. Chu Wantao intended to keep Yun Qianhuang in the dark. He received news that the Protector planned to take action in 10 days, so nothing unexpected could happen during this time. The best way to ensure this was to keep the girl in the courtyard and not let her go anywhere. To prevent Yun Qianhuang from sensing something was off, Chu Wantao had Lu Dalai send a message, saying he had some matters to attend to outside for a few days, allowing Yun Qianhuang to focus on her training alone. Yun Qianhuang was more than happy with this arrangement. During the day, she trained in the courtyard, and at night, she investigated with Feng Jingchen in the Huanling sect. The dark practitioners were cautious, and after 2 nights of investigation, Yun Qianhuang had not found any useful clues. However, Ao Tian discovered a place with lingering spirit beast energy, but despite searching the area thoroughly, Yun Qianhuang and Feng Jingchen found no other leads. She had to give up, knowing the dark practitioners couldn't hide for long. During this time, with Chu Wantao not seeking her out, she could focus on her training. On the 10th day in the Huanling sect, Yun Qianhuang advanced to a 4-star spirit sect. At the same time, 2 figures appeared at the peak of the Frost Snow sect. Jiang Sisi turned to Yun Qianye and said, "Junior brother Yun, what a coincidence, you also passed the trial." Senior sister Jiang, Yun Qianye replied with a slight smile, feeling a bit excited. His sister must have passed long ago, he just didn't know where she was now. If she knew about his current strength, she would surely be happy for him. At that moment, Mo Lanshuang, sensing their presence, walked out of the main hall, smiling at the 2 talented youths. When they entered the trial grounds, one was a 2-star spirit king, and the other was only a 6-star peak spirit master. Yet, after passing the trial, Jiang Sisi advanced to a 1-star spirit sect and Yun Qianye rose to a 10-star spirit king. This rate of advancement was among the best in the history of the Frost Snow sect. Mo Lanshuang looked at Jiang Sisi and said, "Jiang girl, you should go back and find your master." "Yes, sect master." Jiang Sisi was eager. She had advanced to the spirit sect, and her master would surely be very happy to hear the news. After Jiang Sisi left, Mo Lanshuang turned to Yun Qianye. Yun Qianye asked, "Sect master, has my sister already passed the trial?" "Yun girl passed over a month ago," Mo Lanshuang replied, a hint of pride in her eyes when mentioning her disciple. "Is my sister at the main peak?"
Montag Landswangsgase flickert.
"She went to Tianling City for something. I'm not sure of the details, but you can ask Shin girl at the Spirit Herb Peak." Yun girl's investigation into the dark practitioners was too dangerous. Mo Lanshuang wasn't sure if Yun girl would want her brother to know, so she decided to send him to Shin girl instead. Yun Qianye was observant and noticed that Mo Lanshuang's reaction seemed strange, causing him to feel anxious. Could something have happened to my sister? Thinking of this possibility, Yun Qianye quickly said, "Master, I will head to the Spirit Herb Peak now." Before Mo Lanshuang could respond, he hurried toward the Spirit Beast Garden on the main peak. "This kid doesn't even think to visit his master first," Mo Lanshuang sighed, shaking her head as she watched Yun Qianye's hurried figure. She took out a communication talisman and sent a message to Gung Lihan on the Discipline Peak. Using the teleportation array, The young man soon appeared at the spirit herb peak. At the same time, someone knocked on Yun Qianhuang's courtyard door. Inside the room, Feng Jingchen's gaze fell on the door. Huang Huang, it's Chu Wantao. Without him saying anything, Yun Qianhuang's spiritual sense also detected Chu Wantao's presence, indicating that he could no longer hold back. The two exchanged glances, and Feng Jingchen discreetly concealed himself as he and Yun Qianhuang stepped out of the room. Outside, upon seeing Yun Qianhuang come out, Chu Wantao's eyes lit up. He had heard from Chi Su that this girl from the Lin family had been practicing in the courtyard for the past few days, with only a boy named Zhong Hao visiting her. This made things much easier for him. Chu Wantao was almost impatient. Disciple, I've been busy with trivial matters these days and finally have some free time. Today, I'll take you to get familiar with the sect. How does that sound? Yun Qianhuang remained silent and simply nodded. Chu Wantao didn't think much of it. He had investigated and knew that the girl from the Lin family had this kind of personality, often ignoring even her relatives. Still wearing a kind smile, he led Yun Qianhuang as they talked and walked toward a predetermined location. The Huan spirit sect had few elder disciples and a vast area. So many places rarely saw disciples. Since Yun Qianhuang had already familiarized herself with the sect's environment, she quickly realized where Chu Wantao intended to take her. This direction was exactly where Out Yen had previously discovered remnants of spirit beast energy. However, she and Feng Jingchen had thoroughly checked that location and confirmed that the evil cultivator's base was not there. So, if Chu Wantao was bringing her to that place now, there was only one possibility. He intended to avoid detection, knock her out, and take her to the evil cultivator's base. Yun Qianhuang subtly moved her fingers at her side, using her spiritual energy to protect several vital spots, and continued to follow Chu Wantao. Her expression remained unchanged, and Chu Wantao, who was watching her from the corner of his eye, noticed nothing unusual, which eased his mind considerably. After walking for about 15 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. Chu Wantao smiled at Yun Qianhuang and tried to ease her caution with his words. Disciple, this is the place with the strongest spiritual energy in our spirit calling sect. He then took out a pill and handed it to Yun Qianhuang. This is a spirit gathering pill, which I bought from Master Lu Qing. It can quickly increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy.
You should take it.
Chu Wantao spoke confidently, and since he was the leader of the spirit calling sect, if Yun Qianhuang hadn't been able to make spirit gathering pills herself, she might have believed him. She took the spirit gathering pill and, without any guard, swallowed it right under Chu Wantao's watchful eyes. Noticing the smile on Chu Wantao's face grow wider, she moved her tongue and pushed the pill between her teeth. As an alchemist, Yun Qianhuang could generally determine the purpose of a pill by its color and taste. The pill Chu Wantao gave her was not what it seemed. It was actually a pill that could put someone into a deep coma. Once taken, one would not wake up even if their skin was peeled off. Before long, Yun Qianhuang fell unconscious in front of Chu Wantao. Chu Wantao carefully checked to confirm that the 7-coma pill had taken effect before signaling. The figure in the black robe, who had been hiding in the shadows, immediately appeared and reached for Yun Qianhuang's collar. As the bony fingers almost touched her clothes, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched by a snake. The black-robed figure's spiritual energy surged, and he cautiously looked around but detected no unusual presence. Chu Wantao watched the black-robed figure's actions with confusion. Guardian, is something wrong? Nothing, the black-robed figure replied, dismissing it as his own illusion. However, when he looked back at the unconscious Yun Qianhuang, he hesitated for a moment and decided not to reach for her. Instead, he used his spiritual energy to lift her up. Chu Wantao did not understand the black-robed figure's actions, but chose not to question the guardian's authority and remained silent. Make sure to clean up any traces, so no one finds out. Chu Wantao bowed his head. Guardian, rest assured, I will ensure no traces are left behind. The black-robed figure did not respond further. He cautiously raised his eyes and saw that the black-robed figure and Yun Qianhuang had indeed vanished. Only then did Chu Wantao lift his head and use his mental energy to erase any lingering traces of the black-robed figure and Yun Qianhuang. However, his expression was not friendly while doing this. The girl from the Lin family was someone he had brought to the spirit-calling sect, and she was supposed to be presented to the respected elder by him. Instead, she was taken by the guardian, and he feared all the credit would go to the guardian. Chu Wantao didn't say anything, but that didn't mean he had no complaints in his heart. In the hidden base, the man in the black robe snorted. Did he really think Chu Wantao wouldn't feel dissatisfied? But so what? Chu Wantao was just a dog raised by the master. When the master left this cursed place, he wouldn't take Chu Wantao with him, so he posed no threat. For him, the most important thing was to present the girl who could summon the divine beast to the master. The man in the black robe adjusted his clothes and took Yun Qianhuang to meet their master. At that moment, Yun Qianhuang was listening to messages from several beasts through their mental connection. Ao Tian, holding back his anger, said, "Master, I sense many spiritual beasts nearby." Feng Feng, no longer practicing, stood beside Ao Tian with the other two beasts. "Master, I sense the presence of a golden phoenix, and it's close to death." The Phoenix clan had very few members, mostly residing in the middle and upper realms. It was shocking that these evil cultivators had captured a golden phoenix and tortured it to the brink of death. As the ancestor of the phoenixes, Feng Feng was eager to see if the golden phoenix could still be saved. Bao Bao clenched her small paws, determined to eliminate all the evil cultivators.
Fu Bai remained silent.
The illusion beast was a very special spiritual beast, and many powerful beasts wanted to eat them to enhance their strength. However, the abilities of the illusion beast made many other beasts wary, so their kind usually kept to themselves. Yet these evil cultivators were using the illusion beast to strengthen the spiritual beasts they had captured. The scent of the illusion beast's blood excited Fu Bai, and her rabbit eyes turned bright red, her teeth grinding together. Noticing Fu Bai's emotional turmoil, Feng Feng gently patted her with one wing. "Fu Bai, it's okay. Soon, we will help our master eliminate all these evil cultivators and avenge your kin." Feng Feng even stopped calling her a silly rabbit, showing genuine concern for Fu Bai. Bao Bao shook her ears, disagreeing with Feng Feng's title but nodded, saying, "I'll leave a few more evil cultivators for you." The beasts were all eager and ready for action. Meanwhile, the man in the black robe had brought Yun Qianhuang before the master. "Master, this is the girl who summoned the divine beast. Chu Wantao has already given her the 7 hazy pill." The man in the black robe, seated in a high position, lifted his head and suddenly appeared next to Yun Qianhuang. A greedy gaze fell upon Yun Qianhuang, making one feel uncomfortable deep down. Yun Qianhuang remained calm, but the beasts in the space had already thought of ways to deal with the man in the black robe. The evil cultivator looked Yun Qianhuang up and down, then nodded at the protector. "Well done." "Thank you for your praise," the protector said happily. "Should we wake her up?" "Not yet. First, put her in the divine beast cage." "Understood." The divine beast cage was a specially made large prison with arrays to suppress spirits and limit beasts. No matter how powerful the divine beast was, once inside the cage, its strength would be reduced to half. This was why the evil cultivators dared to act recklessly against divine beasts. After placing Yun Qianhuang in the cage, the protector dragged it back to find the evil cultivator. Inside the cage, a familiar aura surrounded Yun Qianhuang, but it went unnoticed by the evil cultivators. Feng Jingchen's voice entered Yun Qianhuang's mind directly. "Huang Huang, the entire base is trapped in a barrier." Yun Qianhuang replied with her mental energy, "Can you handle that evil cultivator called the Master?" Outyan had just told her that the Master was very powerful, far beyond the peak spirit emperor level. Feng Jingchen seemed to smile. "Huang Huang, you underestimate me." They were just ants. If they hadn't provoked the wrong person, he wouldn't even bother to look at them. Yun Qianhuang felt relieved. This showed Feng Jingchen was confident. She thought for a moment and asked, will those evil cultivators take the captured spirit beasts down with them? There were still many spirit beasts in the base that were alive, as a few beasts had informed her. Huang, you can temporarily contract them and bring them into your space. A cool fingertip touched Yun Qianhuang's wrist. Yun Qianhuang pressed her lips together slightly. This was indeed a solution, but those spirit beasts had been captured by the evil cultivators and might be wary of humans, just like the fire Qilin. They might not be willing to form a contract with her. However, given the special situation, there was no time to worry about that. Once the evil cultivators in the base were dealt with, she could release the contract with those spirit beasts. Contracts formed by beast tamers were easy to dissolve, and both parties wouldn't be greatly affected. Then we'll do as you say. When we face that master, we'll act. Huang, should we leave any alive? Yun Qianhuang coldly smiled to herself, no need. Letting a tiger return to the mountain would lead to endless troubles. To prevent any other evil cultivators from escaping the base, none of them could be left alive. Yun Qianhuang did not feel cruel at all. Compared to the actions of the evil cultivators, her method seemed very merciful. Okay. The guardian of the evil cultivator dragged the beast cage forward, quickly arriving at the previous cave. The evil cultivator stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Yun Qianhuang with intense enthusiasm. Guardian, wake her up. There were other evil cultivators in the cave, but they dared not speak a word in front of the two important figures. The guardian nodded and gathered a thick black mist in his palm, ready to fall on Yun Qianhuang. Just as she was supposed to be unconscious, Yun Qianhuang suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. Golden threads appeared, binding all the evil cultivators in the cave, while the black mist aimed at Yun Qianhuang was pushed away by a force and dissipated with a loud crash. Who is it? The evil cultivator's gaze turned cold, and black mist surged around him, trying to engulf the golden threads. However, the golden threads remained intact, tightly wrapped around him. A figure appeared in front of the evil cultivators. Feng Jingchen slightly raised his gaze, and the proud beast cage of the evil cultivator shattered instantly, while Yun Qianhuang landed gracefully. I'll leave this to you. She said this to Feng Jingchen before taking out a concealment array and rushing out. Feng Jingchen's lips curled into a slight smile, seemingly in a good mood. He remained seated in the position previously occupied by the evil cultivator, calmly watching the others struggle desperately. The evil cultivator struggled in vain, growing increasingly angry. Who are you? Do you know what will happen if you provoke me? Feng Jingchen rested his head on one hand, looking at him with a half-smile. In his deep, exquisite eyes, another color seemed to slowly spread. Why don't you tell me what will happen? You are from the divine demon continent. The evil cultivator's eyes widened in fear as he looked at Feng Jingchen. No, you are. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly lost his voice. The evil cultivator struggled even harder, his eyes filled with shock and horror. How could this person be in the South Lu continent? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? The guardian and other evil cultivators did not understand why their leader looked so fearful. They were also struggling hard like him. Feng Jingchen did not care. If it weren't for delaying time for Huang, these evil cultivators would have been eliminated long ago. Meanwhile, guided by several beasts, Yun Qianhuang quickly found the spirit beasts that were imprisoned. Without saying a word, she directly formed a contract and forcibly brought them into her space. The spirit beasts captured in the space initially looked confused, then let out angry roars, and soon they trembled like quails under the warning gazes of Ao Tian and the others. The dark cultivators guarding the spirit beasts suddenly noticed that one of the beasts seemed to be missing. They immediately became alert, with some searching the area while others rushed to report this to their leader. With Feng Jingchen around, Yun Qianhuang had nothing to worry about. She quickened her pace. More and more spirit beasts were disappearing, and the quails in the space lined up. The contracted spirit beasts had no idea what was happening. They only knew that more and more of their companions appeared beside them. There were very few spirit beasts left in the base, and Yun Qianhuang completed all the contracts in just 15 minutes, including the Golden Phoenix mentioned by Feng Feng. The Golden Phoenix struggled the most, but after receiving a lesson from Feng Feng, it immediately dared not complain. Feng Feng was initially reluctant about Yun Qianhuang contracting these spirit beasts, but under the circumstances, she said nothing. However, this Golden Phoenix dared to have an opinion, which was quite audacious. Yun Qianhuang hesitated. The Golden Phoenix was already weak, and she was genuinely worried that Feng Feng might accidentally harm it. Fortunately, Feng Feng showed some restraint, and the Golden Phoenix, after being taught a lesson, bore no grudge and closely followed Feng Feng. Yun Qianhuang chose not to say anything. Although the size was a bit off, she really couldn't interfere with her ancestor teaching the younger generation. Moreover, she didn't have the energy to explain everything to the spirit beasts one by one. Confirming that no spirit beast was left behind, Yun Qianhuang quickly returned to where the Dark Cultivator leader was. At this point, the cave had many more bound Dark Cultivators. Yun Qianhuang exchanged a glance with Feng Jingchen and nodded slightly. Feng Jingchen's fingers moved slightly, and the golden threads binding the Dark Cultivators tightened inch by inch, filling the cave with their painful cries. Ao Tian stayed behind to watch the other spirit beasts, while Feng Feng and the others appeared beside Yun Qianhuang. She raised her hand slightly, her eyes filled with killing intent. "Let's go." The three beasts let out excited roars and simultaneously grew in size. Feng Feng and Bao Bao flew out, while Fu Bai on the ground was just as fast as the other two, with Yun Qianhuang channeling her spiritual power closely behind them. Feng Jingchen, who remained in place, tilted his head slightly. Although he was smiling, it sent chills down the spines of all the Dark Cultivators in the cave. "It seems you are no longer useful. You can't kill me." The evil cultivator had fallen to the ground without anyone noticing. Hearing the words, he struggled to crawl backward, but his voice lacked its previous strength. "Oh." Feng Jingchen's fingertips glowed with golden light, and in the next moment, the golden threads suddenly tightened. "Ah! Ah!" A scream echoed outside the cave, causing Fu Bai, who was excitedly attacking the evil cultivator, to shiver, his rabbit ears standing up. He was holding the evil cultivator's body and quietly turned to glance at the cave entrance. That scream was truly piercing to his ears. Fu Bai shook his head vigorously, spitting out the body to the side, and began chasing the next evil cultivator. He wanted to avenge his harmed kin. The evil cultivator's stronghold was larger than the entire spirit-calling sect, and Yun Qianhuang and the three beasts had to act separately, which would take some time to eliminate. During this time, Yun Qianhuang saw many remains of spirit beasts, her eyes filled with killing intent. With each strike of her sword, she took the life of an evil cultivator. Those evil cultivators had thought about fighting back and escaping, but in terms of combat ability, they were no match for the three beasts. Although Yun Qianhuang was just from the spirit sect, with her sword by her side, even without relying on Outyan's power, she was still a formidable opponent for ordinary evil cultivators. Of course, if she encountered evil cultivators at the level of spirit saints or spirit emperors, Outyan would also intervene. As for escaping, Feng Jingchen had already set up a barrier, and no evil cultivator could escape. In a desperate situation, an evil cultivator who seemed to hold some status suddenly knelt down with a thud, trembling as he presented something to Yun Qianhuang with both hands. This is a gift from Chu Wantao to the Esteemed One. If the Esteemed One doesn't want it, please give it to me. I'll give this to you, and I beg you to spare me." The evil cultivator's voice trembled. He was also afraid of dying. Yun Qianhuang narrowed her eyes. What he held was a 10th tier spirit core, and it was of the earth element. Recalling what Elder Yen had said, she had a guess. Is this the spirit core of Chu Wantao's fierce bull? The evil cultivator nodded vigorously. Yun Qianhuang used her spiritual power to take the spirit core from his hands and stored it in her ring, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "You can go now." The evil cultivator was overjoyed and quickly turned to run toward the exit of the stronghold, only to be pierced through the heart by a long sword from behind. He widened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. I said you could go, but I never said I wouldn't kill you, Yun Qianhuang said calmly as she pulled out her sword, which transformed back into a short blade. With no support, the evil cultivator fell to the ground, and Yun Qianhuang delivered a few more strikes before looking for her next target. Do you need help, Huang Huang? Feng Jingchen appeared beside her at some point, his gaze fixed on the blood that had accidentally splattered on her clothes. It's really annoying. Yun Qianhuang shook her head. I can handle it. After seeing the scattered bones, she felt her emotions rising and urgently needed to vent, and these evil cultivators became her targets. After thinking for a moment, she added, please keep an eye on Feng Feng and the others to prevent any tricks from the evil cultivators. Feng Jingchen smiled and left quietly, just as he had arrived. With him there, Yun Qianhuang felt free to act, and soon the evil cultivator's hideout was covered in blood. Half an hour later, there were no living evil cultivators left in the entire hideout. The three beasts had a great time, and when they returned to Yun Qianhuang, they were still excited. Yun Qianhuang stored them away and searched the hideout, then erased all traces and left with her gains. This was the main base of the evil cultivators, although not all of them were here. Without their leader, the remaining ones were disorganized. With the evil cultivators dealt with, it was time to focus on Chu Wantao. Yun Qianhuang didn't plan to take action herself. She used a communication talisman to inform Mo Lanshuang, asking her to bring Lin Shuangxue along when she came with the elders. Upon receiving the message, Mo Lanshuang immediately gathered the leaders of the various peaks and selected half to head to the Huanling sect. Yun Qianhuang did not return to the Huanling sect. She entered a familiar cave and found Old Yen. Girl, what brings you here? Are you in some trouble? Old Yen, munching on a grilled fish he had somehow acquired, spoke with his mouth full. Just so you know, if you've gotten involved with evil cultivators, I won't help you. He was too busy to worry about her. Yun Qianhuang smiled. Senior, I'd like to ask you to be a witness. Old Yen spat out a fishbone and looked at her. A witness for what? I won't do anything unethical. Senior, this is about Chu Wantao. Hearing the familiar name, Old Yen perked up and tossed aside the half-eaten fish. Girl, tell me what's going on. I want to. Mo Lanshuang and her group arrived at the Huanling sect 2 days later, and she also notified the leaders of other sections. During these 2 days, Chu Wantao was restless. He wondered if the elder had found the spirit core of that divine beast. Although his contributions would likely be overshadowed by the protector, the elder might still think of him, right? Would he be allowed to access more forbidden techniques? Chu Wantao felt both hopeful and excited, but the evil cultivator elder had said he couldn't go to the hideout during the extraction of the spirit core, so he had to wait patiently. The outcome was unexpected. Instead of the evil cultivator, representatives from various sects arrived. Chu Wantao received the representatives in the main hall, sounding puzzled. Why have you all suddenly come to my spirit-calling sect? Is there something important? The other sects looked towards the people from the Frost Snow sect. This time, it was the leader of the Ink sect who called them here, so it was natural for him to speak first. Under everyone's gaze, Mo Lanshuang's eyes were sharp, like a frost blade, piercing directly at Chu Wantao. Chu sect leader, do you realize your mistake in colluding with the evil cultivator and harming the disciples of the sect? Her tone was so certain that a flicker of guilt quickly flashed in Chu Wantao's eyes. How did Mo Lanshuang know? However, as a sect leader, Chu Wantao did not show any unusual reaction. Instead, he smiled. I don't quite understand what you mean. Sect leader Mo Lanshuang had not informed the representatives of the details, so they were somewhat skeptical upon hearing her words. They all understood the nature of evil cultivators. After all, Chu Wantao was the leader of the spirit-calling sect and a summoner himself. How could he possibly collude with evil cultivators? Is sect leader Mo mistaken? Sect leader Chu would never collude with evil cultivators. Evil cultivators are ruthless, and everyone must condemn them. Sect leader Chu has always acted with integrity and would never do such a thing. But sect leader Mo is not someone who would joke about this. Do you have any evidence? Seeing others speak up for him, Chu Wantao straightened his back. Sect leader Mo, do you have any evidence of my collusion with the evil cultivator? Mo Lanshuang already knew that Chu Wantao would not admit it. She took out a jade pendant. Do you remember this, sect leader Chu? This jade pendant was not the one given by Yun Qianhuang earlier, but a replica made by Fong Yu after returning to the sect, based on the one Chu Wantao had given to Qi Su at the apprenticeship banquet. As a master of artifact crafting, Fong Yu's replica was so convincing that it even contained a trace of Chu Wantao's spiritual energy. The representatives from the various sects had all attended the earlier apprenticeship banquet and quickly recognized the jade pendant. Isn't this the jade pendant that sect leader Chu gave to his beloved disciple at the banquet? This pendant indeed has sect leader Chu's spiritual energy. Sect leader Mo, where did you obtain this pendant? Just as Mo Lanshuang was about to speak, Chu Wantao's face darkened. You think you can slander me with just a jade pendant, sect leader Mo? That's absurd. When Mo Lanshuang took out the pendant, Chu Wantao did feel a moment of panic, as he had indeed lost a jade pendant. However, he quickly regained his composure. Fong Yu is one of the only 2 master craftsmen on the continent, so replicating a jade pendant is easy for him. His jade pendant is in the Tsong Lu's secret realm, and the entrance has long been sealed by the respected elder. Even if Gung Lihan tried, he wouldn't be able to open it, so he is sure that the pendant is fake. Chu Wantao knows these details, but the representatives of the various sects are not aware of them. Mo Lanshuang is the leader of the first sect on the continent and a powerful half-step spirit emperor. The representatives do not think she would lie, and they are unsure whether to believe Chu Wantao. Whether it's slander or not, I believe Chu Zongzhu knows better than I do. Mo Lanshuang said with a slight smile. Everyone, a few days ago, I accidentally entered the Tsong Lu's secret realm and saw the former base of the evil cultivators. This jade pendant is what I found there. She emphasized the words Tsong Lu's secret realm, causing Chu Wantao to become restless. She actually knows about the Tsong Lu's secret realm. Could this pendant really be from there? No wonder Chu Wantao became the sect leader. He was already feeling a storm inside but managed to keep a calm face. What Tsong Lu's secret realm? I have never heard of it. Mo Zongzhu, what benefit would it bring me to slander you? I have always had a good relationship with the Spirit Calling sect and the Frost Snow sect. Could it be that someone is trying to sabotage our relationship? Chu Wantao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing everyone present. No one dared to accept such a heavy accusation, and while clearing their names, their gazes shifted between Mo Lanshuang and Chu Wantao. Both had their own arguments, and neither seemed to be lying. Who should they believe? The other sect leaders exchanged glances. They actually trusted Mo Zongzhu more, not because her words were particularly credible, but because Chu Wantao's reaction was suspicious. After all, how many leaders are truly foolish? However, the evidence Mo Zongzhu provided was somewhat lacking. Mo Zongzhu, a single jade pendant is not enough to prove that Chu Zongzhu colluded with the evil cultivators. Do you have any other evidence? I have never heard of this Tsong Lu secret realm, but I have heard of a place called Tsong Lu Abyss at the border between the Qi-Ling Kingdom and the Huanling Kingdom. These names reminded Fong Yu of something, and he suddenly looked up. Sect leader, wasn't Master Gong Chung missing in the Tsong Lu Abyss? In terms of age, Fong Yu is older than both Gong Chung and Mo Lanshuang, belonging to the same generation as Tai Shu Xian. However, Gong Chung far surpasses Fong Yu in both cultivation and craftsmanship, and Fong Yu willingly calls him master. Master Gong Chung? The leader of the fire sect raised his eyebrows. Isn't that Master Gong Chung Yuan, who has been out of touch for many years? If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be some kind of ambiguous relationship between Master Gong Chung and sect leader Mo exactly. Mo Lanshuang replied with a slight smile. Gong Chung Yuan died in the Tsong Lu secret realm. He accidentally entered the realm and was detected by the evil cultivators, who abandoned that stronghold out of fear of him. Master Gong Chung has passed away? Everyone was stunned. especially Fang Yu, who understood the relationship between Mo Lan Shuang and Gong Chengyuan the best, feeling a mix of emotions. Chu Wantao vaguely remembered this incident. At that time, outsiders had intruded into the secret realm, and the elder had been quite angry. But what does it matter now? Mo Lan Shuang had said Gong Chengyuan was dead. Who could prove her words were true? Chu Wantao forced a false sadness. Master Gong Cheng has truly passed away. It is indeed a loss for talent. Not long after he spoke, he pretended to compose himself and added, but since sect leader Mo cannot provide other evidence, shouldn't you apologize to me? Mo Lan Shuang indeed had no other evidence. However, she remained calm. Since Yun Yadu had asked her to bring people here, she must have been confident. All she needed to do was buy time for Yun Yadu. Does sect leader Chu truly want me to present more evidence? She met Chu Wantao's gaze directly, exuding the presence of the leader of the continent's top sect. Chu Wantao felt a tightness in his chest. He believed he had acted cautiously. The jade pendant had been left behind in the rush to escape the Tsang Lu's secret realm. What other evidence could Mo Lan Shuang have? But no matter what, he must not lose his composure at this moment. Sect leader Mo, if you have evidence, feel free to present it. If you can truly prove that I colluded with the evil cultivators, I will have nothing to say. Sect leader Chu is quite straightforward. A cold voice came from outside the hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A girl in blue walked into the hall, accompanied by a person wrapped tightly in clothing, making it impossible to discern their appearance, but judging by their shape, they seemed to be an elder. Yun Qianhuang stepped into the hall and tossed several items in front of Chu Wantao. These were things she had found at the evil cultivator's stronghold, including a spirit core from a 10th-tier Lixianyu. Everyone recognized Yun Qianhuang. The leader of the Golden Feather sect looked at the items with confusion. Yun Yadu, what are these? They are things I found at the evil cultivator's stronghold, Yun Qianhuang replied with a smile. Sect leader Chu, do you recognize these? Several items still carry the scent of Chu Wantao. Everyone present is a powerful figure above the spirit master level and can easily recognize it. The leader of the Jinling sect became serious. Yun girl, you mentioned the evil cultivator's hideout? Do you know where it is? It's right beneath the Huanling sect. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up. Lord Mo, let's set aside the matter of Lord Chu for now. Since we've found the evil cultivator's hideout, our priority should be to eliminate them. Lord Lai is correct. If the evil cultivators get wind of this and escape, it will be a major threat. Mo Lan Shuang glanced at Yun Qianhuang and said, in that case, please follow me to eliminate the evil cultivators. She also reminded them about Chu Wantao. Since the evil cultivators are hiding beneath the Huanling sect, many disciples from the Huanling sect must be in danger. Lord Chu will surely seek revenge for those disciples, right? Chu Wantao wanted to quietly slip away while everyone's attention was elsewhere, but upon hearing this, his expression changed slightly, and he cursed under his breath. However, because of Mo Lan Shuang's words, all the representatives looked at him, and Chu Wantao could only nod stiffly. The group followed Yun Qianhuang and an unidentified elder, rushing to the evil cultivator's hideout as quickly as possible. Chu Wantao initially planned to secretly send a message to the evil cultivator, but with Mo Lan Shuang and Fang Yu watching him closely, he dared not make a move. Moreover, the entrance was well hidden, and Mo Lan Shuang's disciple might just be trying to scare them. Chu Wantao glanced at Yun Qianhuang at the front, and just as his expression relaxed a bit, he noticed that the path she was taking was indeed leading to the hideout. He frowned deeply. How could this girl know? Noticing the gaze on him, Yun Qianhuang remained calm. With her master present, even if Chu Wantao wanted to escape, he couldn't. Besides, even if he managed to slip away, there was still a barrier set up by Feng Jingchen waiting for him. Perhaps because she had witnessed Feng Jingchen's strength, Yun Qianhuang was not afraid of Chu Wantao escaping. Eager to eliminate the evil cultivators, they reached the entrance to the hideout in less than 15 minutes. However, what awaited them was a man they had never seen before. Young Master Foam? Mo Lan was momentarily stunned. She had never expected to encounter Feng Jingchen here. Looking at her disciple, who showed no surprise at all, Mo Lan thought for a moment and understood. No wonder Yun Girl didn't want her to rush to eliminate the evil cultivators. It turns out this person had already taken action. Understanding the situation, Mo Lan felt much more relaxed and took the initiative to explain, "Everyone, this is young Master Feng, a distinguished guest of our Frost Snow sect." Since Feng Jingchen chose to appear in front of everyone, he clearly wasn't afraid of revealing his identity. Mo Lan knew this, which is why she introduced him to the group. The leader of the fire sect frowned. "Sect leader Mo, I have no issue with you, but this is not the time for pleasantries. We should hurry inside to prevent the evil cultivators from escaping." The leader of the earth sect agreed, "Yes, we need to go in quickly and eliminate the evil cultivators." Mo Lan opened her mouth, but decided not to explain further. It was better to let them see the situation for themselves once they entered. With that thought, Mo Lan strode into the evil cultivator's hideout, followed closely by the others. As soon as they entered, the strong smell of blood made everyone stop in their tracks. Since being brought to the entrance, Chu Wantao's expression had been quite grim, and seeing the horrific scene before him made him feel faint. How could this be possible? The others were equally shocked. They had rushed here to eliminate the evil cultivators, only to find that they had already been wiped out. Everyone couldn't help but think of Feng Jingchen, who was left outside. Could this be the work of young Master Feng? In contrast, Mo Lan remained calm. She looked at Chu Wantao and said, "Sect leader Chu, why do you look so pale? The evil cultivators have been eliminated. Shouldn't you be happy?" Her words brought everyone back to reality, and they turned to look at Chu Wantao. Even if he was good at hiding his feelings, he couldn't maintain his composure now. He forced a smile and said through gritted teeth, "Happy? Why wouldn't I be happy? Who could possibly have the ability to wipe out all the evil cultivators?" Chu Wantao's mind was in chaos. Mo Lan, however, paid him no more attention. She addressed the other members of the Frost Snow sect, "Elders, even though the evil cultivators have been eliminated, we can't be sure there are no survivors. We need to search carefully and not let anyone escape." The leader of the water sect immediately chimed in, "Sect leader Mo is right. Elderly, you should help with the search." The leader of the wood sect added, "My wood sect will assist as well." The leader of the Danxia sect said, "We will look for any surviving disciples to provide timely medical care." The elders quickly split up to search, while the sect leaders stayed behind to guard against any unexpected events. But for Mo Lan, there were no unexpected events to worry about. She was concerned that Chu Wantao might try to slip away. Chu Wantao indeed had that intention. He saw the bodies of the respected elder and the guardian, both killed, and wondered what he was worth. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he met the smiling gaze of Mo Lan. Chu Wantao was self-aware. Even with the help of spirit beasts, he was no match for Mo Lan, especially with the other sect leaders present. So, despite his anxiety, he felt helpless. The elders of the various sects searched the stronghold several times, but found no survivors. However, the elder from Danxia's sect brought out a girl covered in blood. The leader of Danxia's sect looked puzzled and asked, "Who is this girl? Isn't she the one from the Lin family who summoned the divine beast recently?" Lin Shuangxue, a fire spirit root, was recognized immediately by the leader of the fire sect, who had come to visit the Lin family, but was a bit late. Seeing Lin Shuangxue covered in blood, he quickly handed her a healing pill before checking her injuries. Fortunately, her injuries are not too serious, but he wiped the blood from her forehead, and everyone's expression changed. After a summoner forms a contract with a spirit beast, a mark appears on their forehead. Although it can be concealed with spiritual power, they felt no such energy from this girl. Given her injuries, it was clear she could not hide it anymore. This situation could only mean one thing. The leader of the fire sect shook his head with regret. What a pity. This girl's spirit beast must have been harmed by the evil cultivators. Those evil cultivators. The leader of Tsangmu sect turned to look and noticed a nearby body of an evil cultivator. He angrily kicked it twice. The other sect leaders were also furious, but since the evil cultivators had been eliminated, they had no way to vent their anger. The leader of Yenta's sect narrowed his eyes. Since the issue with the evil cultivators is resolved, we should leave. Let's go. As he said this, he glanced meaningfully at Chu Wantao. The other sect leaders quickly realized that the matter of Chu Wantao colluding with the evil cultivators had not been clarified yet. With their anger boiling, they pushed Chu Wantao out of the stronghold, and the leader of Danxia's sect took Lin Shuangxue along. Outside the stronghold, only Yun Qianhuang and the heavily covered elder Yan remained. The leader of Jinling's sect asked curiously, "Yun girl, where is that young Master Feng from earlier?" The evil cultivators were likely eliminated by that young Master Feng. To defeat evil cultivators single-handedly is no small feat. He was hoping to get to know him better. Mo Lanshuang took the initiative to explain, young Master Feng doesn't like crowds, so he must have left. The leader of the Jinling sect had no doubts. It was normal for strong individuals to have their quirks. Mo Zhongzhu and young Master Feng seemed to be old acquaintances, and he could ask Mo Zhongzhu for an introduction later. But first, they needed to resolve the matter with Chu Wantao. The leader of the Danxia sect looked at the old man Yan, who had been following Yun Qianhuang, and asked the question on everyone's mind, "Yun girl, I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. Who is this beside you?" "He is an elder, and I need his help with something," Yun Qianhuang replied without going into detail. The leader of the Danxia sect noticed her reluctance to elaborate and did not press her further. The leader of the Liahua sect then looked at Chu Wantao, who was surrounded by everyone, and said, "Chu sect master, please. This old man better not really be colluding with evil cultivators." Chu Wantao was clearly unwilling, but what could he do? Everyone forced him back to the main hall. With so many people from various sects present, the elders from the summoning sect could not just stand by, and were already waiting in the main hall. Seeing the elders, Chu Wantao's eyes lit up, and he regained some confidence. These elders were all summoners, and their summoned beasts were at least level 8. On their territory, as long as he refused to admit anything, could Mo Lanshuang and the others really force him? Chu Wantao quickly calmed down and said sternly, "Do the sect leaders intend to force me to admit to colluding with evil cultivators?" The elders from the summoning sect were already aware of the situation and knew why the various sects had come today. They had never really believed their own sect master would collude with evil cultivators, and upon hearing Chu Wantao's words, they frowned in unison. Even if their sect master truly did collude with evil cultivators, they needed evidence to convince others. How could they expect him to confess without proof? That would be bullying the summoning sect. "Chu sect master, you are mistaken." Seeing the expressions of the elders from the summoning sect, Mo Lanshuang understood Chu Wantao's intentions. She threw the evidence that Yun Qianhuang had presented earlier in front of Chu Wantao, saying, "This has your aura on it. Do you still want to deny it?" Faced with the evidence, the elders from the summoning sect exchanged glances, their expressions becoming more serious. Chu Wantao snorted coldly. "Mo Zhongzhu, it is true that my aura is on this, but who knows how your disciple obtained it? Just because she claims to have gotten it from an evil cultivator's hideout, does that make it true? You all think too highly of her. A little girl who just got lucky and summoned a holy beast. How could she possibly take these things from the evil cultivators without a scratch?" This statement is true. Everyone knows the strength of the evil cultivators. One holy beast is not enough for Yun Qianhuang to act freely in their territory. Mo Lanshuang secretly scoffed at the foolishness of those who lacked insight. Her disciple still had a divine beast. However, she would never say this out loud. She narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. "Are you saying, Master Chu, that this jade pendant and those items were prepared by me to slander you?" Master Chu is being overly sentimental. With your status, I wouldn't waste my energy on such matters. Her words were indeed infuriating, yet they were also true. Everyone agreed. What kind of person was the leader of the Mo sect? A powerful figure, half a step away from becoming a spirit emperor. the leader of the Frost Snow sect, the strongest sect in the continent. If she wanted to target Chu Wantao, she wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. With the strength of the Frost Snow sect, dealing with any of them would be easy. Even the elders of the spirit summoning sect felt that Mo Lanshuang's words were very accurate. Chu Wantao choked on his words, struggling for a while before managing a smile. Master Mo, how could you say that? Our two sects have always been on good terms. Why would you intentionally slander me? Someone must be trying to sow discord. As he spoke the last part, he deliberately glanced at Yun Qianhuang, making it clear who he believed was the instigator. Yun Qianhuang knew exactly what he was planning. She smiled suddenly. If Master Chu doesn't recognize these items, that's fine. I have someone else I want to introduce to you. Chu Wantao's brow twitched, and he felt a bad premonition. Beside Yun Qianhuang, Elder Yen, upon hearing this, eagerly removed his cloak. He stared intently at the visibly shaken Chu Wantao and slowly approached. Chu Wantao, do you remember me? Chu Wantao never expected Elder Yen to be alive and that Yun Qianhuang had brought him here. He reminded himself to stay calm, but the fierce spirit beast in his contract space sensed Elder Yan's presence and became restless. He had to focus on suppressing the spirit beast and couldn't control his expression. He could only bluster and shout, "Who are you?" Chu Wantao, you colluded with evil cultivators to steal my spirit beast, turning me into this half-human, half-ghost state, and you dare to ask who I am? Elder Yan's expression was wild, and with his skin and bones face, it was an unsettling sight. You're talking nonsense. Chu Wantao shouted back loudly, as if that could hide the truth. I have never seen you before. Old Yan's expression changed, and in a flash, he reached out and tore Chu Wantao's sleeve. Then tell me, how did you get that wound? On Chu Wantao's left arm, there was a 1-inch long, ugly scar. Don't remember, do you? Let me help you recall. Old Yan produced a dagger, his gaze fierce, and plunged it directly into Chu Wantao's left arm, hitting the scar perfectly. Chu Wantao cried out in pain, sounding like a wounded animal. His mental focus slipped, and the suppressed Lixianyu burst out of the contract space, calling out to Old Yan. The elders who were about to act froze when they saw Lixianyu. Isn't this the sect leader's contracted beast? Why is it covered in wounds? Lixianyu was summoned by Old Yan, and even if Chu Wantao had forced a contract, it only recognized Old Yan as its true master. In the past, when Old Yan was absent, Chu Wantao could use some strong methods to make Lixianyu cooperate. But now that Old Yan was present, Lixianyu ignored Chu Wantao completely. Old Yan's eyes turned red. He reached out and touched the wounds on Lixianyu's face, his gaze growing more intense. He turned to Chu Wantao, pulled out the dagger from his arm, and aimed it at his heart. Wait, senior.
Montag Lanswang Timely Save zu Wantao.
Old Yan held the dagger, saying, he colluded with evil cultivators and has captured many disciples from your Frost Snow sect. Are you still going to protect him? At this point, seeing Lixianyu's reaction, the accusation against Chu Wantao was already solidified. Mo Lanshuang naturally wouldn't protect such a scoundrel. She explained, Senior, Lixianyu and Chu Wantao have a contract. If you kill it like this, your spirit beast. Old Yan understood the unspoken part of her words. He glanced at Lixianyu, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. Chu Wantao smiled wickedly. Old Yan, at this point, I won't hide it from you. The respected one made a death contract between me and this beast. Once I die, this beast will also perish. Do you dare to kill me? To a summoner, a spirit beast is like family. Chu Wantao was sure that Old Yan would never dare to kill him. As long as the contract with Lixianyu remained, he had a chance to escape. Lu Tai, beside Fang Yu, clenched his fists, thinking that he really wanted to kill this old man. The Li Tianyo is innocent. Old Yan trembled as he held the dagger. How could Chu Wantao, this beast, compare to his Li Tianyo? Moo. The Li Tianyo licked Old Yan's hand, its gaze gentle. It would rather die than be tied to this human again. A flash of compassion crossed Old Yan's eyes. Even without a contract, he understood what the Li Tianyo wanted to express. He couldn't bear it. Everyone fell silent, except for Chu Wantao, who was restrained by Emo Lanshuang, wearing a sinister smile. A light laugh broke the silence in the hall as Chu Zongzhu finished speaking. A sense of unease rose in Chu Wantao's heart. His smile faded as he fixed his gaze on the one who spoke, Yun Qianhuang. "What do you want to say, you little girl?" She was just a child, yet everyone else present seemed more threatening, but he felt a pressure from her. Yun Qianhuang didn't answer. She walked up to the Li Tianyo.
Mu?
The Li Tianyo called out in confusion, sensing a strange aura from this human, familiar yet somewhat awe-inspiring. Old Yin shifted his gaze to Yun Qianhuang. "Girl, what are you going to do?" Everyone in the hall focused on the figure in blue, their eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue. Emo Lanshuang initially didn't understand, but suddenly she realized something, her eyes brightening. Under everyone's gaze, Yun Qianhuang raised her hand, placing her palm on the Li Tianyo's head. In an instant, a terrifying mental force spread like an invisible blade. Chu Wantao, restrained by Emo Lanshuang, turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ignoring the pain in his body, he looked at Yun Qianhuang in terror, as if he had seen a demon. "This is impossible. How could you break the contract made by the respected one?" This shocked everyone present, especially Lu Tai and several elders from the spirit-calling sect, whose jaws nearly dropped to the ground. This girl could actually break the contract between Chu Wantao and the Li Tianyo? Lu Tai quietly stepped back, trying to recall if he had offended Yun Qianhuang before. Fortunately, he hadn't. The elders from the spirit-calling sect also retreated, fearing they would be affected, especially since their leader was colluding with evil cultivators. They couldn't help but curse Chu Wantao in their hearts. Why not be a good leader? Instead, he chose to collude with those cursed evil cultivators, and now he was playing with fire. He deserved it. Meanwhile, the Li Tianyo looked at Yun Qianhuang as she withdrew her hand and let out a long, loud moo-moo. Previously bound by a contract, it could not harm that human. Now that the contract is lifted, it is determined to return the torment it suffered. The fierce beast stomped its front hooves impatiently on the ground before charging at Chu Wantao. A terrifying spiritual power erupted from it, but among those present, except for Elder Yen and Yun Qianhuang, everyone was at least a spirit master level. If they wanted to, it would be easy for them to stop the fierce beast. However, as the beast charged forward, everyone instinctively stepped aside, and Emo Lanshuang even gave Chu Wantao a push as she released him. Chu Wantao, having suffered backlash from the contract, was mentally weakened and unable to react in time, getting knocked away by the fierce beast. He flew out of the main hall like a rag doll and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chu Wantao convulsed a couple of times and spat out a mouthful of blood. The fierce beast was still not satisfied. It rushed out of the hall and began to stomp on Chu Wantao, who was unable to get up. The sound made several sect leaders wince, fearing that Chu Wantao's bones were being crushed. Elder Yan's eyes were no longer red. He felt a sense of relief. The fierce beast was usually gentle, but now it was furious, clearly having been tormented by Chu Wantao. Serves him right. He wiped his face and joined in with a few kicks. The scene turned chaotic, with dust flying everywhere. The representatives from various sects watched coldly. Chu Wantao had colluded with evil cultivators and forcibly taken others' spirit beasts. This was his retribution. The elders from the spirit-calling sect did not intervene. At this point, they would have to be foolish to help Chu Wantao. With everyone's tacit approval, Elder Yen and the fierce beast took turns kicking Chu Wantao, causing him to spit blood repeatedly. He was unwilling to accept this. He was so close to learning more powerful techniques from the respected master, and then he would become the strongest on the continent, admired by all. Why did this happen?
Why?
Chu Wantao screamed internally, feeling his life force slowly fading away. Amidst the swirling dust, he glared coldly at the onlookers. Even if he died, he wanted to take a few down with him. Chu Wantao clutched Elder Yan's leg tightly, and his spiritual power surged suddenly. The leader of the Earth sect's expression turned serious. Chu Wantao is going to self-destruct. We can't let him succeed. A self-detonation from a Spirit Saint-level cultivator could destroy the entire spirit-calling sect. The leader of the Tsangmu sect was the first to rush out, taking out a defensive array disc and throwing it beside Chu Wantao. The others stepped forward, using numerous formation tools to trap Chu Wantao within layers of defensive barriers. Mo Lanshuang raised her hand, and a blade made of ice energy cut off Chu Wantao's hand, allowing Elder Yan to escape. The fierce Tian Nyo grabbed Elder Yan's clothes and tossed him onto its back, rushing out just before the barriers sealed shut. Chu Wantao's eyes widened in anger. With all these barriers, how could he take anyone down with him? But he had no way to stop now. The power around Chu Wantao grew stronger, and blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. To prepare for the impact of his self-detonation, Feng Yu painfully took out a defensive artifact. He thought to himself that he would definitely demand compensation from the old men of the spirit-calling sect for his artifact. With that thought, he felt less regret and infused the artifact with energy to activate it. Almost the moment he activated the artifact, an explosion sounded and a destructive force spread, shattering the defensive barriers. The leaders of the various sects pressed their lips together, ready to act. Fortunately, with each layer of the barrier that was broken, the power was weakened, and the remaining force was not enough to challenge the defensive artifact Feng Yu had brought out. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the spirit-calling sect, the disciples, ordered by their master to stay in the courtyard, felt restless upon hearing the commotion from the main hall. They were eager to know what was happening. Could there be an invasion? The disciples of the spirit-calling sect were generally obedient. Despite their curiosity, none disobeyed their master's orders to go and watch. Chi Su was originally cultivating in his courtyard. Hearing the explosion from the direction of the main hall, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the golden-crowned bird appeared beside him. Let's go take a look. He got up, opened the door, and quickly headed toward the main hall. Before he arrived, he saw people from various sects and quickly hid. Outside the main hall, after the self-detonation power of Chu Wantao was nearly exhausted, Feng Yu hurriedly retracted the defensive artifact and looked at the elders of the spirit-calling sect. I can't keep this artifact. The spirit-calling sect will surely compensate me, right? The elders were speechless. What are you pretending for? Don't think we don't know that artifact is still usable. Feng Yu didn't care about their thoughts. He unilaterally agreed to the compensation from the spirit-calling sect and returned to Mo Lanshuang's side. Mo Lanshuang said, "Since the matter is resolved, we won't stay any longer. If you need our help, just let us know." The other sect leaders expressed the same sentiment. Chu Wantao is dead, and the evil cultivators have been eliminated. Their purpose for coming to the spirit-calling sect has been achieved. Now, it is up to the spirit-calling sect to handle its own matters. The external sects cannot interfere too much unless the spirit-calling sect asks for help. The Grand Elder of the spirit-calling sect stepped forward, saying, "Thanks to all the sect leaders and elders, we still have many matters to deal with, so we won't keep you any longer." After some polite exchanges, the various sects gradually left the spirit-calling sect. Before leaving, the leader of the Danxia sect handed Lin Shuangxue to the Grand Elder. Although she is a disciple of Chu Wantao, she is also a victim, and her connection to his mistakes is non-existent. The Grand Elder looked at the unconscious Lin Shuangxue and sighed heavily. If the Lin family found out that she had been harmed by evil cultivators, it would surely cause a stir. Well, it was ultimately the fault of their sect leader, so he would try his best to make amends with the Lin family. The Grand Elder carried Lin Shuangxue, planning to take her for treatment, but noticed that Yun Qianhuang was still at her sect. Remembering her abilities, the Grand Elder cautiously asked, "Young lady, do you need anything else?" Yun Qianhuang was straightforward, saying, "Grand Elder, I think the 2 Qilin statues at the entrance of the spirit-calling sect are very impressive. Could you give them to me?" The Grand Elder. She wants those statues? Although he didn't understand why Yun Xianhuang wanted such flashy decorations, he still generously nodded. They are at the entrance. Feel free to take them. Thank you, Grand Elder. Yun Xianhuang thanked him politely and quickly disappeared. The Grand Elder shook his head, thinking how young people can be so impulsive. Not far from the main hall, Chi Su was hiding and looked at the blood and flesh in front of the hall, filled with confusion. Did Chu Wantao self-destruct? What happened to the evil cultivators? Chi Su pursed his lips and turned to check the evil cultivators' hideout, only to meet a pair of smiling eyes. Where are you going? Chi Su was taken aback and quickly glanced at the golden-crowned bird beside him, only to see it shrinking its neck, looking warily at the phoenix on Yun Xianhuang's shoulder. This bird is even higher in rank than the golden-crowned bird? Chi Su narrowed his eyes, speaking stiffly. It's none of your business. He didn't recognize Yun Xianhuang, but he knew she was a disciple of Mo Lanchuang, and they were not on the same side. Indeed, it's not my business. Yun Xianhuang shrugged. Feng Jingchen had confirmed that Chi Su was not an evil cultivator, and she wasn't here for him, but for the golden-crowned bird. She took a step back, and Feng flew from her shoulder to face the golden-crowned bird. When it comes to reminders, Feng barely has a head as big as the golden-crowned bird, yet she stands there doing nothing, and the bird bends its legs and crawls uncontrollably in front of her. Feng looks down at the golden-crowned bird and communicates with it in a barely audible voice. Where does your power come from? She had said that if the bird's strength came from other spirit beasts, she would personally deal with it. The golden-crowned bird is a branch of the golden phoenix lineage, and any creature with phoenix blood will inevitably be suppressed by Feng. This bloodline suppression makes the golden-crowned bird afraid to lie. It opens its mouth and lets out a weak sound. Master, it was those evil cultivators who captured me and forcibly injected the power from my spiritual core into me, waiting for me to break through to become a holy beast before extracting my core. High-level spirit beasts are rare and mostly found deep within their habitats, making them hard to catch. Even though many strong individuals exist among the evil cultivators, they cannot guarantee that every captured beast is high-level. However, evil cultivators share one thing with ordinary practitioners. The stronger they are, the more power they need to advance. The cores of low-level spirit beasts can no longer satisfy the appetites of those evil cultivators. Since they cannot catch enough high-level spirit beasts, they have devised various methods to enhance the strength of the captured beasts. Illusionary beasts are one of their means of boosting spirit beast power. Extracting power from the cores of other spirit beasts and forcibly injecting it into slightly stronger beasts is also one of their tactics. The golden-crowned bird was captured by an evil cultivator who wanted to train it into a holy beast to help himself break through a bottleneck. However, advancing from a 12th level spirit beast to a holy beast is extremely difficult. The evil cultivator has already spent the cores of over 100 low-level spirit beasts on the golden-crowned bird and still cannot elevate it to a holy beast. Yet, he is unwilling to give up, which is why the golden-crowned bird has been kept in the evil cultivator's stronghold.
It was Chi Su who brought it out.
Feng squints her eyes. She believes the golden-crowned bird wouldn't dare lie in front of her. However, its words do not ease her expression. She looks sharply at the bird and asks, is this human also an evil cultivator? This human is far weaker than her master. If he is not an evil cultivator, how could he have brought the golden-crowned bird out from their stronghold? No, master. The golden-crowned bird glances at Chi Su. Chi Su is confused. He is not very keen on dealing with Yun Xianhuang and plans to confirm whether those evil cultivators are still alive, but for some reason, the golden-crowned bird is unwilling to return to the contract space. Chi Su observes Feng and guesses that it must be due to this spirit beast. Draped in golden feathers, with a comb like a rooster, a neck like a snake, and a shell like a turtle, could it be a golden phoenix? No wonder Chi Su couldn't tell the difference. The golden phoenix looked similar to Feng, but Feng had a cluster of colorful feathers around her neck that the golden phoenix did not. At that moment, Feng had not enlarged her form, so the colorful feathers were quite inconspicuous, which is why Chi Su thought she was just a golden phoenix. Foam ignored Chi Su's curious gaze and asked the golden-crowned bird, "How did he manage to bring you out from the evil cultivator's stronghold?" The golden-crowned bird hesitated, but eventually said under the pressure of its bloodline, "He is from the Manhwa continent. I don't know his exact identity, but the evil cultivator's protector was very lenient with him. Even when he suggested taking me away, the protector did not refuse. Sir, I swear on my life, my master is definitely not an evil cultivator." Foam believed this. Both Ao Tian and that Foam Jingchun had said before that Chi Su did not have the aura of an evil cultivator. She relayed the information she got from the golden-crowned bird word for word to Yun Qianhuang, then landed and bounced in front of the golden-crowned bird. "Since you were forced, I can spare your life. But I will need to remove the powers in you that belong to other spirit beasts. Do you have any objections?" Regardless of the circumstances, Foam would not allow the golden-crowned bird to keep those powers, as they were not rightfully its own. The golden-crowned bird quickly nodded, "Sir, I am willing." Those powers did not fit well with it and only caused conflict within, making it suffer. The golden-crowned bird was eager to expel those powers. Moreover, since this lord had spoken, it had no room to refuse. Foam nodded in satisfaction and opened one wing to touch the golden-crowned bird's head as it leaned in. Chi Su looked puzzled and asked, "What is your spirit beast doing?" Before Yun Qianhuang could speak, the golden-crowned bird answered Chi Su's question. If an ordinary person heard that their spirit beast's powers were to be removed, they would either be furious or at least not calm. But Chi Su showed no change in expression and simply confirmed with Yun Qianhuang, "Will it die?"
No.
Yun Qianhuang looked at him with some scrutiny. Foam said that Chi Su was from the Manhwa continent. He was not an evil cultivator, yet the evil cultivator's protector was very indulgent towards him, even allowing him to take the 12th-tier golden-crowned bird without objection. Yun Qianhuang had to doubt the relationship between Chi Su and the evil cultivator's protector, as it would determine whether Chi Su would become her enemy in the future. There has never been a wall that is completely soundproof in this world. Not all evil cultivators are in their strongholds. Although there are fewer of them scattered across the continent, they should not be underestimated. Yun Qianhuang was not worried for herself, but she feared for her family. Therefore, she deliberately had Foam Jingchun appear in front of everyone to distance herself from the eradication of the evil cultivators. However, she never believed she could hide forever. To ensure complete safety, the best way was to eliminate all potential threats in their infancy. If Chi Su had any blood relation to the evil cultivator's protector, he might seek revenge on her in the future. A hint of killing intent rose in Yun Qianhuang's heart. She did not show it on her face and tentatively asked, "Are you from the Mola continent?" Chi Su's expression changed slightly. "How do you know?" Noticing the pain on the golden-crowned bird's face, he quickly realized that it must have informed Yun Qianhuang's spirit beast. He pressed his lips together and remained silent for a moment before responding, "Yes, so what?" "You came to the Naliu continent because of the evil cultivator's protector." Yun Qianhuang spoke with certainty, her gaze fixed on Chi Su, not missing any subtle changes in his expression. A flicker of disgust crossed Chi Su's eyes. "Don't associate me with him." His reaction seemed genuine, which piqued Yun Qianhuang's curiosity. Chi Su despised the evil cultivator's protector, yet the protector allowed him to act freely. Could Chi Su's background be similar to Sheng Hongchuan's? Yun Qianhuang quickly dismissed that thought. Chi Su only showed disgust towards the protector, unlike Sheng Hongchuan, who had more hatred for the former emperor of the Qiling kingdom. So, the relationship between Chi Su and the evil cultivator's protector, Yun quietly appeared in Yun Qianhuang's sleeve, a hint of a smile in her eyes. "In that case, I suppose you will be pleased to hear about his death." Upon hearing the word death, Chi Su's eyes widened. He parted his lips in shock, standing frozen for a while before regaining his voice.
He
is dead? Yes, I killed him. Yun Qianhuang emphasized that she was the one who killed the evil cultivator's protector, while Feng Jingchen, who had been hiding beside her the whole time, turned his head and smiled silently. Yun Qianhuang's right hand quietly grasped Yun. If Chisu showed even a hint of hatred towards her, she would kill him immediately. But Chisu did not. Good riddance. He wanted to smile, but his expression looked more like crying. A scoundrel like him deserved to die long ago. It was long overdue. He had gone to extreme lengths to increase his power, ruthlessly harming summoners and spirit beasts. He deserved to be killed. Chisu tugged at the corners of his mouth, and there were even tears glistening in his eyes. He suddenly knelt down and gave a deep bow to Yun Qianhuang, saying, "Thank you." Yun Qianhuang was startled by his action and took a big step back. At that moment, Feng had already eliminated all the foreign powers within the Golden Crown bird. She flew back to Yun Qianhuang's side, perched on her shoulder, and stared wide-eyed at the kneeling Chisu. What's going on? Why is this human kneeling? Yun Qianhuang was also a bit stunned. Is that evil cultivator your enemy? Chisu looked up. He is my father. Feng. Is this human okay? The master killed his father, and he still looks grateful? Not only Feng couldn't understand, but Yun Qianhuang also fell silent for a moment. Why thank me? Chisu's expression showed some struggle. After a moment, he slowly began to explain the reason behind it. Chisu is the biological son of the evil cultivator. Unlike Sheng Hongchuan, the evil cultivator and his mother, Qi Weibai, were deeply in love and had known each other since childhood. When the evil cultivator was 10 years old, his family fell into ruin and he lost his parents, while Qi Weibai remained the beloved young lady of the Qi family. Qi Weibai's parents did not oppose their relationship, but proposed one condition: the evil cultivator must marry into the Qi family. At that time, when their love was strong, the evil cultivator did not care much about that. Before becoming an evil cultivator, he did not have great talent, while Qi Weibai was exceptionally gifted. After they married, Qi Weibai inherited the family business, and the gap between them grew larger. The evil cultivator felt inferior, and this feeling of inferiority increased over time, ultimately leading him down a wrong path and becoming an evil cultivator. Chisu is the son of the evil cultivator and Qi Weibai. The evil cultivator loved his son, and even after becoming an evil cultivator, he did not change his attitude. Otherwise, he would not have indulged Chisu. But it was precisely because of this attitude that Chisu, knowing his father was an evil cultivator, fell into struggle. Chisu knew his father was wrong. He harmed so many summoners and spirit beasts, and they deserved no pity. Yet this man was his biological father, who had never treated him harshly. When the evil cultivator chose to leave the Malyo continent, Chisu inexplicably asked to go with him. He wanted to see the sins his father committed and end them himself. He indeed saw the missing summoners and the remains of spirit beasts, all of which indicated the evil cultivator's deep sins. But at the same time, every time that evil cultivator said he wanted Chisu to become an evil cultivator too, it was also the evil cultivator protecting him from that fate. Every time he heard the struggling cries of those spirit beasts, Chisu was determined to kill the evil cultivator. He had many opportunities, and the evil guardian was completely unguarded, but he could never take action. Yun Qianhuang killing the evil guardian was a relief for him, freeing him from daily torment and struggle. Chisu was not without pain, but he knew his father deserved to die. Yun Qianhuang not only saved him, but also avenged the wrongfully killed summoners and spirit beasts. At this point, Chisu bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, benefactor. I'm not doing this for you." Yun Qianhuang avoided the gesture. "I'm doing it for those people and spirit beasts." Chisu didn't mind, "I know, but you are also my benefactor. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just ask." Yun Qianhuang was about to refuse but paused and asked, "You are from the Malyo continent. Do you know how to get there?" "I do," Chisu nodded. "There is a teleportation array on the Naleo continent that can take you to the Malyo continent." Yun Qianhuang suddenly remembered something. "Do you know where that teleportation array is?" "Kangliyuan." After parting with Chi Su, Yun Xianhuang went to the entrance of the summoning sect and found the two Qilins turned into statues. Feng Jingchen quickly set up a barrier, and Yun Xianhuang looked at the two Qilins, feeling troubled. She wanted to take them away. Feng Jingchen had said they were still alive, which meant there might still be hope. However, living spirit beasts couldn't be stored in a spatial ring, and the current state of the two Qilins made it impossible to form a temporary contract with them. How could she take them away? Seeing Yun Xianhuang's intention, Feng Jingchen sighed. Huang, their lifespans are almost over. You can't take them with you. Golden threads climbed up the bodies of the two Qilins, with the other end wrapping around Yun Xianhuang's wrist. Yun Xianhuang felt dazed for a moment, and suddenly two voices echoed in her mind. It hurts so much. It hurts so much.
Kill us.
Help us. Please end our suffering. The faint sound of heartbeats became exceptionally clear, both voices filled with pain. Yun Xianhuang stared blankly at Feng Jingchen. Is that the voice of the two Qilins? Feng Jingchen nodded slightly, confirming her guess. Yun Xianhuang looked at the golden threads on her wrist and tried to communicate with the two Qilins using her mental energy. Is there no way to save you? There is no way. Please just end our suffering. Yun Xianhuang asked, what about the Shenshao fruit? It's too late. It's too late. The two Qilins showed no desire to survive. Fearing that Yun Xianhuang might hesitate, they forced themselves to continue speaking. We know the evil cultivators have been eliminated, and we have no regrets. You carry the scent of the Qilin descendants. After you kill us, please take our blood to them. Yun Xianhuang pressed her lips together. She took out the Bai Yuan and looked at the two Qilins, now completely turned to stone. How can I help you find peace? The two Qilins seemed to be in unbearable pain, preferring death as a release. However, their bodies had turned into hard statues, leaving Yun Xianhuang unsure of how to assist them.
Eyes.
Only the eyes. The two Qilins revealed their weakness to Yun Xianhuang. She bit her lip and stepped forward, raising her hand to insert the Bai Yuan into one Qilin's eye. Blood flowed from that Qilin's eye. The Qilin, now freed from pain, spoke more lightly, "Thank you." The other Qilin also found release. The golden threads binding the two Qilins gradually disappeared, and cracks appeared on their stone bodies, quickly spreading. In an instant, the Qilin's body shattered, with black blood still staining the broken stones. 2 drops of blood floated up from the rubble, and Yun Xianhuang quickly took out a porcelain bottle and opened it, allowing the drops of Qilin blood to enter the bottle on their own. She sealed the bottle, feeling a mix of emotions. Feng Jingchen remained silent, not looking at the 2 drops of Qilin blood, but focused on Yun Xianhuang. Seeing her expression of sadness, he bent down to pick up 2 similarly sized stones. With a thought, the stones transformed into Qilin shapes. The 2 palm-sized Qilin stone carvings were presented to Yun Xianhuang. Feeling the energy coming from them, she looked surprised and quickly turned to Feng Jingchen. Feng Jingchen smiled. I have sealed a fragment of their souls within. When you go to the upper realm, perhaps you can help them restore their souls. Thank you on behalf of the 2 Qilins. Yun Xianhuang intended to go to the upper realm. Even if it wasn't for the Qilins, she needed to settle scores with those who hunted her down, though not right now. She took the 2 stone carvings and asked for details. Feng Jingchen, can I store them in my storage ring? A fragment of a soul isn't considered a living thing, right? Not allowed. Feng Jingchen waved his hand over her storage ring, and the 2 stone carvings were transferred to the space where Ao Tian and the others were. Yun Xianhuang entered the space and found the 2 stone carvings next to Feng Feng's stone pillar. She felt relieved and cleaned up the stones in the space before summoning Feng Feng to leave the spirit calling sect with Feng Jingchen. Yun Xianhuang did not return directly to the Frost Snow sect. First, she visited the spirit rotation forest, avoiding the mercenaries on missions there, and summoned all the spirit beasts in her space to release them from their contracts. With the explanation from Ao Tian and the others, the spirit beasts understood Yun Xianhuang's intentions and did not blame her for forcing them into contracts. However, A few spirit beasts were reluctant to end their contracts, including a golden phoenix. At Yun Qianhuang's suggestion, Ao Tian gave a drop of divine sky fruit juice to the injured spirit beasts, and the golden phoenix's injuries healed significantly. It stood in front of Yun Qianhuang, feeling a bit shy, and said, "I can continue to be contracted with you." Since the contract was not yet dissolved, it could still communicate with Yun Qianhuang through it. Before she could refuse, Feng Feng, perched on her shoulder, flew over and swiped at the golden phoenix, saying, "This is my master." The golden phoenix shrank its neck and made a pitiful sound, saying, "Ancestor, I was wrong." The ancestor is really stingy. Yun Qianhuang found it amusing to see the golden phoenix suddenly become timid and released it from the contract. Besides the golden phoenix, 2 other spirit beasts were unwilling to end their contracts, but under Feng Feng's fierce gaze, they dared not say a word. After releasing the spirit beasts from their contracts, Yun Qianhuang left them in the spirit rotation forest and returned to the Frost Snow sect. Feng Feng was fast, and on the way back to the sect, Yun Qianhuang saw Emo Lanshuang and her group. She did not reveal herself, but asked Feng Feng to slow down, arriving at the sect behind Emo Lanshuang and the others. Yun Qianhuang summoned Feng Feng back into her space and, seeing Feng Jingchen beside her, the peak masters were a bit surprised, saying, "Young Master Feng?" When they were at the Spirit Calling sect, they had wanted to ask if Feng Jingchen was the one who eliminated the evil cultivators but had not found him. Now, seeing him return to the sect with Yun Qianhuang, they were naturally taken aback. Emo Lanshuang remained calm. She had already noticed that he had been following Yun Qianhuang. The peak masters were unaware of the details but could only sigh, saying, "The sect master truly is composed." Emo Lanshuang then invited Feng Jingchen, saying, "Young Master Feng, since you are visiting, let's head to the main peak together." Feng Jingchen nodded. Emo Lanshuang set off first, and the peak masters exchanged glances before following. As everyone arrived at the main peak, they saw Yun Qianya and Shin Fengyuan, who had been waiting there for some time. The 2 of them searched the crowd and were delighted to see Yun Qianhuang, quickly walking towards her. "Sister."
Qianhuang. Fengyuan.
Yun Qianhuang nodded at Shin Fengyuan, then looked at Yun Qianya with some surprise and a smile. "When did you pass the trial, Xiaoyi?" Having spent over 2 years in the trial area, Yun Qianya had grown a lot, now taller than his sister Yun Qianhuang by half a head. But in front of Yun Qianhuang, he still looked obedient, saying, "I passed the trial half a month ago. Sister, I am now a 10-star spirit king." In less than 3 years, Yun Qianya had advanced from a 6-star peak spirit master to a 10-star spirit king. Although he had the advantage of the 12 illusion arrays, this speed was still impressive to others. Emo Lanshuang and several peak masters had already heard this news before leaving the sect. They exchanged smiles and quietly stepped away from the scene. The recent events at the Spirit Calling sect served as a warning to them. Even though the evil cultivators' base had been destroyed, there were surely still evil cultivators hiding elsewhere on the continent, and perhaps even among the Frost Snow sect. Emo Lanshuang and the peak masters headed to the main hall to discuss a thorough investigation. Feng Jingchen was also invited to join them. Outside the hall, Yun Qianhuang patted Yun Qianya's shoulder and smiled. "Xiaoyi, you did great. Grandpa and Dad will be so happy to hear this." Yun Qianya lowered his head shyly, his ears turning slightly red. Once the siblings finished talking, Shin Fengyuan asked Yun Qianhuang about her findings at the Spirit Calling sect. "The evil cultivators have been eliminated." After the situation was exposed, Chu Wantao chose to self-destruct. Yun Qianhuang briefly explained the situation and then took Shin Fengyuan and Yun Qianya to her room. All the way, Shin Fengyuan couldn't quite grasp her words. She remembered that the sect leader and the others had left just a few days ago, and considering the travel time, they could only have spent a day at the Spirit Calling sect. How could they have eliminated the evil cultivators so quickly? This speed seemed too fast. Shin Fengyuan regretted not following them. She really wanted to see how the sect leader and the others managed to eliminate the evil cultivators so swiftly. Now it was too late to think about it. As Yun Qianhuang closed the door, Shen Fengyuan pulled her thoughts back and looked at her in confusion. Yun Qianya looked at Yun Qianhuang in the same way. Yun Qianhuang didn't keep them in suspense and said directly, "This time at the Spirit Calling sect, I found a way to get to the Malyo continent." Shen Fengyuan's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. Knowing how to reach the Malyo continent meant they could go and retrieve the fire Qilin. Now that she has contracted with Mumu, and with the holy beast Lu Yan and several contracted beasts from Huang Huang, Xiaoya believes she can handle a robber. "Sister, are you going to the Malyo continent?" Yun Qianya, unaware of the fire unicorn situation, asked, "Is it because of our mother?" Sister had mentioned before that their mother's family was the Wen family from the Malyo continent. Yun Qianhuang shook her head. "It's not about our mother. I'm going for Grandpa." She briefly explained to Yun Qianya about the fire unicorn being stolen, without hiding the situation regarding Yun Shuli. After hearing this, Yun Qianya's eyes widened, and she clenched her fists tightly. "Sister, let's go to the Malyo continent right now. I want to kill that person." If it weren't for Elder Pei passing through Helen City and for her sister coincidentally being available, he might not have even seen Grandpa one last time. Just thinking about that possibility filled Yun Qianya with rage, wishing she could tear apart the person who took the fire unicorn. "Xiaoya, there's no rush." Yun Qianhuang pressed down on her shoulder. "Before that, we need to gather information about their strength, and Xianqing and Jilu haven't cleared the challenges yet." Yun Qianya slowly calmed down, biting her lip. "Sister, I was too impulsive." "Xiaoya, you're just worried." Shen Fengyuan patted Yun Qianya on the other shoulder and then asked Yun Qianhuang, "Huang Huang, who do you plan to ask for information?" Yun Qianhuang was about to say her master might know, but suddenly a familiar face appeared in her mind. She paused, reorganizing her thoughts. "I have a friend who might know." Shen Fengyuan and Yun Qianya blinked curiously. Yun Qianhuang didn't introduce her friend to them. She waited until Mo Lanchuang and several peak masters finished their discussion and found Feng Jingchen coming out of the hall. Seeing her approach, Feng Jingchen was a bit surprised. Yun Qianhuang pulled him to a side hall and asked Feng Jingchen, "Do you know about the Yun family from the Malyo continent?" Outyan had mentioned that the Yun family from Malyo likely migrated from the upper realm to the middle realm, and since Feng Jingchen came from the upper realm, he probably knows more than Mo Lanchuang. She just wanted to understand the influence of that Yun family. Yun Qianhuang explained this to herself, trying to ignore the subtle emotions in her heart. Feng Jingchen's gaze fell on the sleeve she was holding, and he smiled slightly. "Are you talking about the beast tamer family from the Malyo continent?" Yun Qianhuang looked down, quickly letting go of his sleeve, and then nodded. "I know a bit about them." "What do you want to know?" Feng Jingchen's good mood was not ruined by her small action. Yun Qianhuang found a chair in the hall and confidently said, "All of it. It's always better to know as much as possible about your enemies." Feng Jingchen sat down across from her, and his expression seemed to change, though it might not have. He slowly began to share everything he knew with Yun Qianhuang, including the divisions of power in the Malyo continent. Feng Jingchen understood that since Yun Qianhuang asked, she must have plans to go to the Malyo continent. Unlike the Nanlu continent, the Malyo continent has no countries, only various powers. Notably, there are 1 palace, 2 institutes, 3 families, and 4 cities in the Malyo continent, with the Yun family being one of the 3 major families. As Ao Tian had mentioned, the ancestors of the Malyo Yun family were originally from a higher realm, but they had to flee to the middle realm due to betrayal, losing their place in the higher realm. Currently, the ancestor of the Yun family has contracted a divine beast and a holy beast, making them one of the top powers in the Malyo continent. Additionally, the head of the Yun family has contracted 2 holy beasts. The members of the Yun family are not many, totaling only about 100, including collateral branches, which cannot compare to the other 2 families. However, both the main family and collateral descendants are beast tamers, each having at least 1 spirit beast by their side, which makes the Yun family, despite its smaller size, the strongest among the 3 major families. Yun Qianhuang was mainly concerned about one thing: Feng Jingchen, how skilled are the ancestor and the head of the Yun family in beast taming. What about the direct descendants? Trash. Feng Jingchen scoffed, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. They can't compare to Huang Huang. If something stolen cannot grasp its essence, even after thousands of years, it remains worthless. How could they be compared to true beast taming skills? Yun Xianhuang felt reassured. She casually asked, "You just mentioned that the ancestor of the Yun family betrayed the main family. Does that mean there is also a Yun family in the higher realm? Is there really a Yun family in all three realms?" Feng Jingchen did not answer this question, only saying that Yun Xianhuang would naturally find out when she went to the higher realm. Since he said that, Yun Xianhuang did not press further. She had already gathered all the important information. According to Feng Jingchen, the three families in the Malyo continent had no interests in common, so she didn't have to worry about the other two families intervening when dealing with the Yun family. Overall, retrieving the fire Qilin should not be too difficult. Now they're just waiting for Xianqing and Jielv to clear the level, and then they can set off for the Malyo continent. Yun Xianhuang is not worried about the fire Qilin's safety. The boy who took the fire Qilin said he wanted it as his contracted beast, so he wouldn't harm its life. Having made her decision, Yun Xianhuang thanked Feng Jingchen and returned to her room. Before heading to the Malyo continent, she wanted to improve her strength a bit more. During this time, Yun Xianhuang focused on her training, while Shen Fengyuan and Yun Qianya were also busy. The Malyo continent is a place they are completely unfamiliar with, so the two prepared a large amount of pills and talismans for emergencies while training. A month passed quickly, and Lu Xianqing and Gong Jielv also cleared the 12 illusion arrays. Although it took a bit longer, both of them were promoted to 1-star spirit sect, with Lu Xianqing reaching the peak of 1 star. After clearing the level, they first reported their safety to their families and masters, and then gathered with Yun Xianhuang in the side hall of the main peak to discuss what had happened in the past 2 years. Shen Fengyuan took the initiative to explain, and when they heard that the fire Qilin was taken by the people of the Malyo Yun family, both of them frowned. What beast tamer family? They are just robbers. Gong Jielv stood up abruptly. Huang Huang, when are we setting off for the Malyo continent? Lu Xianqing was also angry, but remained calmer than Gong Jielv. Huang Huang, although your beast taming skills are better than that family, the Malyo Yun family has over 100 cultivators. Just the 5 of us might not be enough. The cultivation resources in the Malyo continent are richer than those in the Nanlu continent, and the cultivators there are generally stronger. The 5 of them are not the strongest in the Nanlu continent and might struggle against the Yun family's many members. Lu Xianqing was not trying to discourage them, he was just being more cautious. Hearing this, Gong Jielv also calmed down. Huang Huang, Xianqing is right. The 5 of us are still a bit weak. This was not wrong. Among their peers, the 5 of them were definitely outstanding. Those with slightly lesser talent, at their age, might not even be spirit kings. But they were not just facing their peers. Yun Xianhuang did not answer immediately. Instead, she raised her hand and used her spiritual power to set up a barrier. She looked at Shen Fengyuan, who understood and summoned Mumu, while Yun Qianya silently summoned Luyan. As soon as the 2 sacred beasts appeared, Gong Jielv and Lu Xuanqing's expressions changed instantly. They had seen Luyan when the evil cultivators attacked and knew it was Yun Qianya's contracted beast. But where did the little monkey with the green collar come from?
Fengyuan, this little monkey.
Gong Jilu was about to ask when he saw 3 figures appear beside Yun Qianhuang. It was Fu Bai, Feng Feng, and Bao Bao. Gong Jilu's mouth dropped open in shock, unable to speak for a moment. If he wasn't mistaken, it seemed that these 3 spirit beasts were summoned by Huang Huang. Lu Xianqing was also quite surprised. He noticed that after the 3 beasts appeared, both Lu Yan and the little monkey's expressions changed, showing a hint of respect. Since Lu Yan was a holy beast, the only things that could make it react like this were either a more powerful holy beast or a divine beast. Shen Fengyuan and Yun Qianya had seen Fu Bai and Feng Feng before, but it was their first time meeting Bao Bao. Yun Qianya looked confused and asked, "Sister, is she your new spirit beast?" Yes. I am the master's new spirit beast."
Bao Bao easily answers Unkianisha question.
Then, she flew onto Lu Yan's back and blinked her little eyes, saying, "Master's brother, your unicorn is really beautiful." Seeing Bao Bao's actions, Yun Qianhuang chuckled and introduced her to the four. "This is Bao Bao, whom I met in Songluyuan. This is Fu Bai, whom you have met." Fu Bai twitched his ears. "And this is Feng Feng, whom I contracted at Yanfeng Mountain." Feng Feng waved one of her wings. Shun Fengyuan also introduced Mu Mu to Lu Xianqing. "This is Mu Mu, with whom I made a contract before." Mu Mu shyly took out two treasures from its collar and handed them to Gong Julu and Lu Xianqing. Looking at the 5 spirit beasts and the treasures in their hands, the two fell silent. They couldn't recognize what kind of spirit beasts Mu Mu and Feng Feng were, but Bao Bao's distinctive appearance quickly reminded them of a spirit beast they had only seen in books, the divine beast, the ostrich mouse.
Huang, Bao Bao es?
Bao Bao and Feng Feng are both divine beasts, Yun Qianhuang confirmed with a nod. "I also have a spirit beast named Ao Tian, but he is sleeping. I will introduce him to you another day." To be precise, he wasn't exactly sleeping. After Ao Tian's strength recovered to 50%, his soul had also become more complete, but his soul's recovery was still weaker than his strength. After dealing with the evil cultivator, while Yun Qianhuang had not yet gone to Mo Lu continent, Ao Tian planned to further enhance his soul's recovery. Yun Qianhuang wasn't clear on how he did it, only knowing that Ao Tian had been working hard to restore his soul for the past month. Feng Feng mentioned that his consciousness was still awake, but Yun Qianhuang didn't want to disturb him, so she didn't summon him. Gong Jilu collected his thoughts and asked, "So, Huang, you contracted for spirit beasts by yourself?" Yun Qianhuang nodded. Gong Jilu: "Some people have 4 spirit beasts, while others have none. What does this mean? Those who are dry will die of drought, and those who are wet will drown? No, he needs to find a way to contract. No, to form a bond with a spirit beast. After all, with examples like Fengyuan and Xiaoya, as long as the spirit beast is willing, he can form a bond even if he is not a summoner." Gong Jilu looked at Lu Xianqing, and they both saw the same spark in each other's eyes. Yun Qianhuang said, "I can control the spirit beasts from the Mo Lu Yun family, and with Ao Tian and the others helping, we can handle the cultivators." When it came to serious matters, Gong Jilu and Lu Xianqing focused. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off today." "Yes, let's go today and help Grandpa Yun get the fire Qilin back. Who dares to steal Grandpa Yun's spirit beast? That's asking for trouble. Don't rush." Seeing the two of them eager, Yun Qianhuang smiled and shook her head. "This trip to the Mo Lu continent might take a while. I plan to go home first with Xiaoya, and you should let your families know." Lu Xianqing nodded. "Yes, we should inform our families. All right, I'll go home and tell my parents, and also ask my dad for some formation plates." Gong Jilu chuckled. It had been a few years, and his dad must have stocked up on good things, right? Far away at the Gong family, Gong Lianxiao suddenly sneezed. After deciding on the time and meeting place, Yun Qianhuang and the others left the main peak and returned to their homes to pack. Yun Qianhuang also prepared to go back to her room. Just as she stepped out of the side hall, she saw Feng Jingchen waiting outside the hall. "Huang, aren't you going to take me with you?" Yun Qianhuang paused. "You didn't leave?" For the past month, aside from being dragged by Xiaoya and Fengyuan to eat at Lingshan Peak, she had been in her room training and hadn't seen Feng Jingchen. So she instinctively thought he had already left. "As long as Huang is here, I won't leave." Feng Jingchen stepped closer to her. "So, do you want to take me with you?"
A familiar aura proached.
Feng Jingchen's strength was unquestionable, and he was more familiar with the Mo Lu continent than any of them. Honestly, bringing him along would be a wise choice.
But
Yun Qianhuang slightly pursed her lips, suppressing the subtle feeling inside her, and tentatively said, "Then, will you come along?" Hearing this, Feng Jingchen smiled. "If Huang insists on inviting me, how could I refuse?" Clearly, he was the one who came to ask why he wasn't being included. How did it turn into her insisting on inviting him? Yun Qianhuang felt a bit speechless. Looking at Feng Jingchen's smile, She didn't want to argue and quickly walked towards her room. When she was talking with Chi Su, Feng Jingchen had hidden nearby and listened, so he naturally knew how to get to Tsang Luyuan. Yun Qianhuang didn't need to remind him of anything. Earlier, she had agreed with Yun Qianye to set off for home the next day, so she wasn't in a hurry. She practiced until dawn and then tidied up a bit. Most of her belongings were stored in her storage ring, so she just checked what was inside. While checking, she found a palm-sized jade slip. How did she forget about this? Luckily, it wasn't too late. Yun Qianhuang took the jade slip and hurried to Lingqi Peak. When she knocked on the door, Lu Xianqing was still packing. Hearing the sound, he put down what he was doing and opened the door, revealing a familiar figure. Lu Xianqing looked a bit puzzled. Qianhuang, is there something else you want to tell me? As he spoke, he poured a cup of water for Yun Qianhuang. She took the cup and took a small sip before saying, Xianqing, have you heard of Senior Gong Qingyuan? Senior Gong had once said that if she met a talented and trustworthy craftsman, she could give them the jade slip. Yun Qianhuang immediately thought of Lu Xianqing. Now that Lu Xianqing was a senior craftsman, even Senior Gong would find no fault with his talent. As for trust, Yun Qianhuang felt she no longer needed to verify it. Qianhuang, are you talking about the other master craftsman on the continent? Coming from a family of craftsmen, Lu Xianqing was somewhat familiar with a famous craftsman on the continent, but he wasn't sure if the Gong Qingyuan Yun Qianhuang mentioned was the same person he knew. That's him. Yun Qianhuang nodded. If you were given a chance, would you be willing to apprentice under Senior Gong? Lu Xuanqing's eyes widened in surprise, showing excitement. Qianhuang, are you serious? He knew Yun Qianhuang wouldn't say such things lightly. Before she could nod, he quickly replied, of course. What craftsman would refuse to apprentice under Senior Gong? Lu Xianqing was an inner disciple of Lingqi Peak, and his master was Feng Yu. Feng Yu's skills in crafting were beyond what ordinary people could achieve, and Lu Xianqing truly admired his master. But this was Senior Gong. Even his master would call him master upon meeting him, so how could Lu Xianqing not be excited? Yun Qianhuang rarely saw Lu Xianqing this excited. She took out the jade slip given by Gong Qingyuan. This contains the lifelong teachings of Senior Gong. If you wish to become his disciple, this jade slip is yours. Gong Qingyuan had mentioned that he had no disciples and that his teachings would go unpassed, which Yun Qianhuang remembered. She could have simply given the jade slip to Lu Xianqing, but she felt she should help Senior Gong find a disciple. This contains Senior Gong's lifelong teachings? Lu Xianqing looked at the jade pendant in Yun Qianhuang's hand in shock, but did not take it. Qianhuang, where is Senior Gong now? I'll bring a gift to ask him to accept me as a disciple. Yun Qianhuang shook her head. Senior is no longer in this world. Lu Xianqing was stunned. Yun Qianhuang explained, Senior's tomb is in the Tsang Lu's secret realm. I can't take you there to pay respects right now, but if you want to become Senior Gong's disciple, you can ask my master. Are you talking about the sect leader? Lu Xianqing was confused about the connection. Let me put it this way. If you can successfully become Senior Gong's disciple, you will also need to call my master's wife. Lu Xianqing instantly understood. He was no longer in a hurry to pack his things and go home. He went directly back to the main peak with Yun Qianhuang. The two went to see Mo Lanchuang. After explaining their intentions, Yun Qianhuang handed the jade slip to Mo Lanchuang. Mo Lanchuang gently rubbed the jade pendant with her fingers, her sharp gaze fixed on Lu Xianqing. Lu Xuanqing's talent was indeed outstanding. He had become a high-level refiner before turning 20, even earlier than Feng Yu did. But she still felt it wasn't enough. It wasn't that she was picky. She had seen the best refiners in the world. Others only knew that Gong Qingyuan was exceptionally talented and unmatched in refining, but only Mo Lanchuang knew that Gong Qingyuan had become a high-level refiner at just 15. If not for the unfortunate incident, Gong Qingyuan would have undoubtedly become the first divine-level refiner in the southern Lu continent. Mo Lanchuang was reluctant to accept Lu Xianqing on behalf of Gong Qingyuan. But after thinking it over, she felt relieved. Since Gong Qingyuan had no disciples in life, if no one inherited his teachings, who would remember him in 100 years? It would be better to take on a disciple. If Lu Xianqing became a master refiner or a divine-level refiner in the future, people would naturally remember he was a disciple of Gong Qingyuan. Young Lu, I can accept you as a disciple on behalf of Gong Qingyuan, but you must let the world know that you are his disciple. Lu Xianqing understood the meaning behind her words. He knelt down and performed a bowing ceremony to Mo Lanchuang, saying, "Don't worry, master. I will work hard in my training and will not tarnish your reputation." As soon as he called her master, Mo Lanchuang's expression softened. "Remember what you said today. Get up." Yun Xianhuang secretly gave Lu Xianqing an approving look. Lu Xianqing smiled and stood up to offer a cup of tea for the ceremony, completing the formalities. Mo Lanchuang handed a jade slip to Lu Xianqing and, on behalf of Gong Qingyuan, gave him a welcome gift before waving for Yun Qianhuang and Lu Xianqing to leave. The two understood and left the room. Inside, Mo Lanchuang took out a dark waist ribbon. She lowered her gaze, sadness welling up in her eyes. "Gong Qingyuan, you always like to act on your own. So, I will also take the liberty to accept this disciple for you. He is talented. Although his skills may not match yours, he has already become a high-level crafting master before turning 20. He will not disgrace your name." Lu Xuanqing's promise to Mo Lanchuang was not just words. Even though time was tight, the first thing he did upon returning home was to host a grand apprenticeship banquet, attended by all the influential families allied with the Lu family. To avoid making Feng Yu feel left out, the banquet lasted 3 days, announcing to everyone that Lu Xianqing was not only Gong Qingyuan's disciple, but also Feng Yu's. Everyone was envious. There were only 2 crafting masters in the entire continent, and Lu Xianqing had become their disciple. How could someone be so lucky? Due to delays caused by the dark cultivators, Feng Yu's work on the hidden artifact for Yun Qianhuang was just wrapping up, so he didn't pay much attention to the banquet. When he heard the news from Mo Lanchuang, he couldn't help but smile widely. If Xianqing becomes successful, his name will be mentioned alongside Master Gong Qingyuan's. Feng Yu was overjoyed, and his smile didn't fade all day. A couple of days later, he successfully crafted the hidden artifact Yun Qianhuang wanted and immediately used a communication talisman to share the good news with her. Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya had already returned home. After some time of recovery, Yun Shuli's mental strength had mostly returned, and he no longer showed signs of his previous condition. However, Yun Qianhuang knew that to fully restore Yun Shuli's mental strength, she needed to help him re-establish a bond with the Fire Qilin, which was why she had to go to the Malyo continent. Of course, after retrieving the Fire Qilin, she would definitely visit her mother's family. Knowing that the 2 children were going far away, Yun Changyu had been busy preparing many things in recent days. Yun Qianhuang and her brother Yun Qianya didn't lack for anything, but the gifts represented Yun Changyu's care for them, so they naturally accepted them. After staying at home for half a month, Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya prepared to leave. Before they departed, Yun Qianhuang handed over the earth flame pills that she had asked Grandpa Shin Fengyuan to make for Yun Changyu, reminding him to give Bai Feng 2 pills every 6 months, as promised. Bai Feng had been staying in the general's residence for some time. Unlike the Fire Qilin, Bai Feng could take human form, so he lived in the general's residence as a person. Besides their family of 4, no one knew Bai Feng's true identity. Yun Changyu only said he was a distant relative from Wen Li's side, and others couldn't verify any doubts they had. Bai Feng had a separate courtyard in the general's residence. Divine beasts don't need to eat, but during mealtimes, Yun Changyu and Yun Shuli would still invite him to join them and pay attention to what he liked to eat. In just over 2 months, Bai Feng had already blended into the general's residence. When Yun Changyu and Yun Shuli saw the siblings off, he was also present and gave each of them a piece of fire essence stone, saying the energy inside could help them break through a barrier. Bai Feng had plenty of these stones and handed them out without a second thought. Yun Qianhuang accepted this gift from Bai Feng, and in return, she gave him a few feathers that had naturally fallen from Feng Feng a few days ago. After some reminders and advice from Yun Changyu and Yun Shuli, They finally let the siblings leave home. Yun Xianhuang first took Yun Qianya back to their sect to retrieve the concealment artifact crafted by Fang Yu. Fang Yu called this artifact the Snow Spirit Hairpin, which was entirely white and carved with intricate totems. After binding the Snow Spirit Hairpin, Yun Xianhuang placed it in her hair and headed with Yun Qianya to the agreed meeting place, a small town on the border of the Qi-Ling Kingdom. Shen Fengyuan and the others had already arrived the day before and were staying at an inn in the town. There was only one inn in the entire town. After asking a passerby for directions, Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya found the inn. It was already late, and the inn was filled with many diners. The diners were chatting with their companions, and from their conversations, it was clear that most of them were from out of town, temporarily staying in the area. Only a few locals were sitting together, enjoying drinks and laughter. Yun Qianhuang didn't pay much attention to them and approached the innkeeper to report the room number given by Shen Fengyuan. "Please wait a moment," the innkeeper said, checking the records and calling over a busy waiter. "Waiter, take these 2 guests to the upstairs room." "Sure thing." The waiter returned the tray to the kitchen and cheerfully said, "Please, gentlemen, this way." The brother and sister followed the waiter upstairs. Yun Qianhuang was already a 4-star spirit master, so she could easily hear the sounds from downstairs even on the 2nd floor. She seemed to hear the locals mention the words Tsang Luyuan. The noise downstairs was too loud, and Yun Qianhuang wasn't sure if she heard correctly, so she slipped a gold coin to the waiter. "Excuse me, I'd like to ask you something." The waiter, delighted by the coin, quickly tucked it away and replied, "Feel free to ask. There's nothing in this town that I don't know." Yun Qianhuang said, "I just heard someone downstairs mention Tsang Luyuan. Do you know what that place is?" "Oh, that's 50 miles west of our town, right at the border between our Qi-Ling Kingdom and the neighboring Huanying Kingdom." Speaking of Tsang Luyuan, there was a tragic incident there a few days ago. The waiter was quite talkative and continued without pause. "They say someone jumped into Tsang Luyuan, a young man about 16 or 17 years old. You can't see the bottom of Tsang Luyuan from above, so that young man had no chance of survival." What a young man! I wonder what made him feel so hopeless. People really need to look at things differently. As the waiter talked, Yun Qianhuang listened to his description of the young man who jumped into Tsang Luyuan and fell silent for a moment. If she guessed correctly, the young man he mentioned was Qi Su. Qi Su had said he would return to the Mo Lu continent, but he had some matters to handle, so he didn't plan to go with Yun Qianhuang. He must have finished what he needed to do, which is why he jumped into Tsang Luyuan, and someone passing by happened to see him. Outsiders didn't know what was below Tsang Luyuan, so they naturally thought Qi Su was seeking death. The waiter was getting more animated, and just as they reached the door, he was still talking. Yun Qianhuang had to interrupt him. "Thank you for bringing us here. We'll go in now." The waiter smacked his lips, clearly still eager to talk. However, he was perceptive enough to know that continuing would be unwelcome, so he quickly said, "I'll head back now. If you need anything, just call for me." After the waiter left, Yun Qianya stepped forward to knock on the door, but it was opened from the inside. "Qianhuang, Xiaoye, come in quickly." Shen Fengyuan had already heard Yun Qianhuang's voice, so as soon as the waiter left, she rushed over to open the door. After pulling the siblings into the room, she closed the door again. Inside, Lu Xianqing and Gong Jiolve were already waiting, with a table full of steaming dishes in front of them. Shen Fengyuan sat the siblings down and handed each of them a pair of chopsticks. "Let's eat first," she said. "Okay." Yun Qianhuang took the chopsticks, and the 5 of them sat together to eat before discussing important matters. "Qianhuang, should we leave tonight or wait until tomorrow morning to go to Tsang Luyuan?" Shen Fengyuan asked. The 3 of them could leave a day early, but considering Yun Qianhuang and her brother might need some rest, she asked this. If it were before, Yun Qianhuang would definitely suggest leaving tomorrow without rushing. But thinking about what the innkeeper said about the dangerous path, she fell silent and said, "Let's rest a bit before we leave." She didn't want to become a topic of gossip. The 3 of them had no objections. After calling the innkeeper to clear the dishes, the 5 of them took the time to adjust their states. Just after the hour of the dog, they all walked out of the room together. At this hour, The innkeeper was still in the lobby, and seeing them come down from upstairs, he showed no unusual expression. In this line of work, he had seen all kinds of people. He quickly settled their bill and checked them out without saying a word. For cultivators with spiritual power, 50 miles wasn't too far. After leaving the inn, the 5 of them used their spiritual energy to walk towards Song Luyuan. Song Luyuan looked more frightening at night, like a giant monster waiting for its prey. Gong Jiulv leaned over the edge to look down and saw nothing but darkness. Just then, a cold wind blew, giving Gong Jiulv goosebumps. He rubbed his arms and looked at Yun Qianhuang. Qianhuang, how do we get down? Jumping down seems too dangerous. Yun Qianhuang took out a concealment array disc and activated it, summoning Feng Feng and Bao Bao. We just need to jump. Feng Feng and Bao Bao will catch us. There were no restrictions on entering Song Luyuan, and the 2 beasts could easily catch them before they hit the ground. Even if there were potential dangers below, the 2 beasts could handle it together. Yun Xianya stepped forward to the edge. Sister, let me and Luyan go down first to scout the way. Luyan was also a flying spirit beast. After saying this, Yun Xianya jumped down decisively. Yun Qianhuang then said to Bao Bao, Bao Bao, you know Song Luyuan well, you go down first. Okay, master. Bao Bao enlarged several times, spreading its purple wings, and dove into Song Luyuan. After Yun Xianya and Bao Bao jumped down, Shen Fengyuan and the others, along with Feng Feng, followed suit and jumped into the Song Luyuan. Soon, only Yun Qianhuang remained at the edge of the cliff. She looked around and then entered the Song Luyuan with the concealment array. The feeling of falling enveloped her, and Yun Qianhuang quickly used her mental power to contact Feng Feng, but it was not Feng Feng who caught her. Instead, it was a familiar embrace. The sound of the wind rushed past her ears, yet Yun Qianhuang's hair remained perfectly in place. She looked up in surprise, and for a moment, it felt like she could hear her own heartbeat. Feng Jingchen? When she left the sect earlier, Yun Qianhuang hadn't invited Feng Jingchen to return to the general's mansion with her, and they hadn't been in contact since. So, while she knew he would accompany her to the Mo Lu continent, she never expected him to appear in this way. It seemed the wind was too loud for Feng Jingchen to hear her. Only after they landed safely did he let go of Yun Qianhuang and smiled, saying, Didn't you promise to take me along? Why didn't you let me know before you left? Yun Xianya and the others, who had landed earlier, approached. Upon seeing Feng Jingchen, Yun Xianya paused, a look of caution flashing in his eyes. He was the man who had encountered his sister in the Lingxian forest. Shen Fengyuan and the others were meeting Feng Jingchen for the first time, and curiously asked, Qianhuang, who is this? His name is Feng Jingchen, and he is a friend of mine, Yun Qianhuang replied calmly. He will be joining us to the Mo Lu continent. The 3 nodded and greeted Feng Jingchen. Qianhuang's friend is their friend too. Although the others didn't know Feng Jingchen well, he was quite familiar with them, knowing they were all trusted friends of Yun Qianhuang. He didn't say much but maintained a friendly demeanor. However, Yun Qianya's expression was less friendly. He remembered this person's flirtatious words and didn't seem trustworthy. Yun Qianya tugged at Yun Qianhuang's sleeve to get her attention, saying, Sister, have we entered the Song Luyuan? What should we do next to get to the Mo Lu continent? Bao Bao and Feng Feng had already shrunk down, each occupying one of Yun Qianhuang's shoulders. Hearing Yun Qianya's question, Bao Bao sniffed and said, Master, we are in the west area, and the previous teleportation array is very close to here. Yun Qianhuang nodded, then please lead the way, Bao Bao. Of course. Bao Bao patted its chest with its little paw and flew in front of Yun Qianhuang to guide everyone. Yun Qianhuang followed the bag, explaining to everyone as they walked, the teleportation array mentioned by the bag is the entrance to the Malyo continent. The teleportation array she used to leave Qingliuan last time was actually the entrance to the Malyo continent. Initially, that teleportation array was one-way, only able to send people to the Malyo continent, but it was modified by a powerful being from the Malyo continent in a special way. Without someone from the Malyo continent to guide them, people from the Nalea continent would only be sent to other places within the Nalea continent, even if they entered the teleportation array. The reason the spiritual energy in the western area is denser than in the eastern area is that it connects to the Malyo continent. Shun Fengyuan raised a question, but Huang, there is no one from the Malyo continent among us. Without someone from the Malyo continent to guide them, could they enter it? Yun Xianhuang replied, there will be someone from the Malyo continent waiting for us. This person was naturally Chi Su, who was mistakenly thought to be seeking his own demise. After he finished explaining, Yun Xianhuang had asked him to guide them. Moreover, Yun Xianhuang glanced at Feng Jingchen, who was beside her. Even without Chi Su, Feng Jingchen should be able to guide them. Although Feng Jingchen was from a higher realm rather than the middle realm, Yun Xianhuang felt certain about this. Noticing Yun Xianhuang's gaze, Feng Jingchen turned to meet her eyes. Yun Xianhuang calmly looked away, pretending nothing had happened. Watching her profile, Feng Jingchen silently smiled. The near that the bag mentioned was indeed very close. The group reached the teleportation array in just 15 minutes. Since the vines used for concealment had been pulled away by Mumu last time, the entire teleportation array was exposed and easily visible. Along with seeing the teleportation array, they also spotted Chi Su nearby. Huang, is that the person you said would wait for us? Upon hearing the noise, Chi Su stood up, brushed off the grass on his clothes, and quickly walked to Yun Xianhuang. Benefactor, you have come. Yun Xianhuang replied with a HM, then said, Chi Su, please help us guide the way. Chi Su nodded without asking about the identities of the others. However, Yun Xianya and the other three were very curious about him. His ability to guide them proved he must be from the Malyo continent. But how did he end up in the Naleo continent? And why did he call his sister Huang benefactor? Although they were curious, the four understood that it wasn't the right time to ask and decided to wait until they reached the Malyo continent to inquire further with Yun Xianhuang. At this moment, Chi Su turned and stepped into the teleportation array, raising his hand to his fingertip and letting a drop of blood fall into the array. The array flashed with light, and Chi Su wiped the blood from his fingertip, saying to Yun Xianhuang and the others, benefactors, you should come in too. Yun Xianhuang nodded and stepped into the teleportation array first. The others followed one after another. Although the array seemed small, it comfortably accommodated everyone without feeling crowded. Gong Julu observed the patterns of the array with great interest. However, before he could study it further, the bright white light from the array obscured his view. The teleportation array began to activate. Feng Jingchen suddenly grabbed Yun Xianhuang's hand, his warm breath brushing her ear, accompanied by a voice only they could hear. Huang, may I borrow a drop of your blood? Yun Xianhuang looked up, but the light from the array made it hard to see Feng Jingchen's expression or understand his intentions. Still, she quietly extended her hand and used her spiritual power to her fingertip. Feng Jingchen turned her hand over, and the drop of blood fell directly into the array. His thumb glowed with a faint golden light as he lightly touched her fingertip, and the small wound healed instantly. At the same time, the teleportation array fully activated. In a moment of disorientation, Yun Xianhuang seemed to hear a sound, like an ancient door being opened, bringing a rush of old energy. As the light from the array gradually faded, Chi Su found himself looking at a familiar city. He turned to tell Yun Xianhuang and the others where they were, but realized he was the only one who had been transported here. Chi Su was taken aback. Did the benefactors not enter the Mola continent? The teleportation array in Song Luyuan was one way, and the array leading to the Naleo continent was located in the center of the Mola continent, far from where Chi Su currently stood. After some hesitation, Chi Su decided to walk toward the nearby city wall. The city gate had a plaque with 3 bold characters written in cinnabar, showcasing a strong brushstroke, clearly from a skilled hand. Zhuke City. Huang, is this the Mola continent? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Shen Fengyuan felt puzzled. It didn't seem quite right. As far as the eye could see, there were only mountains and water, yet there were no sounds of animals, making it eerily quiet. Gong Julu scratched his head. I feel like this place is more like a secret realm. Yun Xinya scanned the group and then frowned. Sister, It seems Chi Su is missing. Yun Qianhuang remained silent, looking at Feng Jingchen beside her. Although they had entered the teleportation array together, Chi Su was not here, indicating they had not yet arrived at the Mola continent. The drop of blood Feng Jingchen had borrowed from her was likely used to bring them here. Seeing Yun Qianhuang looking at him, Feng Jingchen explained, "This is indeed a secret realm. Once we leave it, we will reach the Mola continent." He didn't elaborate on the origin of the secret realm, and the others didn't seem to mind. Gong Jilu was so excited that he pinched his own face. After feeling the pain clearly, he grinned. "Last time we accidentally ended up in Yanfeng Mountain because of the teleportation array, and now we're here. We're really lucky. There must be treasures in the secret realm. If they could find a few sacred artifacts, it would give them more security when they reached the Mola continent." Who says otherwise? Qianhuang, since the exit of the secret realm is in the Mola continent, let's look for treasures here before we leave. Yun Qianhuang suppressed her doubts and smiled in agreement. The five of them moved forward together, with Feng Jingchen staying close to Yun Qianhuang. There were both opportunities and dangers in the secret realm, so they stayed close. Shin Fengyuan even linked her arm with Yun Qianhuang's, ensuring they could react quickly in case of danger. However, after walking a short distance, the five of them were suddenly separated without warning. Though Shan Fengyuan's warmth lingered on her arm, Yun Qianhuang could no longer sense her presence. Frowning, she turned to Feng Jingchen, who was still with her, and asked, "Feng Jingchen, why did this happen?" There were clearly no formations or barriers here. "It's because of the secret realm," Feng Jingchen said, his fingers twitching slightly, as if he wanted to smooth out Yun Qianhuang's furrowed brow, but he held back. "Don't worry, they have their own opportunities, and so do you." At this moment, Yun Qianhuang could only choose to trust Feng Jingchen's words. She expanded her spiritual sense to search around, confirming that she had indeed lost contact with the others. Reluctantly, she decided to explore the secret realm on her own. After all, she had used a drop of blood to enter this secret realm, and it would be a shame to leave empty-handed. However, she was still very curious. "Feng Jingchen, did we get teleported here because of that drop of blood?" Feng Jingchen walked alongside her and chuckled softly. "You guessed correctly, Qianhuang. I used that drop of blood to temporarily control the teleportation array to bring you all here." Yun Qianhuang tilted her head. "Why did you use my blood?" Feng Jingchen replied, "I'm afraid of pain, so I had to let you make a small sacrifice." Yun Qianhuang. This person has faced life-threatening situations several times without a sound, and now claims to be afraid of pain. Who would believe that? Yun Qianhuang could easily guess that Feng Jingchen was likely deceiving her, probably for reasons he couldn't share. Luckily, she didn't need to understand everything. She decided to drop the topic and move forward. She knew nothing about this secret realm and was choosing her direction based solely on her instincts. The further she went, the more intense the spiritual energy around her became, confirming that she hadn't made a wrong choice. Meanwhile, Yun Qianye and the other three were also separated. Yun Qianye and Shen Fengyuan were fine, as they could summon their contract beasts for company. However, Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu were in a more difficult situation, only able to hold their spiritual tools for a bit of comfort. The four of them moved ahead, and Lu Yan, who was with Yun Qianye, seemed a bit excited, flapping her wings. "Master, I sense very pure fire energy." On the other side, Mumu tugged at Shun Fengyuan's sleeve. "Master, there's pleasant wood energy ahead." Gong Jilu and Lu Xianqing didn't have the same strong sensing abilities as the sacred beasts, but after walking for half an hour, they also felt the surrounding earth and metal energies becoming active. As for Yun Qianhuang, at first, she did feel the spiritual energy around her growing stronger, but after walking for a whole hour without finding anything, she began to wonder if she had chosen the wrong direction. The beasts also sensed that there was nothing around, so it wasn't just her imagination. Yun Qianhuang stopped, contemplating whether to change her direction. Noticing her hesitation, Feng Jingchen spoke up. "Does Huang not trust your choice?" Yun Qianhuang replied without hesitation, "I do." She stopped worrying and continued forward. Since she was unfamiliar with the secret realm, she didn't let Feng Feng or Bao Bao guide her, as she didn't want to accidentally break any rules. After walking for an unknown time, she found herself surrounded by towering trees and suddenly heard footsteps. A hint of caution flashed in Yun Qianhuang's eyes as she quickly pulled Feng Jingchen to find a place to hide, then took out a concealment array plate. Just as she was about to activate it, her wrist was grabbed by the person beside her. Confused, Yun Qianhuang looked at Feng Jingchen and met his deep gaze. She then remembered that his concealment ability was far superior to the array plate, which was why he stopped her. They hadn't even reached the Mola continent yet, so it was wise to conserve the array plate's use. Yun Qianhuang immediately put the array plate away and quietly watched the direction from which the footsteps were coming. Most of her attention was drawn to the footsteps, and she didn't even pull her hand away from Feng Jingchen's. Feng Jingchen smiled, but didn't remind her. They both looked towards the source of the footsteps, and soon a group of people appeared. The group included older individuals with gray hair and younger ones around 17 or 18 years old. Yun Qianhuang glanced at the young boy and frowned slightly. He was also from the 4-star spirit sect, but surprisingly, the strongest among them was a 7-star spirit emperor. Excluding the evil cultivators, there were very few spirit emperors on the South Lu continent, and the highest-ranked one was only a 5-star spirit emperor. Could this group be from the Mo Lu continent? Yun Qianhuang silently asked Feng Jingchen with her lips. Feng Jingchen confirmed her guess. Yun Qianhuang became even more alert. Fortunately, she hadn't used the concealment array earlier. Although it could hide her presence, it couldn't escape the perception of the 7-star spirit emperor. She dared only to release her spiritual energy, trying to gather information from the group's conversation. Among the crowd, the only young boy was dressed luxuriously and was sturdier than his peers. At that moment, he was complaining, "Elder Wu, how much longer until we arrive? This place doesn't even have a spirit beast. Will there really be the treasure my father mentioned?" He had beads of sweat on his forehead, clearly having traveled for a long time. Elder Wu, the 7-star spirit emperor, quickly reassured him, "Young city lord, just a little longer. We will reach our destination in half an hour." Young city lord? Yun Qianhuang noted Elder Wu's title for the boy. She carefully examined the boy's clothing and noticed a dark pattern of the azure dragon on his sleeve. Feng Jingchen had mentioned that the notable powers from the Mo Lu continent included 1 palace, 2 academies, 3 families, and 4 cities, with the 4 cities being Azure Dragon City, White Tiger City, Vermilion Bird City, and Black Tortoise City. It seemed these people were from Azure Dragon City, and the boy was the young city lord. Elder Wu's words did not comfort Shimin Hao. Instead, they made him frown even more. What? Another half hour? Shimin Hao sat down on the ground and waved his hands repeatedly. Elder Wu, I can't go on. Let's take a break before we continue. A hint of annoyance flashed in Elder Wu's eyes. He had said they shouldn't have brought the young city lord. He had already rested 2 or 3 times on the way, and now this again. Many people were eyeing that treasure, and he had heard that 2 of the 3 families were also coming. If they arrived late, there would be no share left for Azure Dragon City. Even though Elder Wu was unhappy with Shimin Hao, he did not dare to show it, since he was the young lord. He could only say to the others, "Let's take a short break and listen to the young lord." After saying this, Elder Wu sat down on the ground and looked at a middle-aged man in the group. "Pan Guang, bring me the map." Pan Guang immediately handed a sheepskin map to Elder Wu. The map. Yun Qianhuang's eyes brightened. She really needed it. But Elder Wu was sitting right in front of her, and when the map was unfolded, she could only see the back. Yun Qianhuang pursed her lips, thinking about how to quietly move behind Elder Wu. Suddenly, the hand gripping her wrist loosened. She turned her head and saw Feng Jingchen's arm moving down to wrap around her waist. He seemed to know what she was thinking, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared behind a tree near Elder Wu. With her good eyesight, Yun Qianhuang looked down and could see the route drawn on the map. According to the route marked by this group, they needed to head east through the forest and cross a river to reach their destination. From what the strong young man had said earlier, The destination should be where the treasure was located. Yun Xianhuang quickly memorized the map and then quietly left with Feng Jingchen. Since they had encountered the first group, there would likely be a second, so she didn't let Feng Jingchen reveal their presence. As they followed the route on the sheepskin map, they soon came across another group of people. This group's strength was generally higher than that of the Qinglong city group, and one elder was even a peak spirit emperor, which had never been seen on the Nanlu continent. All of this was told to Yun Qianhuang by Ao Tian, and after hearing his words, she felt a bit serious. With so many powerful competitors, her chances of success seemed slim. Yun Qianhuang looked at Feng Jingchen beside her. How do your abilities compare to that peak spirit emperor? Feng Jingchen didn't even glance at the elder. Huang, don't compare me to ants. Yun Qianhuang. If peak spirit emperors are ants, then what does that make her? She didn't want to dwell on that question, but since Feng Jingchen said it, there was nothing to worry about. As for the treasure, it would go to whoever was capable. Yun Qianhuang took a disguise pill. If she obtained the treasure, she would definitely attract the attention of the forces here, so it was better to keep a low profile. Watching Yun Qianhuang disguise herself into an inconspicuous form, Feng Jingchen said nothing. He couldn't guarantee he would always be by her side, so a disguise was a good idea. As Feng Jingchen was thinking, someone suddenly stuffed a disguise pill into his mouth. Yun Qianhuang said seriously, since you are following me, you should disguise yourself as well. Otherwise, her disguise potion would be useless. Feng Jingchen smiled at her and swallowed the potion, his charming appearance quickly replaced by that of a passerby. Yun Qianhuang was satisfied. They had already crossed the forest, and they just needed to cross the river ahead to reach their destination. Yun Qianhuang quickened her pace, and after crossing the river, she finally saw the surroundings. It was a desolate land, with sand burying many white bones, as if it had experienced a brutal war. Yun Qianhuang did not doubt the authenticity of the parchment map, as many people had gathered there. Two groups were in conflict, arguing with each other. Yi Yunian, does your Yi family want to take a share? Yun Su, this holy spirit domain is not your Yun family's territory. Since my Yi family has received the news, how can we not take a share? Yi Yunian, with your Yi family's strength, what can you take from my Yun family? Yun Qianhuang was initially uninterested in the argument between the two factions, but she perked up when she heard the name of the Yun family. The Yun family mentioned here was, of course, the beast-taming family from the Malyo continent. She had to pay attention since she had a grudge against them. With Feng Jingchen helping to conceal her presence, Yun Qianhuang approached the arguing parties without worry. Hearing Yun Su's words, Yi Yunian's expression changed. Yun Su, your Yun family relies on having spirit beasts. Without them, what is your family worth? But I do have spirit beasts. What can you do about it? Yun Su replied calmly, summoning one of his contract beasts, the blazing tiger. He was the younger brother of the Yun family head and the second in command, having contracted a sacred beast and several spirit beasts above level 10, with the blazing tiger being the sacred beast. At Yun Su's signal, the blazing tiger grew in size and let out a roar. At this moment, the blazing tiger was as tall as two people, and its roar caused some members of the Yi family to change their expressions. The strength of a sacred beast was comparable to that of a spirit emperor among humans, and the blazing tiger was known for its powerful attack. The roar carried the pressure of a sacred beast, which was difficult for those below the spirit emperor level to withstand. Yi Yunian was a 3-star spirit emperor and could endure the pressure, but his gaze turned cold.
Yun Su.
Is your Yun family challenging my Yi family? The Yun family is a beast-tamer clan, but so what? The Yi family has many strong members and is on good terms with Elder Mao. He doesn't believe Yun Su would dare to confront him here. Flame Tiger, stop it. Yun Su smiled and patted the shrinking Flame Tiger, feigning an apology. I'm really sorry, my Flame Tiger was just a bit excited and didn't mean to target you. His words sounded apologetic, but his tone was dismissive, and anyone could see he was clearly trying to show off. The Yi family gritted their teeth in anger, but without Yi Yunian speaking up, they didn't dare to act. The Yi family had strict rules. Without the head of the family present, Yi Ershu, as the head's brother, held absolute authority. Acting without Yi Ursha's permission could lead to severe punishment, and no one wanted to experience that. Yi Yunian could see Yun Su's intentions. However, just as Yun Su didn't dare to truly confront him, he also couldn't be too aggressive, especially with the spirit beast army backing the Yun family. He forced a smile and said, "Then please keep your spirit beast in check. As for the treasures of the Holy Spirit realm, since they are unclaimed, they belong to whoever can take them. Your Yun family has no right to monopolize them." While Yi Yunian and Yun Su exchanged words, Yun Qianhuang quietly released her spiritual energy. A sacred beast flame tiger? Perfect, it would be a great contract beast for Xiao Yi. The Mo Lu Yun family took her grandfather's fire qilin, so taking Yun Su's flame tiger shouldn't be a problem, right? As for what would happen to Yun Su if the contract backfired, why should she care? Yun Qianhuang smirked, locking her spiritual energy onto the contract between Yun Su and the flame tiger, preparing to act. Before this, Yun Su had no idea she was using her spiritual energy. He was too focused on saying to Yi Yunian, you said it yourself. The capable take what they want. Is there anyone here stronger than my Yun family? All the factions were focused on the two families, and upon hearing this, everyone's expressions were quite interesting. However, it was undeniable that they couldn't refute Yun Su's words. On the continent, aside from the one palace and two institutes, the three families were the most powerful, with the Yun family being the strongest. Since neither the one palace nor the two institutes sent anyone, there truly was no one stronger than the Yun family present. But since this was the first time treasures from the Holy Spirit realm had appeared, who wouldn't want to try their luck? Yun Su was so confident, not worried that someone else might take the treasure and embarrass him. He didn't care about the thoughts of other factions, aside from the one palace and two institutes, who could compete with the Yun family. I'm telling you, the Yi family is wasting their effort. This treasure definitely belongs to us. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden, intense pain shot through his head, and he felt a metallic taste in his throat.
Ugh.
Yun Su couldn't help but spit out blood, staring in shock at the previously docile flame tiger. What happened? How was his contract with the flame tiger forcibly severed? Yi Yunyan stood across from Yun Su, caught off guard and splattered with blood. He was so shocked that he didn't even have time to wipe his face and jumped back, saying, "Yun Su, what are you doing? You don't need to hurt yourself just to claim the treasure." Yun Su didn't have time to respond to him. He watched in horror as the flame tiger's gaze turned fierce and shouted to his family, "Get back. The flame tiger has lost control." Due to the backlash from the contract, Yun Su felt darkness closing in, and it was the second elder of the Yun family who supported him. The Yun family quickly retreated, and Yi Yunyan's expression changed as he led the Yi family away from the flame tiger. "Yun Su, what kind of useless person are you? You can't even control your own contracted beast?" Yi Yunyan had never seen a more powerful beast master, but he felt that Yun Su's skills were seriously lacking. What kind of beast master can't control their contracted beast? As Yi Yunyan cursed Yun Su in his mind, he joined several elders to form a protective barrier, watching the out-of-control flame tiger warily. Other factions, though at a distance, also prepared themselves. Fortunately, the flame tiger didn't focus on them. Its fierce gaze was fixed on the Yun family, letting out a wild roar. Flames erupted from its body, and it charged toward the Yun family. Elders Yun Er and Yun San were on high alert, quickly channeling their spiritual energy for protection and urging other Yun family members to help. After severing the contract between the flame tiger and Yun Su, Yun Qianhuang moved a bit farther away, eyeing elders Yun Er and Yun San, eager to act. Why hadn't these two summoned their spirit beasts yet? Jiu Lu and Xian Qing still didn't have contracted beasts. Elders Yun Er and Yun San were unaware that their spirit beasts were being targeted. Both had their own sacred beasts, but with the flame tiger's rampage right before them, they hesitated to summon their sacred beasts. Seeing that the two elders hadn't summoned their spirit beasts, the other members of the Yun family also refrained from doing so, fearing the out-of-control flame tiger. The Yun family could only rely on their own strength to confront the flame tiger. At this moment, the Yun family's weaknesses were evident. They relied too heavily on their spirit beasts, and their own strength was not very strong. Neither Elder Yun Heir nor Elder Yun San had even reached the Spirit Emperor level, let alone the other members of the Yun family. But there were many people from the Yun family with 4 or 5 spirit saints above 8 stars who could work together to block the attacks of the Blazing Tiger. The Blazing Tiger failed to achieve anything after several attacks. Yun Xianhuang looked disappointed. Why didn't these people summon their spirit beasts? Compared to her disappointment, Yi Yunyan was quite pleased. Wasn't Yun Su looking down on them because the Yun family had spirit beasts? Now, more than 20 beast tamers from the Yun family were entangled and unable to move because of his uncontrollable blazing tiger. This blazing tiger was truly out of control. Other forces were also enjoying the show, especially since Yun Su had just belittled them. Only a fool would step in to help now. After all, the Yun family was a beast-taming family, so they shouldn't be unable to handle even one holy beast. The Yun family could handle it, but Elder Yun took out a dark spirit tool, watching the blazing tiger with a pained expression. Seeing the suddenly appeared black spirit tool, Yun Xianhuang narrowed her phoenix eyes. That thing looked somewhat like the divine beast cages used by evil cultivators. Elder Yun was still hesitating. This divine beast cage was something he had worked hard to obtain. He had already given one to his grandson, and this was the last one. The blazing tiger wasn't even his spirit beast. Did he really have to use it? The blazing tiger was still fiercely attacking the Yun family members, and Yun Su had recovered somewhat due to the elixir, trying to repair the contract with the blazing tiger using his mental energy. The blazing tiger seemed to sense his intention and suddenly spat out a huge fireball. The flames rushed toward Yun Su, and if Elder Yun and Elder Yun San hadn't acted simultaneously to stop it, Yun Su would have been roasted. Elder Yun felt he couldn't wait any longer and infused his mental energy into the divine beast cage. The blazing tiger sensed danger from the cage and anxiously cried out. Yun Xianhuang immediately used her mental energy to give it an order. She had taken a liking to this blazing tiger and wouldn't let anyone from the Mo Lu Yun family capture it. Elder Yun threw the divine beast cage at the blazing tiger, which quickly enlarged several times. But at that moment, the blazing tiger suddenly turned around and dashed away from the crowd. The holy beast was incredibly fast, and within a few breaths, everyone lost sight of it. Elder Yun never expected the blazing tiger to suddenly escape and looked at the activated divine beast cage in frustration. Once activated, the cage couldn't be retracted, meaning he had wasted such a precious item. Elder Yun was in great pain and immediately questioned Yun Su. Yun Su, why did the blazing tiger go out of control? The Yun family is a beast tamer clan. How can a beast tamer not control their own spirit beast? With so many forces in the Holy Spirit domain, if this gets out, how will the Yun family save face? Elder Yun San glanced at the enlarged beast cage, but didn't pay much attention. His second brother often tinkered with strange things. This was probably something he had custom-made by a craftsman. Compared to this, he was more concerned about Yun Su's answer. The Yun family only brought 3 sacred beasts this time, and now one was missing. How could they compete with the Yi family? The Yi family had brought 3 junior spirit emperors and 1 senior spirit emperor. When it comes to interests, the 2 elders wouldn't care about minor family ties. Uncle, I really don't know. I didn't do anything, and the contract with the flame tiger was cut. Yun Su felt distressed. He had worked hard to form a contract with the flame tiger back then and almost lost his life. Now that the contract was severed, his uncles were blaming him. Where could he go to complain? What? Elder Yun San was no longer calm. Did you not say the flame tiger was out of control? Nearby, Yi Yunyan listened carefully to the conversation among the Yun family. While keeping an eye on the flame tiger, he mocked, Yun Su, you managed to lose your contract with the flame tiger. It seems your beast taming skills aren't very good. He clearly remembered Yun Su's earlier arrogance. Since the 2 families had always been at odds, Yi Yunyan wouldn't miss this chance to take a jab at him. The other members of the Yi family joined in with mocking expressions. The other forces didn't dare offend the Yun family, but that didn't stop them from finding Yi Yunyan's words amusing, and they quietly enjoyed the moment. Yun Su is just bragging about his spirit beast, and now it's run away. I think that Yi family member is right. Yun Su's beast taming skills are just for show. No one attacked Yun Su. I think he accidentally broke the rules of the Holy Spirit domain, which is why the contract with the Flame Tiger was severed.
Who can argue with that?
The voices were low, but most present were powerful enough to hear clearly. Yun Su was so angry, he nearly spat blood. He glared at Yi Yunyan and threatened, "Yi Yunyan, shut up. Don't think I won't act against you just because Elder Mao is protecting your Yi family." Although Elder Yun Er and Elder Yun San were frustrated with Yun Su, they still defended him in front of outsiders. Elder Yun Er said, "Is your Yi family determined to be enemies with us, the Yun family?" Yi Yunyan rolled his eyes. It sounds like the Yun family has never pressured the Yi family. Elder Yi patted him and said, "Yunian, we came to the Holy Spirit domain to search for treasure, so let's not waste time on this matter. Third uncle is right. We are here to find treasure." Yi Yunian composed himself and emphasized the words "find treasure." Now that the Yun family was missing a sacred beast, he wanted to see if they could still stop the Yi family from getting their share. Yun Su could easily sense Yi Yunyan's hidden meaning. Feeling a surge of emotions, he suddenly tasted something metallic in his throat and dared not say anything further. Yun Qianhuang smiled throughout, happy to see the Yun family struggling, and she found the Yi family members quite pleasing to the eye. Of course, she didn't forget her main purpose for being there. She was there to find treasure. All the major forces should have arrived by now, and the sturdy young lord of Qinglong City was also late, but no one had taken action yet. Yun Qianhuang guessed that the treasure would only appear when the time was right. She wasn't in a hurry, so she pulled Feng Jingchen to a corner to sit down, using the time before the treasure appeared to absorb spiritual energy, as a battle was likely to happen later. On the Yun family's side, thinking about the treasure that had yet to appear, Elder Yun Er and Elder Yun San decided to wait until they secured the treasure before retrieving the crazy flame tiger. Like Yun Su, they believed the treasure must belong to the Yun family. Even though they were missing a sacred beast, they still had plenty of spiritual beasts above level 10. As long as they could balance the Yi family, the other forces were not a concern. Elder Yun Er narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan in his mind. The various forces waited in place for a long time. In the Holy Spirit domain, it was always daytime, and no one knew how much time had passed. To ensure they didn't miss the treasure's appearance, everyone kept their eyes wide open, quickly feeling a strain in their eyes. Finally, as everyone eagerly anticipated, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly gathered in a specific direction. The various forces became excited, sensing the change in spiritual energy, and Yun Qianhuang slowly opened her eyes. She first glanced at Feng Jingchen before focusing on the gathering spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the Holy Spirit domain was dense, and now it was forming a visible vortex. Even from a distance, Yun Qianhuang could feel the power contained within it. Mysterious, powerful, and with a hint of something familiar. Yun Qianhuang couldn't help but stand up and slowly approach the spiritual energy vortex. What was inside? At the same time, the various forces began to take action. It was clear to everyone that a treasure was about to appear. At times like this, whoever got close first would have the advantage. All the forces present moved together, rushing toward the swirling vortex that was continuously absorbing surrounding spiritual energy. Old fool. Do you think you can compete with us from White Tiger City?
Ha!
A mere White Tiger City dares to be arrogant, thinking we from Black Turtle City are pushovers? Who dares to challenge my Yun family? To seize this opportunity, various forces clashed, creating a chaotic scene. Yun Qianhuang paused. She certainly wanted the treasure, but the current situation was clearly not safe for approaching. Feng Jingchen could only help her conceal her presence. With the chaos around them and attacks flying everywhere, rushing forward could lead to accidental injury. With her strength, it was no exaggeration to say that any of those powerful individuals could easily take half her life with a single strike. Besides, the treasure had not yet appeared. Yun Xianhuang positioned herself near the spiritual energy vortex, where she was less likely to be affected, and focused on the various forces fighting for control. The beast cage that Elder Yun Er had previously placed on the ground was still there, and she moved her fingers slightly. This beast cage was crafted by evil cultivators, and it would be better to destroy it. Amid the flying attacks, several golden blades went unnoticed by anyone. The golden blades struck the beast cage. Earlier, when they eliminated the evil cultivators, Yun Xianhuang had discovered the cage's weak points. With the right attack, even her spiritual level could easily break the beast cage. Elder Yun Er was completely unaware that someone was damaging the cage. To outdo the other forces, the Yun family members had already summoned their contracted beasts. The elite members of the Yun family who came to the Holy Spirit domain had at least 2 spiritual beasts each. With more than 50 spiritual beasts summoned, the weaker forces dared not approach and had to give up competing with the Yun family. Elder Yun Er and Elder Yun San's sacred beasts were among those summoned, and at this moment, they had no time to worry about whether their beasts would go out of control. If they lost their chance at the treasure, it would be a huge loss for the Yun family. While other forces did not dare to compete with the Yun family, that did not mean the Yi family was afraid. Yi Yunyan stood in front of the Yun family with the members of the Yi family and said with a smile, "Sorry, but we from the Yi family still want to compete with you." As one of the 3 families, why should they give way to the Yun family? Elder Yun Er knew that the Yi family would not back down and secretly signaled to Elder Yun San. Leading the way with their sacred beasts, the Yun family's contract beasts advanced together, launching an attack on the Yi family. Seeing so many spirit beasts made Yun Xianhuang eager. However, after looking around, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. The 2 sacred beasts were not suitable for Jiu Lu and Xianqing, and she didn't consider any of the lower-level spirit beasts. Times had changed. They were heading to the powerful Mo Lu continent. While paying attention to the Yun family, Yun Xianhuang quickly noticed that Elder Yun had a very small flying spirit beast at his feet. She raised an eyebrow, quickly understanding Elder Yun's intention. Yun Xianhuang smiled. To avoid running low on mental energy and missing out on treasures later, she decided not to act against the Yun family's spirit beasts right now. But taking down just one spirit beast wouldn't drain too much energy. Feng Jingchen remained silent throughout, not even glancing at the others, his eyes only on Yun Xianhuang. After taking a disguise pill, Yun Xianhuang looked quite ordinary, the kind of person you could lose in a crowd. Yet, Feng Jingchen thought there was no one more pleasing to the eye than her. Feng Jingchen's presence was strong. It was hard for Yun Xianhuang to ignore him. But she had more important matters to focus on, so she didn't pay much attention. At that moment, the Yi family was completely entangled with the Yun family's spirit beasts and couldn't escape, naturally overlooking the Yun family members behind the beasts. Elder Yun's spirit beast spread its wings and flew forward, its size suddenly increasing several times. The prepared Yun family members immediately jumped onto the back of that spirit beast. Previously mocked, Yun Su now proudly said, "Yi Nian, you and your Yi family can stay here with my Yun family's spirit beasts. We won't be polite with this treasure." Elder Yun and Elder San didn't respond. The treasure was definitely theirs. Elder Yun's flying spirit beast flapped its wings, a smile appearing on his face. However, in the next moment, a sharp pain struck his mind. The spirit beast beneath them suddenly shook violently, throwing all the Yun family members off. For cultivators, the pain of falling wasn't much. They were more puzzled. Why did Elder Yun's spirit beast suddenly throw them off? The Yi family was equally confused. Why was the Yun family's spirit beast having so many problems? Yi Enian laughed without restraint. "Yun Su, what did you just say?" "The wind is too loud. I didn't hear you. Can you say it again?" "Jun Su." Calmly withdrawing her hand, Yun Xianhuang kept her achievements hidden. She no longer paid attention to the people from the Yun family and focused on the swirling energy. She lowered her voice and asked, "Feng Jingchen, when will the treasure appear?" The chaos of the scene had its advantages. As long as she kept her voice down, no one could hear her. At most, in 15 minutes, Feng Jingchen replied without looking at the spot where the treasure would appear. He reminded her, Huang Huang, my abilities will likely fail in front of that treasure. His abilities referred to his concealment skills. Yun Qianhuang's expression became serious. If she couldn't hide anymore, she needed to prepare in advance. Feng Jingchen spoke lightly, don't worry, I'm here. Yun Qianhuang remained silent and took out a formation talisman to hide in her sleeve. She didn't doubt Feng Jingchen's strength. It was just that there were too many powerful people present, and she needed to be prepared. Various forces were still fighting for dominance. The Yun family had 2 sacred beasts and over 10 spirit beasts of the 10th rank, while the Yi family had 5 spirit emperors and several spirit saints. For a moment, the 2 families were at a standstill, neither gaining the upper hand. Other forces did not interfere in their battle, not daring to take advantage of the chaos, only hoping to get a share of the spoils. After 15 minutes, a gap began to appear between the Yun and Yi families. Human defenses were ultimately weaker than spirit beasts, and even with the help of pills, recovery took time. As a result, the Yi family's condition worsened. Another 15 minutes passed, and the Yi family was completely at a disadvantage. The energy swirl suddenly disappeared, and a golden light appeared before everyone. Elder Yun Er and Elder Yun San quickly stepped forward, their eyes filled with greed. The treasure belonged to their Yun family. The 2 rushed toward the golden light, but it flickered twice and suddenly darted toward Yun Qianhuang, who was standing a few steps away. Yun Qianhuang and Feng Jingchen's figures were exposed to everyone. Elder Yun Er and Elder Yun San were taken aback, staring in shock at the 2 who had suddenly appeared. The various forces also paused their fighting, all eyes on Yun Qianhuang and Feng Jingchen. When did these 2 show up? And what was going on with that treasure? Everyone watched as the golden light rushed toward Yun Qianhuang, quickly shrinking and entering her forehead, causing their expressions to change. The treasure actually chose that girl. No, they couldn't let that unknown girl contract the treasure. At that moment, Yun Qianhuang felt overwhelmed. She wanted the treasure, but not in front of everyone like this. Wasn't this the same as being a target? Didn't they see that those forces were eager to it away? Everything happened too quickly for her to stop it. After the treasure entered her body, her vision began to fade, and her consciousness became blurry. The treasure did not want to recognize her as its master. It wanted her to die. That girl must have used some trick to attract the treasure. How despicable. Give the treasure back to the Yin family, you little brat. Girl, you can't protect this treasure. Why not hand it over to me? I am an elder of Zhuke City and can ensure your safety. Various forces began to threaten and tempt her, but no one dared to make the first move. Attacking at this moment would mean making enemies of the other forces present, and even the Yun family wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. Before anyone could speak, Yun Qianhuang pulled Feng Jingchen, planning to summon Feng Feng and escape as quickly as possible. But for some reason, her contract with several beasts seemed to be blocked, and she couldn't summon Feng Feng at all. The only fortunate thing was that she had wisely taken a disguise pill. Her head was getting heavier, and Yun Qianhuang gritted her teeth to avoid being consumed by darkness, while channeling all her spiritual energy. At that moment, someone suddenly grasped her hand. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Feng Jingchen felt a bit helpless. How could she remember to take him along to escape, but not think to rely on him? Yun Qianhuang's vision was already blurry. She stared at Feng Jingchen, slowly realizing that she still had him. With a familiar scent filling her senses, Yun Qianhuang felt a sense of calm and reached out to grab the front of Feng Jingchen's clothes as she was starting to lose her strength. The people present were very perceptive and quickly noticed that Yun Qianhuang was in a bad state. Elder Yun narrowed his eyes. He couldn't see through the strength of these 2, but since they dared to appear in the sacred spirit domain, they must be formidable. The Yun family had just suffered significant losses in their conflict with the Yi family, so to be safe, they had to. Elder Yun raised his voice. Everyone. This girl intends to keep the treasure for herself, and the Yun family cannot stand by. I ask you all to help us reclaim the treasure, And afterward, we will share it. Share? Various forces scoffed internally. Would the Yun family really be so generous? But regardless, if the treasure was taken by the Yun family, they might still get some benefit. However, if it fell into the hands of those two unknown individuals, they would gain nothing. So, except for the Yi family, all the other forces agreed. Amidst the various voices, Yun Qianhuang could hardly hear anything clearly. Before she completely lost consciousness, she felt someone pull her into their arms. A soft voice whispered in her ear, carrying a calming power. Trust me, just sleep for a while. It seemed she had no choice but to trust Feng Jingchen. The memory of being rescued at Song Luyan flashed in her mind, and Yun Qianhuang relaxed her grip on Feng Jingchen's clothes, fainting in his embrace. Feng Jingchen couldn't help but smile slightly. Her willingness to entrust her safety to him proved her trust in him. He held Yun Qianhuang with one arm and then looked up at the group rushing toward him, led by the Yun family. Take her back? Do you think you can? Feng Jingchen looked down at them with indifference, as if he were watching a group of unimportant people, even though they were charging at him. To the various factions, his reaction was nothing short of contempt. Originally, they just wanted to reclaim the treasure, but seeing Feng Jingchen's attitude, they felt dissatisfied and decided to teach him a lesson. Elder Yun Er sneered, "Kid, if you dare to say such things, be prepared to face the consequences." No matter his strength, with so many powerful individuals joining forces, one strike from each would be enough to take him down 1,000 times. Feng Jingchen tilted his head slightly. Oh, really? As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged from him. Elder Yun Er froze, feeling as if an invisible force had tightly bound him, leaving him unable to move. Others among the powerful figures experienced the same fate. They didn't even see when Feng Jingchen made his move before they felt intense pain, unable to suppress their cries of agony. The sound made everyone stop in their tracks, staring at Feng Jingchen in shock, unable to figure out what method he had used. This person was definitely not someone they could provoke. Realizing how terrifying Feng Jingchen's strength was, they panicked and forgot about the treasure, turning to flee. Feng Jingchen scoffed. Every single one of them was blocked by an invisible barrier, and he hadn't even lifted a finger. Didn't they just say they wanted to kill Huang and take the treasure? Feng Jingchen narrowed his eyes dangerously, scanning the crowd. Those who met his gaze shivered. If they still didn't understand the situation, they would be foolish. So, everyone quickly distanced themselves from the Yun family. It was all the Yun family's encouragement. We never wanted that girl's life. Yes, it's all because the Yun family stirred everyone up that we acted against you and that girl. Elder Yun Er was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't these people want to get their treasures back? Pretending to be innocent. Elder Yun Er, we all heard you say you wanted to reclaim the treasures. With such a good opportunity, Yi Yunyan certainly wanted to take advantage of it. After all, the Yi family had no intention of targeting those two just moments ago. Elder Yun Er felt like he might blood. Feng Jingchen was not interested in the argument among the crowd. He glanced down at Yun Qianhuang in his arms and saw that she seemed to be okay, which made him slightly smile. Among these people, there were indeed some innocent ones. He wouldn't punish them all, but setting an example was necessary. He remembered that Qianhuang had a grudge against the Yun family. Feng Jingchen's gaze landed on the Yun family members. Elder Yun Er and Elder Yun San were both restrained, and when they saw Feng Jingchen looking at them, fear immediately enveloped them. Yun Qianhuang was somewhat unclear about her current situation. She seemed to have lost consciousness, but could still clearly hear Feng Jingchen and the voices of others. She tried to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt glued shut. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open them. After much effort, she finally managed to open them a little. However, upon catching a glimpse of the scene before her, her heart jolted, and her eyes widened in shock. Before her was a sea of fire, and the fierce flames, rolling lava, and falling firestones all indicated that she had arrived in a place she had never seen before. A huge firestone fell from above her head. Sensing the danger, Yun Qianhuang looked up and saw the firestone coming at her at high speed. Startled, she didn't have time to figure out why she was there and tried to use her wind spirit power to dodge. But to her surprise, she couldn't activate her with spirit root, her storage ring wouldn't open, and she couldn't contact Out Yen and the others. Yun Xianhuang gritted her teeth. What kind of place had that treasure sent her to? She cursed under her breath and quickly dodged just before the firestone fell, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, another firestone came crashing down. While dodging, Yun Xianhuang tried everything and discovered that in this place, she could only use her fire spirit root. Being able to use any spirit power was a good thing. So, when another firestone was about to hit her, Yun Xianhuang attempted to push it away with her fire spirit power. The collision of fire spirit power and the firestone distorted the surrounding air due to the intense heat. Yun Xianhuang was a 4-star spirit practitioner, so even if she could only use fire spirit power, dealing with a firestone was not too difficult. The firestone was successfully pushed aside and fell into the nearby flowing lava, melting away in an instant. Seeing this, Yun Xianhuang quietly moved a little farther from the lava. No matter how strong a practitioner's body was, it was still made of flesh and blood. Here, she couldn't use metal spirit power, and if she fell in, she feared she would say goodbye to this world forever. After making sure she wouldn't accidentally slip into the lava, Yun Xianhuang continued to look up and stay alert. The temperature around her was very high, and even though she tried to use spirit power to protect herself, it couldn't completely shield her from the unbearable heat. Sweat dripped from her forehead, evaporating before it even hit the ground, leaving no trace of moisture. Yun Xianhuang didn't have time to wipe her sweat. She wasn't sure if it was her spirit power at work, but no firestones fell again. This felt strange. Yun Xianhuang didn't dare to relax her guard. While watching above, she also used her mental power to observe her surroundings. She didn't know where she was, so she stood still and waited. About half a stick of incense later, she suddenly heard a crackling sound, like something was exploding. Yun Xianhuang kept her spirit power active and scanned the area. A faint, unnoticeable sound emerged, and Yun Xianhuang instinctively moved away from where she had been standing as quickly as possible. In the next moment, the ground cracked open and lava splashed high, as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. Yun Xianhuang was close enough to feel as if she might catch fire herself. But that wasn't the end. This seemed to release some kind of seal, and in an instant, flames, lava, and even the firestones that hadn't appeared for a while surged menacingly toward Yun Xianhuang. She gasped at the heat, desperately using her fire spirit power to resist while having to move away from her previous position. Firestones no longer fell one by one. Countless stones fell at the same time. Yun Xianhuang could only be grateful that the fire spirit power around her was dense enough. Otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed by the stones long ago. But this situation couldn't continue. The flames and lava were the greatest threats. As the lava splashed, trying to engulf her, Yun Xianhuang leaped to avoid it using the recently fallen fire stone, but her escape route was blocked by the rushing flames. She paused, bent her waist, and forcefully changed her landing direction. However, that direction led straight to the that had appeared earlier, and the lava inside was still churning. Yun Xianhuang gathered her energy, trying to change the direction she was falling, but the flames and lava behind her blocked her escape. There was no way to avoid it. "Sister." A familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. Yun Xianhuang turned to see Yun Qianya coming through the flames, risking his own safety to pull her back just before she fell into the... The siblings fell to the ground together, their clothes brushing against the lava, instantly burning a large part away. Yun Xianhuang quickly checked Yun Qianya's injuries. His arm was badly burned from the flames. "Sister, I'm fine," Yun Qianya said, pulling his arm back and smiling at her. "You're not hurt, right?" With her storage ring not working, Yun Xianhuang couldn't help Yun Qianya with his wounds and could only shake her head.
"No."
Noticing the flames coming at them again, she quickly got up and pulled Yun Qianya to dodge. Yun Qianya's smile faded as he explained while avoiding the flames, "Sister, this place is very strange. I've lost contact with Luyan, and my storage ring won't open. However, the fire energy here is very pure, but with these flames around, we can't train here. Yun Qianhuang frowned, realizing that Yun Qianya had many burn marks on him. Xiaoyi, how long have you been here? About 2 days. But I haven't found a way to leave. So, Xiaoyi had entered before her. Why did that treasure bring her here? Feng Jingchen had mentioned that Xiaoyi and the others had their own opportunities. Could it be related to this strange place? With her suspicions growing, Yun Qianhuang wanted to confirm them, but had no clear direction. The siblings could only keep dodging. Yun Qianya was already injured, but still instinctively protected Yun Qianhuang. After a short while, he had several more burn marks, while Yun Qianhuang only had 1 burn on her left hand. Xiaoyi, I can handle it myself. You don't have to worry about me. Yun Qianya wouldn't listen. He had always known he needed to protect his sister. It was okay if he got hurt, as long as she was safe. Yun Qianhuang felt helpless and could only think hard about a way to escape. As another wave of flames approached, she squinted her eyes. Since these flames were also fire energy, could she absorb them? Instead of dodging the flames, Yun Qianhuang focused her energy just as the flames were about to reach her. Sister? Yun Qianya instinctively wanted to take her away, but he noticed the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her. He was worried about Yun Qianhuang and feared that if she had thought of a plan, acting too quickly might interfere with her. In that moment of hesitation, the flames were about to ignite Yun Qianhuang's clothes. Yun Qianya gritted his teeth and stepped forward quickly. No matter what, his sister's safety was the most important thing. Then he watched in shock as the fierce flames suddenly vanished, and the spiritual energy around Yun Qianhuang became much stronger than before. Yun Qianya was stunned. Big sister, what happened to the flames? Yun Qianya swallowed hard, unable to believe his guess. With a smile, Yun Qianhuang replied, Xiaoyi, I just tried it. Those flames are also fire spiritual energy. As long as we absorb them, they can't threaten us. Yun Qianya was speechless. Absorbing those fiery rocks as fire spiritual energy? The shock in his heart was hard to describe. He never doubted his sister's words, especially since he had just seen the flames disappear with his own eyes. This method not only resolved the crisis, but also allowed them to use the surrounding fire spiritual energy for themselves, truly a win-win situation. His sister was amazing. After the shock, Yun Qianya looked at Yun Qianhuang with admiration. Another firestone fell from above, and Yun Qianya activated his spiritual roots to learn from Yun Qianhuang and began to absorb the fire spiritual energy from the stone. Soon, the spiritual energy in the firestone was completely absorbed and vanished before their eyes. Seeing that Yun Qianya had succeeded as well, Yun Qianhuang smiled even more. It seemed that this treasure was indeed a good thing. The fire spiritual energy in this place was very pure, making cultivation much more effective. Yun Qianya thought the same. The siblings exchanged glances and found a clear spot to sit down, absorbing all the incoming fire spiritual energy. 1 came, and they absorbed 1. 2 came, and they absorbed 2. Yun Qianhuang expanded her spiritual power, collecting all the fire spiritual energy that came her way. With her divine bones, her absorption speed was remarkable. Often, the flames hadn't even touched her clothes before being completely absorbed. Although Yun Qianya's absorption speed couldn't match hers, he was not slow either. The siblings stayed in this fiery realm for an unknown amount of time, and the fire spiritual energy in their bodies had already reached a critical point. A promotion array appeared beneath Yun Qianya's feet. He opened his eyes, filled with joy, and said, Sister, I've advanced to a 1-star spirit master. After passing the trial, Yun Qianya had already reached 10-star spirit king. He has not neglected his training these days and has vaguely touched the threshold of the spirit sect. Now, with the rich fire spiritual energy here, he has made a breakthrough. Xiaoya is amazing. Yun Qianhuang opened her eyes and generously praised Yun Qianya. In terms of talent and age, Yun Qianya is slightly behind Shin Fengyuan and the others, yet he has now reached the same level as them. This is due to his hard work, which deserves recognition. Yun Qianya, feeling praised, chuckled. Sister, the fire spiritual energy here seems less intense than before. Shall we change places? Not only is the fire spiritual energy less intense, but it has also been a long time since any firestones fell from the sky. Yun Qianya suspects that he and his sister have absorbed too much, scaring the firestones away. Okay. Yun Qianhuang nodded, but as soon as she stood up, a wave of dizziness hit her, and darkness enveloped her again. Seeing her close her eyes, Yun Qianya thought she was unwell and rushed to support her. However, as soon as his hand touched the corner of Yun Qianhuang's clothing, she vanished before his eyes. Yun Qianya's outstretched hand froze in midair. Sister? Just moments ago, she was in a fiery, tormented by the intense heat. But when she opened her eyes again, the scene had changed completely. A bone-chilling cold surrounded her, and Yun Qianhuang, just freed from the heat, couldn't help but shiver as she looked at the vast, frozen land before her. In the fiery, there was only fire spiritual energy around her. Now, every breath was filled with ice spiritual energy transformed from water spiritual energy. Yun Qianhuang tried to sense it and, as expected, here she could only utilize her water spiritual root. Since that was the case, she should be able to absorb the water spiritual energy here as well. Yun Qianhuang immediately sat cross-legged. Even through several layers of clothing, she could feel the cold rising from beneath her, making her teeth chatter. Almost as soon as she sat down, the surrounding spiritual energy began to stir. Cold winds, ice shards, and cracking rivers. The danger here was just as severe as in the fiery. Yun Qianhuang took a deep breath, calming herself to absorb all the rushing ice spiritual energy. This time, she was alone, so it was inevitable that she would miss a few attacks. In just half an hour, her crossed legs were frozen. The ice continued to spread upward. Yun Qianhuang had to divide her focus to absorb the encroaching ice. With her full effort to stop it, the spread of the ice was slow, but it was still about to reach her heart. Yun Qianhuang looked up at the sharp ice spikes coming from all directions. Gritting her teeth, she gave up on absorbing those spikes. She desperately activated her spiritual roots and bones, and the ice on her body melted at a visible speed. At the same time, those ice spikes pierced through her body. Blood flowed out, and the warm blood turned to ice in an instant. Yun Qianhuang reached up to grab the ice spike that pierced her shoulder, pulling it out with force before absorbing it. More ice energy continued to attack her. While dealing with the ice spikes, she also had to defend against the attacks. Her fair hands gradually turned blue-purple from the extreme cold, clearly frostbitten. Yun Qianhuang didn't care. She began to understand the purpose of this treasure. It was both painful and a test. If she got through it, the rewards would be great. If not, she would die. She wouldn't let herself die here. After removing the last ice spike, Yun Qianhuang looked up, her eyes reflecting the countless ice spikes in the sky. Did these energies want her life? She was determined to absorb them all and turn them into her power. Her mental energy spread to its limit, and in an instant, the surrounding energy stirred, rushing to be absorbed by her. The ice spikes melted, but new ones quickly replaced them. Yun Qianhuang gritted her teeth. Her body could no longer hold more energy. But if she gave up, she would die. Her spiritual roots and bones worked frantically, but they could only absorb half of the ice spikes, while the other half mercilessly pierced through her body. Blood splattered onto the ground. The thickest ice spike aimed at her heart, about to pierce it. At that moment, the familiar feeling of dizziness hit her again. She struggled to pull the corners of her lips up, but the blood frozen at her lips cracked and fell to the ground. She succeeded. Yun Qianhuang closed her eyes, and after a moment, she opened them again. Before her was a scene filled with greenery. The surrounding wood energy gave her no chance to rest. Twisting vines rushed toward her, covered in countless spikes. The grass beneath her feet transformed into sharp spikes, leaving no place to step. Yun Qianhuang urged the vines to lift her up, and when she looked up, she saw Shin Fengyuan doing the same. Shin Fengyuan was engaged in a battle of wits and courage, with the vines in front of her. When she turned her head, she was instantly stunned. Looking at the smooth vines around Yun Qianhuang's waist, Shin Fengyuan paused for a moment. Huang, do you still have a wood spiritual root? She had been in this strange place for several days. The vines and plants here were all covered in annoying thorns. There were no smooth vines at all. So, the vines on Yun Qianhuang must have been created by her own power. Before this, aside from in the 12 illusion array, Yun Qianhuang had only shown her 5 spiritual roots when facing people from the upper realm. Until now, Yun Qianye and Shin Fengyuan still thought she only had 2 spiritual roots. Yun Qianhuang smiled shyly as she absorbed the vines around her, saying, I haven't told you before, but I actually have 5 spiritual roots. Shin Fengyuan and the others genuinely cared for her, so it was fine to share this. Shin Fengyuan was in shock. Did she really just hear Yun Qianhuang say she had 5 spiritual roots? Overwhelmed by surprise, Shin Fengyuan momentarily forgot to dodge, but Yun Qianhuang quickly wove a shield from vines to block the flying leaves. Seeing how easily she used wood's spiritual power, Shin Fengyuan confirmed she hadn't misheard. 5 spiritual roots. Since the time of her great-grandfather, there had been very few owners of 5 spiritual roots in the Nanlu continent. Who would have thought Yun Qianhuang was one of them? Yun Qianhuang, you really are making it hard for others. She had contracted 4 spirit beasts, advanced to a 4-star spirit master before turning 20, and her talent in alchemy was just as impressive. Now, she was the only person in the entire continent with 5 spiritual roots. Shin Fengyuan thought that if she weren't so positive, she might have been discouraged by this. Some people were just born to be envied. But Shin Fengyuan wouldn't give up. She was also someone others admired. Let's not talk about that. She smiled at Yun Qianhuang. You just arrived, so you probably don't know the advantages of this place. Don't be fooled by the aggressive vines and plants. They are all manifestations of wood's spiritual power. You just need to absorb the wood's spiritual power before they attack. This was something Shin Fengyuan discovered on her 3rd day here. She was worried Yun Qianhuang might waste her efforts, so she explained. I understand. Thank you, Fengyuan. Yun Qianhuang didn't mention that she had already figured out. After thanking her, she began to absorb the wood's spiritual power with Shin Fengyuan. This place was more uncomfortable than the previous 2 she had experienced because there was nowhere to land, and they had to rely on the vines to stay in the air. After a while, it was easy to feel sore all over. Luckily, both of them could endure it, and the pain didn't affect their ability to absorb spiritual power. Before Yun Qianhuang arrived, Shin Fengyuan had already been here for several days. A few days later, Shin Fengyuan successfully advanced to a 2-star spirit sect. Yun Qianhuang found it a bit strange. Given her cultivation speed, she should have reached at least 5 stars by now. However, she felt no signs of an upcoming promotion. Could it be because her other spirit roots were restricted? Unable to think of a better explanation, she accepted this reason. Regardless, absorbing spiritual energy was the most important thing. Since she was with Shin Fengyuan, Yun Qianhuang felt relatively relaxed. With the experience from the previous 2 times, she could roughly predict when she would be sent to the next place. She told Shin Fengyuan in advance, Fengyuan, I might be sent to another location soon. Shin Fengyuan turned around in confusion. Huh? Yun Qianhuang didn't know how to explain, so she simply said, this place should choose locations based on our spirit roots. I have 5 spirit roots, so I should be sent to 5 places. I've already been to the fire and ice spirit areas. Shin Fengyuan looked at her and then at the merciless wood spirit energy nearby. She had been through a lot during her first 2 days here and was only just starting to feel better. The thought of Yun Qianhuang having to go through this 5 times made her suddenly feel that having a single spirit root didn't seem so bad after all. Before Yun Qianhuang could say more, a wave of dizziness hit her. This time, before she even opened her eyes, she heard a scream. Can you stop chasing me? When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a stone forest, and not far away, the figure running wildly was Gong Jilu. Compared to them, Gong Jilu was in a worse situation. He wasn't facing a spirit energy attack, but a soil-type sacred beast, the giant rock bear king. From his state, it was clear he had been tormented by this bear for a long time, and his escape speed was noticeably slower than usual. Even at his best, Gong Jilu's speed couldn't match that of a sacred beast without external help. It seemed that the giant rock bear king didn't intend to kill Jilu. After observing for a while and confirming her guess, Yun Qianhuang decided not to pay attention to him anymore. The surrounding earth spirit energy didn't trouble Gong Jilu, but it didn't mean it wouldn't trouble her. She noticed the stones nearby were stirring. Yun Qianhuang found a relatively safe spot and braced herself for the earth's spirit energies. The commotion caught Gong Jilu's attention. He turned his head and widened his eyes in surprise. "Qianhuang, what are you doing here?" To say this, Gong Jilu slowed his steps a bit, and as a result, he was slapped by the giant rock bear king behind him. The giant rock bear king is known for its immense strength, and that slap nearly knocked Gong Jilu off his feet. He immediately dared not slack off any longer. Seeing Yun Qianhuang struggling with the earth's spirit power, he didn't want to cause more trouble and actively led the giant rock bear king away from her. However, the giant rock bear king had already noticed Yun Qianhuang. While chasing Gong Jilu, it took a moment to observe her. It found the aura of the human girl quite appealing, as she also had an earth spirit root. But she was surrounded by several spirit beasts, all stronger than it, so it didn't dare approach her easily. Compared to her, this young man seemed safer. The giant rock bear king let out a couple of excited roars, causing Gong Jilu, who was fleeing, to shudder and quicken his pace. On Yun Qianhuang's side, since she could manipulate Earth's spirit power, she was able to build earth walls around herself for protection, unlike the chaotic situation with the water spirit power. Gong Jilu accidentally saw this scene and stumbled, nearly falling over. Isn't Huang Huang an elemental spirit of water and fire? When did she start using Earth's spirit power? Gong Jilu felt his understanding challenged, but with the giant rock bear king relentlessly pursuing him, he couldn't go ask Yun Qianhuang for clarification. Under the pressure of the giant rock bear king, Gong Jilu felt he had never run this long in his life. However, human potential is limited, and after running for so many days, he was truly exhausted. He stopped, sat down on the ground, and said to the giant rock bear king, "Can you just give me a break? What kind of situation is this, torturing him like this?" The giant rock bear king tilted its head in confusion. "What do you mean by a break?" Gong Jilu glanced at it, panting heavily. "Aren't you trying to kill me? If so, just do it and stop dragging this out." A look of confusion appeared in the giant rock bear king's eyes. "Who said the bear king wants to kill you? You humans are so strange. The bear king wants to make a contract with you. Then why have you been chasing me for so many days? You ran away as soon as you saw the bear king. How can the bear king make a contract with you if it doesn't chase you?" Gong Jilu. That actually makes sense. But anyone would be scared to encounter a fierce sacred beast in an unfamiliar place. He couldn't even take out his Tian shield in this strange place, let alone a sacred beast. He wouldn't be able to handle a 12th level spirit beast. Wait a minute. Gong Jilu thought of a question. Why do you take pictures of me as soon as I stop? If it weren't for his earth spirit power, he might have been in serious trouble. The giant rock bear king smiled widely. The bear king likes it. Gong Jilu was momentarily speechless. The giant rock bear king placed a paw on his shoulder and urged, "Human, quickly sign a contract with the bear king." It had been waiting in this strange place for a long time and finally found a human with earth spirit roots, and this human had exceptional spirit bones, making him qualified to be the bear king's contractor. Suddenly, Gong Jilu felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He looked at the giant rock bear king, who seemed unaware of its own strength, and his mouth twitched. He really wanted a contracted beast, but the spirit beasts of Huang Huang and the Fengyuan family were sensible and cute, while Xiaoya's unicorn was cool and handsome. And the giant rock bear king. It was indeed a holy beast with undeniable strength. However, with its peculiar preferences, Gong Jilu felt that if he really contracted with a giant rock bear king, he would have a lot to deal with in the future. The giant rock bear king, unaware of Gong Jilu's thoughts, saw him hesitating and simply grabbed his hand, using a claw to pierce his fingertip. Gong Jilu felt like he was losing his hand. The giant rock bear king seemed completely oblivious to its own strength, nearly piercing through his finger. Gong Jilu squeezed his bleeding finger, gasping in pain. The giant rock bear king, the cause of his trouble, didn't realize what it had done and swallowed the drop of blood that oozed from Gong Jilu's fingertip. The contract was formed, and a promotion array appeared beneath Gong Jilu's feet, elevating him from a 1-star spirit practitioner to a 2-star spirit practitioner. Gong Jilu couldn't feel happy about it. His finger was still bleeding, and he couldn't open his storage ring in this desolate place. He had to tear off a piece of his clothing to wrap around the wound to stop the bleeding. Did the giant rock bear king not even ask for his opinion? Wait, where did the giant rock bear king go? Gong Jilu looked up in confusion, only to find that the giant rock bear king, who had just contracted with him, had suddenly vanished. At the same time, the earth spirit power around him became active, and massive stone pillars rushed in from all directions, seemingly trying to trap him. What is going on? Gong Jilu's expression changed drastically, and he turned to run. While dodging the stone pillars, he caught a glimpse of Yun Qianhuang, and then his pupils constricted. He saw Yun Qianhuang surrounded by countless stone pillars, with a huge rock falling from above. Gong Jilu felt a surge of worry for Yun Qianhuang and quickly gathered his spirit power to rush toward her direction. Earlier, he had deliberately kept his distance from her to avoid causing trouble. Before he arrived, he noticed that the stone pillars suddenly disappeared, as if they had been in by something. Gong Jilu was stunned. Was there something wrong with his eyes? Stop daydreaming, Yun Qianhuang said as she built a dirt wall to block the incoming attacks. These earth energies can be absorbed.
Oh.
Gong Jilu quickly snapped back to reality and followed her instructions to absorb the earth energies. He found that the stone pillars chasing him had vanished, and he felt an increase in his own energy. Is there such a good thing? Gong Jilu's eyes lit up. This secret realm truly had both dangers and opportunities. He immediately ran to Yun Qianhuang's side to absorb the earth energies with her, completely forgetting about the giant rock bear king. After being transported to a new location, Yun Qianhuang had already gotten used to it. Golden sand obscured her vision, and arrows made of golden energy fell from the sky, while pure gold meteor hammers occasionally flew out from the ground. Yun Qianhuang nearly got blinded. She squinted her eyes and took a while to adjust before she could barely see the scene in front of her. Not far away stood a familiar figure. It was Lu Xianqing. Beside him stood a spirit beast that looked like a fox, but Yun Qianhuang couldn't tell exactly what it was at the moment. The golden sand filled the air, nearly blocking her entire view, and in this situation, she also had to dodge attacks from the golden energies. Thus, she didn't notice that Lu Xianqing looked as if he had just been pulled from a pool of blood, covered in wounds. The Xianjin heavenly fox stared at the human before it. This human had passed its test, showing enough character, talent, and strength to become its contract partner. The Xianjin heavenly fox lowered its head and approached Lu Xianqing. His vision was blurred by blood, and he couldn't see what the Xianjin heavenly fox was doing. He only vaguely sensed that there was a deeper connection forming between him and the Xianjin heavenly fox, and then he realized that his strength had broken through to the 2nd star of the spirit realm, and his injuries were healing quickly. Had he formed a contract with the Xianjin heavenly fox? After his injuries healed a bit, Lu Xianqing looked up to ask the Xianjin heavenly fox, but found that it had already vanished, and he couldn't summon it back. He had never heard of such a situation, and guessed it might be due to the secret realm. So, how does he get out of this place? Lu Xianqing looked around and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. He quickly walked over, and as he got closer, he dared to confirm his guess. Huang? Arrows and golden feathers blocked his path. Lu Xianqing frowned, unleashing his spiritual power to clear the obstacles in front of him, and quickly rushed to Yun Qianhuang's side. He stopped 2 steps away from her, his shock matching that of Shin Fengyuan and Gong Jilu earlier. If he wasn't mistaken, Was the golden spiritual power surrounding her? It was known that she had both water and fire spiritual roots. So, where did this golden spiritual power come from? Thicker golden arrows shot down, and Lu Xianqing dodged to the side, noticing that Yun Qianhuang remained in place. This golden spiritual power can be absorbed, she explained quickly, then absorbed all the golden power from the arrows. Lu Xianqing turned to look at the golden sand blocking their view and pondered, Qianhuang, do you think this golden sand can be absorbed? Yun Qianhuang's brow twitched slightly. Let's try and see. Yun Qianhuang had spent the longest time near the golden spiritual power. The reason was simple. After the arrows, golden feathers, and meteor hammers disappeared, there was still an endless amount of golden sand around. And they could absorb that sand too. With the mindset of not passing up a good opportunity, Yun Qianhuang and Lu Xianqing worked together to absorb all the golden sand in the sky. After all, spiritual power could recover quickly, so they showed no mercy. By the time Yun Qianhuang was teleported out, Lu Xianqing had reached the peak of 2-star strength. As for her, after being sent out, Yun Qianhuang immediately checked her own power and found that it had not increased at all. She was still at 4-star spirit master level. Earlier, it could be explained by the restrictions on her spiritual roots, but now that she had left that place, why hadn't her strength changed? She had clearly absorbed enough spiritual power. Yun Qianhuang opened her eyes, feeling very confused. While she couldn't figure out the reason, she noticed that her surroundings were strange. According to what the others said, she should have been in a place called the Holy Spirit Domain before she fainted, surrounded by desolation and scattered bones. But now, she was submerged in a cold spring, and everything around her was pitch black. Even with excellent night vision, she couldn't see her surroundings clearly. It was quiet all around. Apart from the sound of water, she could only hear her own breathing. Yun Qianhuang frowned. Did Feng Jingchen bring her here? But where was Feng Jingchen? She stood up, the water just reaching her waist. She tried to discern her surroundings. No matter what, it would be better to get to the shore first. She lifted her foot, creating a splash of water as she walked. Suddenly, she heard noisy footsteps in the distance, and Yun Qianhuang became alert, instinctively stopping to avoid making any noise. She focused her mind to listen in on what the people were saying. She did catch a few words. Second uncle, where did that person come from? The Yun family has so many people, yet they couldn't stop his attack. Speak quietly. Don't let him find out. But the Yun family really took a big hit this time. Not only did they fail to get the treasure, but they also lost over 20 clan members. I want to see if they dare to be so arrogant in the future. As the footsteps faded, the conversation became unclear. Yun Qianhuang withdrew her focus, deep in thought. The person they mentioned must be Feng Jingchen. It seemed that Feng Jingchen had killed all the beast tamers from the Yun family who came to the Holy Spirit Domain. Yun Qianhuang smirked. She remembered that before she fainted, the second elder of the Yun family had said they would join forces with other powers to seize the treasure, so she didn't think Feng Jingchen was cruel. Even without this conflict, her debts with the Yun family couldn't just be wiped away. The current question was, what was Feng Jingchen's intention in bringing her here? Yun Qianhuang didn't believe Feng Jingchen wanted to harm her. If she hadn't trusted him, she wouldn't have fainted in front of him, even if she had to force herself to stay awake. She reached out to touch the surrounding spring water, feeling a chill spread through her body. She couldn't help but shiver, and a sharp pain shot through her. This sudden pain made Yun Qianhuang curl up, causing her to sway and create more splashes. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of golden light. Golden threads wrapped around her fingertips, easing the pain. Yun Qianhuang quickly used her mind to check her body. Her 5 elemental roots, reformed a few years ago, were much stronger now and emitted a faint golden glow. However, the once faint golden light had intensified, nearly replacing the original color of her roots. The pain was coming from her roots. The spiritual energy she had absorbed earlier was now active in her body, washing over her 5 elemental roots in waves. Yun Qianhuang lost her balance and fell into the spring water, instantly enveloped by the cold. To her surprise, the cold water eased the pain inside her. Suddenly, she understood why Feng Jingchen had brought her here. She sank deeper, submerging herself in the spring water, allowing the pain within her to run its course. The surroundings were still completely dark, and with vision blocked, her hearing became sharper, quickly picking up an extra breath nearby. Yun Xianhuang emerged from the water and tentatively called out, "Feng Jingchen?" The golden thread wrapped around her hand trembled slightly, as if a low laugh echoed in her ear. "Qianhuang." At that moment, hearing the familiar voice, Yun Qianhuang felt the pain inside her lessen significantly. Without thinking, she knew Feng Jingchen was helping her. Yun Qianhuang opened her mouth to thank him but remembered that each time she said thank you, Feng Jingchen didn't seem very happy. She pressed her lips together, unsure of what to say. The silence around them allowed only their breaths to be heard, intertwined, indistinguishable from one another. Yun Qianhuang slowly raised her hand, still wrapped in Feng Jingchen's golden thread. The faint light helped her identify his location. He stayed right beside her, never leaving her side. She could feel Feng Jingchen's gaze on her. Whether it was the intense pain within her or something else, Yun Qianhuang seemed to hear her own heartbeat. "Feng Jingchen." As her wrist touched his warmth, he asked, "Qianhuang, what's wrong?" Yun Qianhuang didn't respond. The moment Feng Jingchen held her wrist, she clearly heard her heartbeat, a heartbeat that was stirred by Feng Jingchen. Yun Qianhuang wasn't foolish, she understood why. But she didn't say anything, just withdrew her hand and placed it back in the spring water. The coldness of the water couldn't wash away the warmth on her wrist. She bit her lip, her fingertips curling slightly. The pain inside her lingered for a long time, and Yun Qianhuang remained silent. That pain didn't gradually fade, but disappeared completely in an instant. She checked her spiritual roots and found that her 5 roots no longer showed their original colors. Only a golden hue remained. This gold was different from the color of golden spiritual power, carrying a hint of a sacred aura. Yun Qianhuang felt a bit dazed. Many images seemed to flash through her mind, but she couldn't see them clearly. The corner of her sleeve was tugged, and a man's voice, filled with concern, said, "Qianhuang, staying in the cold spring for too long is bad for your health." He knew Yun Qianhuang was no longer in pain, which was why he said that. Yun Qianhuang replied, and then stood up. Her clothes were already soaked, clinging to her body, but fortunately, the darkness around them obscured everything. Feng Jingchen grasped her wrist again, saying, "Qianhuang, I'll take you away." Yun Qianhuang didn't know where the exit was, so she let Feng Jingchen lead her away. As the darkness faded, she squinted her eyes, feeling a bit disoriented. Feng Jingchen let go of her hand and turned around. Once Yun Qianhuang dried her clothes with her spiritual power, he looked back at her and said, "Qianhuang, there's nothing left in this secret realm. Should we leave?" Yun Qianhuang did not immediately agree. "What about my brother and the others?" "You will see them once you leave the secret realm," Feng Jingchen assured her. He would not tease her about such matters. If he said she would see Yun Qianye and the others after leaving, then she would definitely see them. "Then let's go." Yun Qianhuang reached out and grabbed Feng Jingchen's sleeve. It was a small, unnoticeable action, but it made Feng Jingchen pause for a moment. He looked at the sleeve she held, a smile spreading across his lips, and his expression softened. A teleportation array appeared beneath their feet, and the scene around them began to change, revealing a tall, dark city wall.
Sister.
"Qianhuang." Familiar voices rang out. Yun Qianhuang focused her gaze and saw that Yun Qianye and the others had also emerged from the secret realm. Gong Jilu was accompanied by a strong giant rock bear king, while Lu Xianqing had an elegant Xianjin Tianhu by her side. Ao Tian's voice echoed in Yun Qianhuang's mind. "Master, both of these are sacred beasts." Yun Qianhuang felt a stir in her heart. Her first instinct was to take out a concealment array to avoid unnecessary trouble, but she found that Feng Jingchen had already set up a barrier before her. With a gentle smile in her eyes, she looked at Gong Jilu and Lu Xianqing and asked, "Jilu, Xianqing, What are these spirit beasts? Yun Qianye and Shen Fengyuan also looked on with curiosity. They had just come out of the secret realm and had not seen the two spirit beasts yet. Lu Xianqing introduced, "This is the Xianjin Tianhu, which I contracted in the secret realm. Its name is Hu Xian." "Hello," Hu Xian said, waving its fluffy 9 tails. Gong Jilu added with a smile, "This is the giant rock bear king, which I also contracted in the secret realm. You can call it Xiongyan." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiongyan slowly walked up to Yun Qianye and patted his shoulder. Yun Qianye's expression changed slightly. The bear's pat was quite heavy and hard to bear. Seeing his reaction and recalling his own experiences in the secret realm, Gong Jilu couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be upset, Xiaoya. This is Xiongyan's way of greeting you." As he spoke, Xiongyan ran over to Lu Xianqing and similarly patted his shoulder, causing Lu Xianqing to change his expression as well. Xiongyan opened his mouth and said, "The Bear King really likes you all." Yun Qianye and Lu Xianqing were not upset over such a small matter, but when they saw Xiongyan walk up to Yun Qianhuang, Yun Qianye still wanted to intervene. He understood the weight of Xiongyan's paw and didn't want his sister to experience it too. However, before Yun Qianye could speak, he saw Xiongyan pull a small tuft of fur from his back and proudly present it to Yun Qianhuang, saying, "This is a gift from the Bear King." Gong Jilu. Why wasn't Xiongyan giving a gift to Huang Huang? And didn't he form a contract with Xiongyan? Why didn't he receive a gift? "Thank you." Understanding that it was Xiongyan's kind gesture, Yun Qianhuang accepted it and even found a container to store the tuft of fur, placing it in her storage ring. Shen Fengyuan also received a tuft of fur from Xiongyan. Gong Jilu fell silent. He felt that Xiongyan was treating them differently, and he had solid proof. Hu Xian glanced at Xiongyan, surprised that he used his own fur to please humans. It was quite embarrassing. He prided himself on being proud and would never do such a thing. Hu Xian maintained a cool expression, ignoring the fact that his tail was secretly brushing against Yun Qianhuang. His fluffy tail brushed against Yun Qianhuang's hand, and Hu Xian felt pleased, thinking no one would notice his little action. But he was startled when an aura suddenly appeared around Yun Qianhuang. At that moment, the space around them returned to normal, and Bao Bao looked at the phoenix, standing on the ancient tree branch beside her. "Feng Feng, how did I do?" "Not bad." Seeing Hu Xian retract his tail, Feng Feng was quite satisfied. "If any other spirit beasts try to approach the master in the future, just scare them away like you did just now." Bao Bao nodded vigorously. "I remember." The conversation between the two beasts did not inform Yun Qianhuang that Outyen and Fubai shared the same thought and naturally would not tell her. However, seeing Hu Xian's obviously startled expression, she figured out the reason. Yun Qianhuang felt a bit helpless. Fortunately, the spirit beasts only wanted to scare Hu Xian and had no intention of harming him. She turned to look at the city gate not far away. Thanks to Feng Jingchen's barrier, the guards had not yet noticed them. Seeing this, Gong Jilu and Lu Xianqing put their spirit beasts back into their contract space and looked over with Yun Qianye and Shen Fengyuan. From their position, they could vaguely see the plaque hanging on the city gate, which read Juke City. Shen Fengyuan said, "Juke City? Huang Huang, have we already arrived at the Malyo continent?" Yun Qianhuang said, "Unlike our Namlu continent, the Molo continent doesn't have countries, only various powers. Juke City is one of the 4 cities." She briefly explained the power divisions of Molo continent to the 4 of them. "Where is the Yun family?" asked Yun Qianye. To him, the other powers didn't matter. He just wanted to help his grandfather get the fire Qilin back as soon as possible. Shen Fengyuan and the others were also focused on this. Yun Qianhuang replied, "I'm not sure about the exact location. Let's ask when we get into the city." Although Feng Jingchen didn't mention it, since they were already in Mola continent, it would be easy to find out where the Yun family was located. The 4 agreed. Feng Jingchen stood beside Yun Qianhuang. Seeing this, he removed the barrier and walked with the 5 of them toward the nearby city gate. When leaving the secret realm, Yun Qianhuang and Feng Jingchen had already removed their disguises. With their outstanding looks and walking together, the city guards quickly noticed them. No guard could tell where they came from, but since there were many strong individuals on the continent, the guards weren't surprised. Zhuke City didn't restrict outsiders, so they entered the city smoothly and found a tavern to gather information. Since it wasn't mealtime, there weren't many customers in the tavern and the two waiters were quite relaxed. As soon as Yun Xianhuang and the others entered, one of the waiters immediately approached them, asking, "What would you like to eat?" Yun Xianhuang handed a spirit gold card to the waiter and said, "Please bring us your signature dish." Gold coins were also accepted in Mola continent.
Sure.
"Please follow me," the waiter replied. He took the spirit gold card, led them to an empty table, then went to the counter to settle the bill and inform the kitchen to prepare the food. 15 minutes later, the waiter returned with the spirit gold card and the dishes. After handing the card back to Yun Xianhuang, he began to set the food on the table. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Xianhuang asked, "Excuse me, do you know where the beast tamer family is located?" "The beast tamer family?" The waiter paused for a moment before realizing. "You must be talking about the Yun family. They are in Xian City, which is northeast of Zhuke City. It takes about 2 months by carriage to get there." Northeast, Xian City. Yun Xianhuang noted what the waiter said and then slipped him a small bag of gold coins, saying, "Thank you for the information." The bag contained about 10 coins. Before entering the tavern, Yun Xianhuang had noticed the sign at the entrance, which is why she chose that amount. As one of the 4 cities, many outsiders come to Zhuke City, and quite a few ask the innkeeper for information. Over time, the innkeeper can tell how many gold coins are in their bags. These guests are quite generous. The innkeeper quickly put away the bag, and his smile became more sincere. He added, "I happen to know a few carriage drivers. If you plan to leave for Xian City, I can help you arrange it." Carriages to Xian City are not available every day, but Yun Xianhuang and her companions had no intention of taking one. Yun Xianhuang politely declined the innkeeper's offer, saying, "We will stay in Zhuke City for a few more days, so there's no need to trouble you." The innkeeper just mentioned it casually, hoping to gain some benefit, but if it didn't work out, it was no loss for him. So, he simply nodded and said, "Then I won't disturb you while you eat." The innkeeper turned to leave with his empty tray, but couldn't help but wonder to himself. Where did these people come from? They didn't even know about the Yun family in Xian City. Oh well, what does it matter to him as a server? He shook his head and walked away happily, feeling the money pouch in his sleeve. Having received the information they wanted, Yun Qianhuang and her companions enjoyed their meal while more guests arrived at the restaurant. One table of guests ordered several pots of wine and chatted about recent events. "Have you heard? The young lord of Zhuke City has returned." "You mean that useless kid? Didn't he run away with his useless father? Is he back because he faced hardship out there? Who knows? Our city lord is really unfortunate. Marrying a traitor is bad enough, but having a son who's also a traitor. I think marriages should be between equals. Relying on a son-in-law is not reliable." The big men exchanged words, and Yun Xianhuang listened with growing suspicion. The young lord they spoke of sounded like Chi Su. Isn't Chi Su's father the one who came to their family through marriage, then became a dark cultivator and went to the South Lu continent, with Chi Su following him? What a coincidence. Yun Xianhuang chewed her food and continued to listen to the big men. "By the way, did that useless kid bring back a spirit beast?" "I saw it. It's a 5th level golden crown bird." "Only 5th level? Although the golden crown bird has some bloodline of the golden phoenix, that's too low. A useless person has a weak, contracted spirit beast." Golden crown bird. Yun Xianhuang confirmed that they were definitely talking about Chi Su. After the power from other spirit beasts inside the golden crown bird was eliminated by Foam, its strength dropped back to the 5th level. "I didn't expect Chi Su to be the young lord of Zhuke City." Yun Xianhuang felt a bit surprised, but that was all. Although Chi Su called her benefactor, they didn't have a close relationship, and she wouldn't think differently just because he was the young lord of Zhuke City. After finishing their meal, they took a short break and left the restaurant. Yun Xianhuang planned to head to Xian City immediately. The Yun family had lost over 20 people in the Holy Spirit domain, and they could take this opportunity to retrieve the Fire Qilin. This would minimize their losses. Yun Qianye and the others supported her idea. They had gained a lot in the secret realm, not only improving their strength, but also refining their spiritual roots, so they didn't need any rest. Thus, not long after entering Juke City, they walked in a neat line toward the city gate. By the time they reached the gate, it was getting dark. Outside the city, a crowd had gathered, and they looked quite disheveled. Yun Qianhuang found some of them familiar. Her gaze fell on a sturdy figure, and she realized they were from Qinglong City. At that moment, those people were arguing with the city guards. Yun Qianhuang and her group weren't interested, but since the crowd blocked the exit, they had no choice but to listen. Outside, Elder Wu had an angry expression. "We just want to stay in Juke City for a night. We have no other intentions." "That's not allowed," the city guard shook his head. "Our city lord has ordered that anyone from the other 3 cities must have her permission to enter Juke City." Elder Wu took a deep breath. "We've been waiting here for 15 minutes. When will your city lord give us a response?" "I don't know that. Please step aside. You're blocking others from entering the city." At this time, not only Yun Qianhuang's group wanted to leave, but there were also merchants trying to enter. The people from Qinglong City were blocking the gate completely, causing a lot of trouble. Elder Wu was already impatient, and hearing this made him unleash the pressure of a spirit emperor, turning to look at the people waiting to enter the city. Merchants were quick to understand the situation and repeatedly stated they were not in a hurry. The city guard, being only a spirit king, couldn't withstand the pressure from a spirit emperor. He broke out in a cold sweat, struggling to stand, let alone speak. Elder Wu then withdrew his pressure and coldly said, "Are we blocking anyone from entering the city?" The city guards did not dare to say much and shook their heads repeatedly. Yun Qianye frowned and tugged at Yun Qianhuang's sleeve, whispering, "Sister, let's go from above." He didn't like the old man's attitude, but from what the guards said, that old man should be from one of the other 3 cities. Since they had just arrived in the Malyo continent, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, even with spirit beasts by their side. Yun Qianhuang also didn't want to create more issues.
Okay.
With Feng Jingchen around, they weren't afraid of being discovered. Yun Qianhuang looked at Feng Jingchen but quickly averted her gaze when she realized what she was thinking. At a time like this, her first thought was actually about Feng Jingchen. Yun Qianhuang took a deep breath. Was she relying on Feng Jingchen? When did that start? Was it when she fainted in front of so many people in the Holy Spirit domain? Or when she was saved from self-detonation in Kangliuan? Or perhaps even earlier? Yun Qianhuang's thoughts became a bit chaotic, and Feng Jingchen tilted his head, looking at her in confusion. Yun Qianye also asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Yun Qianhuang suppressed her jumbled thoughts. "Let's go." As she spoke, she turned around first, her movements showing a hint of barely noticeable panic. Feng Jingchen was the first to follow her, but as soon as he caught up with Yun Qianhuang, she quickened her pace. Feng Jingchen's gaze deepened. Is Huang avoiding him?